In the distant 2000s, humanity had made great strides in computer technology, but Seoul remained the same, shining brightly at night as if it were daytime. In Gangnam-gu, Yeoksamdong district, there was a huge building belonging to D Group, one of the most famous companies in the world of gaming tournaments. On the top floor of this building was the world's strongest team of ROR players, Team D1. Almost every night, young people spent their time training in the large game room. No one in the world could match them in championships. They were the fastest and had practically devoted their lives to computer games. The speed at which they typed on the keyboard was terrifying. They had held the top spots in all rankings for many months. But there was one player the team wanted to compete against as much as they wanted to reach the top of the gaming world. His identity was unknown. Everyone knew him by his nickname, Dex. He always played solo and was practically on par with D1 in terms of skill. The game began, and the whole squad gathered that night to deal with Dex once and for all and reclaim their top spot. The team leader was the first to step forward, standing opposite the lone and very famous warrior. The player had a black warrior skin, his helmet covered his face, and only his eyes were visible. Quite an impressive sight, even though it was made of pixels. No one was going to take this lone warrior seriously, especially the leader of D1, who was going to fight at full strength tonight. Holding down the attack button, the young man sent his game model into battle with a loud, monstrous roar. He was going to show Dex why they were #1 in the world. Compared to Dex's model, the team leader's huge red monster was many times larger, but nevertheless, the player didn't even dodge. He stood motionless, waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack, gripping his sword tightly. And then the perfect moment came. Dex swung his sword and defeated the captain of the best team in the world with a single blow. The computer monitor clearly showed how the monster's arm flew off to the side with the heavy sword. The young man did not even have time to do anything, not even launch a single attack, before he was defeated and unable to continue fighting. It was astonishing, but the squad was not going to give up. They were confident of victory even without their team leader and rushed into battle. The assassin in the group played his trump card and pressed a combo on the keyboard. His character in the game began to slowly dissolve into thin air. It was a special assassin attack that allowed him to disappear from the enemy's field of vision. The ninja's eyes burned with a thirst for victory and confidence in his own abilities. Standing in front of a crowd of enemies, he did not move, continuing to wait for the perfect moment for his next attack, while a cloud of smoke formed behind him. The assassin's little trick did not go unnoticed. He had not yet fully revealed himself when the lone warrior turned abruptly. The assassin's two curved blades clashed with the tanker's heavy sword, and the attack was stopped. The player had no intention of stopping there. He was determined to destroy the world's #1 team and take their place. With another simple combo, the Dark Knight broke through, destroying his opponent and earning points for a double kill. One of the team members was greatly impressed. He couldn't believe that the tank and the main attacking player in the game had been taken out with a single blow. But his friend wasn't scared, or at least didn't show it. He was sure they could win, and in the meantime, Dex finally moved. To hold off his attack, the team's shield bearer used his huge shield, while the archer and mage hid behind him. Even that didn't save them from the fate of their comrades. With a single blow, the lone warrior struck down 3 players. The best team in the world was defeated in less than 5 minutes. They didn't even have time to do anything. They were all literally wiped out, and the team leader stared at his computer screen, unable to believe his eyes. 5 of the strongest masters were destroyed without much effort by some no-name, completely alone. No one in the world could compare to Dex, a player without a team who easily dealt with everyone in his path. Nothing was known about him, not even the city or country he played from. People only knew his nickname and the black helmet that haunted the players who lost to him in their nightmares for a long time. At the same time, on the other side of town, a young student sat at his desk in a small room, munching on chips. Yoon Jae-young was not famous and was not even recognized as a genius. He did not have enough money for high-quality, expensive gaming mice or keyboards. An old, worn-out computer stood on his desk and served him well for many years, helping him win numerous games. Among the huge number of different nicknames he used, there was one loud and famous name, Dex. The young man didn't worry about nicknames or the game itself. He just ate chips and did what he wanted. And he wanted to take first place wherever possible. That was his main goal in life at that stage. The bag of chips ran out pretty quickly, lasting only for one game lasting a few minutes. Tonight, the guy achieved what he had wanted for so long. He finally took first place in the world rankings and surpassed the professional gamers. That could have been the end of another game that had lost all meaning for Dex after achieving his goal. He was not like other players, and his attitude often caused not only surprise, but also misunderstanding. Hardcore gamers, for whom gaming tournaments and the game itself were the meaning of life, were greatly angered by such indifferent and frivolous behavior. It is not surprising that Dex earned a reputation as the main internet troll in the gaming community. Yoon Jae-young didn't even think about the fact that he might upset someone by leaving the game after another victory, but he didn't care. The day after he announced his departure from the game, which was losing popularity, many people discussed it heatedly. Even delivery workers were aware of it. Even those who didn't play listened to the stories of their friends who did, and were surprised at what a cruel troll Dex was. One such curious person drove his friend to hysterics with his questions, and the guy yelled at him, taking it as a personal insult rather than a joke. And yet it was obvious why he left the game. Many gamers were abandoning it now. The reason was that the world of video games had been in decline for several years due to new advances in computer technology. One such achievement was a completely new cutting-edge game, advertised everywhere. The world's largest companies had joined forces to release a new virtual game called Arcadia, which was unlike anything that had come before. The central figure of this game was a delicate blonde girl who was also the guide to this new world. Not only did the best game programmers of the last decade take part in this project, but also world-renowned scientists from Silikoff. All this was done in order to secretly create a true masterpiece of human thought. Thanks to the efforts of programmers and scientists, a completely new technology was created. Unlike anything else, a completely new, different world. It was the first full-fledged virtual world that could be accessed using a device called the Dreamer. It was a fairly large capsule for one person, resembling a bed into which a person could immerse themselves and personally find themselves in Arcadia. A world of endless possibilities, completely different from ours, where magic, castles, knights, and new statuses were available. With a warm smile on her face, a blonde girl invited everyone to join her in this exciting adventure. It was precisely this dreamer's capsule that the arguing men in the truck were delivering to the last stop on today's delivery list. At first glance, the building did not look much like a dwelling, especially not the home of someone who could afford Arcadia. In fact, the house was in terrible condition, with cracked windows, broken walls, and crumbling partitions. And yet this was where Dex lived. The same Dex who had left the boring game behind in order to finally immerse himself in a long-awaited new adventure. Now that he had a dreamer, there was no need to keep useless game accounts on his computer. And at the age of 20, Jae-young decided to quit all existing games so that he could immerse himself in Arcadia. After deleting his accounts and making the necessary preparations, the young man lay down in the Dreamer capsule and began to load the virtual world. When he opened his eyes the next time, he found himself in a different universe, far removed from our gray everyday life. This magical place was called Arcadia, and he had finally begun a completely new journey in another world, his eyes shining with happiness. In our world, there are countless different games for computers, phones, and even portable consoles. And in every game, no matter how small or how big, there will always be room for little secrets. These little secrets can be very diverse. For example, the simplest jokes left by the developers for the players. They can also be full-fledged secret items hidden by the creators that greatly affect the gameplay and perception of the game. The gaming community around the world has many names for such secrets, one of which is Easter eggs. Another name that can be used for them is secret. It is from these small pieces that a full-fledged, rich, and lively game world is assembled. It is not always just an item or a joke. Often it can be a secret character with whom the story began. And if you find this character, uncover their secrets, and complete certain hidden tasks, the game will take on a whole new dimension for you. Many games hold great secrets within themselves. Sometimes it is actually a real parallel world with its own backstory, which can take on a life separate from its creators. Only a player who is smart and quick-witted enough can uncover these secrets. And it is up to travelers from future generations to decide whether these hidden secrets will be revealed to the world. Arcadia has reached a whole new level in this regard, because here the brain connects directly and immerses itself in a full-fledged world that is indistinguishable from reality. For ordinary people, the implementation of such a device may seem impossible, but it already exists, and right now we can plunge into a world of magic and adventure. As soon as the world loaded, Yoon Jae-young found himself in the bustling square of the capital, where players were already busy selling potions and looking for someone to agree to complete a quest. This game world was similar to many other games, but at the same time it felt completely different. Players could feel the wind and the warmth of the sun's rays on their own skin, as if they were really there. The main character did not yet fully understand what was happening and what the gameplay was like, so he moved to a deserted corner and opened his inventory with a wave of his hand. The control menu was quite simple, showing the player's current level, nickname, equipment, and the ability to retrieve any item that had been collected. Such a promising game had led to different expectations. Dex looked at the inventory and felt both disappointment at his unfulfilled expectations and satisfaction with the simple interface. In order not to waste time, Jae Young decided to immediately go on his first training mission, without which he would not be able to continue the game. It was quite difficult to make precise movements in Arcadia, because people were not used to acting in the virtual world the same way they moved in the real world. For this purpose, a training task was introduced to kill the simplest mob, which revealed special skills that allowed players to automatically perform certain actions. However, the main character had no plans to use them. He didn't even care that they existed in this universe. For someone with extraordinary talent like Yoon Jae-young, the automatic actions written by the scriptwriters were useless, like in a typical second-rate computer game. Without any effort, the young man cut the poor slime in half with a swing of his sword, feeling only slight discomfort from the unfamiliar neural sensations. One test task was enough for Dex to start getting used to the new gameplay, and in the meantime, the mission was successfully completed. Confidence was overflowing in him, and the young man felt that with such success, he would quickly conquer this game. But the next task of reading 100 books disappointed him greatly. But there was nothing he could do. He was determined to finish the game, so he went to the city library, picked up some books, and set about the task he disliked. At the library, a young girl with black hair and glasses was in charge, and her friend was curiously looking at the unusual guy at the next table. The thing was, the young man had been reading books for several days without stopping, and had successfully finished a good portion of them. The librarian closed the book and said with a smile that reading books in the library was not such a big deal, which upset her friend. Not wanting to look foolish, the girl hastened to justify herself, saying that the stranger really did look unlike anyone else, because most people take 10 books and quickly flip through them. No one else doing the initial quest had ever read books as intently as Dex. He cursed the game to himself, but still wanted to complete it. And just when the librarian decided that he was about to leave, the guy got up and asked if there was a second volume of the book he had just finished reading. This book was unusual, and therefore immediately caused the girl great surprise. No one had read it before, let alone asked about the sequel. Jae Young himself looked as if this was a normal thing for him. There were several interesting things in the book, and he wanted to learn more about them from the second volume. The book about the history of Arcadia was called The Oldest Imprint, Edelin, and it was the very secret that the creators, or perhaps not even the creators, had left for future players. That's why the girl was so surprised. She didn't expect anyone to ever come up to her and ask for the second volume of this book, thereby obtaining the secret. And yet it was a good thing. She took out the heavy book, which looked completely different from the first part, and placed it in front of the player. Yoon Jae-young didn't notice anything strange at all, thanking the librarian for the book he needed and reminding her that it had to be returned. After looking at the cover of the book for a while, the guy still felt something strange coming from it. Something that screamed that everything was not what it seemed. To satisfy his curiosity, the hero finally asked the question that was tormenting him. He was curious why the second volume was kept separately from the first. A smile appeared on the mysterious girl's face, and she said in an enigmatic voice that this special book could only be obtained by asking for it in the right way. The traveler's hand reached for the book, and from that moment on, his life in the game would change dramatically and never be the same again. He had opened up a whole new path. As soon as his leather-gloved hand touched the cover of the book, it activated the secret code embedded in it. Information about the new secret quest was immediately sent to Alice, the blonde girl from the advertisement who invited players to Arcadia. A special event had just been discovered in the city for newcomers, Edelin, and the conditions for issuing a secret task hidden by someone from the past had been fulfilled. This is how a player was chosen for further analysis and observation, who in the future may well be able to change this virtual world. Long ago, a legendary adventurer lived in Arcadia who hid a special treasure in a lake near the village of newcomers, Edelin. They say that this treasure is just a myth. No one has ever been able to find it, and this story has remained one of the legends that are part of the game's lore. The only thing that is known for certain is that the hidden artifact is an ancient imprint of darkness. They say that the legendary adventurer of the past, Israel, hid it near the shore of the lake near the village of newcomers. But of course, no one was ever able to find the imprint of darkness there, so the legend gradually faded into obscurity. The only lake near Edelin was called Aran and was located right in front of the city gates. After reading this little Easter egg in the history book, Yoon Jae-young headed south of the city to find the treasure hidden in the lake, left behind by the heroes of the past. Of course, he was intrigued by such a secret history and decided that he could at least get some kind of achievement. But when he arrived at the place, the guy was disappointed. In such a calm and quiet place, there simply couldn't be anything related to darkness, especially if it was something powerful and ancient. That's what he thought at first, but a minute later, a blue window appeared above his head, announcing the acceptance of a new secret quest. The last condition for creating the quest had been fulfilled. Its difficulty was level B, its importance was level A, the main scenario had been activated, and now it was active. The essence of the task was to find the mark of darkness mentioned in historical records. Now it was necessary to verify the authenticity of the text and find the treasure. The most interesting thing was that right at the beginning of the game, a B+ rank task was activated, which was even higher than the most difficult raids in the dungeon. A barely noticeable purple glow went deep into a small pond, as if leading to a hidden, centuries-old secret. There at the bottom of the water, curled up in a fetal position, lay a stone statue vaguely resembling the gargoyles we know, hiding a glowing artifact. Suddenly, the creature buried under the water opened its eyes and growled softly. The activation of the quest awakened the ancient guardian who kept the imprint of darkness. Yoon Jae-young began his little investigation, eager to find his very first treasure in a game that turned out to be incredibly interesting and unpredictable. He walked around the entire lake but found nothing unusual, which only made the situation more suspicious. Suddenly, he realized that the ancient legend could not be taken literally, and the hero's eyes fell on the body of water right in front of him. It was simply brilliant. The ancient imprint of darkness, which had been lost for centuries, was in the lake itself, not near it, but no one had thought of that before. Accepting the new challenge of the virtual world, Jae-young rolled up his sleeves and prepared to dive into the depths of the dark but calm water, under which the bottom was not even visible. Moving a little further away from the shore, the guy took a running start and jumped very high and far. He took in as much air as possible to stay underwater longer and plunged into the cold water of Lake Aran. With a loud splash, Dex found himself underwater, but the small-looking lake turned out to be much deeper than he had expected. It was simply amazing. Under natural conditions, a body of water like this could never go so deep into the ground. When his eyes adjusted to the water and darkness, the main character could see a whirlpool that led into the depths of the unknown. At the same time, the Korean branch of the game Arcadia was in complete chaos, with directors staring in surprise at a red screen with a message saying that the main scenario had been activated. The server had only been running for a week, and the main quest of the entire game was already available. Everything was not going according to plan. According to the report from the Game Quest department, a player had come into contact with an item directly related to this scenario. No one knew what exactly this person had done to cause this. But now the most important thing was to report the problem to the president and make sure that all departments were prepared. It was important to make sure that all employees would be able to respond immediately to unforeseen situations, so the director's subordinates went to their posts. It was really surprising that the American server had been quiet for 3 months, while the Korean server had already revealed the main plot just a few days after the release. Meanwhile, our main character surfaced and was finally able to breathe, having swum to the limit of his lungs. Although he did not reach his goal, he increased his diving level to the next level, and now he had the opportunity to dive deeper and longer. However, this was of little use. Yoon Jae-young submerged 200 meters but still could not see the bottom. Something was wrong with this lake. He understood logically that he would never get the mark of darkness at the level he was at now, and seriously considered giving up. The game had only just started, and many players were fighting for the top spots on the leaderboard. It would be wiser to hurry up and level up as much as possible to reach the top. This was the most intense period. If the young man took first place now, he would remain at the top until the very end, so it was unreasonable to waste time leveling up his swimming skills. More importantly, the monthly fee for the dreamer was $920, so he needed to find a way to earn a stable income as soon as possible. Initially, Yoon Jae-young thought he would cover his expenses by selling game items, but at this level, it was unrealistic to find something worth $1,000 in a month. Still, the secret quest, which appeared only for him on the entire server and was unavailable to other players, was too tempting an achievement. It would be bad if the reward turned out to be worthless, but he just couldn't back down now and give up something so interesting and unusual. As an avid gamer, Dex simply couldn't turn around and walk away. A fire burned in his chest again, demanding that he get this notorious imprint of darkness. At the same time in America, Silikoff headquarters, located in Silicon Valley, received a message that the main mission had been opened in Korea. In her office on a soft, large king-size bed, lay the 15-year-old president of the company, Jenica Paul, fast asleep. She opened her eyes abruptly and reconnected with the world. After her dream, it was difficult to gather her thoughts, but the girl managed it. She immediately jumped to her feet and contacted her friend Jack, asking what the opening of the main scenario meant for them. The young man on the other side of the screen told her that a player had found an item and opened a secret class, and it was highly likely that this item was related to the scenario. This news greatly angered Jenna. She couldn't believe that they had placed something so important in the very first location, the village of newbies. But in fact, it wasn't them who left the book in the library, but one of the creators who used to be with them. As soon as he mentioned that guy, the girl's face contorted with rage. They had clearly parted as enemies, and he had done them a lot of harm. But now the most important thing was to determine what kind of secret class they had discovered and what to do next, what their position was. This secret turned out to be the Anarchy Bard class. There was no level system or special abilities to be seen, and even she, as president of Arcadia, did not know what it was. Still, something was known. Jack said that in return, players received a special ability, but Jenica had never heard of it. Realizing that all this was very strange and suspicious, the girl delved even deeper into the details of this secret class to figure it all out. But as soon as she read what this ability was, a shiver ran through her body and fear lit up in her eyes. Jen couldn't believe that he had actually added something like that. 10 whole days passed from that moment, 10 long days of trying to sink to the bottom of the lake, and finally Yoon Jae-young did it. A dark, two-winged purple crystal glowed in the player's hand. It took him a long time, but he finally obtained the imprint of darkness and completed a secret quest that only he could access. His underwater swimming skill rose to rank A, his stamina increased by 1 point, and his affinity with water increased by a whopping 10 points. Now he could dive into the dark depths. As soon as Dex surfaced, a notification appeared stating that he had obtained a necklace of darkness containing traces of antiquity and warnings in the item description. These warnings made the guy wonder whether he should wear the new artifact. After all, it was strange that instead of a normal explanation, there were warnings. To put the necklace on his character, the guy clicked on the agreement, but instead of the action, another sign popped up asking if he was really sure he wanted to do this. This went on for about 5 minutes with endless pop-ups asking if he was really ready, if he was seriously sure, and in the end, it drove Jae-young crazy. He yelled at the pop-ups just to let off steam, but he got a response, a real response to his yelling, which shocked the hero even more. Someone on the other side was talking to Dex, and that someone made sure he wanted to use the Necklace of Darkness, but warned him that after that, it would be too late to regret it. The stranger smiled and advised the young man to give it his all and go wild without thinking about the consequences, just like he did. It was very strange. Yoon Jae-young wanted to ask who was talking to him, but before he could, all the notification windows suddenly closed. After that, a new class appeared. Everything flashed before his eyes, and for a moment he lost his ability to see due to the bright light. As the hero wanted, he was able to put on the pendant, and now his character's class was changed to Bard of Anarchy, a secret rank that can only be obtained by completing a secret quest. Notifications poured in saying that the level system was disabled, a new influence skill was acquired, and a mission system was added. This character is permanently assigned to the player. A new task, available only to him, to kill new players who did not yet have a class, led Dex to the western grassy plains of Edelin. It was here, in this hunting ground for newbies, where there were many slugs that new players completed their very first training task and practiced their skills. The young man launched a fire attack at a small round slug and instantly destroyed the creature. A slimy bubble fell out of the enemy, the very item that the two friends had been hunting all day. This little thing was worth 50 bronze bars, which was very lucky for newbies like them. One of them wanted to continue farming slimy bubbles for the rest of the weekend, but his friend disagreed. They had mock exams next week and needed to prepare. Hiding behind a tree in a secluded spot, Dex was watching them, according to his new assignment. According to the new storyline and his new class, he was required to kill new inexperienced players like them for the next 6 days. An hour earlier, Yoon Jae-young tried to delete his character, which happened immediately after he received a new class he didn't understand, along with a warning and a time limit for completing the task. However, he was now unable to delete his game character, as the words about him being permanently tied to the player apparently meant that deletion was impossible. It felt as if the young man had stepped on a real landmine and was now trying to choose between continuing to stand on it or exploding. The discovery of a new game rank was accompanied by numerous warnings, and that's what scared the guy. But the more time passed, the calmer he became. The reason was, in fact, very simple. Now Dex had absolutely no character levels in the game, and that was the main reason why he was so eager to play this game, because it was the level system that inspired him so much. The main system of the game was to increase stats, for which you could get a lot of useful resources, and in principle, it was quite interesting to level up a character. However, the absence of such a system for Yoon Jae-young's character meant that he had no way to level up, and although the difference is not very noticeable now, everything will change in the future. All players strive to increase their level, and very soon users will start to increase it, and then the difference will increase infinitely. The words of that strange man came to mind, telling the hero to try to destroy everything in his path, just as he was doing now, enjoying himself. These memories made him even sadder and more resentful, which is why you have to check everything first and then agree to questionable offers. For an entire hour after attempting to delete his character, Jae-young simply lay on the clearing, staring into space, unable to even move, as if all his strength had left his body. But it was unlikely that anything would change if he just lay there and did nothing. At this stage of the game, the Bard of Anarchy seemed like complete garbage to him, but even if that was the case, he was still a secret hidden class and had to be useful in some way. After deciding to do something, the guy stared at the system window for a long time, trying to find some important information. This bore fruit, and Dex discovered that very skill, influence, a talent unknown to him, which had been at 0. With this skill, he could increase his influence in this world, using the corresponding stats to change its rules, but after use, these stats would disappear forever. Of course, nothing became clearer, but suddenly the text plate disappeared abruptly, replaced by a notification about receiving a new task. It was the very task that said he had to kill the newbies who had not passed the class change at. There were 6 days and 23 hours left to complete the task. And now, offended and insulted by the lack of a level system, Yoon Jae-young stood behind a tree and silently watched his 2 potential victims. The system wanted him to kill all the newbies like these 2, and something in his chest told him that this task could determine his future in the game. He had to do something, but the young man had no idea what. He didn't even know where to start. There was nothing else to do, so he decided to at least try to kill them or use his influence to figure out the gameplay. Immediately after the decision was made, a thick, rough sword, more like a cleaver, was taken out of the inventory. Since those were the rules of the game, there was nothing to blame Yoon Jae-young for. He, like them, was just playing and learning about this world. A moment later, the 2 unsuspecting newbies were attacked from behind by an assassin, but they managed to spot him at the very last moment. To their surprise, it was not Dex, but a completely unfamiliar, yet clearly very cruel and vile person. With a smile, he regretted missing his shot, because he could have killed such a weak player with a low level with just 1 blow. The frightened girl crouched down next to her friend, looking at the vicious gang, and asked who they were. The trio introduced themselves as the owners of these hunting grounds, confident that only they had the right to hunt here, and that everyone else was an intruder. Somewhere in the back, Yoon Jae-young was watching all this. He thought the trio were weirdos, seriously claiming territory when not enough time had passed since the beta version was released. The girl got angry and shouted that these hunting grounds for beginners were public territory where anyone could hunt. Her violent emotions greatly angered the leader of this strange gang, and he leaned close to her face, saying that she was too noisy. The man's nickname glowed red above his head, and from just a short conversation, he figured out that these 2 were high school students from Seoul. Usually, a red nickname meant that the character standing in front of them had killed other players and was a dangerous opponent. After the killer mentioned that he knew what city they lived in and how old they were, he assumed that he could easily find their location if he searched by nickname. This was a direct threat to their lives in reality. He could not only kill their characters in the game, but also find them at home. And if these two high school students wanted to survive and continue enjoying their youth, they should have left that clearing as soon as possible. The situation was heating up. The fear was only getting stronger, and the girl turned to the other players, asking anyone to help them and her friend. But the other people just stood silently on the sidelines and watched. No one wanted to get involved, and no one wanted any more trouble. Then her friend joined the conversation, reminding them that it was just a game and that they could enjoy playing it together without having to do all this. These naive and kind words caused the group of strange people to freeze for a moment. Who would have thought that someone would seriously say something like that? The pause was replaced by wild laughter. The self-proclaimed owner of the hunting grounds really enjoyed mocking the newcomers. As the boy said, it was just a game, virtual reality, which is why they did everything they did. The game was good because there were absolutely no rules here. A world where your strength made you right, and there was nothing you could do about it. Just a normal game, the killer agreed with the teenager's words, continuing to laugh, his gaze resembling that of a true madman. At that moment, another completely unfamiliar voice sounded. Yoon Jae-young agreed with the words of this idiot, and with a swing of his sword, cut off the leg of one of his friends. Then with a smile, he repeated the words the man had said earlier, regretting that he had not been able to kill him with one blow. After this blatant mockery, Dex finished off all three self-proclaimed owners of the hunting grounds with a series of quick and accurate blows. Thus, these cruel madmen became victims of an even greater madman, paying for their sins. Jae-yang's character's nickname instantly turned scarlet red. He was both a savior and a brutal killer. Along with the color change, he received 3 notifications that his influence skill had increased by 3 points, corresponding to the number of victims. Thus, for each murder, 1 influence point would be added. The young man did not know exactly how it would work, but it would be quite difficult to earn points. When the threat was eliminated, the high school students began to loudly thank their savior, Dex, sincerely believing in his good intentions. They knelt before him and continued to thank him, even offering to repay his kindness or do him a favor. But they didn't know that the man standing right in front of them was just as cold-blooded as the 3 idiots and was going to take their game lives away. When Yoon Jae-young told them that this was his mission to kill newbies, fear flashed in the eyes of the 2 friends again. Smiling, the young man swung his machete and in a disturbingly calm, even slightly cheerful voice, advised the unfamiliar couple not to be too upset. After all, it was just a game, so why worry or regret anything when you could just enjoy it? In his cold, calm eyes and imperturbable smile, one of the players recognized the essence of a true madman. And that was the last thing he understood before his sudden death, as Dex's blade cut short his virtual life in the next minute. After killing 2 useless newbies, the influence level rose by another 2 points, while the players who had been surrounding them all this time watched silently. Until the very last moment, they sincerely believed that they would be left alone if they just stood aside, but they were terribly mistaken. Now it was time for them to replenish Dex's skill scale. The main character smiled and turned to the characters surrounding him. A loud cry of horror spread across the hunting ground, and the players began to scatter in all directions, just to save their accumulated experience from the beginning of the game. That day, a rumor spread across Arcadia's internet page, and all the players in Korea were discussing the same thing. His sudden appearance. A true madman who appeared too suddenly and unexpectedly brought chaos to the measured and peaceful life of the newly released virtual world. Quite some time had passed since the massacre in the hunting grounds for beginners, and night had fallen in the world of Arcadia. The virtual world, so similar to the real one, was reflected in the golden eyes of the owl. Unfortunately or fortunately, he was not the only hunter stalking prey in this forest. The silent feathered predator stared intently at the running silhouette of a man scared to death. His run was desperate, the player screaming hoarsely and very loudly, as if his vocal cords were about to rupture and his voice disappear. He was calling for help. And even though he understood that there was no one in this forest and it was unlikely that anyone would be nearby at night, it seemed as if he really believed that someone would hear him. It was impossible to look at his feet while saving his life, so he didn't even notice the thick tree root protruding from the ground, which he tripped over. As a result, the young man fell to the ground and injured himself, which significantly slowed his speed. The hope of getting away from his pursuer slowly faded, and the player caught his breath and took advantage of the moment of calm to turn around and see how far he had gotten. The killer's eyes glowed blood red between the trees. It was the very same true madman who had been terrorizing the entire Korean server of Arcadia for the past couple of days. His heart was beating faster and faster, Even though it was only virtual reality, the fear was all too real. After all, here you're not sitting in front of a monitor, you're actually running away from a killer. Most likely, Yoon Jae-young himself had no idea how frightening his expression was at that moment, full of pleasure at what was happening. The player couldn't run any further, and he was too scared to even get up. He crawled away from his pursuer and asked why he was trying to kill him. Of course, no one was going to answer that question. Dex silently swung his cleaver, wanting to earn another skill point as soon as possible. Then the player resorted to a last-ditch attempt to save his life, shouting that he would complain to the Arcadia administration about his actions. For a moment, it really helped. The main character stopped and trembled slightly. In fact, he was already quite tired of running around the open world and killing anyone he came across. He sighed heavily and lowered his heavy sword, purely out of fatigue, asking a rhetorical question and wondering what exactly the death row inmate meant. All this talk was actually completely meaningless, because he couldn't stop anyway and was only doing it because he had been ordered to. The words that this was just a task shocked the player. He couldn't understand what it was all about, and couldn't even believe that such a task could exist. But he never got an answer to his question. In the next moment, Dex silently cut down his game character, earning more points. After killing the newbie as expected, the influence level increased by 1 more point, and the hero's suffering gradually paid off. After all these hours of continuous play, Jae-yang was very tired. Running around the world all the time and repeating the same action over and over again was very exhausting. The Arcadia system has a death penalty that deprives the user of access for 24 hours. And even though it was a measure to combat addiction, so far it had only caused trouble. The customer service department received dozens of messages from users at the same time, asking for their access to the game to be restored and complaining that the player had killed them. The situation was so surprising and unpredictable that they had to call in the director of the game's Korean branch. The complaints were about a person who was killing everyone indiscriminately. This crazy jerk was causing problems at a time when they were already so busy. While the service department was deciding on overtime work, Dex calmly looked at his stats and the number of people he had killed. It was much more difficult than he thought. He was hated for his killings, so in addition to 2 sleepless nights, he had to deal with emotional turmoil. Yoon Jae-young himself was not a monster. He understood perfectly well that killing so many newbies right after launch would definitely add problems for the game's operation. He sincerely did not understand why he was given such a meaningless quest, but he believed that he had nothing to do with this outcome. When the guy was about to move on and continue his hunt, a strange and very cute unnatural sound from behind caught his attention. Dozens of small and defenseless green slimes jumped out of the thicket and gathered around him. It was impossible to understand what they wanted, because these little ones couldn't talk. Above one of them, signs popped up announcing that the young man had saved the slimes from the players hunting them, and now the creature's favor toward him had increased. Immediately after this notification, all the slimes gathered in the nearest circles jumped on Yoon Jae-young, causing him to cry out in surprise. The little ones were genuinely happy and clung to him, expressing their gratitude. Although the guy was unlucky socially, he was glad that he could at least communicate with living slime. As they hugged the green blobs of slime, the sounds of an angry crowd could be heard from deep within the forest. Soon following the loud voices, lit torches became visible, a clear sign that it was better to get out of there as soon as possible. Fatigue and sleepiness faded into the background. Now the most important thing was to run as far away as possible from the angry crowd of newbies who wanted his head. Yoon Jae-young patted one of the slugs and apologized to them. He would have been happy to play with the little ones a little longer, but if he didn't start running, others would hunt him down and it would all get more complicated. At that moment, a large crowd of armed players emerged from behind the trees, looking more like a scene from an old Frankenstein movie. At the head of this crowd was the character Dex had killed a few minutes earlier, a guy who clearly harbored a grudge against his pursuer. Noticing the receding figure of the true madman ahead, he pointed at him and shouted to his comrades to start chasing him. All that remained for the main character was to run through the forest until he broke away from his pursuers, because at this level, he would not be able to fight them all. The crowd of enraged newbies did not retreat a single step from the killer, and as a result, they drove him into a dead end, stopping only when they found themselves at the edge of a cliff. There was no point in hoping for mercy or forgiveness. All these people had gathered here for one purpose only. They wanted to take revenge as soon as possible on the person who had been terrorizing the server for 2 days. The main character understood this perfectly well, but he had no intention of giving up. The guy listened silently to all the threats and insults, thinking about a way to escape. Instead of responding, Ji-young smiled, took a step back, and jumped off the cliff in front of everyone. His pursuers approached the edge, watching as the lone figure in a black cloak flew rapidly downward, with nothing to help him avoid the fall and death. To the other players, such a suicidal move seemed like pure madness, but at least for one night, the Korean server of Arcadia was free of the maniac. As he fell, Yoon Jae-young could clearly hear the people above shouting insults and exclamations of surprise at his actions. And to be honest, it was a real pleasure, available only to such a true madman as he had become. And just before the fall, the young man simply logged out of the game. The next day, Arcadia's official account posted a video on the video site showing how an evil killer player stalks newbies, kills them, and then jumps off a cliff at the end. Many people in the comments simply laughed at the fact that small noobs were being killed. But those who had actually suffered from this guy didn't want to laugh. They wanted revenge. One of these victims, the very last one Dex killed, wanted to form a squad of killers to destroy him and invited interested users to join. The next day, at the agreed place and time, he waited for all those who wanted to help him track down and rid the virtual world of the true madman. At first, it was just an amateur gathering of users within the game, unrelated to any quests or tasks in the world. But the main difference between Arcadia's virtual reality was the ability for users to create various scenarios, not only within the game's objects, but also with players from all over the world. This happens at the will of the artificial intelligence that controls everything, at the will of the fragile girl Alice, who decided whether or not to create a task. Now she has discovered a large group of people and investigated the reason for their gathering, which turned out to be related to the mission of the main scenario called Forgotten Darkness. Deciding that it did not violate any rules and was perfectly acceptable, the artificial intelligence approved the creation of a completely new quest tailored to the players. This marked the beginning of a large-scale scenario, the first in the history of Arcadia created by the players themselves, and the first task was to find a serial killer in the slime habitat. One by one, all participants of the large-scale gathering who wanted to get rid of Dex received notifications that a new task had begun. Immediately after that, complete chaos broke out in the script team's office at Arcadia's Korean branch as a new main storyline began without their approval. All these people were responsible for creating and planning missions, but even they did not know the reason why this task had appeared. The head of the script team was furious, yelling at his subordinates and accusing them of slacking off on very important work and allowing this chaos to happen. The office, lit by red emergency lights, was deathly quiet. The team members didn't know what to say. It wasn't their fault, but at the same time, they were the ones who had to deal with it now. The situation was extraordinary. Just a week after the release, people were facing this situation for the first time and didn't even know if there was a protocol for dealing with it. In fact, even if a simple quest had been given to all users, be it a routine task, the entire department would not have been so tense. The only thing they were sure of was that this task was directly related to the first act of the main scenario. The team's expectations were not justified. Just a day after the main plot was generated, it was launched due to the fault of one of the players. There is a clear difference between the concepts of generation and start, similar to how planted seeds immediately sprout and bloom. It takes several months on average for a generated scenario to affect all users and become a real scenario. At least that's what the development team predicted at the very beginning of Arcadia's release in Seoul. 2 days was too big a difference to say that the forecast was wrong. There simply had to be a reason. The director of the scenario department was looking for the reason why all this chaos had started and stumbled upon a video about a killer of newbies on the internet. It turned out that the man did not know about the user who roamed the hunting grounds of newbies and killed other players. Apparently, he was directly connected to the main scenario. Headquarters imposed restrictions on employees, so it was impossible to find out who he was and where he lived. The department did not have such authority. As soon as the director saw the number of users killed by this madman, his eyes bulged out of his head. 1,025 deaths. Meanwhile, exhausted from 2 sleepless nights, Yoon Jae-young slept soundly in his cozy little bed, unaware of the chaos he had caused. He woke up only when the sun was already high in the sky, and as soon as he came to his senses, he immediately went online. The first thing he saw was a new special event from Arcadia, according to which justice must be restored and the true madman must be caught for a large reward. It didn't take a genius to figure out that it was about him, and the still sleepy young man was both surprised and alarmed. There were over 2,000 comments under this post. Dex really didn't want any trouble, and began to think about quitting. Come to think of it, it was high time to start making money from the game to pay off the Dreamer's capsule fees. The bills had piled up too high. The young man had no idea what to do now, so he simply fell asleep and entered the world of Arcadia, which was the only way to escape reality. Sitting on a hill in the fresh air and watching the slimes graze peacefully on the hunting grounds was better than sitting on a bed in a small closet. Here he could calmly think through all his pressing problems. First and foremost, the quest that had been created. Who would have thought that they would even come up with a task to catch him? This glade used to be a great place to hunt slimes, but now there was almost no one here except for small, round, green blobs. All that remained for Jie Yang was to go to another place where he could hunt new prey in peace. Just as the boy was about to leave the clearing, one of the slimes approached him. After he had started saving them from the players, the little ones were no longer afraid of him. On the contrary, one of these cute little creatures, badly wounded and barely alive, came to Dex to ask for help and protection. Following the creature, the cries of the newbies who were hunting the slimes could be heard. One of them couldn't finish off the poor thing and complained about the difficulties of hunting. His friend laughed at him and reminded him that he had advised him to choose anything but a mage, because it was very difficult to hunt with that class. Coming out of the forest thicket, the young man with the green nickname noticed the very slime that had just escaped from them. The defenseless creature was standing next to another player, completely unknown to them. No one knew the face of the true madman, so the guys did not recognize him. The teenagers ran closer, asking the stranger not to interfere and not to take their prey away from them, as they really wanted to finish off the slime themselves. The creature had very little health left, so they were afraid that the prey might die from a simple touch, and then the kill would not count as theirs. They didn't respond in any way. Yoon Jae-young silently looked at the very sad slime, which looked into his eyes and literally begged for salvation. In an instant, a determination was born in the young man's heart to save the baby from certain death at all costs. Over the past few days, a real bond had formed between him and the slimes. Instead of saying a word, Dex put on his hood and slowly walked towards the two low-level newbies. The mage, who had been unable to kill the slime, began to recognize the player as someone vaguely familiar, but his friend was no longer listening. He decided that the stranger's approach was tantamount to a challenge. Jae-young remained silent, slowly approaching the two kids. Today, he didn't want to kill them. He had something completely different in mind, something more cunning and despicable. His opponent's behavior slowly drove the young man out of his mind. The player with the green nickname took the bait and, with a quiet, discontented growl, ran up to the madman himself. This was the first stage of Dex's plan. He stopped and allowed the young man to hit him in the shoulder. The next step in the plan was to lose his footing. Literally a second passed between the push and the fall to the ground, and in that moment, the mood of the main character changed dramatically. A smug smile appeared on his face. All his problems faded into the background, and he began to enjoy what was happening again. Immediately after he fell to the ground, the young man yelled as loud as he could so that the other players would hear that there was a killer nearby, and the guy's nickname slowly began to turn red. Playing the role of the victim perfectly, Yoon Jae-young fell to the ground and began to writhe, clutching his supposedly wounded body and screaming about how much pain he was in and how he was about to die. Like rats, players from all over the area, their eyes burning with greed, began to gather at the cry to catch the killer of the newbies. The reward for capturing the true madman was too great, and the users' minds were literally clouded as they surrounded the two newbies in a crowd. The frightened knight began to back away and try to convince people that it wasn't him who was suspicious, but the guy behind him. But there was no one behind him anymore. The cunning Dex and the little slime had run away so fast that only their heels were visible. The other users were no longer listening to anything the guy accused of murder was trying to explain to them. All that mattered to them was the reward, and they all rushed at him as a crowd. The two friends had no choice but to say goodbye to their virtual lives because they were standing on the edge of a cliff, with nowhere to run and a bunch of angry players ahead of them. Under the wave of stress, the young mage remembered where he had seen this man before. This pair of sinister eyes had been haunting him for several days. The guy who ran away and left them to be torn apart by other players was the very madman from the rumors. He had simply set them up. Meanwhile, the joyful and lively slime and Jae-young ran far enough away that they couldn't be found, barely managing to escape. Only now did the young man notice that his new friend had been following him the whole time. He picked up the little one, and the slime jumped happily, expressing its gratitude. In his joy, the little one began to rub against his savior and press himself against him, as if hugging him. The young man didn't mind. On the contrary, he was happy himself. For saving one of the little creatures of this world, Dex received a notification that the slime's favor towards him had reached its limit, and he had earned the title of Friend of Slime. It was quite logical that he received this title, because every time he killed newbies, he kept saving the little ones. But nothing would change just because he had earned the favor of the first-level slimes. A turning point was needed to continue the game, and that moment had come. The player had met the minimum requirement for the influence stat and could now help them by using this skill. Looking at the slug's stats, Yoon noticed the influence points at the bottom and immediately understood what he could do. A crazy smile spread across his face. Finally, the game was becoming fun. Knowing the rules for using the skill, he also realized the extent of his power in this new crazy world. With a single movement, the true madman filled his little slimy friend with all the influence points he had after killing 1,025 players. After this action, a warning popped up saying that the influence would disappear forever, and the game asked if he was sure of his choice, and of course, the guy was sure. Now there was no turning back. It was a point of no return. A true madman had just been born in the world of Arcadia, one capable of literally influencing the virtual world. The main indicators of the slime had been changed. Now all the small, harmless pieces of slime were not level 1, but level 15. The creatures that users must defeat, also known as monsters, exist in RPG games to make the gameplay more exciting and challenging. Only by defeating such a creature does the player receive the item they need to level up, strengthen their character, or simply advance in the game. Among these monsters are the initial ones that new users, known as beginners, hunt, monsters that serve as basic practice, mobs for training. In Arcadia Online, the type of monster that performs this very role of training is slime, a fairly harmless little creature. But a good question was what would happen to the game world if these beginner monsters became so strong that newbies couldn't hunt them? The answer to this question can be seen on Arcadia's official video channel, where players can post their own gameplay videos. Among the pile of monotonous videos, such as one where a guy tries to become as strong as possible with a first-level club, you can find many other things. For example, a video about how one of the players climbed a bizarrely tall tower in the virtual world. Such videos do not get too many views. Or you can find a video about how the most ordinary basic slime has become too strong, and that's much more interesting. The video begins with a new player entering the virtual world of Arcadia for the first time, amazed by the high-quality graphics and visuals around him. This guy just walks around the area, looks at nature, moves from one location to another, and simply spends his time peacefully. At some point, he encounters a small slime on his way and is touched by how damn cute this little blob looks and how it spreads across the ground. At this moment, the player makes a mistake and takes out his first-level sword, deciding to try to kill the slug, because why not? Noticing that the guy is aggressive, the little creature makes a sound, looks straight at him, and slowly starts to approach. The new user starts screaming in surprise as the slime gets closer and closer, and then the monster jumps right at him. After cries for help, the screen changes to white noise, and the video cuts off, making it immediately clear to everyone that the initial mob killed the first-level player. The end result of the influence skill at level 1025 was a race of peaceful and harmless level 15 slimes, a terrible end caused by a weak appearance. In Arcadia, there are an average of 10,000 new users every day, and this has led to the total extermination of newbies. Complete chaos ensued in the game, with players trying to strike the monsters but to no avail, as the blade passed through the slime, after which the body became whole again. The slimes took no damage at all, and moreover chased the players around the clearing until they caught up with them and killed them. Yoon Jae-young calmly watched the complete confusion from the top of the cliff. He was the only living creature in this game who was enjoying himself and having fun. Come to think of it, slimes were a passive type of monster that only attacked after being attacked themselves, but suddenly they became the ones who attacked first. As soon as the slug saw a player in front of them, they immediately attacked and killed them for the reward, and there was nothing that could be done about it. The most logical conclusion the hero could come to was that all this was a consequence of his little friend's level increase. That's how much influence could change the game from within. It could be a much more hardcore ability than the guy initially thought. He was pulled out of his deep train of thought by his good old friends, who found themselves in the hunting grounds of the newbies, targeted by slugs. This group was the very same guys who had declared war on the true madman, and now they were surrounded with nowhere to run. The leader of the gang who had started it all was screaming in fear like a little girl and cursing the slugs for daring to attack them. Of course, the little monsters didn't listen to him. They didn't care. They saw their target in these people and calmly jumped toward them. When the creature jumped into the air, there was nothing he could do. The guy only had time to realize what was waiting for him when the slime jumped on him. The reinforced slime effortlessly killed the newbie and jumped away, while his friends stood watching his game character dissolve. This shocked everyone who was near their leader at that moment. They did not expect such a harmless mob to kill with one blow. Due to their deep shock, the young people did not even realize that it was time to run as far and as fast as possible, and they paid for their stupidity. All the deaths that occurred because of the slime added experience points to Ji-young's influence skill. He didn't even have to do anything. The situation turned out much better than he had expected, which couldn't help but please and satisfy his narcissistic soul. After only 2 hours, the guy was able to earn 3,924 skill points while sitting in one place. All this made the young man realize that there was no point in just mindlessly completing the quest. He wanted to make the slime even stronger, but it was already at its maximum level. This turn of events was a little disappointing, but still, there was much more benefit than regret. Even at this level, the slimes did their job perfectly. That should be enough. The little green friends came closer to him. Dex was the only player they were friendly towards. Saying goodbye to his little helpers, the young man said he would be counting on them and left, and the monsters were happy to hear that. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, the situation was tense to the extreme, with all employees silently trembling in fear of the executive director. The man was so angry that when he demanded a report, he even looked like a demon straight out of the game screen. According to the report from the script department, it turned out that the characteristics of the slime had increased abnormally, and because of this, there had been an increase in the number of deaths among novice users. There was no news from headquarters at all. They were silent as fish, so the branch had to deal with the situation on its own, without any support from the main office. The first thing to do was to find out how much stronger the slimes had become, but the director did not expect the answer he received. Small, harmless, friendly monsters had become 10 times stronger, not twice or even 3 times, but 10 times. This was an abnormal figure for mobs such as slimes. Even in the game, they weren't supposed to change so quickly and so dramatically. The man went from being terribly angry to terribly frightened. The situation hadn't changed much, and the employees were still afraid to even raise their heads in his presence. Even more terrifying was how suddenly the director's face changed, and how abruptly he remembered something very important. He was curious about how much base health the new users had, hoping that things weren't so bad, and that even if it was difficult, the newbies would still be able to cope. But after his subordinate's answer, that hope died a brave death. The players had too little health to withstand the level 15 monsters. At the moment, the total health bar was at 100 points, which meant that with the current slime attack, survival in the world would be 0. For a first-level beginner, just one hit from a basic monster would be enough to teach them a lesson in death. This news was too much for the man to bear, and he was about to faint, but fortunately, he managed to stay on his feet. Everything that happened in the world of Arcadia could not have been caused by a mistake. This world was designed down to the smallest detail, using the best and most advanced technologies. And yet somehow within this perfect world, great chaos had ensued. They couldn't just ignore this incident and not react in any way. If it was impossible to understand what was happening from this side of the screen, and the head office remained silent and did not want to intervene, then the branch director could only figure it out himself from the inside. Immersing himself in the capsule, he entered the heart of the game, where CEO Kwon Myung-han, with his third-level administrator access, was granted permission. Fully determined to find out what was really going on here, the man came to the one who ruled this entire virtual world. Alice, a blonde goddess in artificial intelligence, at whose will all events in this world took place and who controlled every part of it. The girl's gaze was cold, her mind overflowing with information, and therefore human emotions were inaccessible to her to the extent that they are accessible to us. She looked indifferently at the director and remained silent. The next day, Ji-young returned to the novice hunting ground, the habitat of the slime, to destroy a few enemies and just see how things were going, but the clearing was empty. There was absolutely no one there, as if the players had never entered this territory, which could become a problem for him. Despite the fact that he had already accumulated 9,640 kills, the killing of players had slowed down significantly, probably because they had started to appear. On top of that, players above level 15 had started hunting here, and it was becoming difficult for the little slugs and the young man to compete with them. There would be no more easy walks with quick skill point accumulation, but still the situation wasn't so bad, as the kill counter hadn't stopped completely. Immediately after thinking about this, the counter reached 10,000 kills, for which the game awarded him a title for a feat that no one had ever accomplished before. Since the reward limit for this mission had been exceeded, the player was given an interim reward that could be obtained immediately. The young man was immediately delighted by all the bonuses and wanted to see what was there. But as soon as he clicked on the Get button at Odier, a strong wind blew him back. A powerful purple lightning bolt struck the ground right in front of him, and the shock wave covered his head. It was very powerful and strong pressure. His first thought was that they had given him a trap under the guise of a reward, which was why there were so many special effects and such a powerful burst of energy. But soon the wind died down, and a black lump of magic appeared before his eyes, more like an egg. This black egg-like thing was the reward, but Dex had no idea what it was or what to expect. The next minute, the egg cracked, and something began to hatch from it. Something bright and very, very powerful. A bright white light blinded everything around him, making it impossible to see what was happening. But if you look closely, you could see a figure in the center of the egg. It was the same person who looked like a gargoyle and guarded the imprint of darkness. But now he had awakened as a familiar for the player. The size of this monster was simply incredible, and its voice was more like the roar of a beast, yet it was still possible to understand what this strange creature was saying. The pressure and magical energy were incredibly immense, and Jae-young looked happy and excited as he looked at his new acquisition, expecting it to be something epic. The summoned familiar turned out to be the Lord of Chaos, the king of all demons and monsters, Satan. The summoning was not yet complete, as a magical wind swept the Demon King away before he could fully manifest himself in this world. The cheerful demon laughed and rejoiced that someone had finally summoned him, and he spoke of being summoned into a younger body as if it were something unworthy of much attention. He rejoiced and enjoyed the fact that even with this power, he would be able to wipe out the angelic fools until he looked at himself. The size of this great and powerful Prince of Darkness was so small that he barely resembled a child, and was lucky if he reached Dex's knees. Now the little king was truly disappointed, screaming and complaining about how small his body was. To understand the situation, Satan turned to the man in front of him. But this man stood there, understanding nothing and not intending to do anything to help the king. In response to the question, the hero said that he did not yet know how to summon, and that he himself had simply appeared here as a familiar as soon as he had taken the intermediate reward. These words greatly upset the Demon King, who had not expected to be summoned as just a small and pathetic familiar of some human. The great and powerful devil began to throw a real tantrum, oblivious to everything around him, and simply continued to scream emotionally and complain about his fate. From the outside, it looked very cute, of course, but at the same time very strange, with a small and incomprehensible creature sitting on your lap and whining. It was very hard to believe that this small, childlike creature was the same powerful and great terrifying king of demons. There was nothing to be done. The life and reputation of the Lord of Hell had already been ruined, so all that remained was to accept it and submit to the game. Rising above the ground on his tiny wings, Satan began to explain to the man that because of the forced contract, they would have to be together for a while. After that, the little Lord of Demons settled comfortably on the top of the main character's head, crossing his legs in a yoga pose. And since this had happened before, the king quickly calmed down and felt quite comfortable sitting on the young man's head. The only one who was a little embarrassed by this was Dex, who sincerely did not understand whether he should be happy that the king of monsters was sitting on his head. After sitting on top of the man for a while longer, the demon suddenly felt that he was hiding a rather large and unusual power inside himself. It was much greater than he had initially thought, and it interested Satan so much that he instantly forgot all his discontent. It turned out that influence could be used not only to strengthen slimes, but also to use the powers of a familiar, and the presence of such a skill greatly fascinated the Lord. He was so delighted that he didn't even answer the man's questions, continuing to talk about his own business, and in the end asked him to transfer all the power to him as soon as possible. Yoon Ji-young sincerely did not understand what power was being referred to, But after the demon explained that this ability could turn the laws of this world upside down, he realized what it could be. Of course, he was talking about the influence skill, which the guy had been leveling up for the past 5 days with the help of his slime friends. Humans had a limit on the use of this power, so the demon continued to insist that all skill points be transferred to him, even promising a reward. At the mention of a reward, mountains of gold and diamonds flashed in the young man's mind. He simply couldn't pass up such an opportunity. This power of influence was apparently something truly powerful, since even the Demon King wanted to obtain it, which meant that the reward must be commensurate. Satan was indeed very powerful and could give anything one could wish for as a deception and actually present it as a gift. In this situation, he really wanted to give something to the person he was temporarily serving in exchange for power. In a minute, he created an incredibly beautiful mantle of Nergal, the lord of the second army of the underworld. This item was only available from level 150, and it was incredibly powerful. Even on the American server, which had opened earlier, the highest rank for a player was 50, so it was simply insane to see such a thing before your eyes. But now such a powerful high-level item simply made no sense to Dex, especially since his character did not have a level system. The Demon King himself would never have believed that anyone in their right mind would refuse such an item, so he decided that Nergal's capes were not enough. He decided to simply ask directly what exactly the man wanted as a reward for sharing the power of influence with him. At first, Jae Yang wanted to say that he didn't need anything at all, but then he suddenly remembered that there was one thing he wanted more than to strengthen himself. But first, he needed to find out if the Demon King could strengthen other monsters. The little devil was very curious about which monsters the human wanted to strengthen, but when he heard that it was slime, he froze in shock for a second. Then he burst out laughing wildly, mocking the player and laughing at the madness of his request. But the hero did not back down. For the king of all demons and monsters, anything was possible. He could easily strengthen any creature in this virtual world. It all depended on how much the man was willing to offer. In order to strengthen his beloved little and cute slimes, the young man was ready to give up all his influence skill points, even though it was crazy and clearly useless. 8,000 points of power weren't just lying around on the road, and Satan smiled, anticipating the sensations to come. The next minute, a huge magic field lit up under their feet. The deal with the devil was done, and all the skill points were transferred from the player to him. Deep in the hunting grounds for beginners, a new creature was born, a beautiful girl called the Queen of Slime, and her level was 100. At the same time, ordinary players above level 15 dealt with small, innocent, peaceful slimes with incredible ease. For them, it was too easy, akin to entertainment, a cruel hobby that took the lives of creatures and filled their pockets with rewards. For them, such a bug was only beneficial. Unlike first-level players, they could easily gain a whole bunch of experience. Now these hunting grounds had become a great place for players like them to quickly level up and accumulate resources. Friends laughed loudly as they discussed what was happening in the rankings and how quickly they were rising in power, not even noticing the looming threat. The next second, the ground beneath their feet literally exploded, rising up in uneven, jagged pieces and knocking them off their feet. A dark, incomprehensible force seeped out from under the ground, and a malicious whisper incited the weak creatures, who were being killed for no reason, to unleash all their fury. The most peaceful race, which lived in these lands just to exist, was being completely exterminated along with the humans. The slimes changed their green color to a dark, gloomy purple, filled with dark, demonic energy, and obeying the whispers, prepared for their revenge. They lined up in a row and looked as if they were about to attack, but for a while the creatures stood silently in place. Some of the friends gathered here could not stand on their feet. They watched what was happening in complete shock and could not figure out that it was time to run away. A new artificially created earthquake began, and the players screamed, looking around and trying to understand what was happening. Following the rumbling and shaking, something even more terrifying happened, causing people to lose their speech and forget how to breathe. Hordes of slimes rose into the air. The sight was simply terrifying. There were so many of them, and even if they were still level 15, it was impossible for the three of them to deal with them. One of the players covered his face with his hands and screamed in fear, begging someone to save him, certain that the slimes were about to attack. More than a minute passed, but nothing happened. His character did not die, and he was not kicked out of the game. Something was wrong. Instead of attacking, the little slimes literally flew in one direction like a hurricane, ignoring the people standing in front of them. They were clearly up to something terrible. It was hard to believe his eyes, but the slimes were actually creating something incredible that no one had ever created before. Something that could only be seen in the virtual world. They formed one huge wave of slime, and gradually, with each passing moment, this figure became more and more human-like. At that moment, all the players who were in the hunting ground saw a notification from the game appear in front of their faces. In such a dangerous and incredible moment, the only thing missing was a system notification. No one expected anything like this to happen. The system told them part of the story. From that moment on, the peaceful slime race united and sacrificed their lives to give birth to their deity, who would lead them well on the path of vengeance. Immediately after the Slime Queen was created, she let out a heart-rending, piercing, loud cry. The goddess was very angry. She roared again, and the shock wave from her actions knocked down all the trees nearby, the roar drowning out the cries of the dying players. Only a few were lucky enough to remain unharmed when huge, thick tree trunks fell on them. Seeing such an incredible and, at the same time, terrifying sight with my own eyes was truly frightening. You would never encounter anything like this in real life. The goddess of slime was of simply incredible proportions, towering above the earth and inspiring soul-chilling fear and awe. Yunjiang stood silently at the edge of the cliff with the Demon King, watching the chaos unfold in complete bewilderment. All complaints could only be directed at Tan, because he was the one who did what he did and created such a monster simply by strengthening the slime. Hearing his new friend's explanation, the boy leaned toward him and, smiling tensely, said that he had asked them not to strengthen it to such an extent. The mere cry of this monster could knock anyone who stood in its way off their feet with a gust of wind, even a tiny version of the Lord of Hell. Unlike the players, Tan was beside himself with joy. The Queen of Slime was so powerful that he would not mind including her in the Demon Legion. Despite being a lower life form, the awakened desire for revenge worked wonders. Who could have expected such self-sacrifice for the creation of a deity? People killed slime as soon as it appeared, but the Demon King simply fueled their desire for revenge, not without the help of the influence that Dex had given him. These words greatly affected the main character. He did not expect such results to be possible and did not fully understand what was happening, perhaps due to shock. Only a small grain of influence could strengthen this race so much. Such was the power possessed by the true madman of the Arcadia universe. Meanwhile, the remaining slimes gathered in groups and attacked ordinary players. People gathered together, blocked them with shields, and prepared to do everything possible to defend themselves. The most legendary battle between humans and slimes began. They tried to defend themselves and fight back, but unfortunately, most of the slimes were much stronger. At that moment, all players in the world of Arcadia, especially those in the beginner village, received a notification that a new main scenario quest had appeared. Now they had to defend their village and kill the slime goddess within 6 days. Otherwise, the newbie village would be destroyed once and for all. While people were in deep shock and horror that the village would be destroyed, the Slime Queen was getting closer and closer, and the ground beneath their feet shook from her roar. At first, the people were simply surprised because they had not yet seen the huge monster looming over the earth and had only heard it. But when they saw the giant green girl made entirely of slime, they were terrified and realized that their end was most likely near. Meanwhile, Dex sat on the same cliff and silently watched the situation unfold, while the Demon King on his shoulder tried to persuade him to do more evil deeds. For example, to go to the village and break the Guardian Stone, leaving the people completely defenseless. When the young man said that he just wanted to sit there and watch everything, and that he had no intention of interfering, Tan was very surprised. He had expected some fun and action, not just sitting on the sidelines. In order not to be completely disappointed in life, he assumed that his master simply wanted to wait for the right moment and destroy the last hope for victory. Believing his own nonsense, the Demon King lost himself in his thoughts again and burst out laughing, while the main character decided to just ignore him. An endless stream of notifications began to arrive, informing him that he was gaining one influence point after another, with new players dying one after another in what was truly a massacre. Now the main character had to make perhaps the most difficult choice of his life, as the Lord of Hell had predicted. He had to decide once and for all whether he was on the side of the monsters or on the side of the people, whom he would protect and against whom he would fight and destroy. Jie Yang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to take action and make a fateful choice for this world. The slimes continued to attack the village, and the Queen of Slime let out another piercing roar of the leader, her ability capable of dealing 5,000 points of damage. Employees of the Korean branch of Arcadia Online watched everything that was happening in a rather tense atmosphere. The worst part was for the branch director, Kwon Myung-han, because if anything happened, he would be the one to take the heat from the head office. And he was responsible for all the confusion that was now happening in the game. The head of the script department, Kang Tae-yong, jumped up from the table. He could no longer sit idly by. The server had to be restarted immediately. For them, there could be no other reason why a level 100 monster would appear where newbies get their classes and learn about them, except for a mistake. The head of the design department, Hwang Ji, supported her colleague. Her department had never created a concept for such a monster, or rather the Korean branch had never created it. This meant that management was to blame. Only they could have created something like this behind the branch's back in the game. And this is what angered Yona. He believed that they were abusing their position. All this time, the director listened to them in silence. On the one hand, he completely agreed with his people, but on the other hand, he knew something they didn't, and that changed everything. The sudden start of the main scenario, then this suspicious quest involving the murder of newbies, and finally the onset of the slime raid. Only when he put all these facts together did the man finally understand what he had long suspected and denied, not wanting to admit. Suddenly he asked a question, a series of questions about what exactly the company wanted to achieve, and his sudden words confused the employees. After he finally fully understood everything that was happening, Myung-han repeated Arcadia's motto, endless possibilities and endless freedom. It was foolish to believe that the management was planning such events. Those lazy asses who had dumped the organization of plans and events on the branch were not capable of such a thing. Only one player was responsible for all the consequences within the game. It was he who started the main scenario, then killed the newbies and began manipulating the stats. Silence fell over the conference room. All the department heads were in complete shock. No one in their right mind could have imagined that such a thing was possible. All this meant that the events with the slimes and the appearance of the 100th level boss were the fault of one strange player. And if all these events had happened for this reason, then they, as developers, had no right to intervene. Such was Arcadia's policy. They couldn't do anything, even if it meant the punishment of permanently deleting the newbie village. Meanwhile, the full-scale slime attack was in full swing, and Edelin was engulfed in fire and chaos. People fought the monsters as best they could. No one stood aside, and everyone tried to help in any way they could, with shields, reinforcement, healing, or anything else. Even the system characters, possessing their own intelligence, helped the players fight the monsters that had attacked the city. One of the knights had only managed to defeat one slime so far, and if it weren't for the adventurers, that is the players, the city would have been destroyed long ago. While he was lost in thought and distracted, a new powerful enemy appeared behind him, and only when it had almost jumped on the old man did he notice it. Even the game characters felt fear, and the man turned around and froze in horror, expecting his own imminent death. But at that moment, a hero appeared out of nowhere, eager to save the knight defending Edelin. With his large shield, the guy stopped the slime and covered the character with himself, saving his digital life in the game. It was the perfect chance to retreat, because if they had remained on the battlefield in the condition the wounded old man was in, both of them would surely have died. Endowed with artificial intelligence, the warrior immediately understood what was wanted of him and agreed with his young savior. A little later, they managed to hide among the streets of the village. The player advised the old man to heal himself and stay in this safe place until he got better, while he himself would return to the battle. The rescued guard was very grateful. He had survived only thanks to this player, and now did not know how to repay him. In response, the young man simply said that he had done what he had to do and that it was not worth any thanks. But NPCs didn't know how to back down, and the old man continued to praise him, saying that he was like the fearless, righteous warrior his grandfather had told him about. This brave warrior defended and helped everyone he met on his way, just like this player now. It was too obvious a start to the quest, and so it happened, after a request to find the old man a little later, when there was time so that he could give him the notes of that very warrior from the diary, a hidden quest about old legends began. Previously, there were only rumors about this quest, and no one knew for sure whether it was possible to get it or not, and what needed to be done to achieve it. That's what the main scenario of the game could offer, and the happy player promised that he would definitely find the old man after the battle and would not forget about it. But before returning to the mission about secret records and old stories, it was necessary to stop this terrifying monster made of slime. 3 days had passed since the full-scale invasion began, about half of the time allotted for the raid, and people were still fighting the slimes. However, Korean gamers are known for their tenacity. Many of them will never back down in the face of difficulty and will definitely see the job through to the end on principle. High-level players heard about what was happening and also took part, tipping the scales in favor of the humans in this war. The newbies formed their own team and tried to keep their distance, even though they were significantly outmatched by the stronger gamers. However, the most influential factor was a title awarded for killing 1,000 slimes, Slime Crusher, and the additional characteristics that came with it. As soon as players began to receive this title, the slimes' advance slowed, giving them hope for victory. They were still very far from victory, not even having begun to attack the queen herself, but it was still a big step for them. For all 3 days, Yoon Jae-young did nothing but watch how events unfolded and how the battle progressed. Half of the allotted time had passed, but he still hadn't completely decided which side he wanted to be on. And besides, it was very exciting to watch how people were coping. During this time, the number of new recruits killed reached an incredible number, more than 30,000 people, which could not fail to please the Demon King. Everything that was happening was more like a real and brutal war. Tan rejoiced like a child and admired the cruelty of his master, which was eerily strange. Most of the time, the young man simply ignored the small but noisy Lord of Hell on his shoulder. But time was running out, and it was time to end this whole charade. He had already collected enough influence skill points, and it would take him a very long time to collect them one person at a time. Now he had to think about what to do next. In the current situation, if Dex continued to do nothing, the people could actually win and defeat the Slime Queen. They were already one step away from victory, if not more, and their persistence and stubbornness clearly would not allow them to give up so easily. For a villain as small as Satan, it was simply unacceptable to allow pathetic humans and players to defeat monsters, or even to simply win. The game had chosen the most suitable host for him, and Jae-young was of the same opinion. If humans won at the very beginning of the game, all the fun would be lost. Suddenly, the young man fell silent and opened his inventory, looking through his equipment and stats. The sudden silence slightly surprised the familiar. Instead of answering, the true madman put on the cloak he used to kill users and prepared for battle. Dark brown bloodstains were already visible on the edge of the cloak. Tan made a sound of disgust at the sight of this. He was very particular. Dex continued to ignore his words and did not respond to any of the bones. Be that as it may, it was time to choose a side. The guy's attitude alone was enough to ignite the fire in the little demon's devilish soul. And from that moment on, they were on the side of the slime. Humanity in the world of Arcadia Online had a new powerful and unpredictable enemy. Director Kwon couldn't leave things as they were and let the village of newbies disappear without a trace, so he came to the one who had much more influence for help. All the man could do was beg the girl to cancel the quest to raid the slime, because only she had the authority to do so. Sitting at the table was Lee Mi-yeon, the CEO appointed personally by the creators of Arcadia to manage virtual reality activities in Korea. However, she clearly had no intention of doing anything. After listening to the director, Mi-yeon looked at him very seriously, remaining silent. From that moment on, the remaining time allotted for the raid against the slime gradually began to fall into place. A total of 7 days were allocated for the attack on the slimes, which was both a lot and very little at the same time. The city of newcomers, Edelin, once a peaceful and quiet place, instantly turned into a battlefield, but gradually everything was coming to an end. The streets were lined with barricades. The houses near the city wall were destroyed, but everything was quite peaceful. The slimes were gradually retreating, and the players had time for a short respite. With 10 minutes and 42 seconds left until the end of the quest, the users were sure that the enemies had surrendered. A week had passed, and the monsters still hadn't broken through the line of defense. The confidence that they were finished once and for all was like a fixed idea for the players. They were afraid of losing the village of newbies and respect in the gaming community, so they clung to this idea. But at that moment, with exactly 10 minutes left, the sky turned bright red, as if someone had placed a huge ruby right in front of the sun. Such a sudden change scared the hell out of everyone who was in the game at that moment and was in the square. And only Dex looked very happy. His plan had just begun. He stood on the head of the Slime Queen and personally launched a new and final attack by the monsters on the human settlement. With him, they had every chance of victory. Despite his intense fear, the brave warrior continued to convince his fellow players that the change in the color of the sky was meaningless, that time was almost up. But he was unable to finish his impassioned speech, because at that moment, something so terrible appeared right behind him, by the wall, that it threw all the players off balance. Even the game characters were frightened. The Queen of Slime was getting closer and closer to the city, and with each step she took, the hope of victory faded. The prolonged terror of the slimes by the human race, the confrontation motivated by the inability to continue to let the murderers get away with their crimes. The fury caused by the thirst for revenge forced the slime deity to do something to protect her defenseless subjects. Her mighty roar alone struck terror into the hearts of all the players who heard and saw it. Approaching the city wall, the Queen of Slime reached out her hands to the city itself, easily able to grab anyone standing in her way. There were less than 10 minutes left until the end of the quest, and the players were faced with a huge and powerful creature that few of them could even fight. The Queen had no intention of retreating. She was determined to finish what she had started and destroy all those who had tormented her children. With a wave of her hand made entirely of slime, she released hundreds of slimes into battle. They were part of her body, and they came out of her body to fight again. Weapons and shields fell to the ground. The newbies weren't ready for this. They were terrified. This was not the same as sitting in front of a monitor. Here the monster, albeit not real, was right in front of them. No matter how loudly the lone knight shouted, no matter how much he urged them to keep their formation, no one could bring themselves to actually fight this creature. Yes, it was just a game, but the game was taking place in their minds. They were acting in this game as if it were real life. They saw it all with their own eyes and felt every drop of slime on their skin. No matter how brave a player was, no matter how much he urged the others to join him and attack the Queen with anything they could, he still met the same fate as many others. The huge hand of the slime deity hung over him. He screamed louder than anyone else, and he would be the first to die at the hands of the enraged monster. These were the last seconds of his life. And even though he understood that this was an unreal world, at that moment he felt real fear. The last question he managed to ask before being kicked out of the game was whether the developers really thought that newbies had a chance against her. Immediately after the Slime Queen attacked one of the players, she herself was hit by a magical attack from the side. One of the high-level players from the Korean server came to the rescue, shouting as loud as he could, urging everyone to listen to him. This brought the newbies, who were frantic with fear, back to their senses. The young people stopped and looked at him, most of them simply frozen in shock. There were 5 minutes left, and they needed to hold out for just a little longer. The player urged them not to try to kill the monster, but simply to distract it from the protective crystal on the main street. They would be able to win if they didn't let it reach the protective crystal in the central square, which protected their entire city and kept it from falling. At stake was the honor of the Korean server and the global gaming community, as well as their own honor. The last line of defense had to be protected at all costs. This speech inspired the players, and they decided that they would overcome the trouble no matter what. There was little time left, and even if someone was killed now, they would be able to re-enter the game. But the quest would already be over. They raised their weapons again, burning with the same desire to win and continue playing calmly without fear of being killed by slimes at any moment. The high-level player was able to ignite a thirst for battle in his online friends. It was like a real war in the Asai world, like a manga come to life. The main threat in all this was the fear of battle felt by the newbies themselves. And now that this threat had receded, it was possible to attend to more important matters and save the city. They were confident that they could repel the attack, complete the quest, and defeat the Slime Queen. But the goddess herself had no intention of retreating. Unlike humans, she knew no fear. With 10 seconds left on the quest, the people continued to stand guard and repel attacks. Now their goal was not to kill the slime, but simply to protect the crystal. With each passing second, their confidence in victory grew, while the Slime Queen seemed anxious, as if she could sense it. She fought frantically, knocking people down, destroying walls and houses with a single wave of her hand, and there were 8 seconds left. There were 7 seconds left when that high-level hero decided to challenge the goddess directly. He filled his heavy sword with magic, thinking that he could actually defeat her with 6 seconds left in the quest. However, no one knew that this monster had a strong protective barrier, and the player rushed at her with all his might. Hitting the barrier, he was thrown back hard. Perhaps if it weren't for that shield, he could have actually dealt serious damage to the Slime Queen. There were 3 seconds left, and even though the main character of this whole thing was seriously injured, victory was in the hands of the people. It really looked as if the slime was about to lose. There were only 2 seconds left, and the city's protective crystal had not been destroyed, nor had the city itself. Meanwhile, the director of the Korean branch was still in the CEO's office, waiting for her answer, whatever it might be. The dark-haired girl was a head taller than Kwon Myung-han, and she could contact the project developers directly and influence their decisions regarding the game. The man came only to demand that his superiors stop the quest involving slimes attacking the village of newbies. He still hoped to help the players in some way, but as mentioned earlier, they couldn't influence the game in this way. It was impossible to stop or cancel anything created by players for players. They were not gods of this world. They only helped ordinary people immerse themselves in a virtual reality where there was complete freedom of choice. The only thing they could do as developers was to come up with countermeasures, not erase the event itself. All hope of completing the task and winning rested solely on the players themselves. And in the meantime, there was only one last second left before the end of the slime raid. Wounded with his last health points, the player sat right next to the protective crystal, thrown there by the shock wave from the collision with the barrier. He laughed because, despite all his wounds and the loss of players, the mission time was almost over, and the slimes had not destroyed the crystal. At that very moment, in the last fraction of a second, the protective stone behind him cracked. It was a complete defeat, something no one expected, especially the young man who saw that no slime had come close to him or the crystal. The true madman stood on the stone platform, and his cleaver mercilessly pierced the protective crystal, the city's only hope for defense. The quest had failed, the players had failed to protect Edelin, and it was all because of one guy named Yoon Jae-young, who was simply bored. As a result of his actions, the city of newbies was forever erased from the world of Arcadia Online. The wounded player didn't even have time to do anything. The main character killed him with a single blow, but he didn't receive a single skill point for this kill, probably because he wasn't a newbie. All the users who were fighting slimes at that time rushed to the square, thinking that some monster had managed to break through. Imagine their surprise when they saw the culprit who had caused Arcadia to lose the city of Edelin. It was not a monster but a player, an ordinary gamer, just like them, standing where the protective crystal had once stood. Dex smiled at the newcomers who had arrived at the scene. He was genuinely enjoying everything that was happening and couldn't wait to see the consequences of the slime's victory. Along with the crystal, the newcomers' city had also been destroyed, and purple crystal dust flew through the air, not yet having had time to settle or disappear completely. Of course, the players' patience quickly ran out. They had spent almost a whole week of their lives protecting the spawn, but in the end, they lost everything because of one single idiot. In the eyes of others, Yoon Jae-young was a madman, a crazy, hateful troll, so it was no surprise that they hated him. Users took up arms, their anger now directed at a fellow gamer like themselves. The slimes were a thing of the past, and people even forgot that they had failed the quest. Some even swore that they would devote their entire lives to catching the true madman. None of those who had survived such an ordeal could let him get away with it. But one lifetime would not be enough. These words gradually began to bring the players to their senses, and immediately after that, a notification appeared stating that the Slime Fury quest had failed. The city of newcomers Edelin was about to be wiped off the face of the earth. A bright ball of dark magic lit up in the sky, and punishment began to take effect. It was the heart of the Slime Queen, which had literally just exploded into thousands of tiny pieces of slime, and no one really understood what was happening. Stuck between stone slabs lying on the ground, weapons and players' clothes, the slime began to slowly rise into the air. It looked very frightening, as if some kind of monster was trying to revive and gather itself together. All the slime killed by the warriors slowly rose into the air and quietly gathered together. The monster's attack was not over yet. The gamers watching all this hoped that these weren't new enemies, that even during the raid, monsters wouldn't literally appear from under the ground. Their worst fears came true. All the slimes that had been killed during this war gathered together and came back to life. But something was still wrong. A bright light flashed, and the magic of rebirth literally blinded everyone who was too close to the place where the magic lightning struck. All the slimes from the surrounding area flocked to the place where the magical discharge appeared. When their vision returned, the players tried to see what was happening there. 3 incredibly huge slimes, as tall as a 2-story house, appeared before them. No one had ever seen monsters of this species so large before. The peace-loving slimes had long been oppressed by humanity, but they managed to fight back against their oppressors in a fierce battle, and now victory was theirs. More and more large monsters appeared with each passing minute. their furious roars leaving behind emptiness and quiet horror. Now that humanity had been completely defeated, the slimes took over the lands that once belonged to this cruel race. And from that day on, the territories of Edelin were ruled by their queen, the great and powerful goddess who had brought them victory. She now looked completely different, smaller in size with more emotion on her face, and more like a human, a dignified woman. A magic circle appeared in the sky, and the city walls that once belonged to humans began to be gradually consumed by slime. Now this city is passing into the possession of the slimes. All players received a notification that they were no longer in a safe area, but in a place completely infested with hostile monsters. Moreover, it was now recommended to enter these hunting grounds only after reaching the 80th character level. While users were busy reading the updates in the game, the slime was not going to wait. They attacked people without warning. It was impossible for the newcomers to cope with such powerful opponents, especially since these were not small and cute slimes, but huge and terrifying creatures. Dex, who was watching all this chaos, laughed quietly. So this is what people mean when they say, a stranger among their own kind. The powerful slimes roared as they crushed the players, jumping on them and killing them with a single blow, while the humans simply tried to flee the area before losing access for 24 hours. The next morning, Meekin, as usual, started a video with gaming news on her TVG channel. The topic was the first multiplayer VR game, Arcadia, which had already gained quite a lot of popularity among players from all over the world. However, due to recent events within the game, players flooded the forums with complaints, mainly about the main scenario and the event that took place in the newbie town. The girl was a fairly popular blogger. Everyone watched her, even Jay Yang, but of course only after he woke up after a night of gaming. Completing the main quest was very tiring, and it wasn't even that he had to kill newbies, it was just that he was the kind of gamer who would forget about sleep and food. While washing his face and brushing his teeth, he watched gaming news with Meekin, who was talking about what a strange turn of events the destruction of the city of newbies had taken. That was the end of her report, and she cheerfully said goodbye to her viewers, and that was the end of the video. There was nothing more to add. Out of curiosity, Dex checked out the comments under the video. Opinions varied. Some couldn't believe that the location had just disappeared like that, while others thought that the developers were trolling the players. Some talked about a newbie killer, and there were also rumors about a player who broke the crystal. People believed it was the same person. One player wrote that after the defeat, his quest to change professions disappeared, but the main character did not feel guilty about it all, because in the end, he was just acting within the rules of the game. Others may not have known this, but the Bard of Anarchy had to act according to the rules. He didn't come up with it himself, nor did he go against Arcadia. And yet it all seemed very strange. A hidden mission, a secret character class, the Lord of Hell, Satan, in the form of a familiar. But the strangest thing was the guy who allowed him to open a new class, and on top of that, said strange things about confusion and chaos. It was all suspicious, very interesting, but at the same time very strange. Yoon Jae-young couldn't help but wonder if he had gotten himself into trouble. But his recklessness took over. What difference did it make what happened and what was going on? In the worst case, the developers of Arcadia would just ban him. The most important thing now was to focus on the present and not worry about the possible consequences, especially since they were not in the real world, but in the virtual world. In a few minutes, the young man arrived at the university he had enrolled in. His vacation after graduating from school had come to an end. Even though this university wasn't the coolest, he was still happy to start studying. Student life only happens once, and all young people want to enjoy it. In the lecture hall next to the seat Dex had chosen for himself, a young guy with glasses was sitting and watching a video on his phone, which immediately caught the young man's attention. Even with his peripheral vision, the young man could tell that the video was about events that had taken place in the world of Arcadia just a day ago. Someone had miraculously managed to film the true madman as he stood at the head of the Queen of Slime. It was simply amazing when and who had been able to do it. Yoon Jae-young immediately recognized himself in the video. He hadn't even noticed that someone was filming him, just as he hadn't noticed that he had moved too close to the stranger. The video was viewed by as many as 2 million people, and envy began to stir within the young man as monetization brings in a nice penny for that many views. He only came to his senses when the guy sitting next to him asked if he wanted to watch too, but Dex was already too close and invading someone else's personal space. Of course, how could he not be interested in a video starring himself? but he didn't want to admit it and simply apologized for allegedly staring unconsciously. They agreed on that, and his classmate immediately introduced himself as Lim Jae-yoon and suggested that fate had brought them together, so now they simply had to be friends. However, before Jae-young could introduce himself in return, his new friend launched into a non-stop monologue about what had been happening in the virtual world in recent days. He talked about the slimes attacking the newbie town and what had happened before that, but it didn't seem like his new friend was very interested in that. The guy just wanted to discuss his favorite game. The story went on until Jae-young suddenly stopped and changed the subject completely unexpectedly. When asked if he had heard about the newbie killer, Dex felt a chill inside. It was too sudden and too accurate. The guy immediately became nervous. It was strange that some random dude suddenly remembered this, and he couldn't help but think that he had been exposed. Lim Jae-young's eyes flashed. He clearly knew more than he was saying. His gaze was too piercing. It was possible that he had already guessed that the true madman was sitting in front of him. The video of what happened to the city of newcomers, Edalin, even reached the executive team of the Arcadia branch in Korea. The representative of the general staff really did not expect such an important and very first location to actually be destroyed. It was yet another problem on her mind. From the very launch of the game, they were prepared for unforeseen situations, given that players had complete freedom of action in this world, but no one expected things to turn out this way. And yet things weren't going so badly for the company. Of course, the disappearance of the initial location was a headache, but there was nothing they couldn't handle. At least this event attracted public attention to the game, so there were some positive consequences, but what happened should still be taken as a lesson for the future. She had never seen CEO Kwon so confused in her life, and it was all because of one single user. Meanwhile, the very same user who turned the world of Arcadia upside down was sitting in the university, panicking. It was hard to believe that someone had actually exposed him so quickly and revealed his secret literally on their first meeting. It wasn't as if Dex's life depended on this secret, but there was still a chance that he would simply be beaten up for everything that had happened in the game. Lim Jae-young nudged his new friend's shoulder to lighten the mood a little, as serious conclusions had been drawn too quickly. Taking his classmate's silence as ignorance, the student got excited and promised to reveal all the details, because he was a real expert on the mystery of the killer of newbies. It turned out that the guy was just pretending to be smart. He showed the very first video with the true madman and shared his theory that he was directly connected to the raid on the city. He had collected all the details that could be found on the internet, while Dex tried to pretend that he was unaware and did not believe that a single player could have done such a thing. Surprisingly, Jae turned out to be much more perceptive than he seemed at first glance, so it was necessary to be as careful as possible with him. Because the main character was afraid that his true nature would be revealed, he looked very stern, and this expression greatly confused his new friend. Most of all, the student was afraid that he had said too much again, but there was no time to discuss it as the professor entered the classroom. It wasn't the start of class. The man just wanted to tell the computer engineering students something before the start of the lecture. Initially, he didn't really want to interrupt their introductory lecture, but he still decided to say a few important things to potential and current students. The topic was virtual reality technology, which is on everyone's lips these days, and right now a revolution is taking place in the field of computer engineering. The reason for this is the sensational game Arcadia Online, a name that simply could not fail to attract the attention of Yoon Dae-young. Those who have already tried it and managed to play the sensational new game understand that computer engineering is no longer enough. That is why the department decided that the curriculum for computer engineering students needed to be changed due to its inability to meet modern standards. And he was absolutely right. All current technologies seem outdated compared to virtual reality, which is the future. For this reason, the man went to the students before the start of the lecture, and after lengthy discussions, the department made a specific decision. Starting this year, computer engineering at their university would be replaced by virtual reality engineering. It was not just a confusing change, too mild a term to describe such a sudden shift. However, if they did not adapt to the rapidly changing world of computer technology, they would quickly go under. After the initial lecture, Ji Ying and Jie Yang went to the cafeteria together and sat down at the same table. Or rather, the new friend followed the main character to the cafeteria. The topic of discussion, of course, was the change in the name of the entire specialty, and the professor even mentioned Arcadia right in the lecture, which made the guy very happy. Then came the very question that the young man had been afraid of all these days. His new friend was very interested in why he didn't play Arcadia. Thinking only about how not to get caught, Dex lied that he couldn't afford the capsule, and that he wasn't such a strong gamer that he would spend all his money on a virtual universe. The only way to avoid giving himself away was to change the subject. And since the guy was simply crazy about this game, the conversation returned to its original course. All he had to do was ask if Jae-young played the sensational new game, and the guy immediately lit up and shouted loudly that of course he did. And he didn't just shout, he even claimed that his character was quite high level, and the guy looked incredibly proud of himself and his gaming skills. As a good friend and understanding mentor, the student promised to help with leveling up if Jae-young decided to start playing. They agreed that if that happened, they would definitely get in touch, because now newbies appear in the most random places in the world. After talking to this strange, kind guy, the young man returned home and immediately entered the world of Arcadia, where the dissatisfied Demon King was waiting for him. He didn't care that humans needed much more time to rest and sleep. He was only concerned that he had to wait a long time and be bored alone. Although Satan looked very dissatisfied and angry, it was clear that he was just very lonely without a friend. And in such a small form, he was even cuter. While they were talking, someone approached them with a loud cry. In addition to the sounds of slime, there was also a thin female voice, but there was no sense of threat. The beautiful and refined Queen of Slime rushed at the player, but not to kill him, but to give him a big hug and welcome him. This was how slimes greeted each other. They happily jumped on their friend and knocked him off his feet. Whether it was a small lump of slime or a human-like girl, Dex fell to the ground from such a strong attack, and all the remaining slimes immediately pounced on him. It seemed as if all the monsters from the surrounding area had come here. They hugged and joyfully greeted their friend, clinging to him and jumping on him, making it difficult for the guy to breathe. Even the Demon King got his share. He was also considered a good friend, and one of the slimes jumped on him, but Tan was not happy about it. It took some effort to convince the slimes to stop their passionate expressions of love and gratitude to the player. After that, the Slime Queen bowed, expressing her gratitude to the young man who had helped her and her entire race survive. All the slimes bowed to him. Their race would never forget what the player had done to protect them. From that moment on, he became the eternal savior of the slime race. Embarrassed by all this gratitude and hugging, the guy said he hadn't done anything special, but that wasn't true. If it weren't for him, people would have continued to kill these little creatures. In addition, he was given the title of Savior of the Slimes, and as a reward for saving an entire race, he was given the Slime Crown, which immediately appeared above the character's head. Along with the title and crown, he was also given additional influence skill points. There were quite a few rewards for completing the Slime Wrath quest. His journey in this game began relatively recently, and the number of titles is growing almost every day, but it was not worth showing them to anyone yet. Satan interrupted the viewing of the rewards and new skill points, calling out to his master and drawing attention to himself. The little Demon King really wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The purple color and variety of jumping little balls were already making his eyes blurry. Of course, his master agreed to leave as soon as possible, as the slimes simply would not leave him alone. And even the Queen of Slime would not let go of her faithful hero. Compared to the monster she had been during the war, the Queen now looked very sweet, capable of feeling joy, and even saying goodbye in a human way. After saying goodbye to his friends in the seemingly abandoned city of newbies, which just a couple of days ago had been full of users, Dex set off on a new journey. A new adventure and a new goal awaited him and Tan. The world of Arcadia was simply enormous, and every bit of it needed to be explored. Further along their path lay a new city, a new point that lacked the terrible chaos that the true madman brought to the measured lives of the players. Along with the new city, a completely new creature awaited them, one that looked more like an angel. This girl, a heavenly warrior, was suspiciously similar to the Demon King, who, like her, had been sleeping until he was found by Jae-young. After the city of newbies was mercilessly destroyed, the players quickly found a replacement for it, and it became the barony of Mikhail. Rumors spread very quickly, and soon users from all over Arcadia began to flock to the lands of Mikhail. Everyone was already aware of this, including the killer of newbies, who was feared by newbies and hated by almost the entire Korean game server. He arrived in the new city, filled with curiosity, a new location, and completely new tasks and goals. 4 guards stood at the entrance to the city, letting those with passes through and questioning those who were visiting for the first time. When Jae-young got too close to the gate, one of the guards stopped him and asked his name. He wasn't afraid of ordinary NPCs, so he fearlessly gave his nickname, waiting for further questioning. Lately, there had been too many newbies from Edlin, so the man assumed that this guy was also a player from the City of Newbies. Even though he was just a character in the game, he was still very curious about what had happened to that city and what these rumors about a slime attack were all about. So the main character learned that NPCs also communicate with each other and exchange rumors, which means it is worth choosing your words carefully and being cautious in your statements. He told the guard that a monster lair had appeared on the site of the newbie town, and the minimum level for entry was approximately 85. Since the young man was a refugee who had been unlucky enough to experience such horrors, the guard decided to give him a pass to the barony of Mikhail. While all this was going on, the Demon King looked around suspiciously, even flying out of his hiding place to get a better look. Not only did this place look very familiar, but the feeling he had while being here was also very unpleasant. Finally, the little lord became interested in the reason why his master called him by the shortened form of his name, without a shred of respect, Tan. Yun Jae-yang decided to resort to a cunning strategy and play on the demon's vanity, saying that if he told everyone around him his magnificent name, they would attract unnecessary attention. This topic was quickly forgotten, and Satan moved straight on to the question that interested him: what his master was planning to do now. Of course, he was only interested in influence, and Dex had even more points in this skill than when they first met. Who would have thought that he could gain so many points? If you add them all up, it comes to 40,000 people, and of course, the demon wanted them all for himself. But to his surprise, the young man refused quite firmly and sharply, not even giving him a chance to finish his pathetic request to give up his points. This led to the Lord of Hell becoming hysterical. The little king started shouting that the man would not be able to spend it all anyway, and if he gave it up voluntarily, the demon would reward him. He promised to give him any item, any artifact with which it would be possible to conquer the entire continent of Arcadia. Moreover, by selling just one of them, he would never need money again. But Jae-young was not as stupid as other people. He was not so easy to bribe, and the guy refused the demon again, and for a while the persuasion was over. In fact, this little demon managed to pique his interest, showing him a unique item of level 150. But still, relying entirely on Tanchik didn't seem like a good idea, and besides, influence could turn out to be a much more valuable skill than he thought. It was worth holding on to the skill points until the young man could learn more about his power and figure out how everything worked. And yet, there was one thing that was far more important than all of the above reasons for refusal. It overshadowed everything else he could think of. Giving influence to the Demon King and getting everything he could dream of with his help would be too easy, and therefore too boring. Life was bustling in the new city. It was no longer the small town of Edlin. Here, weapons and tools were sold for iron at every turn. There were many times more people than in the starting location, so Dex wanted to look around and find some good goods at the market and a good quest to start with. Everything he needed found him as soon as he thought about it, as if luck itself favored the hero of slimes. Not far from the main road, he was walking along with the Demon King. Two miners were sitting at a table in a tavern, discussing pressing matters that were not going very well. The lady of these lands had ordered an increase in ore production, but no one knew how to dig even more, as the miners were already spending days on end in the mines. The friend sitting opposite agreed with the man. The miners would be punished if they did not start working even harder. What was happening in this barony had become too obvious. The situation was just perfect for spreading chaos. Realizing the whole situation, Ji-young laughed, looking more like a madman from the outside. The story about the lady and the problem with the mines sounded promising. Too good to be true. Even for Satan, the Lord of Hell, such a sudden change in mood and the wild laughter of his master were too strange and insane. Deciding not to waste any time and to start right away, the young man approached the two miners, interrupted their conversation, and drew their attention to himself. With a friendly smile, Yun Jae-young promised that he could easily help the men with their problem, thus starting an optional side quest. Of course, this made the men happy. The miners were only too glad to have extra help from living players. For Satan, this pitiful request seemed too insignificant. He believed it was better to continue on his way and that this task was not worth wasting his energy on. However, his master did not think so. He advised his familiar to look around and listen to what the characters and users were saying. The market was only talking about selling something for pieces of iron or about a player selling homemade weapons, having a fairly high level of blacksmithing skill. To the inattentive Demon King, it was just a normal market. But to the quick-witted protagonist, it was all too obvious that this was not the case. Most of those selling homemade weapons and tools were not NPCs, but ordinary players who wanted to get as much iron as possible. The demand for weapons in this area had grown too much, while at the same time, users were rejecting the quest to collect iron ore. Because, as Tanchik said, it was too easy and too boring for those who had already passed the very first beginner levels. With demand for metal increasing and supply decreasing, it was easy to predict what would happen. The Lord of Hell never understood what his master meant, so Dex had no choice but to convince his little friend to trust him. And to start with, they needed to earn a little money so that they could then carry out the main character's plan without hindrance. Meanwhile, in the main house of the Mikhail barony, where the ruling family of this city resided, the atmosphere was quite tense. Baroness Mikhail, the young mistress of these lands, was in a state of great confusion, as her city had been doing very poorly lately. Last month, a unit of iron ore cost 10 units of bronze, but this month it was already 15, which was a very sharp jump in price. The blacksmiths were running out of raw materials, and if this continued, the quality of their goods would decline significantly, while prices, on the contrary, would only increase. The situation could not be left to take its course. Something had to be done as soon as possible, before it was too late. Meanwhile, Dex and Satan arrived at Mount Fian, taking advantage of the first entrance to the mines. They went quite deep into the mine, where there were practically no people, and no one would notice them or what they were planning to do, so they could begin. They had already discussed their plan of action on the way, so now the Demon King just had to use his influence and do what they had talked about. Despite his master's convictions, the familiar still doubted whether it was worth spending so much influence on something so useless. But the hero insisted. There was nothing else to do, and the Lord of Hell began to create the agreed-upon tool, spending 8,000 skill points on it. It was a mine destroyer, a drill created from the claw of an underground predator, which could be used to extract metal at an accelerated rate. Everything was just perfect, exactly as Ji Young had imagined, and now he could start getting rich. While he was busy mining ore, players in the barony of Mikhail were busy trading weapons and offering their services to repair swords and knives. One of the users wanted to buy 20 pieces of iron ore to fulfill the miner's request, as she really didn't want to go to the mine herself and extract them. A young man approached her, who, like her, had wanted to complete this quest a couple of days ago, and asked her what task she was looking for help with. When it was confirmed that all this was being done for a repeatable quest, he told her that it wasn't worth spending time on it, as completing it only slightly increased her reputation with the miners. No special reward, no money or anything else. It would be more profitable to simply extract the ore yourself and sell it to a merchant. Two blacksmiths, Aiden and Kashim, listened intently to their conversation. They clearly did not like this state of affairs, as almost all adventurers sooner or later began to refuse their requests for help. Players in this world were called adventurers, and almost all the blacksmiths in this city hated them because they were starting to take their jobs, forging weapons themselves and selling them. Unlike the masters of their craft, who had spent their entire lives honing their skills, these seekers were nobodies with no name, yet they acted like they were something special. The last hope of the barony's indigenous inhabitants was the young lady of these lands. If the Baroness did not take action soon, their city would be doomed. Not everything in this world was created as a regular game. The economy in Arcadia completely mirrored the real one, which meant production and consumption as well as earnings. Supply and demand, and of course exports and imports, nothing new under the sun, also applied to the virtual universe. People remained people everywhere. There were 5 regions here, each specializing in a certain type of raw material that was not produced in other regions, or at least not in such quantities. Depending on the season, demand for specific goods would rise or fall, so each region resorted to various tricks. At the moment, the most sought-after raw material, unsurprisingly, was iron ore, which suddenly began to disappear due to the influx of adventurers. Because of everything that was happening in the game at the time, it was almost impossible to get the necessary metal, so it was easier to buy it from those who managed to get it and were now selling it. Many players chose the profession of blacksmith because selling weapons and earning good money for it seemed like a great idea, but that's what most people thought, and now iron is hard to find. This led to a completely different problem. The constant shortage of iron ore caused the price per piece to rise from 10 pieces of bronze to 17. Now this ore was 70% more expensive, and as a result, blacksmiths were also suffering heavy losses because no one was buying weapons that had risen in price. Dissatisfaction with the overly realistic economy grew with each passing day, and many of those who had chosen the profession of blacksmith now regretted it. While the young man complained about his life and lamented that he had not chosen the warrior class in time, and the girl cursed the economy, someone approached them. The adventure seeker in glasses asked a perfectly reasonable question. Why don't they just go and get the iron themselves? This perfectly logical question led to an unexpected reaction. The friends were clearly very upset and considered it a waste of time. The reason was the difficulty of mining. Just the journey from the city to the mines took more than 2 hours of real time, and who would want to walk so far and for so long? In addition, mining iron itself was very difficult, and pickaxes and equipment often broke when players tried to extract ore. In short, it was easier to wait for someone else to mine the iron, focusing on improving their profession level by repairing equipment. This was Arcadia's big problem at the moment. Digging in the mines on your own was extremely unprofitable, and most users avoided it like the plague. But what would happen to a game with such a realistic economy if one of the players didn't think so? And this smart guy saw the most reliable way to make money. And that madman was, of course, Yoon Jae-young. He had been digging in the mines for several hours with his drill, which Satan had created for him, and with each passing minute, his resources increased and his skill grew. Moreover, not only did his chances of obtaining rare resources increase, but now he could also find hidden veins that contained even more ore. During all this time, he had mined an incredible amount of iron, as well as several rare minerals and precious stones, so it could be considered that spending influence points had paid off. When the guy decided it was time to stop and take a break, Tanchik rushed up to him. The demon had been looking for him for a long time and finally found him. The king of monsters ignored all of his master's questions. He could only think about how to get his hands on the influence points as quickly as possible and began to offer him an even better drill. He began offering his incredible artifacts again, this time in exchange for the remains of the skill. The demon offered an amulet that was simply perfect and ideal in every way. But this did not bring Dex any joy. The guy had told his familiar more than once, or even twice, that he didn't need anything, and if he did, he would say so. Why would he need a level 220 artifact that he couldn't use? Besides, it would be like hitting the jackpot, and if he took it, the whole game would lose its appeal. Moreover, it would be impossible to even put it up for sale. If the young man did so, everyone would immediately understand who he was. It would work if he withdrew the money immediately after the sale and never logged in again. But the main character had no plans to leave the game yet. He sincerely hoped that this time he had explained everything clearly. His patience was running out, and each new attempt by the demon to persuade him only made him angrier. When the problem was resolved, they returned to the original topic of conversation, and Jae-young asked again where his familiar had been all this time. The demon tried to make excuses, saying that it wasn't interesting at all, but his master was interested in absolutely everything. And then the eyes of the king of hell became crazy again. The cave echoed with the laughter of a madman. He seemed to want to tell him, but then changed his mind and decided that he would tell him everything when he found what he was looking for. After laughing heartily, Satan looked into his master's inventory to check how much ore he had already mined. There was probably more ore there than in the entire barony, and most likely that was the case. But the main character had no intention of stopping there. He wanted to dig in the mine for a few more days, and only then give everything away. There was a reason for all this. The guy had a real plan. He wanted to earn as many friendship points with the miners as possible by repeatedly completing the ore mining quest. And when that happened, the Baroness herself would take a personal interest in him and come to meet him, which was exactly what the true madman was aiming for. Several more days passed at this pace. The situation continued to worsen, and more complaints from blacksmiths and miners arrived on the Baroness's desk. Many wanted to close their workshops and even move away. The situation was extremely sad, and the girl had to convene a meeting with her assistants and advisors to resolve the problem that had arisen in their barony. According to the gentleman sitting at the table with her, all these problems were caused by a sudden influx of adventurers who were choosing the blacksmith profession en masse. Moreover, these adventurers were, at best, novices in the blacksmithing trade, producing goods of extremely low quality and wasting tons of ore in the process. However, the main problem is that the number of miners has remained the same despite the influx of blacksmiths. And the reason is that adventurers hate dirty work and want glory. They were the main problem of the barony, and it was impossible to force them to do dirty work and mine ore, in accordance with paragraph 1 of Article 128 of the Code of Laws of the Continent. All the suggestions the girl could make were prohibited by continental law. And all this gave the Baroness a terrible headache. She had no idea how to deal with the whole situation. Suddenly, in the darkest moment of despair, a guard burst into the office with news. Usually in all games and movies, this means the beginning of a bright streak. But for the heroes, everything was shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Would it all turn out well, or would it be the opposite? For now, the Baroness only realized that she was urgently needed. In the middle of the street, there was a whole pile of high-quality iron, and on top of that, there was also gold, magical ore, and many other things. Everyone who saw this ore wanted to buy it as soon as possible, but no one knew where it came from. And when the Baroness saw it all, she froze in shock for a moment. All these goods were sold by a local miner, a single player named Yunjia Yang, who once again surpassed all other users of Arcadia. After 3 long days of intensive resource mining, he was able to get 5 gold and 12 silver coins as a reward. In real money, that was about 500,000 won, because each silver coin was worth 10,000 won, and each gold coin was worth 50,000 won. Working at this pace, the young man could earn 5 million won a month, which was a pretty good haul, enough to pay for capsule rental, apartment, and tuition. In general, he could have earned much more, but he wasn't sure it was worth changing anything, because it would take a lot of preparation. While the young man was preoccupied with thoughts of earning money and how to survive in the real world, a stranger approached him in the virtual world and asked if he was the one who had brought the ore. The mysterious stranger turned out to be Baroness Mikhail herself, and the game immediately notified him that the girl was expressing interest in him as a player. A smile appeared on the young lady's face, and a message appeared in the notification bar stating that her favorability had increased significantly. Everything went strictly according to plan. The guy couldn't hold back a satisfied smile and proudly admitted that it was him who had spent 3 days of his life to get all this for them. The Baroness's voice softened. She was very grateful for the help and greeted the hero with a smile, introducing herself as the lady of this barony. Adhering to her high moral standards and elite upbringing, the girl invited the young man to have a cup of tea with her and talk. Of course, he agreed to meet his new acquaintance, because that was what Dex had been aiming for from the very beginning. And soon they arrived at Baroness Mikhail's castle. In the mayor's office, they sat down at the table and were served cups of a special brew, which is prepared exclusively in Arcadia in the barony of Mikhail. This drink was special because it was made from herbs collected from Mount Fian, with only the best herbs of the highest quality being selected. In addition to mining various ores, this brew was another specialty of the barony. Jiang tried it and noticed how delicious it was from the very first sip. After a little small talk, they got down to the main topic of their meeting. The Baroness asked how long it took her guest to get all that ore in the area. The protagonist had no intention of hiding this from anyone. He wanted everyone to know his value and how quickly he could extract ore, and he honestly admitted that he had done it in 3 days. At that moment, the girl's emotions got out of control. She slammed her hands on the table and jumped to her feet, shouting that it was impossible. Coughing quietly, she returned to her seat and a noble calm appeared on her face. She was most interested in whether other adventurers could achieve such a result, but the answer was no. And even though they couldn't get the same amount in 3 days, if they gathered a crowd, it would still be worth it. Mikhail understood this, but it was far from simple. She understood her position and that of her barony perfectly well, so she immediately turned to the young man for help, because without him, she would lose her city. A minute later, a new special task arose. The Baroness's concerns, the barony's economy was bursting at the seams due to the influx of adventurers, and now he needed to somehow increase iron production. This was exactly what Ji Young had been waiting for, so of course he accepted the task. Now he had to figure out how to speed up ore production in order to move on to the final phase of the plan. In other words, Baroness Mikhail wanted him to help attract adventurers to develop the mine, because these lazy bones had no desire to do the dirty work. For the sake of earning a living and comfortable gaming, Dex promised to complete this task at all costs and help his new friend. That night, he sat down at his computer in his room to figure out the best way to get gamers to dig in the mine. In reality, it wasn't as easy as it might sound, because Arcadia was just a game, and users went there to have fun, not to do routine tasks. But despite everything, the young man had a plan even for this situation. He was well-versed in human psychology and economics. First, he needed to completely change the perception of young people. Jaeyoung created a new channel where he planned to publish his videos and attract players. A couple of days later, at Seoljin Middle School in Mapogu, Seoul, one of the students, approached his classmate and asked if he would like to join them at Arcadia that day. The sad and completely devastated boy said that he probably wouldn't be able to join them, as he had decided to quit Arcadia Online. They had been playing together for quite some time, and the boy didn't understand what the problem was with his friend. So his classmate began to tell him about the strangeness of this game. When he first entered the game, he was immediately killed by some strange person, and the next day it turned out that the slimes had become many times stronger, and it was now impossible for newbies to defeat them. Immediately after that, the city of newbies simply disappeared, and the guy died many times before he was able to escape from there, and that was only the beginning of his troubles. Even when the situation seemed to be turning in his favor, he managed to get to the barony of Mikhail and even changed his profession to merchant, but things still went badly. There weren't many profession options in that barony, so he had practically no choice, but now he has a bunch of strange skills, none of which are offensive. As a result, the boy became completely discouraged. He was so disappointed in his life that he no longer saw any point in going to Arcadia and told his friends to play without him. His friend didn't want to give up so easily and decided to cheer up his comrade at all costs, even though he was upset because he thought there was nothing interesting in the game except hunting. There was only one way to restore his desire to continue playing and lift his spirits, to shift the focus from hunting to something else that was just as interesting. He immediately took out his phone and opened a new channel of some guy who talked about what else you can do in Arcadia and how you can make real money. The video began with the mines in Mount Fian, where everyone usually extracts ore. The guy greeted his viewers and started the video about making quick money. According to him, this mine had become quite a popular location in recent days, and he wanted to talk about iron ore mining, even though it was dirty work. Despite the fact that everyone in the world considers ore mining and mining to be a boring routine, he decided to show something that no one could resist: a whole pile of coins that he had earned in a week. As you might have guessed, this is Yoon Jae-young, and he showed the earnings he actually made, but he presented it as money for 7 days, not 3. According to him, at the start, all users' resource extraction skills would be at the lowest rank, and it would not be possible to extract more than 20 units of resources per hour, which equates to 400 bronze, considering the prices. This did not sound very interesting, which is why, according to him, it is necessary to start by increasing the mining skill rank. This way, you can increase the mining speed and probability of success, as well as the chance of obtaining rare resources. The guy said he was at rank A and found at least 1 magic crystal or diamond every day, but of course, that was a lie. After that, the schoolboy was stunned. It was just incredibly cool that the main character was able to hook at least one person. After such an epic performance, of course, the guy wanted to try it out. What schoolboy, or indeed any person, would refuse such easy money? This new channel about Arcadia took the internet by storm, but in reality, the author of the video left out a lot of information, or even lied. The speed of mining demonstrated in the video is only possible with a drill like Dex's. The video omitted the most important details, creating the illusion that anyone could achieve the same results and accordingly earn huge amounts of money for it. However, it had a big impact on users, and the very next day, players who found the video really useful flooded miners with their consent to accept the quest. They eagerly bought pickaxes from blacksmiths in the city and asked how to get to Mount Fian. The barony of Mikhail had probably never seen so many miners before. The esteemed baroness laughed at this for several minutes. She couldn't believe that all these idlers were now voluntarily going to the mines. Not only the adventurers who had chosen the profession of blacksmith, but also others were happily going to the mountain to do the dirty work. The girl was really curious how her friend had done it. The answer turned out to be much simpler than the baroness could have imagined. All Yoon Jae-young did was appeal to base human needs. All he had to do was mention money, and people would do anything to get even a handful of shiny coins. All adventurers, absolutely all users, were the product of capitalism, and while Mikhail understood what he was talking about, she did not understand her friend's last words. And even though she didn't fully understand how the guy did it, she was very grateful to him. But it was too early to relax. Some measures still needed to be taken. First, it was necessary to cut the miners' salaries and instead give them a percentage of the ore they extracted. Then they would be more motivated to work, and the freeloaders would quickly drop out. The Baroness was overjoyed with all these new ideas. She was very enthusiastic and absorbed every word the hero said. All he had to do was explain the basic concepts to her, and she was already thrilled. It seemed that the girl didn't understand a thing about economics, so the next step was to teach her how things work in reality. First of all, Dex advised her not to pay attention to the fact that ore prices had risen higher than ever and continued to rise every day. In Mikhail's eyes, this was indeed a very big problem, so she was very surprised when she heard that it was not worth paying attention to. According to the young man, everyone who needed ore should be allowed to buy it at any price. To be honest, prices for it had been too low before, which is why no one was enthusiastic about mining it. It was also necessary to decide what to do if complaints arose. The main character thought about this question for a moment. He did not keep her waiting long, and in the next moment said that those who were dissatisfied could dig the ore themselves, if they wanted to. At first, the Baroness froze in shock. She had not expected such a response, and none of her subjects dared to say anything so provocative. But immediately after that, she burst out laughing and began patting the young man on the shoulder, offering him the position of finance minister. Unfortunately for her, Jae Young wanted to continue traveling. He apologized and said he wanted to continue traveling. These words quickly calmed the lady down, and she apologized and immediately took control of her emotions. Now that the young man had been very helpful to the Baroness, and she was extremely grateful, it was time to proceed with the final part of the plan. And he was right again. The girl smiled and happily offered any help she could. She was curious to know how she could repay her new friend for such a great service. Not wanting to waste time, the guy put a scroll on the table in front of her, in which he outlined his entire plan for earning money for his livelihood. The Baroness did not expect any malice and calmly took the scroll, opening it to read the contents, and at the same time asked what was in it. It was a proposal for cooperation written by Dex himself, which he had written at the very beginning when he first met Mikhail. Trusting the young man's word, the girl opened the scroll. She was bound to like what was written there very much, or at least find it interesting. Unfortunately, in our world, the average person can only earn a limited amount of money. This raises the logical question of what needs to be done to break these limitations and earn even more. The answer was much simpler than it might seem. One simply had to gain power over others and become the head of the food chain. As soon as the girl saw the offer made to her by the player, everything was turned upside down, and Arcadia changed again, unnoticed by all users. The partnership was incredibly intriguing. Jae Young was proud of it. It was the pinnacle of his skill at the moment, but by no means his last idea. If the barony of Mikhail agreed to give him 10% of every profit, he would definitely raise this town to the top of the trade world. After a few short lessons in business, it was time to recall the ancient legends that said that several thousand years ago, on the very spot where the barony of Michael now stood, a war between angels and demons had raged. In those terrible and dark times, the decisive battle was between the Demon King, Satan, whom we already know, and an unknown but majestic warrior of the heavens. Both soared into the air, and a decisive battle began between the two forces. For a long time, neither could strike the other. They were evenly matched. But that night, the angels had the advantage. The girl had a special weapon that allowed her to be the first to strike a serious blow to her opponent. It was Muspelheim, the holy weapon of the heavens, which should not have been present in this battle at all, and its appearance angered the Lord of Chaos. In his eyes, only cowardly fools could use such dirty tricks. While the demon was cursing, the angel aimed her weapon at him again. The Demon King's opponent was the Archangel Michael. Her gaze was cold as ice and her mind was clear. She did not consider it necessary to stoop to communicating with Satan. All the girl could say that day was that she, Archangel Michael, would destroy the Lord of Chaos and rid the world of his oppression. With a sacred weapon in her hands, the Archangel rushed at the wounded Demon King, who was unable to fight any longer, and that was the last thing he remembered from that night. At that moment, his dream ended. Tan jumped up abruptly and opened his eyes. For him, it was a real nightmare, a past he hated. Now he was completely safe, lying peacefully on the shoulder of his new master, and the dream came only because he was near the place of his defeat. The Demon Lord had just remembered something very unpleasant, and these memories destroyed his peace of mind and enjoyment of a comfortable rest. The noise of the street and the trading quickly brought him to his senses. The unpleasant feeling from the dream quickly passed, leaving only a bitter aftertaste. Soon his mood began to improve little by little. His memories became hazy, and to distract himself a little, Satan asked Dex what was in the scroll he had given to the Baroness. Since his little friend was so interested, the main character saw no point in hiding anything, and he quietly and rather gloomily began to explain, drawing the king's attention. His face became simply terrifying, and his eyes shone coldly. Now he looked even more like a demon than the Lord of Chaos on his shoulder, and even the little imp was frightened. Digging for ore wasn't that easy. If an average player was lucky enough to stumble upon a vein, he would be able to extract 10 pieces of ore per hour at best. The rare stones that Jae-young found were mostly thanks to the unique tool he possessed. In short, mining was a very thankless and indeed dirty job, so it was no surprise that everyone used to refuse to do it. But that didn't mean it was impossible to make money from it. There was one way, and it was the very plan that the guy had already begun to implement. That method was selling tickets to the mine, or to put it more simply, Dex planned to charge players for the right to enter the mines. Those who didn't have money for the ticket could pay later, but that wasn't so important. The most important thing was the idea of payment itself. It would be impossible to pull off something like this for too long, as people would quickly realize that it was a scam, so Noha planned to charge 1 gold coin. As soon as the Demon King heard the price of admission to the mines just to dig around a little for 10 pieces of iron, his jaw dropped. Even for him, it was too expensive, and he was afraid that people would not pay such an amount, but he was wrong. After seeing the hero's video, people rushed to the mine and paid without hesitation. It was very simple. After such a promising story about quick money, people would be sure that the entrance fee would quickly pay for itself, so they would pay, and he would be able to make some easy money. Wanyam's eyes burned with greed and selfishness. Even the Demon King thought it was too much. Tanchik looked at him silently, unable to find the words to describe what was happening. This guy was a real devil, without a shred of guilt for exploiting other people. The king didn't even know whether to pity these poor souls or kick them for their gullibility. The longer he was around him, the more he listened to his plans, the more he realized that his master was simply perfect. The familiar's reaction and words slightly surprised the young man, and he cautiously called out to the demon, but did not have time to finish his question. Satan didn't let him finish and asked him to follow him directly. He was finally ready to show him what he had found a couple of days ago. It was a special place, so magnificent that Yoon Jae-young would certainly not regret finding it and opening it up. Together, they returned to the mines beneath Mount Fion. Without asking any questions, the young hero followed his familiar deep into the mines, moving further and further away from the excavation site until they came to a door. In the past, the Demon King had been in front of these huge locked doors before, but he didn't remember it, and while his master was digging in the mines, he not only remembered everything, but also found this place. It was here that the chickens with halos had left their treasures during the last war between angels and demons. Finally, the king was able to find them, and now heaven would pay. The height of the gate was truly impressive. It was huge and very ancient, and the entire entrance looked very old and abandoned, as if it had not been maintained for several hundred years. Despite this, the iron had not rusted, and the wood had not rotted, which could only mean one thing. Most likely, some kind of spell had been cast on these gates. Without wasting any time, Tanchik turned to his master and asked him to open them. He was sure that someone with so many influence points would be able to do it. However, the young man knew nothing about his power and did not understand how exactly he could open these doors, which were definitely enchanted. There was nothing else to do. Since the Demon King himself believed that an ordinary player could handle it, it was worth a try. As soon as Jae-young's palm touched the doors, a notification popped up saying that he couldn't go inside because he didn't have the right parameters to break the seal. Immediately after that, a notification about a new task appeared. He could receive a large reward if he reported his discovery to the Baroness right away, but clearly no one was going to do that. As soon as the guy mentioned that there was a seal on the door that he couldn't remove, the Demon King immediately started yelling at him. This seal was the very reason he had brought the player here, but the guy didn't get the hint. He didn't have the skill to remove seals, and he didn't know how else to open the door. Only then did Satan finally realize how little Yoon Jae-young knew about his own power, which was both striking and annoying. After that, the king immediately took offense and began, as usual, to mutter under his breath that giving such a tool to a human was pointless, and that if he were an imp, he could at least be commanded. Cursing was pointless. The most important thing now was to open this door and get what the angels had left there. So the demon decided to give a mini lesson on the power of influence. Of course, the demon had a different name for it, but he didn't care what humans called it, because the name had no meaning. This power was beyond divine authority. It was capable of doing anything to upset the balance of the world. So powerful was the ability in Dex's hands. Those who possessed influence could change the nature of things and control their surroundings, a power closest to creation, but used for destruction. After such a colorful explanation, the Demon King was sure that now, finally, the guy had realized what power he had in his hands. But his stories were so vague that Yoon Jae-young didn't really understand what it all meant. It was a fiasco. Satan's patience was far from angelic, and he shouted at the top of his lungs that his master could do anything, absolutely anything, anything at all. Since the guy didn't understand anything, the king spent another 10 minutes explaining that this power was necessary for beings like him to interact with human reality. It accumulates very slowly and in negligible amounts, so slowly that it would take him 500 years to accumulate the amount that Tan received after the contract. Now it was clear why the Lord of Hell wanted these skill points so badly. This time Jae-young understood what the demon was trying to say. The most important thing that the familiar had been trying to explain to him all this time was that he would be able to open the gates with the help of influence, and no seal could withstand this power. The holy chicks, as Satan called them, had clearly made sure that ordinary people couldn't get inside, which meant that this place was not as simple as the hero had initially thought. The power of the seal mattered to others, but not to him. Although the guy was unaware of it, with the amount of power at his disposal, some seal was nothing at all. The reason he couldn't open the door the first time was that he wasn't thinking along those lines yet. For everything to work, all he had to do was really want to do it, want it with all his heart, push the door with the intention of removing the seal and going inside. Under Satan's guidance, the young man tried again, but this time with the direct intention of opening the gate, and it worked. A magic circle appeared before him. 15,000 skill points were required to break the seal, an impressive amount for which the young man could have obtained 2 unique items. But why else would one accumulate influence if not for things like entering a repository left behind by angels, the highest heavenly beings? Obeying Dex's command and power, the seal was broken and the path to the lair of the heavenly chickens with halos was open. Now he and the Lord of Hell could safely enter. This place was a heavenly altar abandoned by angels, left here for some unforeseen situations, and it was not for nothing that this place was sealed with a powerful seal. During the Great War between angels and demons, the land of Arcadia became one large battlefield for the higher beings, who at that time did not care at all about lower life forms. Soon the entire continent was stained with blood, and if it weren't for the protection of the World Tree, perhaps no mortal creature would have survived. A millennium has passed since those terrible times, but the echoes of the Great War still reverberate in the hearts of the inhabitants of Arcadia. All this was recorded in the memoirs of a certain wanderer, and the war became a warning to future generations. People prayed and continue to pray that such a thing will never happen again. Users were forbidden from entering the location, Stairway to Heaven, which is why a warning appeared at the developer's headquarters that a mystical quest had been activated. In response to this problem, an emergency meeting was convened urgently. They already had many problems due to the disappearance of the village of newcomers, but this was a matter of extreme importance. All the department heads were simply exhausted. None of them could remember the last time they had slept, and now there was a new problem. It must have been that the Korean server was the only one in the world that was so lucky. Only a few days had passed since the situation in the newbie town, and already there was a new emergency meeting. Exactly 32 minutes ago, the trigger for a mystical quest had been accidentally activated in the Fian Mountain area, a level of quest that no player had ever been able to access before. After checking the related quests, the director of the scenario department concluded that what had happened was related to something hidden in this mountain, and all the details were in the report. As the director of the Arcadia branch, Kwon Myung-han did not even know that Mount Fian in the barony of Mikhail was in the possession of angels. In fact, no one from their branch knew that last year, Fian was called the Stairway to Heaven until today's incident. This was because angels had descended to the continent for the first time in that region, and the abundance of ore was meant to somehow protect the stairway from outsiders. To put it more simply, inside this seemingly simple mountain is the entrance to the dimension of the messengers of light, the angels. Arcadia was full of mysteries even for those who worked with it directly. It had many branches that were not originally conceived as part of this mystical task. Everything became even more confusing, and the director of the script department, overcome with excitement, revealed the name of the quest, the Second Great War of Angels and Demons. This caused shock bordering on horror in the branch director. After all the problems they had already faced, the last thing they needed was a great war between non-human beings in Arcadia. Meanwhile, Jiyoung stood in front of the ancient sarcophagus and read all the notifications that had flooded him after the opening of the new location. The last thing he expected was that he and Tan would actually find something as magnificent as the Stairway to Heaven. The demon flying nearby burst out laughing, and he sank back into his thoughts, telling himself that the feathered creatures with halos would pay for this and that he would get to them again. Overjoyed, he flew forward, urging his master to join him in knocking all holiness out of the heavenly chickens and ruining their plans. The room was quite spacious for a room with a single box, more like a sarcophagus than a treasure chest in size. And yet Tanchik was sure that inside, 100%, there was definitely a treasure left by his holy enemies. Before opening the chest with the Demon King, the young man placed his hand on the lid, decorated with carved symbols, and unlocked a new task, his whole body enveloped in holy energy. The language in which the inscriptions on the chest were engraved was inaccessible to him. An ancient being was needed to decipher them, and the task of exploring the ancient ruins was activated. He had to think carefully about all the consequences. The notification had said that the boy would receive a special reward if he reported the ruins to the Baroness. The longer Dex thought, the angrier Satan became. He tapped his little hands on his master's head, which only tickled him. Of course, if the hero had not known the history of this place, he would have already run to the Baroness to tell her about the discovery and receive his due reward. This could have happened if Tanchik hadn't been there. But after what the Lord of Hell had said, it was impossible to leave things as they were. After all, Baroness Mikhail would never find a reward more valuable than the artifact left by the angels themselves in the stairway to heaven. More importantly, Jie Yang discovered this location using his influence, which effectively makes him a tomb raider, and if he tells anyone, there will be many questions. It was better to keep what happened a secret from everyone. Open the chest and take the treasure for himself, as Satan says. The words that it was time to open the box of heavenly chickens delighted the king. He became enthusiastic and rushed to the master. But after 10 minutes of joint efforts, they still couldn't move the lid of the sarcophagus even a millimeter. The heavy golden box of angels remained where it was, as if no one had ever touched it. Both of them were exhausted. Dex lamented that he hadn't leveled up his character, while Tanchik regretted not being in his true form, because then he could have lifted the lid with one finger. Tears welled up in the Demon King's eyes. It wasn't even a sacred seal or a magical barrier, just a heavy stone, but he still couldn't overcome it. The words that it was just a stone gave the young man an idea. Any stone could be broken if he had the right tool. First, he needed to confirm with the demon that there really was treasure inside. The answer was yes, and Tan was sure that there was something important inside. Now that he knew for sure, there was no other way out because Dex had just the right tool, capable of breaking any stone. He equipped his mind destroyer, his powerful drill, and prepared to smash the coffin lid to smithereens just to get what was inside. There was no other way to open this box. They had left him no choice. But even so, the Demon King had no words to describe how he felt about his master's idea. Who else but a human would think of using a drill to open a hiding place left by angels, the holy messengers of heaven? There are moments in life when there is no other solution but to destroy everything that stands in the way of the goal. The sharp end of the drill pierced the lid of the sarcophagus, and a terrible screech and rumble filled the space, echoing off the high stone walls of the stairway to heaven. Standing aside, the Prince of Hell, the king of all demons and monsters, the great Satan watched what was happening and did not even know what to say about it, except to note that humans are even worse than demons. When the young man managed to break the lid, the achievements of the destroyer of relics came tumbling down. The favor of the heavenly creatures fell to zero, and now it was better for Dex not to show himself to them. Inside the treasure chest lay the skeleton of a man dressed in a cassock, with a gold amulet hanging around his neck. This was the treasure Tan had been hunting for. The fact that there was someone's burial inside greatly upset Joyoung. If he had known in advance that it was someone's tomb, he would not have destroyed the coffin lid, because that was too much. He did not want to rob the dead man of everything, so he suggested taking only the most valuable and necessary items, such as the treasure his familiar had been hunting all this time. This treasure turned out to be the very gold necklace, a carved cross, which Satan wanted to get his hands on in order to annoy the angels. The feathered ones had saved the sacred artifact for the future, but now the Demon King's master would take it, and his enemies would never see their secret weapon again. As soon as Jaeyang took the shining heavenly medallion in his hands, he immediately reacted to the man in front of him, and holy light illuminated the room. This reaction caused a strong wind to rise, which nearly blew the Demon King away, and the glow enveloped the young man. The magic of light filled him, rising up his arm and penetrating the depths of the protagonist's body and soul. The silhouette of a hero from the past appeared before them. Taking the medallion, the young man activated the highest forces of light and obtained a part of them. Along with the shining heavenly medallion, Dex was assigned the hidden class of Holy Prophet, the second hidden rank of character he had been able to find within Arcadia. However, the profession he had chosen earlier did not fall into the category of saints, and due to the contradiction in the data, the medallion was temporarily deactivated, and the system asked him to contact customer service to clarify the circumstances. The large surge of holy energy happened too suddenly, and the Demon King not only did not have time to prepare for it, but he did not even think that such a thing could happen, and he almost died. After all, he was a dark being, the lord of all demons and all evil. But fortunately, he was fine and flew up to his master, wondering what had just happened here. But how could Jae Yang, an ordinary person, know what had happened when even Satan himself did not know what this heavenly medallion was and what this new class assignment was? Now everything had become even more complicated. Who could have thought that two forces, two professions, one from the light side and the other from the dark side, would clash in one person? Meanwhile, around the barony, one of the Baroness's subordinates was carrying out their plan with Dex and stopping people who wanted to enter the second mine without paying for a ticket. The schoolboy who had been unlucky from the very beginning of the game in Arcadia was caught in the crackdown, and once again, misfortune turned against him. He was stopped before he could enter and extract the ore. After the video of the unfamiliar guy on the internet, not much time had passed, and at that time the mines were completely accessible, but now there was a guard at the entrance, and it all looked very suspicious. It turned out that there was now a fee to enter the mine, and it was necessary to purchase a pass before starting to mine ore, but the schoolboy knew nothing about this. The fact that the young man was unaware of this greatly angered the guard. Those wishing to borrow the treasures of Mount Fian must contribute to the development of the mines, so there is an entrance fee. The young man was very interested in this. More precisely, he still wanted to earn some extra money in the mines, so he had no choice but to ask how much the entrance fee was. At first, he was delighted to hear that the pass would be valid for a whole month, but when he heard that it cost 30 gold coins, he almost lost his mind. It turned out that in order to buy a pass, he had to earn at least 1 gold coin a day, which is equal to 100,000 won, and if multiplied by 30, it comes out to 3 million won a month. All this meant that the poor schoolboy had no chance of digging up untold riches in the mine. He didn't have enough money for that. And who would have 3 million a month just to dig in a mine in a game? Hoping that he would be given a discount or leniency, the boy said that he had come here precisely to earn some extra money, so he did not yet have such sums. And at that moment, the foolish and naive schoolboy fell into a trap set by another user specifically for the Baroness. With money now in the barony, Mikhail was on edge with everyone. And the guardsman expressed understanding and, as if by accident, mentioned that a special system had been devised specifically for players like this one. Everyone who came to this mine fell for such tricks, and the system consisted of passing now and paying later, but the man deliberately did not give any details. For more detailed information, everyone without exception was sent to the customer service department, a small wooden house that had been placed next to the entrance. A pretty and very beautiful girl looked out of the window to talk to customers. She knew she was attractive and used it to her advantage, smiling as she lured players even deeper into the trap. What can we say about a schoolboy who has no such life experience? Perhaps not even a girlfriend. Of course, he was struck by her appearance and went to get the details without question. Standing aside, the guardsman silently thought about how stupid the players were. Everyone who came here always took the bait, without exception. And so the young player became another slave in the mines of Mount Fian, which belonged to Baroness Mikhail. The more of these fools walked straight into their trap, the more money their city had. Until recently, these mines had been desperately short of workers, the situation so critical that the barony was on the verge of economic collapse. But now there were even too many people there. Even from outside, you could hear these young people shouting to work as quickly as possible to earn their pass and start making a profit. They all had such enthusiasm that one could only envy them. The cage door slammed shut behind these poor souls. It was hard to believe that so many people had fallen for it. Even the NPCs understood that it was a scam from start to finish. The thirst for easy money drowns out the voice of reason every time, and it works in absolutely any universe, be it reality or Arcadia. The plan was too cunning to have been the Baroness's, and although it was not known who exactly had come up with it, whoever it was, they were definitely a sadist. Meanwhile, Yoon Jae-young completed the task. Baroness Mikhail's fears were dispelled, and all that remained was to find her to collect the reward for completing the quest. This was just an added bonus to his situation, but now the most important thing was to figure out how to wrap things up and end it all here, at the stairway to heaven. The guy already had a plan for what to do next, and he was sure that the Demon King definitely shared his view and must have guessed what he was going to do next. Such words greatly distressed Tanchik after the mortal broke the sarcophagus with a drill. He no longer knew what else to expect from him. Then the young man listed everything they had managed to do. First, they broke into the territory of the angels, then stole a sacred artifact, destroying someone's sarcophagus in the process, and now he was a criminal. If anyone found out about what had happened, the young man's life would become even more difficult, although it seemed impossible for it to get any more difficult. So he wanted to keep what had happened a secret. The further he went, the more frightening it became for the Demon King. His excitement and anxiety grew with every word spoken, and he held his breath, waiting to hear what would be said next. His premonition did not fail him. Yoon Jae-young took out his drill, the destroyer of minds, and said with a smile that it was time to get rid of all the evidence to avoid problems in the future. It was then that the Demon King realized what his master wanted to do, but he couldn't believe that someone was seriously going to destroy the stairway to heaven. To his surprise, the main character smiled and said quite calmly and seriously that this was exactly what he planned to do at that very moment. The next minute, the drill started working, stones fell, columns collapsed and caused the ceiling of the tomb to collapse, and soon the sarcophagus with the remains was buried under the walls of the cave. After the evidence was destroyed, the guy's face lit up. Dex looked very pleased and said with a smile that all that was left was to block the entrance to the shelter. The Lord of Hell stood aside and watched what was happening in complete shock. He couldn't even imagine such a thing in his worst nightmare. It turns out he still has a lot to learn from humans. Very soon, together with Tanchik, they arrived at the castle of Baroness Mikhail. The girl was very happy. She laughed and talked about how eagerly she had been waiting for a new meeting with her savior. Now the barony had enough miners, and all thanks to this user. They wouldn't have to worry about ore for at least another year. The girl didn't know what exactly Dex had told the players, but everyone in the area rushed to the mines. After that conversation, a whole bunch of people voluntarily gave themselves up to slavery to the barony when they heard the exorbitant price of a pass to the mines. More than 9,500. Before that, only 800 workers had been working in the mine, and now there were more than 9,000. It was simply amazing, especially for the Baroness. For her, everything the young man had come up with was simply brilliant. She was positively glowing with happiness, but in reality, the guy had just picked it up from somewhere in the news. At their first meeting, the girl was far from cheerful. The burden of problems that had been piling up for more than a day had hit her hard, but now she was positively glowing. All that remained was to hope that she would be all right and that her desire to make as much money as possible from these slaves would not drive her mad. Before she became completely immersed in her fantasies of wealth and power, Jae-young decided to remind her that the goal had been achieved and now it was time to discuss the reward. These words quickly snapped the Baroness out of her reverie, and she returned to reality and announced that she had prepared something special for her little assistant. Soon, a rather heavy bag of coins was placed on the table in front of the young man, which was the promised 10% of sales. In total, he received 120 gold and 23 silver coins, worth about 120 million won, so now the dreamer would not have to worry about paying the rent for the capsule. Before the guy had a chance to run away and disappear, the Baroness decided to try her luck again and offer what she considered to be a lucrative deal. She couldn't let such a wise and cunning man get away, so she again offered him the position of her minister and promised to make him the second most powerful person in the barony, sharing all power equally. As a result, he received an offer from the game. Baroness Mikhail trusted him unconditionally and therefore offered permanent cooperation, allowing the player to gain power equal to that of the Baroness herself. In the boundless world of Arcadia Online, in addition to its storylines and endless possibilities, a hidden but very touching story unfolded. It's funny, but it all started with one person who wanted to do something for another person. One of the game's creators, Jennifer, helped her loved one find happiness in a world where he couldn't move without permission. It was difficult to describe in words what he felt at that moment. And so, especially for her, Jack created the world of Arcadia, completely free from everyone and everything. It all started with the two of them, and it should end with them. While the young creator was online, Alice, the blonde goddess of the world of Arcadia, connected with him. She had important news for the administrator. They hadn't been able to meet and talk properly lately because the girl had been very busy, which could mean that something really important had happened. A system error had occurred. A data inconsistency had been detected that required administrative intervention to resolve. This was beyond the capabilities of artificial intelligence and required the intervention of the creator. It was all about the medallion that Jae Young had picked up. The data inconsistency was precisely that he had first become a bard of anarchy, and now the class of holy prophet could not be enlightened to him. It was getting more and more curious, and this situation excited Jack, who couldn't help but smile. Even he, as the creator of this virtual world, did not expect such a turn of events. The profession of bard of anarchy was deeply hidden, and now a second secret had been found. It seemed as if a destroyer had appeared in his perfectly created world, and it was becoming more and more interesting. This couldn't help but bring back memories of an old acquaintance who had invented this class of bard of anarchy, causing no end of trouble. But this player also got his hands on a shining heavenly medallion, a special item of the Holy Prophet class, which should only belong to the main character of the Great War storyline. Now he had two special items in his hands, the most important in the entire game, which contrasts with the game itself. The guy literally got his hands on the powers of darkness and light at the same time. It was very interesting and curious. The more Jack learned, the more fun and interesting it became for him, and Alice was just happy as long as the administrator was satisfied. The most important thing now was to figure out what to do, because at the moment it was impossible to grant the user Dex the class of Holy Prophet, and the artificial intelligence was forced to turn to the creator. Jack wanted to think about this problem later. For now, he wanted to play along a little and reward the guy for his discovery with two valuable items. To express his satisfaction with his ingenuity, he wanted to slightly change the properties of the Holy Medallion so that it would allow him to obtain the power of the artifact. This little player from the Korean server had managed to disrupt all the plans and order in the world Jack had created in just a couple of weeks, so the balance had to be restored. To do this, he wanted to use Archangel Michael, the very same majestic warrior who thousands of years ago was able to defeat the king of demons, Satan. At the same time, the main character came to a decision regarding Baroness Michael's proposal. He decided to refuse permanent and long-term cooperation with her. This shocked the girl. She was sure that her offer was simply perfect and that no one in their right mind would be able to refuse it. Although this was true, Jae Young felt that it would cause more problems. So as an excuse, he said that after exploring the continent, he would reconsider the offer. The promise caused the Baroness to have another emotional outburst. She jumped up and literally invaded the young man's personal space, happy that he would even consider it. Since that was the end of it, she handed him another reward, a small envelope with a letter and the official seal of her barony. It was a letter of recommendation from Baroness Mikhail herself, with which the player could obtain protection in any corner of the kingdom. The item was indeed a very valuable reward, but the guy had no idea what he would need protection from or what could threaten him in the first place. It turned out that the kingdom was in complete chaos, and seriously, even a box of letters of recommendation could not guarantee safe travel. The young man had never heard anything like this before, at least not from other players, so it was quite possible that this information could only be obtained from NPCs. Things were not going well in the royal family, and that was putting it mildly. The king was already very old, and soon his heir would have to ascend the throne. But even here, things were not so smooth, because the boy was still too young to rule the state on his own. The courtiers and ministers manipulate him as they please in an attempt to seize power and strengthen their position, and the prince is still too young to fight back. But the worst of them all was Duke Bergen, a man who became the unofficial leader of the nobility, gathering all the top nobles around him, and now trying to make the prince his puppet. Moreover, he was calling on the people to go to war with a neighboring state. Baroness Mikhail was convinced that he simply wanted to suckle at the treasury under the pretext of military expenses. It was not even worth mentioning what would happen to the country if the Duke got his way. It would be a complete disaster. The situation was too complicated. Jae Young did not expect it to turn out this way. He could only expect problems from it and wanted to stay out of this story as much as possible. As soon as he thought this, the Baroness became enthusiastic again. In her letter of recommendation, she described in detail how he had helped solve the problems of the barony. If he showed it to the royal family, even they would give him an honorable reception. But first, she advised him to find Count Broken and also asked him to help the Kingdom of Bordeaux. After these words, a mission from the system appeared, and the guy had no choice but to accept it. Now he had to get involved in this story, even though he had just been thinking of avoiding it. His emotions were running high with every passing second. He was so angry at the game for forcing him to engage in all these underground games, but he couldn't refuse and promised with a smile to do everything possible. Unlike the player, the Baroness was genuinely happy. She believed that he could be counted on and that he would successfully complete this mission. After that, with a heavy heart and an even heavier head, Dex left the Baroness's castle amid her loud wishes for good luck in his future adventures. After everything the guy had done for her, she was happy to help in any way she could, as long as he contacted her, and she promised to wait for a positive response to the collaboration. The player himself just forced a smile as he said goodbye to the Baroness, no longer sure that befriending her was a good idea at all. After meeting this young man, her heart was pounding with excitement, and she was 100% sure that he was special. And she was not mistaken. This adventurer was not like everyone else, and he would definitely change the world of Arcadia. The decisions and actions taken by the player under the nickname Dex rapidly began to change the virtual world and all its inhabitants. It didn't matter whether he wanted it or not, or in which direction he was trying to steer events. It all began to bear fruit on the very day he first entered the game. This guy's actions changed more than one destiny, and the magnitude of his contribution was absolute and undeniable. Only a blind person would fail to understand this. This contribution was great even if some of these decisions had absolutely no logic behind them. This world was created for players, so can we condemn a user for playing exactly as the creator originally intended? But most important was the chaos he was yet to wreak, which would eclipse all his previous exploits and make them seem charming in comparison. When they left the barony, Tank asked if everything was okay. He knew that human politics was a very complicated thing and wasn't sure if it was worth getting involved in. Indeed, the politics of the human world were truly diabolical, even worse than those of demons, and even the master himself was not sure he wanted to get involved in it. But he had no choice. He had to accept it and, with a smile on his face, finish what he had started. Out of desperation, he had to look for the positives even in the most joyless situation, and Jiang was able to find them. He was doing it all for the sake of influence points. At that moment, the flow of holy energy awakened again, and a notification came that the problem had been fixed, and the parameters of the holy medallion had been completely removed. The pendant glowed with a bright light enveloping the young man's body. It had been activated, and Jack deserved credit for that. This bright angelic energy almost burned Tanchik, but he hid in time. The light began to thicken, and this made both of them nervous. Through this thickening, bright, blinding light, two pairs of snow-white angelic wings could be seen. A golden holy light shone in the player's eyes. Now he truly held within himself two opposing forces of good and evil, two artifacts belonging to the most ancient races. Standing behind him, the Lord of Hell could not believe his eyes. He recognized these wings, and even more, he recognized the golden hair and aura surrounding the creature that had emerged from the medallion. Because of the connection granted by the medallion, the player Dex's personal guardian angel was summoned, and now this amulet, just like the pendant of darkness, was impossible to remove. Another tiny figure appeared before the two friends. His Holiness, the Archangel Michael himself, descended upon the main character. The relationship between angels and demons is similar to that between dogs and cats, so it can be said that they are sworn enemies. The two races, which cannot exist under the same sky, had a meeting between their leaders that went much worse than could have been expected. As soon as Michael saw Satan, they got into a terrifyingly loud argument, trying to figure out which of them was right, which of them was stronger and more powerful. Of course, the angel accused the demons of bringing chaos to the Holy Lands, while the devil insisted that the girl would have done the same if she had been in his situation. They were ready to engage in a real bloody battle, but the only thing that separated them was the lack of the full power with which they were going to fight. In addition to their strength, they were also separated by their master, who had to stand between the two little flying men and forcibly separate them. Both wanted to destroy the other. Tanchik talked about how he didn't have his true body, and that if he did, he would surely crush the angel. For her part, Michael only mocked the demon, saying that he was not the only one who had lost his true form, and besides, he was the one who had fled during the last war. It turned out that when the Archangel brought the divine weapon, Muspelheim, she really had every chance to kill the Demon King once and for all, but he left in time. All their squabbles and quarrels sounded to humans like childish arguments or ancient myths that could only be read about in a library. Thinking about where he had heard a similar story before, the young man did not even notice when the quarrel ended. and the forest became quiet for a moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the young warrior of the heavens flew closer to the man and asked if he had made a contract with the king of demons, Satan. In response, she heard that he had indeed made a contract, but since it had been forced upon him, it was not made of his own free will. Then she told him that the power he called influence was very great and could become very dangerous in the wrong hands and even destroy the world, especially in the hands of that utterly vile and malicious Batman. And again, the conversation turned to ancient beings insulting each other. With the contract already signed, there was nothing that could be done except to urge the young man not to succumb to Slavic flattery and the temptations of the demon. With a bright and dazzling smile, the Archangel girl promised that she would become Yoon Jae-yang's guardian angel and guide him on the righteous and true path. The holy energy emanating from the girl penetrated the very heart of the main character, enveloping his body and giving him extraordinary peace and relief. Such words spoken by an angel greatly amused the Demon King, and he laughed quietly and looked at his opponent as if she were mentally retarded. He sincerely considered her a fool, for she hoped to set on the right path not just anyone, but his master, the most morally gray person he had ever met in his life. However, the majestic archangel did not understand why her marriage was being mocked or what the conversation was about. Then Tan, as the king of demons, gave her his word of honor that the man standing before them was one of a kind, worthy of the respect of even the devil himself. The guy standing before them was closer to being called a demon than any person the Prince of Darkness had ever met before, and perhaps even worse than a demon. Hearing these words, Dex wanted to take offense, but immediately dismissed the idea because, in essence, Satan was not particularly wrong about him. The Anarchy Bard class was clearly designed to bring chaos to this world, and if anyone wanted to talk about the nature of what he had been doing so far, it could be considered evil. It was almost impossible to remember the desire of the Holy Virgin in this case, but Michael did not think so. She had her own principles, dictated by heaven. Her conviction that all people created by the great Creator had goodness in their hearts spoke for her. It was the sacred duty of all angels to show this goodness. Flying closer to the man defiled by darkness, the girl placed her palm on the hero's heart and promised that from that moment on, she would do everything to awaken this kindness in him. All of Satan's worries and warnings were left behind. The angels and the man quickly became friends, and the holy maiden asked to be called Ellie. For the sake of his master, the Demon King turned a blind eye to the fact that his sworn enemy was now traveling with them, but he had no intention of giving up his influence and promised to kill her if she dared to touch them. These words became a new reason to start mocking him. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and said that he should have given up his monopoly and influence immediately after her appearance. Once again, a real battle broke out between them, and they began shouting at each other at the top of their lungs, trying to figure out which of them owned the influence points, which in fact belonged to Dex. Now, instead of one noisy creature, two incredibly loud and constantly arguing creatures were flying around the main character's ears. Taking advantage of a moment of silence, the young man turned to the archangel named Ellie to talk about what exactly he could give her in exchange for his influence points. Unfortunately, the world was capitalist, and it didn't matter whether they were angels or demons. They were governed by the logic of market economy competition. And since they themselves had brought up the subject of influence, he would never give it to Tan for free, which led to a perfectly logical question. It was important to know what Archangel Michael could give in exchange for the influence he received. Because in this world, the most important thing is to give and take. Such is our cruel world. For a moment, the girl froze, not knowing what to say, either because she was disappointed by the man's greed or because she simply did not expect such a question, wanting to take advantage of him. She quickly recovered and smiled, knowing that paying a reasonable price for what one desires was common knowledge even in the heavenly kingdom. There are several types of heavenly weapons that can really help people, and the Archangel hoped that this was exactly what her new master needed. However, the items had already been covered in the material, and everything that the Archangel and the Demon King could give him was too high level, so he asked about something like skills. Unfortunately, the girl did not know what that was, and she had to explain that he needed abilities that would allow him to fight strong people. In other words, he needed power. This explanation was quite suitable. Ellie thought for only a minute. She knew too much about everything that fit the definition of strength and wanted to figure out the most suitable one. Bard of Anarchy is certainly an incredible profession that allows you to gain such a mysterious power as influence, but there is a huge penalty for it. And that penalty was the absence of a level system, without which it was impossible to understand how high you had risen and how much stronger you were than the players around you. The skills that the hero currently possesses are not combat-related, and it would be nice if there was a way to use the items obtained from the Demon King, but even that would have its limits. It would be great if there was a way to compensate for this weakness, which is what he asked the Archangel for, and fortunately, she had something suitable. At that moment, the contract with the angel was concluded, and now the hero could spend influence points to borrow the power of the heavens in such quantities as he needed. In order to obtain this, it was necessary to spend a large number of points, but everything worked out perfectly. After this contract, the young man acquired the skill of divine descent, and holy energy literally gushed forth and filled his body. Its powerful flow was burningly painful for the Demon King, who tried to cover himself with his hand and fly away to avoid being hit. Concluding a contract with a higher celestial being was such a powerful process that a bright pillar of golden light shot up into the sky from the very spot where they were standing. This was seen by the monsters that were in the nearby forest. Huge trolls 2 or even 3 times taller than a human. The first to appear was the ancient knight of honor, Farhan, who in the past had given his life to protect what was dear to him. Next, the great wizard of truth, Merlin, a bearded old man who was the greatest sorcerer in the history of mankind, appeared before the world. Following them was the divine archer of legends, Parcel, one of the most powerful and beautiful girls who ever fought evil. Even the great thief of loyalty, Merfin, responded to the call of heaven and was revealed as a blade capable of striking down enemies at the first call. Divine Descent allowed players to temporarily borrow the power of ancient heroes who possessed loyalty and offered their souls. This was perhaps one of the most useful skills a player could acquire, to use the direct help of the heavens and ancient heroes to fight enemies. At that moment, several monsters emerged from the forest thicket, and their leader turned to Dex, asking him to give him everything he had. If he gave them everything they wanted, the monster promised to grant him a quick and painless death. Instead of fear, a smile appeared on the main character's face. It was the perfect time. He had been looking for someone to test his new powers on. Meanwhile, inside Mount Fian, in one of the mines, players were toiling away as slaves of the barony, some against their will, others already enjoying it. It was hard to believe, but all these people were working day and night in the game, in a virtual universe, hoping to strike it rich with just one find. However, they were not so foolish as to not realize sooner or later that their dreams were not destined to come true. Little by little, they came to terms with the idea that they had all been deceived. Some cried about it, some tried to work off their monthly pass as quickly as possible and never return, and some simply accepted it. The schoolboy who had returned to Arcadia only because of the thought of easy money suffered greatly. Now all his friends had gone hunting, and he was forced to dig in the mines. He no longer cared about the money, he just wanted to get to the surface and escape from this mine. But all he could do was lament his naivety. Thoughts of escape became an obsession, and he began to think more and more about simply running away. On the one hand, it really was a great idea, just to escape from this mine and forget about it like a bad dream. On the other hand, there was the desperate cry of a man being dragged back to his workplace by the guards. The guy screamed and tried to break free with his last ounce of strength, cursing and declaring that he hadn't bought the capsule to slave away day and night. 2 other players watched all this, laughing at him and saying that he had wasted his time trying to escape. Realizing that the schoolboy was unaware, they began to tell him that running away from the mine meant that he would become a criminal and be wanted in all the cities and villages of the empire. You would be forbidden from appearing anywhere. Otherwise, you would be spotted and brought back, so there was no point in running away. In the end, you would have to return to the mine and work off your debt anyway. The easiest thing to do was to stop whining and get to work so that he could pay off his debt as quickly as possible. After hearing these stories, any thoughts of escape disappeared on their own. All that remained was despair. The young man shed tears and continued to dig with all his might, sparing neither himself nor his pickaxe, and over time, his mining skills improved to level 5. His speed increased, and now he could mine ore for long periods of time without getting tired, and the eternal flame became interested in him. It was very curious. The boy looked at the notification screen and couldn't understand what an eternally burning flame was. But let's go back to the past, to the days when the Knight of Honor Farhan was still the living embodiment of loyalty and bravery, the great holy sword that crushed evil. A legendary holy warrior, always granting victory to those who stood on his side, his sword striking terror into all demons. His shield protected many innocent souls, saving them from the clutches of terrible monsters and beasts. His mere presence was like a promise of victory, and he was also called the embodiment of honor, a great warrior who had overcome many dangers and difficulties. However, after many years of defeat in horrific battles for the demons, they came up with a completely different name for him, one that was perfectly suited to someone who had mercilessly slaughtered their race. In those days, Farhan could destroy the strongest and most powerful shield of any lord of hell with a single swing of his sword, leaving only ashes and shards behind. He punished anyone who dared to stand in the way of the Holy Knight of Honor, cruelly and mercilessly, leaving no chance for escape or salvation. After destroying shields with one swing, he used the second to put an end to the senseless and empty lives of demons. After many years of such torment and actual extermination, the demons came up with a name for him that was very different from those given to him by his allies. Farhan, the Demon Destroyer. This was his second nickname, instilling terror in all souls who wanted to challenge the undefeated knight. It was his soul that entered the body of Yoon Jae-young when he activated his new abilities. And now all the skills of Farhan, the Knight of Honor, were available to him for a certain period of time. Standing aside, the Demon King immediately recognized the shield and sword that appeared in his master's hands. How could he not recognize the attributes of the one who had long destroyed his people? Everything that was happening was even cooler than the young man had imagined. He could already feel the power and strength hidden in these ancient artifacts. Emotionally unrestrained, Tanchik began to swear again. He couldn't control himself when he realized who had possessed his master's body, and it made him angry. Every inhabitant of hell knew the name of this knight. This monster had reached every demon in the underworld, even the relatively harmless ones. For humans, this meant that he was a great warrior with no feats to his name, but in the demon dimension, he was considered a crazy, obsessed maniac. But there was no time for squabbling. The young hero had a task to destroy the monsters that stood in his way, and he did not want to keep them waiting any longer. Now that he was endowed with the powers of a great hero of antiquity, he could begin the slaughter. His determination was truly frightening and impressive. It only frightened those who were not fools, unlike the orcs, who only became angry when they noticed how much the young man in front of them had changed. It was surprising that even they noticed the changes. Ordinary monsters would have immediately attacked him, but the mini-bosses seemed to possess some level of critical thinking. Leaving the barony, Mikhail and Jae-young set off on a special route that virtually no players, even high-ranking ones, take. The chosen path ran through a forest that few people ever walk through because, even though it was the shortest route to the next location, no one would risk going anywhere near it. The reason for this was a gang of orcs led by a mini-boss, an orc bandit, a huge and terrifying monster. He was not only strong and scary, but also had a high level. Level 25 was no joke for users, but it was too late to back down. While the orc raised his weapon and rushed into battle against the man, Jae-young stood up to accumulate holy energy and at the same time tried to figure out the skills of a Knight of Honor. The huge weapon collided with the holy shield, a rather powerful barrier that gave it no chance to hurt its owner. The unshakable will skill was activated, providing great protection and preventing anything from injuring or killing the character who used it. Finally, Yoon Jae-young figured out how to use the abilities given to him by the ancient hero, Farhan. And now that it was his turn, he was well aware of what he could do and what he would do. He gathered holy energy in his hands again, this time intending to finish off his enemies. More than anything, he didn't want these mobs to die too quickly, because then all the fun would be gone, so he activated several skills at once. This power frightened the orcs. They finally understood the power that humans possessed and begged him not to come any closer, backing away. Dex's eyes burned with madness and golden holy energy. He swung his sword and demanded that all the orcs line up so that he could slay them together. This blow was enough to wipe out a good part of the forest, let alone the monsters standing at the very epicenter of the energy explosion. After the skill's effect ended, the points spent were calculated, and it took a total of 352 influence points. All the orcs nearby were destroyed, which greatly upset the main character, as he had hoped the fight would last a little longer. Archangel Michael stood aside, completely stunned. She had never seen anything like this in her long life. Even with skill, a mere mortal was incapable of wielding such a large amount of power. It was impossible, which is why she was so shocked. And yet this young man somehow managed to destroy powerful enemies with a single blow, using an incredible amount of mana, and then it dawned on the girl. She realized why the Creator had sent her here. It was all because of this young man who possessed one of the most powerful forces in the universe, and could use such power. The man standing before her eyes was capable not only of influencing, but of changing the whole world with his actions. A quiet laugh drowned in the night silence of the dense forest, and the Holy Virgin Archangel Michael saw with her own eyes what Yoon Jae-young was capable of. Meanwhile, Dex was still too upset about how quickly the battle had ended. He wanted to fight properly like in the good old days. After long and loud quarrels, too much energy had been spent, and the familiars who were once the greatest beings on the continent were fast asleep. Next to them, leaning against a tree, sat their master, a young player who had managed to get his hands on the two greatest and most powerful artifacts, and now the forces of good and evil were under his command. Wasting no time, he studied his new skill, Divine Descent. The guy was glad he had used it ahead of time, because thanks to this, he was able to figure out its pros and cons. Everything in this world had both good and bad qualities. One of the positive aspects of this skill was that it could reduce the problem caused by the level gap in battles. Initially, Dex could only buy items from the Demon King to use them to reduce the gap between himself and his opponent. But the purchase required too much influence. And once he had to use the items he bought, he also had to put up with restrictions on their use and fight in an unstable state. This was the reason why the guy didn't want to buy any combat items from Tanchik. But now the problem was solved, although the disadvantages remained. The downside was that it took him a maximum of 3 minutes. Even if it took some time to look at the skill window, it didn't take more than 10 minutes. In 3 minutes, he spent more than 300 skill points, which was too much, and now he was curious how many he would have to use if the battle was against a really strong opponent. In addition to this, there was the problem of skill mastery. With each new creature that did not come to him during the Divine Descent, it was quite amusing. The fact that the young man described the disadvantages of the skill as amusing was very curious to the Archangel Michael, and a quiet chuckle was heard from behind him. While he was thinking, Ellie woke up. People say that angels sleep very lightly, which cannot be said about some others. Of course, this hint referred to the Demon King, who slept peacefully and did not even wake up from their conversation, only grimacing when he was mentioned. Since the man she now served was concerned about the expenditure of influence, she decided to discuss with him what he did not know about Farhan, a warrior of great power. The power of the Knight of Honor was so great that not all people were capable of it, so his call to Earth was not as expensive as it might seem. More importantly, the power known as influence was the most amazing, as it made an impossible situation possible. The girl was very articulate. Despite feeling as if the bullies had taken his money, Jae-yang was perfectly fine. After all, he now had many more options for solving the problem of the level gap. In any case, he was going to use this skill only in situations where it was necessary and there was no other way out, although he would have to do so carefully. Returning to the topic of the Baroness's mission, it becomes clear that the main base for the Korean server of Arcadia was the Bordeaux Kingdom, where things were not going very well at the moment. Despite this, the Bordeaux Kingdom is considered strong and prosperous compared to neighboring countries, which gives us reason to think that things are even worse elsewhere. It was located in the middle of the second continent of Arcadia, and taking advantage of its geographical position, acted as an intermediary to facilitate trade with other countries. The kingdom was able to make huge profits thanks to its strategic location, which led to the creation of several large trading enterprises. One such enterprise was the Great Trading Union, GM, where a wealthy man was now at his wit's end because he had brought a lot of goods, but the head of the union had not come out to see him. Less than a minute later, an unfamiliar man came down to him and apologized for the disrespect shown to what appeared to be a very important guest. This stranger turned out to be the branch manager, and although he was not the head of the trade union, the man still hoped that he would be able to take good care of the merchant. Despite his position, John Smith was very polite and courteous, behaving like a true deputy head. Their head was currently in an important meeting, where Duke Bershin was trying to convince him that war between the Kingdom of Bortov and the Kingdom of Parkol was inevitable and necessary. According to him, all this was necessary to resolve deep-rooted enmity and make the kingdom even richer. But the head of the union, Choi, was in no hurry to agree and asked if he could help trade in general. For a villain who was just an NPC, the Duke was too smooth-talking. Even Choi, an ordinary player, noticed this. If Birkin wanted to, he could definitely mobilize all the troops of the Bordeaux Kingdom, which are the core of the Korean server. He was a very dangerous man. Ignoring all the rumors that he was trying to claim the throne for the Great Trade Union, this man remained the best partner who could bring in millions. It was a real miracle that he managed to meet such a person so quickly, And for this, the strategic team that worked for Choi deserved to be rewarded. In the real world, Choi Jae-gyu was not an easy person. He was one of the sons of the chairman of GM Group. He was not a high-ranking person because he had tried many leadership positions, but each time he ran away from them and refused. This happened so often that his father couldn't take it anymore and yelled at his son, saying that if it happened again, there would be no more work for him at the company. In fact, the large trading company founded in the Kingdom of Bordeaux and called the GM Grand Trading Union was not so simple. There was a large Korean corporation, the GM Group, which was headed by Choi Jae-gyu, the youngest son of the company's chairman and head of the Choi family. It was a huge community that played Arcadia Online solely for the purpose of earning a lot of money in gold coins, which they would then convert into real money. In other words, behind this huge trading association within the game were real people with real and very ambitious goals. The meeting with Duke Bershen was like a meeting between reality and virtual reality, a battle between the human brain and the mind of artificial intelligence. Only in Arcadia was it possible for two worlds that seemed completely different at first glance, and that could not exist without each other, to intersect. The trading enterprise was built around adventurers, and the Duke came because he had heard not only about its rapid growth, but also about the strong bonds between the people in it. He wanted the Union to use all possible methods to buy up as much grain as possible and promised to pay a very good price. Of course, this offer was only veiled. In reality, the man planned to do the GM Union a big favor and transfer some of the authority over logistic supplies. All that was needed was to act quietly and not attract any attention whatsoever, which was the main reason Bershen came to meet with the adventurer. The offer was so generous that it seemed impossible to refuse, but it was just as cunning, literally a trap. And the younger son, who had already made too many mistakes, easily fell for this cunning and very generous trap, all for the sake of money. On the one hand, it was an excellent chance to prove himself to his father, achieve certain results and earn respect, to prove that he could still be part of the family business. Within the game, he had to maintain his role and not let anyone know about his father's company's true intentions. But the guy kept calling his servant by his real name. In his happiness and excitement, he wanted to contact his father right away and tell him everything. He was literally bursting with joy inside. This was a great opportunity to get more investment. But Smith, the branch manager, who was also an advisor and butler to the young master of the Choi family, couldn't let him do that. Such a sharp and cold refusal greatly surprised the young master because the man did not even take a minute to think. He immediately cut him off. His father's company had already invested $8 billion in this project, and it would be very difficult to get more investment. But for Jae-gyu, it wasn't a lot of money. No matter how angry the young master was, there was nothing that could be done about it. The funds they already had at their disposal were more than enough. The young gentleman had grandiose plans. He wanted to help the Duke supply the kingdom with provisions, and in the event of victory in the war, take the place of the infirm king. If that happened, the economy of the Korean server Arcadia would fall into the hands of the GM Group, and his father would be proud of him and surely make him his successor. All these ambitions were dictated by a banal inferiority complex and a desire to prove to his father that he was really capable of something. While Choi Jae-gyu was lost in his illusions, Yoon Jae-young arrived at the man Baroness Mikhail had sent him to, Count Brocken. Despite his stern appearance, the man was clearly a wise and reasonable person. He respected the Baroness's decision and was even pleased to meet the adventurer, Dex. After a quick introduction, the young man seized the moment and took out a letter of recommendation, handing it to the stern-looking NPC. The Count took the envelope in his hands and examined the seal on it with interest, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face, as he found everything that was happening very amusing. According to the hero, he did not know the contents, but he was told that with this letter, he would be able to obtain protection anywhere in the kingdom. There was also some information about him, but the man did not even listen to his story and tore the envelope in half. It was very unexpected. Brocken didn't even open it to read what the Baroness had written about this young man. He just tore it up. Throwing the scraps of paper aside, the man looked up at the adventurer and smiled, asking him to explain why Baroness Mikhail had sent him there. His gaze was very intense and oppressive. The Count looked sternly at the young man, tracking his every movement and any change in his facial expressions, literally studying the player. Yoon Jae-young instantly understood everything. The man wanted to ask him directly and hear personally why he had been sent, rather than read someone else's words, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Putting on a silly smile, the young man said that he did not know, and that such things should be considered by people of higher status. They were just simple adventurers like him. It was literally a challenge. The player immediately understood the Count's intentions, and the man noticed it. They both knew more than they let each other know. Suddenly, instead of anger, Bracken laughed loudly, surprising the young man, and said that he liked him very much. This answer was clearly what he had been waiting for. The reason he had been sent was obvious. War was about to break out between the Bordeaux Kingdom and Parcelle, and the Baroness probably believed that his talent could help stop it. On the one hand, Dex was playing dumb, but on the other hand, he genuinely did not know how to stop it. He had never thought he had such abilities. The fact that the guy wasn't at all surprised to hear about the war spoke volumes. Baroness Mikhail trusted him a lot since she mentioned something about it before he left. And since this user had his friend's trust, the Count wondered if he had any good ideas in mind. Continuing to play the fool, Dex simply listed what he had already heard, that the prince was incapable of making decisions and that most of the nobles were in league with Duke Berchan. After the man confirmed that all this was the absolute truth, the young man stopped playing the fool and seriously thought about the situation because it was extraordinary. In fact, he had been thinking about this question all the way to this place, so now he was just trying to figure out what exactly to say in this situation. There were two solutions in his thoughts. One was simple, the other was difficult. But it was not this that surprised the Count, but the very existence of a simple solution, which sounded absurd. It was very simple. Since Duke Berchan was the instigator of all this, it was obvious that when the head of the organization left, the organization itself would collapse. It was indeed the quickest and easiest way to achieve the goal. Kill the Duke and thus get rid of the traitor within the kingdom. Yun Jiang had a bright smile on his face. He was not afraid of the Duke at all, even though he was in his office, and spoke honestly about what he thought. All this made Broken laugh again. The Baroness really knew people well since she had sent him here. The guy turned out to be a very interesting person. This man's voice was as powerful as his body, booming like thunder in a clear sky, ringing right inside one's head. It was the simplest of all possible methods, so it was no surprise that the Count had already thought of it. But committing murder was not so easy. The people protecting the Duke were knights and mages of master level, always on guard 24 hours a day wherever they were. If there was anyone on this continent crazy enough to succeed in murder in such a situation, Bracken sincerely wanted to meet him in person and shake the hand of this daredevil. What he certainly did not expect was that, at that very moment, the adventurer who had come to him at the invitation of the Baroness would declare that he could easily do it. It was so awkward and unexpected that the Count decided that the young man had misunderstood or misheard him and asked if he had heard everything he had just said correctly. The positive answer confused the man even more, but he still said that based on what he had seen, he strongly doubted that the guy would leave even a scratch on the Duke's clothes. To everyone around him and the NPCs, Dex looked very harmless. His nickname was Green, which meant that he had not killed anyone, and his level was 1. After these words, the boy's eyes changed dramatically. He smiled and asked defiantly if the Count really thought he couldn't handle it. The aura around him changed dramatically, and it did not go unnoticed. It became so heavy and deadly that the man froze for a moment. And yet this proved nothing. He laughed quietly and said how good it was to be young and confident, slowly rising from the table. Stepping into the center of the room, Broker looked at the young man over his shoulder and asked him to follow him. There was only one way to find out if this adventurer was capable of killing the Duke or not. Eventually, they went out to the training ground. Since the player was so confident, he had to prove it in a sparring match with the Count himself. Baroness Mikhail might be impatient and very emotional, but she was definitely a wise woman when it came to judging people, and the man trusted her judgment. This meant that the reason this guy had been sent here was truly impressive, and it only fueled the fire in his chest. Pulling his sword from its sheath, the man was enveloped in a red aura. Count Broken was a master swordsman of the kingdom's shield organization, one of the most skilled warriors. But even that did not cause any excitement in Yundiang. The guy smiled and bowed his head, quietly activating the divine descent skill. This time, the wandering knight, Caphelis, a great hero of the past who could use 2 swords and 2 hands at the same time, descended upon him. A green beam from the heavens fell upon the user, and even the Count saw this bright light, and the air on the training ground changed and became heavier. The aura around the young man changed so much that the man even tensed up. Just a moment ago, he was definitely someone who had never held a sword before. Now he seemed like someone who had trained his whole life and fought hundreds of monsters. 2 ancient swords appeared in the young man's hands. The skill was activated, The ancient hero descended upon the young man, and now he could use his abilities. All the young man had said was 5 minutes. It was truly impressive, even terrifying in a way. No one had ever seen anyone change so quickly before. Dex planned to finish in 5 minutes because it took too many influence points, but a normal NPC would never understand what was going on. Immediately after these words, the guy activated several skills in a row: a swift step, the will to fight a decisive battle, and the sword of the wind, and rushed at his sparring partner. Combined with his spirit defense, the attack was faster than the wind, and the Count barely managed to block the blow with his sword. Even for him, this blow was very strong. The blow was delivered with a determined desire to end the fight, but the man still stood his ground. The main character guessed that the sword master was indeed different. He jumped back, temporarily ceasing his attacks and watching Brocken's next move, while the man carefully got to his feet, recovering from the blow. The lively player standing before him was clearly unusual. He could see that very clearly now, and it made him smile. These words made the young man smirk. He had expected more from the Count, but this man had only now realized that he was unusual, though that didn't change anything. Hearing that the NPC now understood that the young man was very serious about committing murder on his own, Dex happily offered to end the fight. However, no one was going to stop the sparring at that point. The adrenaline in his blood was pumping, and the man planned to show what he was really capable of in response. Raising his weapon to the sky, the Count activated his special skill. Formless blade, blade of aura, and red lightning and streams of magic surrounded him. The man was only a half-trained master of the sword, having received this title not long ago, but he was very proud of his skills. The sword shrouded in magical mana, the powerful aura, and the heavy air around him spoke for themselves, proving his words. The situation was heating up, and the sparring was turning from a demonstration into a real serious fight. The hero wondered if it was necessary to go this far. Now the man had finally lost his mind. He was a true warrior who got a thrill from battle, especially with worthy opponents. The air grew hotter and hotter, and the Count with his magic-shrouded sword was getting closer and closer, his blade growing larger, and magical lightning bolts aimed at the young man in front of him. Yun Jae-yang slowed down. He began to attack in response or somehow block, and very soon his sparring partner was very close. The blow was struck, and the young man did not even flinch. A veritable hurricane wind arose, sweeping away all nearby objects. When the magical storm subsided a little, smoke rose from the place of the blow. The air burned, as did Count Broken's gaze. But when the smoke and heat cleared, the man saw the young man standing where he had been, and what he saw caused him to be truly shocked. His attack had been completely blocked. The young man had suffered absolutely no damage, and what's more, he had used a formless blade technique that no ordinary person could know. Although he was different from the shapeless blade man, he was sure that it was exactly the same skill that only those who had reached the level of a sword master could use. Notifications poured in that the skill he had used was level 50 and had borrowed additional influence skill points, all of which caused discontent. To express his dissatisfaction in some way, the guy started scolding Ellie, who was taking more points than she should have, and from the outside it looked like he was talking to himself. Not only was the skill itself very expensive, and more time was passing, but now additional points were being charged. Dex's mood instantly worsened, and he turned gloomily to the Count in front of him, not wanting to prolong this sparring match. This time, he planned to end it once and for all, so that not a single extra influence point would fall into the hands of the greedy angel. The jump was too fast and swift, and the Count barely managed to block the blow that came at him from the adventurer. The young man's eyes burned with fire. He was simultaneously full of hatred and thirst for victory. The avid gamer in him spoke. His attacks rained down on Broken, and all the man could do was block the blows and do everything he could to avoid getting caught in the barrage. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. The man dug his feet into the ground, pushing down hard, just to stay in place and not fly into the wall. This was one of the strongest enemies he had ever faced in his life. In the end, he made a mistake and stumbled, opening himself up to attack and falling into the trap set by Dex. Now the fight could be over. One swing of the sword and the blade rapidly approached the man's neck. A little more, and his life would be over. The air seemed to burn, and the aura screamed of death. The fight was over. Count Broken's blade flew to the side, its owner letting go of it at the moment when he had already said goodbye to his life. The ground around him was scarred by the blades Dex had used, the heated plates literally burning and smoking, and the two men stared at each other in silence. When the Count realized that the fight was over, he was able to make up his mind again. The man was happy and even surprised that he had survived this meat grinder. The cost of the skill depended not only on time, but also on how it was used, and this time the guy spent 2,512 influence points, and what's more, he was able to subdue the Swordmaster. Ellie peeked out cautiously from under her hood, explaining that last time the guy hadn't used much strength, but now everything was different, and she saw him having fun for the first time. It was very exciting. Usually it was impossible to use the power of the heavens to perfection, even when it was summoned due to a very large number of points. But the guy skillfully controlled the balls, and even without the influence of the ancient hero, the Archangel immediately noticed that the guy must have trained before. In the past, Dex had spent a lot of time to take first place in Rhythm Blade, so it could be assumed that he had indeed trained. While he was discussing the points spent with Mikhail, Broken was able to recover and was already getting to his feet, his eyes fixed on the amazing adventurer. His heart was still pounding wildly. It had been the most incredible fight of his life, and he was happy to have survived. Even as the kingdom's foremost swordsman, he was unable to read the trajectory of the young man's sword. The player standing before him, Yoon Jae-young, was someone who remained unknown until the very end and possessed absolute power. After such an epic battle, the man could no longer treat the young man as he had before. He approached cautiously and, addressing him formally, asked what sword technique he used. In fact, the young man himself did not use any path, but since he was now using the power of Caphelis, he said that it was the path of the wind. This answer shocked the man even more, as it was one of the most difficult and secret ways of warriors, and his respect for the young man grew even stronger. The power of the wind, which is faster than anyone else, as well as freer and sharper than anything else in this world, few can boast of being able to tame it. His heart began to beat even faster. The Count was amazed. If he could achieve something like that, he would have no more obstacles in life. Ambition and perseverance burned within him as in years past, and the man raised his sword, determined to get at least half a step closer to the master's skill. After that, he practiced and trained late into the night, wanting to strengthen his abilities and as if he wanted to justify himself to his guest. After he had calmed down, they returned to the office, where the man solemnly apologized to Dex as if he were a more important person. He apologized for the way the group had treated the young man earlier, saying that the whole situation had been caused by his ignorance, which made it even more awkward, and the hero tried to stop him. After the apology, it was time to continue the previous discussion, and the Count asked if the adventurer was really serious about killing the Duke on his own. Since it was the simplest and quickest way to solve the problem, the young man saw nothing strange or suspicious about it, and since it would be Dex, the chance of killing Chen was very high. But if the Duke died, chaos could reign without the royal family. These words made the user smile. The NPCs in this game were naive and sincere, just like in any other, and he asked if the man was familiar with the Gordian knot. Of course, there was no Gordian knot in Arcadia, and none of the locals knew what it was. Then the main character began to explain what it was, a complex knot that was almost impossible to untie. And now that we were faced with such a problem, an even more difficult question arose: how to untie this knot? The question was quite complex and really worth thinking about, not to mention the NPC, who, despite having artificial intelligence, was still a character in the game. But the main character, who already knew the answer to the question, did not want to wait or give himself a chance to figure it out. The question was rhetorical. The knot just needed to be cut. Even if you try your best to untangle it, remember one simple truth: what is not tangled cannot be untangled, so it is easiest to just cut it. It was the simplest way out of the situation, which is always available. In other words, you just need to go for it and get rid of the root cause. As for the consequences, according to the brilliant logic of the main character, they would resolve themselves once the knot was cut. This was too irresponsible, even for an adventurer, and such an attitude struck the Count. He did not expect to hear anything like this from the person standing in front of him. And yet the young man was definitely the only one who could speak so easily about all the problems that had accumulated within the royal family of the Bordeaux Kingdom. There was no better solution. At least that was what the NPC was sure of. Impressed by the player's skill, he bowed and agreed with his decision. Only after the battle did Count Brocken realize that the aura was not just around the adventurer Dex's sword, but inside him. What emanated from within, in the very heart of the young hero, was the most terrifying person in the world, perhaps comparable to a demon. As a result of this conversation, An additional quest appeared in the main mission, which mentioned the murder of the Duke. The guy thought that the system really wanted to make sure that he was capable of doing it. The game was getting more interesting every day. The little demon king emerged from the hood and asked with a laugh if his master was going to kill Bershin. On the other hand, the little archangel Michael came out, sternly asking if that was what the guy really thought. And again, the two opposing forces, imprisoned in the bodies of small creatures, clashed in a verbal battle, insulting each other. More than anything, Dex wanted this noise to end, so he was ready to simply accept the angel's demand to inform the Duke that he was going to kill him. It sounded so crazy that Tanshik couldn't even laugh. To him, it sounded as if the angel had finally lost her mind. After that, a new wave of bickering began, but the young man managed to stop them in time, saying that he had no intention of killing Bershin at the moment. None of the little familiars expected such a turn of events, but their master was calm. Whenever a conflict arises, it is worth listening to both sides. He doubted very much that the Duke would start a war without any reason. There had to be grounds for it, and quite compelling ones at that. From the point of view of the adventurer Dex, who was not even born in the Crimson Kingdom, there was much to be gained from the struggle for power and war. There was only one thing that mattered more than anything else, and that was his own benefit. He was going to choose the side that would bring him the most profit. In such a situation, the guy was sure that none of his opposing sides should have any complaints. It was pure egocentrism, a kind of promise that could be disregarded at any moment for greater gain. That's what it means to be a wandering adventurer. On the same day, news spread that a Gene Electronics share price had exceeded $5,000, and the reason was Arcadia. Thanks to their efforts, many investors became interested in the release of the new game Arcadia and the Dreamer, but GM Group Chairman Kui Sun-yang was not very happy about it. Just 5 years ago, his company was on par with Ajin Group as competitors, but they began to lose ground after Ajin took the lead with revolutionary technologies. But the main reason for such a large gap was the Dreamer capsule, a technology that surpassed all others and changed the market not only in Korea, but around the world. This meant that they could not remain in old industries, such as construction and automotive manufacturing. If they did not expand their scope, their business would go downhill. Just as the man was thinking about what innovations he could introduce to prevent this from happening, his younger son burst into the office. Choi Jae-gyu did not immediately explain what had happened. In his excitement, he shouted at his father to give him $8 billion as if it were pocket change. Not long ago, Choi Sun-yang had given his son $8 billion, and now he was asking for the same amount again, claiming that he was sure it would be enough, but without saying what for. The chairman's patience was running out. He was boiling with anger, but he continued to maintain a visible calm. When his youngest son wanted to play a game invented by competitors, he left him alone. Now it seemed that the guy had finally lost his mind. He calculated that $8 billion was a small amount, that such investments required at least a report, and at that moment, a pile of papers fell onto the table. This thick stack of papers, as thick as a book, outlined the entire plan, as well as all the opportunities that Choi Jae-gyu could achieve with these investments. Before his father made any decision, the young man asked him to carefully read everything that was written there. It was a real project to isolate the Burgundy Kingdom, which his ambitious son wanted to bring to life. It outlined all the possibilities of war and the advantages of seizing power. It didn't take as long as expected to read through the huge pile of papers, after which the man looked up at the young man and asked if what was written there was true. Of course, for the most part, it was the absolute truth. Jae-gyu relied on the words of Duke Bershin when developing this plan. If everything continued to go according to plan, the GM Group would be able to take over Arcadia, which their competitor, Agene Electronics, was working so hard on. The old chairman simply could not pass up such an opportunity. It was the perfect chance to bring to life all the plans he had been thinking about all day. For this, he was willing to invest 50 billion won, but no more. That was the maximum amount he was willing to go, but it was the last chance given to the young gentleman. Everything turned out even better than he had expected. Now the young man had so much money at his disposal that he simply had no right to fail. It was simply amazing how much there was in that other world. The world of Arcadia, with counts, dukes, and even romantic quarrels, as if it were another life. All his adult life, Kui Sun-yang, like everyone else his age, had been sure that games were just something children played, but he had underestimated them. But the world was changing, and he wasn't going to wait for the old man to accept the new reality. It was time to try to keep up with the times. On that very same day, Choi Jae-gyu returned to Arcadia and hurried to Count Bershin's estate to discuss their future deal. But before they could meet, a secret envoy, Sir Leonid, from the Empire of Harmel, a very distant country in the north, visited the Duke. Usually such important guests did not visit the estate, which meant that this young man had a lot to say. Everything in this world revolved around war, just like in our reality. The Empire of Harmel knew that the Crimson Kingdom was preparing for such a step, and they had a proposal. If they promised to hand over the plains of Harel to the Empire after victory, they would support the Bordeaux Kingdom with all their might in the upcoming war. Moreover, if Duke Bershen so desired, the Haremel Empire agreed to help him and do everything possible to ensure that he became king. Harel, the plains located between the mountain ranges of the Bordeaux Kingdom and the Harmel Empire, naturally wanted to get this land and strengthen their defenses, so it was unlikely to be a trap. It was not such a high price that the kingdom could not pay, sacrificing the unclaimed plains in exchange for the opportunity to sit on the throne. The deal was done, and now the Duke had a reliable and powerful partner on his side. The man eagerly awaited the opportunity to work with Sir Leonid. They shook hands in honor of the alliance, and the young man sincerely hoped that the Bordeaux Kingdom would not forget its promise after the war. After that, the young knight left the Duke's office. He was the first guest today, but far from the last. It seemed as if the man was having an open house today. For an NPC, an ordinary game character, Bershen had too much ambition and thirst for power. Everything was going according to his plan so far, but very soon there would be a variable. Under one man but above the whole world, a creature that obeys only one man, but at the same time rises above the whole world, the man believed that this phrase existed for him. At the moment, there was only one person in the whole world who stood above him, and that was, ironically, an 8-year-old child. This country, the Bordeaux Kingdom, needed a real king, not just someone who was called that, and Duke Bershen planned to become that ruler. From his thoughts about the power that was about to be in his hands, the man was startled by a youthful voice. While he was rejoicing in his victory, a new guest entered the office. It was the head of the GM trade union, who had come here in person, because the larger and more important the deal, the more significant the changes in it. The young man bought rations that would be produced in the future in territories where the enemy kingdom currently purchases supplies, as well as all the grain available on the current market. All supply routes for the enemy had already been cut off, resources reserved, which meant that internal stability was out of the question. The guy was too good to be a mere adventurer. The purchase of rations in advance was known as the concept of trading in the future for adventurers. Under this agreement, contracts could be concluded in advance for the trade of goods on a specific date in the future. It is understandable that many of the tricks used in the real world were unfamiliar to virtual reality characters, and the Duke was very fond of this interesting idea. Too much had been invested in this. The GM trade union had put everything they had in this deal on the line, all for the sake of getting even more in the future. It was no surprise that the young man wanted to know if it was possible to secure the enormous rights he had been promised, and this request made Bershen smirk. Although he was an NPC, the man was still very cunning, so he hinted that the young man was rushing things and dismissed the agreement. Now it was finally clear that he was just taking advantage of the alliance. The old man said that it was normal to discuss such things after the war was over. That's when Choi Jae-gyu became confused, and all his confidence in himself and in this plan crumbled like a house of cards. Joking with the Duke was a bad idea. He had not only real power, but also intimidating strength, and a single glance was enough to silence the youngster. The hint that if he continued to doubt him, he would get nothing at all had a good effect on the young man, and he came to his senses. The situation was getting complicated. The game character was already starting to get on the young gentleman's nerves, but if he lost his temper now, his father's investment would go to waste. All that remained was to agree and resign himself to waiting for a convenient opportunity to carry out his plan. But would he be able to do it? According to the Duke, he already had an appointment that he was late for, so he sent the head of the union away, and once again the young man had no choice but to agree. Everything was going wonderfully for Bergen. He used all available opportunities and everyone he could. He didn't think much of adventurers, so he had no plans to share anything with him. And apparently the younger son of the GM group chairman understood this too. He left the Duke's office and punched the wall with all his might to let off steam. The fact that some NPC dared to behave so cunningly towards him infuriated the young man. He was very angry and upset. But he had no choice. He had invested too much money to get involved in a power struggle with them. It would be better to play along at first and wait for the right moment. To buy all the grain on the market, the guy used 500,000 gold coins, spending all 50 billion won that his father had invested in this idea. But at that moment, it was nowhere near enough to control all the grain supplies that existed in Arcadia. That is why the young man used the fantastic idea of trading in the future to somehow gain time and opportunities for himself. Choi Jae-gyu was confident that this would definitely weaken the kingdom of Parkel significantly. But in order to carry out the plan, the contract promised 10 million gold coins. This was so much that if converted, it would be 1 trillion. If the plan failed, not only would the GM Alliance suffer, but the GM group itself would also suffer. This was actually a last resort, and the guy did it secretly because he knew his father would object to it. All that remained was to reassure himself that the war would definitely start. No matter what, it would happen. He just needed to calm down and wait for the price to skyrocket. This was not just a game of chance. Jae-gyu had invested in a future he was confident in. It simply had to happen because it was the last chance he had been given. A man walked past him in the corridor, and the aura emanating from him was so strong that it even caught the adventurer's attention. He had never experienced anything like this with anyone else during the game before. Nothing had happened yet, but he felt that this was no ordinary person. This mysterious and unknown young man turned out to be Yoon Jae-young, who had come specifically to meet with the Duke and weigh the pros and cons of a military solution. At one point, it seemed to him that he knew this young adventurer, and Choi Jae-gyu rushed after him, shouting for him to stop. The young man ran after him, turning the corner a few seconds later, where the stranger had gone. But there was no one in that corridor, and the young man tried to catch his breath after running, not understanding how he could have lost sight of this person. Even though the hood and cape covered him a little, he was sure that these were the clothes of a novice, worn by low-level adventurers. The fact that some adventurer, and a low-level one at that, was doing something in Duke Brishan's mansion drove the chairman's son crazy. Paranoia burned inside him, and he immediately began to panic, thinking that the guy had come here because he had discovered his plans and wanted to ruin them. With a wave of his hand, the young gentleman summoned the 2 men following him, who were always on hand for situations that got out of control, like this one. The unknown adventurer entered the meeting room, and Jae-gyu ordered his 2 followers to keep an eye on him and bring him to him if he turned out to be a user. A little more, and he could have gone mad. His paranoia was so strong that he was already 100% sure that he had been exposed and could not allow his plans to be ruined. At the same time, the young adventurer, who had come all this way to speak with the Duke, gave him a recommendation from Count Brocken. The Duke felt no danger from the young man, nor any interest in him, and told him not to waste his time, but he did not manage to finish his sentence. With a bright and happy smile, Dex declared, quite confidently, that he wanted to kill Count Brocken. It was just the perfect opportunity to strike up a conversation. Hearing this statement, the man instinctively clutched the letter in his hand, speechless. He had never expected to hear such a thing from anyone. To explain the reason for his desire, the main character revealed all the plans he had made with the Count, saying that Broker wanted to kill Bershin to prevent war. According to the young man, the man considered this the only way out and was already making plans for the murder. This information interested the Duke, but it was all too good to be true, and anger appeared on the man's face. He couldn't believe what the adventurer was trying to impose on him without any evidence. When it came to evidence, the Duke himself should have had enough that he could remember, an excellent phrase with which he could defend his truth. And he was right. The Count and the Duke had always had a very tense relationship, and everyone knew that many opponents of the war wanted the Duke dead. The old man chuckled quietly, assessing the young man's negotiating skills. The matter was becoming more and more interesting. An angel and a demon peeked out from under the adventurer's cloak, sincerely not understanding what was going on, because just a moment ago their master had been planning to kill the Duke, and the Count was simply thinking about what to do. Before they could say anything else, they were quietly shushed, and then it dawned on the greedy and cunning Demon King that something was not quite right here. There was a sparkle in his master's eyes. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he was doing it on purpose. He had his own plans, which he had not shared with anyone before. Everything was going well, and the Duke believed the young man's words. He would never have thought that the Count would reveal this card, because the man had always been unyielding when it came to justice. But people are ready for anything when they are cornered, and now that everything had been confirmed, the man was curious as to why the gambler was sharing this information with him. Dex grinned. Everything was going according to his plan. Only this seemingly intelligent man had swallowed the bait and didn't even choke. He continued to play along with Bershin, saying that the king should be an experienced and wise man, not some immature child, which the crown prince was. The thoughts that were spinning in the old man's head were quoted almost verbatim, which couldn't help but flatter his ego. With an innocent and smiling face, the young man continued to flatter him, saying that the kingdom would only get better under the Duke's leadership. Everything was going perfectly. Even though the NPCs here had artificial intelligence, they couldn't think as cunningly as humans, and the Duke burst out laughing. The main character's plan worked perfectly. The man not only believed him, but also trusted him, and sincerely so. When he asked his little ally his name, he heard the short and simple answer, Dex. Both felt that everything was going perfectly, and the two men had a great feeling about their collaboration, but only one in that room would emerge victorious. With a slight smile, Yoon Jae-young promised that he would try to live up to the expectations placed on him by the Duke, and at that moment, the trap snapped shut. A few minutes later, the young man calmly left the mansion and walked away, having done everything he could. On the way, the Archangel Michael cried silently and mentally begged God to forgive the sins of her lying master, while the Demon King sincerely did not understand what he wanted to achieve by playing both sides. What annoyed the guy most was that he had to spell everything out for Tanshik. He hoped that at least the demon would understand him without words. All Jae-yang is doing now is trying to earn as many points as possible for his influence skill, but none of his familiars understood this explanation. The thing was, war was going to happen anyway. The only question was who would start it. But in the end, it didn't matter who did it, the Bordeaux Kingdom under the Duke or the Kingdom of Parkel. In such a situation, there is only one thing that can be 100% certain. When chaos reigns due to the war, Yoon Jae-yang will bear a huge responsibility, and that is when he will be able to gain more influence, just like in the slime incident. Even with these explanations, Satan still did not fully understand what was going on. If war was beneficial to his master, why didn't he work with the Duke from the beginning? But it wouldn't work that way if he acted as the Demon King wanted. Despite all the cunning and meanness of the devils, they couldn't resort to such tricks as humans could. If Duke Bershen had immediately become king, there would have been no one to fight, so first he had to be on Count Broken's side. War with a foreign power was not the only chaos that could arise. War between internal forces was even more unpredictable. The chaos that resulted from the two wars could bring incredible benefits, which Dex would reap. The young man's eyes burned with a dark fire. Even in the eyes of the Demon King, he seemed like a crazy fool, but it was indeed a good strategy. Doubling the war meant doubling the influence. The action was amazing, cunning, and elegant, so the little demon couldn't pass it by. He took out his old worn book, The Records of Satan. It was the wisdom that the King of Hell simply had to, write down. If you are going to betray someone, then simply do not take anyone's side. A true demon must act in this way, thinking only of his own benefit, caring about nothing else. This is exactly what Yoon Jae-young did. He thought only about his influence points and how to increase them. And when everything turned out the way he wanted, all that was left was to rejoice. But he couldn't get far from the Duke's estate. In the middle of the road, two creatures unknown to him stopped him, blocking his path. The assistants sent by Choi Jae-gyu appeared out of nowhere, looming over the young man and pretending they only wanted to talk. Their faces, hidden behind masks, were terrifying even through the plastic, and red eyes glowed from under their hoods. A slight smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Something very enjoyable awaited him, much more enjoyable than simply talking with the Duke. Late in the evening, they reached the headquarters of the GM trade union. The unknown masked men led the adventurer to the door of the head's office. Inside, there were two more people wearing the same masks. Apparently, they were bodyguards accompanying the younger son of the GM group chairman. As soon as the young man entered the office, the head of the trade union greeted him and politely invited him to take a seat. In this situation, Dex masterfully kept his cool, but then again, he had no reason to be nervous. He smiled and thanked them for providing security. It was a simple exchange of pleasantries, in which you and your companions merely masked your venom with false politeness. The union had enough people. It cost them nothing to do so. They coincided perfectly. Even their thoughts were the same, both thinking that the nickname of the person they were looking for was not recognized, that this person was not so simple. Agreeing mentally that they were both suspicious, the young men remained silent and looked at each other, as if studying and waiting to see who would act first. This silence could have gone on all night, so Dex took matters into his own hands and asked why he had been brought here. After a short pause, Jae-gyu said that he just wanted to check something and apologize for any inconvenience caused. All politeness and smiles had ended a minute ago. The reason was very unusual for an invitation, and the hero was curious what the man in front of him wanted to check. The guy didn't hesitate any longer and immediately asked what they had discussed with Duke Bershin, worried about his contribution and his plan. In such situations, Ji-young was excellent at playing naive. He just had to smile, pretend to be a fool, and say that he did not consider it necessary to tell a stranger about it. However, his opponent, who had invited him to the Union headquarters, did not like this answer, and the young man foolishly slammed his fist on the table. The guy's patience was running out. He was already losing his composure and was ready at any moment to send his people to get rid of this kid who was getting on his nerves. The Union leader sitting at the table exuded a murderous aura. He was so incredibly angry that further confrontation could only lead to casualties. Both Tanchik and Ellie emerged from their hoods. They had both seen how solo this young man was, and they both thought it wasn't worth angering him further, but their master was very irritated by this brat. So irritated that he simply couldn't stop provoking him. But still, it was worth slowing down, so he thought about what he could do. He needed to assess the scale in his opponents. He remembered clearly that 2 masked men had brought him here, and it was obvious that they were warriors hired by the trade union. There were 5 more such people standing at the exit of the office, which meant there were at least 7 of them. It would be difficult to withstand such numbers, but not impossible. On the plus side, the head of the union had not revealed his character's name, but the fact that he had given some information about himself meant that he was confident that Dex would not be able to escape. There was simply no other choice. His irritation had reached such a level that he was ready to use divine descent and leave silently. At that moment, the butler Smith came out, bowed and apologized, explaining that they just wanted to know if the Duke had given any quests. Finally, a person worth talking to had appeared, and the heroes immediately said that it didn't seem like they just wanted to ask questions. At that moment, young Mr. Choi completely lost his composure, slammed his hand on the table, and jumped to his feet, shouting that the young man was forbidden to interfere in the Duke's affairs. Whatever his relationship with Birchin was, Yagu promised that if he saw him near the man again, he would take action. If he continued to meddle in matters that did not concern him, not only this game, but his entire life would become very difficult for the young man. At that moment, the executive director, who played the role of butler, grabbed the young gentleman by the scarf and pulled him forcefully to shut him up. The young gentleman had crossed the line, and this was the only way to shut him up before it was too late. The man's words had an effect on the young man. He stumbled and even took a step back. Although his irritation had not gone away, he now kept his mouth shut. Once again, Smith had to clean up after his master. He explained that the young man had invested a lot in the Duke, so now he was overly excited. Even Dex noted that this was a very unusual person. He smiled faintly, deciding to listen to what they had to say. To resolve the situation they had all gotten themselves into, the man explained that they were not a simple organization, but a branch of the real GM group. No one expected this. Even Jae Young could not have imagined in his worst nightmare that a real group could open a branch inside the game. It was so unbelievable that he even asked if what he had heard was true, and after confirmation, a rather thick bag of coins was thrown on the table in front of him. The trade union, the GM group, had invested heavily in the arcade, or more precisely in the Duke himself, but they couldn't reveal the details. Smith hoped that the guy wasn't stupid and would understand everything from the amount in front of him. They were willing to pay a huge sum as long as he didn't touch the Duke and didn't ruin their plans, but young Mr. Choi had already angered him. Of course, the main character understood everything perfectly well. He may not have understood all the details, but he understood the essence. He smiled faintly. It wasn't part of the plan, but it was a very pleasant change, except that he wasn't going to leave the situation with the guy who had pissed him off like that. Continuing to play the fool, Dex took the bag of coins and with a silly smile, clarified that he simply needed to refuse the task given to him by Duke Bershin. His opponents' faces showed indignation. On the one hand, everything had turned out perfectly for them, but on the other hand, who in their right mind would expect it to end this way? When they left the Alliance, Tan and Ellie both didn't understand what had just happened, and the Angel thought it would have been better if they had had an honest conversation from the beginning. Nevertheless, everything turned out well for the main character. He did not expect to receive any money, and yet he had a sudden extra income. The GM group was also involved, obviously seeking to profit, for example, from military equipment or perhaps some kind of agreement directly with the Duke. Whatever the case, none of this had anything to do with the young man. It would be beneficial for him if a war broke out, and it didn't matter what kind of underground business the company was involved in. That was exactly how it was. but the younger son of the company's chairman managed to anger him. Although they had communicated very little, Dex already hated him. His anger was so strong that he couldn't allow things to go well for this arrogant, rich young gentleman. While the angel and the demon were indignant on the sidelines, which was the only thing they had agreed on in the last millennium, their master came to a decision. With a happy smile and a satisfied expression on his face, he declared very solemnly that he planned to kill Duke Bershen. On this point, the angel and the demon disagreed again. The demon king was upset because he thought it was pointless, but the angel, on the contrary, was very happy. In Satan's eyes, the man had gone mad again because he was going against the plan that he himself had devised. But Michael was pleased that he was finally fulfilling his promise. However, the young man had no intention of deviating from the plan, and if he told everyone about the murder, as Ellie wanted, it would not work and would only complicate the situation. To kill two birds with one stone, the young man planned to keep the murder a secret so that absolutely no one would know that the Duke was no longer alive. This completely disillusioned the angel with her master. The girl took offense and declared that she could not help him with this and would take away his divine descent skill. Now her loud cry was directed at the man, not the demon, as she tried to convince him that murder was an act of cowardice and, moreover, evil. Standing aside, Tanchik again lost track of what was happening, but then he rejoiced and quickly came up with a plan of action. He could finally turn the tide in his favor. He smiled broadly, finally looking more and more like a demon. The situation was more advantageous than ever. Deciding not to waste a single precious minute, the Lord of Hell turned to his master to quickly tell him about what he thought would make them both happy. After so much time playing together, he finally understood what a human needed and was ready to offer something similar, if, of course, he did not object to the power of the demon realm. This is where Jae Young was confused. He did not expect that the little devil, who had been flying around him for so long, could give him the same power. Everything was exactly as the young man understood it. The demon could give him the same thing that the angel had just taken away out of spite. It was exactly the same divine descent, only now from the devil, the dark forces of hell, which could help in battle. It was just the perfect chance for Tan. He could finally give his master a weapon that he could use while giving him his influence points. With a sly smile, the demon set to work, creating a magic circle under Dex's feet, which was a contract. The pentagram immediately glowed, sending out dark magical lightning bolts. The spell took effect, and very soon he would get his skill back. The contract with the demon realm was successfully concluded, just as it had been with the angel not long ago. Only now he could use his influence to temporarily borrow the power of demons, power that would not be taken away from him just because he was acting dishonorably. The power of a demon that he could use to bring chaos to this peaceful world. The dark forces slowly faded away, blowing the young man with the wind, and he stood calmly in the center, where the pentagram had been, and looked at the stats of his new skill. The system window displayed a long list of powerful and mighty demons, some of whom belonged to the Legion of Darkness, while others were simply well-known dark beings. The choice was quite large, and everyone there looked very interesting. Dex's eyes burned with curiosity. He hadn't felt such pleasure playing Arcadia in a long time. Everything was better than he had expected. If the heavenly side was more focused on strength, then the demonic side focused on additional skills that were useful and practical. But most of all, the guys were interested in the reason why Tanchik hadn't told him about this excellent skill before. It would be nice to have more options. The angry and dissatisfied archangel pressed the Demon King, but he pushed her away with an impassive face, saying that no one had ever asked him, so he hadn't said anything. The demon also believed that humans needed the power of the heavens, but then his master asked a very reasonable question. Did he really think that he wouldn't care whose power he used? After this explanation, the hero's good mood returned, and with a smile and burning eyes, he chose between demons and dark magicians, like a child in a toy store. He settled on a creature with a skull instead of a head, a creature steeped in darkness that looked just right for testing his new powers. The guy didn't have any particular reason for choosing it. He had simply seen it in a history textbook in the library of the City of Newcomers while completing the second task of the game. All this time, Archangel Michael hadn't said a word, silently watching them, and now she was peeking over his shoulder, looking curiously at the system window. When she saw who her master had chosen, her eyes widened in horror. She was sure that it was exactly who she had thought it was. This terrifying-looking creature was Lich Argamer, the Legion of Death, an incredibly powerful and fearsome being. Lich Argamer was a necromancer, the most evil dark mage who defeated the Empire in 4 kingdoms, filling the entire continent with fear. Wherever his legion passed, not a single living soul remained, no matter how small, and now, centuries later, his name is mentioned as the embodiment of death. It was this power that Yoon Jae-young intended to use. He made his way to Duke Birchin's mansion and climbed onto the roof, observing from above. His eyes burned with a dark, demonic flame, and the main character resembled a bird of prey, a vulture watching its future prey. Below, 2 guards were passing by, patrolling the area. They were unlucky to be in this place at this hour. These courtyards were ideal for the first test of the power granted by the King of Hell, and the most attentive of them immediately noticed something unusual. The sight of the man standing on the roof was frightening. He really did look quite dangerous, especially at night. Against the moonlight, the dark silhouette hardly resembled a human being, and yet, who else could it be if not a human creature? Standing on the roof, the true madman smiled broadly and summoned the divine descent granted by the demons. The summoned soul was none other than Lich Argamer, the great dark mage, whose silhouette appeared above the young man with a scarlet skull burning in place of his face. The power that descended upon the young man was so strong and oppressive that it practically pinned the 2 soldiers to the ground, forcing them to sit down. The air around them suddenly grew cold. A chill ran down their spines, and it all looked so sinister that now both of them were frightened. The creature from hell had temporarily taken control of the main character's body, and he could use Lich's power as he saw fit. He already had a plan for how he would entertain himself. The skills now available to him were exactly what the guy had expected. Everything was going just great, and finally the game was getting more and more interesting. Dark energy enveloped the bodies of the young warriors. One of the knights had already encountered this, and immediately recognized that the force trying to take over his body was black magic. Moreover, this magic was of a very high level, and he doubted that the 2 of them would be able to cope with something like this. The man quickly assessed the situation, got his bearings, and shouted to his friend to listen carefully, that they would not be able to capture this man alive. His companion behind him had never been in such a situation and did not understand what was happening, so he thought his partner's plan was bad, but now was not the time to set priorities. The entire mansion of Duke Birchin could fall under the control of this stranger if they lost here and now, so the guard drew his sword from its sheath. A terrifying smile appeared on the face of the main character, who was using the powers of Lich. He really looked even more like a demon than the King of Hell. He began his takeover of the mansion by directing a dark spirit at the 2 guards to take possession of their bodies and get rid of them. But the guy underestimated the guards. The knight, who had already assessed the situation, knew exactly what to do, and gritting his teeth, activated his defensive skill. Driving his heavy 2-handed sword into the ground, the guy activated a holy shield that blocked the dark magic and protected the 2 knights. This guy turned out to be really smart. The rumors that the Duke's Guard was magnificent, almost like the Royal Guard, were apparently true. And yet they were not as magnificent as the main character. After all, this guard was just an ordinary, typical paladin. His upbringing spoke for itself, and the knight apologized, warning that he was going to fight with all his might. Typical behavior for good characters, just like Ellie. After that, he activated his holy power, using the skill of the Blade of Justice to attack the Dark Mage and strike him down in one blow. However, he underestimated his enemy. Divine Descent was stronger than any skill, and Dex simply smiled, waiting for the right moment. The eyes of the Bard of Anarchy burned with insane joy. He was truly getting a kick out of everything that was happening, a true madman indeed. He activated the Spirit Spear skill, and a huge spirit from the depths of hell pierced the knight with his spear of darkness. In the last moments of his life, the knight realized the terrible truth. This enemy was truly beyond his power, and there was hardly anyone on this continent who could defeat him. All life literally drained from the knight's body. He withered before their eyes, and the last word he uttered was necromancer. The death of his comrade finally frightened the second knight, and he recoiled as the heavy sword fell to the ground. Now he too understood who was standing before him. His body trembled as if he were about to lose consciousness. Horror overwhelmed him, preventing him from thinking rationally. Who would have thought that a lich would actually appear in the Crimson Kingdom? He turned and ran, shouting and raising the alarm so that the other knights would know about the danger that had come to their court, that had befallen their entire kingdom. The lich had appeared, the very horror of legend, whose name still terrified everyone who lived on this continent. He wanted all the soldiers to gather together, but they would hardly be able to defeat it. And at that moment, he was struck by a spiritual spear, Just like his comrade, and the young man died without having time to warn his comrades and his lord. Standing on the roof, Yoon-jae-yang could not allow the entire guard to rush here. Not yet. The necromancer was most vulnerable when summoning the undead. Even if he used divine descent, he still didn't want to risk fighting the entire guard right now. That wasn't part of his plan. The last guard, who tried desperately to warn the others, fell at the hands of an unknown attacker with the power of a necromancer. Now that they were both dead and I posed no threat to him, Dex was going to try out that special skill you gave him access to thanks to the Death Legion's call. This skill was the resurrection of the dead. Dark magic lifted the knights' bodies into the air, slowly penetrating them and taking possession of them. Within a minute, a low-ranking undead warrior, a ghoul, stood in Duke Bershin's courtyard. It was the knight who had died last and was weaker than his partner. Standing next to him was his former comrade, who, thanks to being a paladin and possessing holy power, had become a mid-level undead, a knight of death. And all this was done only because the arrogant, haughty young master of the GM group behaved too insolently towards the wrong person. Dex hoped that his plan was outstanding until he intervened. Necromancers are a special kind of dark mage, unlike any other, and therefore irreplaceable, as was the case in the Dark Demonic War. They are capable of summoning an unlimited number of undead, because the number of dead never ends. On the contrary, it increases almost every day. In other words, it would not be an understatement to say that a single necromancer can be considered a tremendous force in and of themselves. That is why they are not considered very effective during a full-scale war or siege, whatever it may be and whenever it may take place. Just like now, when the dead summoned by Yoon-jae-yang are besieging the Duke's mansion and killing one knight after another, giving them no chance to contact the others. Eventually, communication was completely cut off, and the young man felt relieved. Otherwise, it would have been a real thorn in his side. The decision to set up an ambush was the right one. The knights who remained alive outside tried to unite and work together to stop the onslaught of the undead, who had appeared in the courtyard from nowhere. They wanted to call for help from the holy knights who served the Duke. But one glance at the undead was enough to understand that their holy knights would no longer help them. Even if one of them remained, they were all with Bershin and defending him. They had no other choice. No one left to come to their aid, and there were too many enemies. The main character stood aside and heard perfectly well what the guards were saying to each other. It sounded too pitiful, as if they had all been abandoned to certain death. But even so, they shouldn't be too upset, because he was still with them. The young man pointed his hand toward the survivors and activated his power. He promised to use them all to good effect, summoning the Knight of Death, the largest of all those summoned by him, 5 times taller than an ordinary man. Trembling with fear, the young people could not even scream. They had no strength for anything. They could only cry, looking at the one who would bring them death. In the next minute, dark magic consumed their bodies, turning them into new death knights that the true madman could control. After death and reincarnation, the former knights knelt before their new master, who descended and approached them. With a satisfied smile, he congratulated them all on becoming part of his small army, and now they had the honor of carrying out their master's special task. The dark, low-ranking undead listened silently to what they were told. Lich wanted them to find the one who had abandoned them all, Duke Bershin. These unfortunate souls were given the opportunity to take revenge on the one who had failed to protect them. Even though they were already dead and in the power of the necromancer, they could still cry. After that, they vanished, leaving behind only a dark magical trail, and went inside the mansion to find the Duke and get even with him. Dex smiled and enjoyed the process, mentally advising the Duke to hide well if he really wanted to survive, although he doubted that it would help him. On that terrible night, the entire mansion of one of the most powerful men in the kingdom was engulfed in dark magic by a necromancer who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The entire building shook, and the Duke finally woke up from the rumbling and intense pressure that penetrated every room and every corner. This noise, clearly unnatural, frightened the old man, and he shouted, demanding to know who was hiding in the darkness. At that moment, one of the guards burst into the room, and the young man shouted that Bershin needed to run, but the man was skeptical, because there was no place safer in the kingdom than his mansion. Then the young man, crying hysterically, explained as best he could that a lich, a necromancer who had killed almost everyone, had appeared on the estate. The old man felt a chill inside, and horror appeared on his face. He did not fully believe that the lich had appeared here, but the expression on his knight's face inspired confidence. In a panic, the man demanded that all the knights gather and defend him. They did not yet know that they no longer had a single holy night left, while dark magic penetrated the room. The small and pitiful Duke Bertian was found, and Dex smiled when he sensed where his target was. The souls of the slain soldiers rushed into the room, moving with the help of dark magic, and in the blink of an eye, they materialized in the room. This surprised the Duke, and he flinched but did not start to run because he did not fully understand what these purple dark arrows were. Only when the Knights of Death, the undead, appeared in the room did a loud cry ring out. And now even those who did not fully understand what was happening realized the full horror of the situation. The young guardsmen were not prepared for this, and indeed, who in the entire Crimson Kingdom could have prepared in advance for an attack by a necromancer? They died within a second. After they had finished off their former comrades, the resurrected dead turned their empty eye sockets toward the one who was supposed to protect them. Bertian managed to get out of bed and backed away toward the wall, leaving the man completely defenseless. All he could do was yell at the undead and try to chase them away. The next minute, the same giant entered the room, breaking through the wall of the mansion. The old man screamed in horror, now completely losing his ability to think clearly. Even in his worst nightmare, this man could not have imagined that his life would be subjected to such trials. But at that moment, he noticed something familiar. The sword in the hands of one of the Death Knights was painfully familiar. It could only belong to one person, Lander, one of his Knights of Light. The very same guard who was the first to spot the necromancer and the unknown attacker, who tried to defend himself and his comrade to the last. And it wasn't just him. All the other undead that filled the Duke's room were his bodyguard knights, who were supposed to protect him but had fallen. Finally, it dawned on Duke Bertian that a lich had been born in the Crimson Kingdom, and his first target was this mansion. A man in a dark hood entered the room with a smile, his face impossible to see from such a distance. Walking a little deeper into the room, he raised his head, and the Duke saw a familiar face. "Dex, don't hide your pleasure," he greeted the man. At the sight of him, the old man began to laugh hysterically, saying that if the adventurer had any business with him, he would definitely find time to meet and discuss it. He shouted that he would do and give anything this man could ask for, that he was capable of giving him everything. Standing in the middle of the room, the true madman smiled faintly, but when he heard the question of what he wanted, a terrifying broad smile appeared on his face, more like a snarl. Without hiding his superiority and pleasure, the young man said that he wanted the Duke's death and nothing else. That was what he wanted, and the Duke could indeed give him what he desired. The young man stood over the old Duke, watching as his indignation gave way to horror. The fear reached its peak. Tears appeared in the Duke's eyes and his face contorted as he asked why the young man was doing all this. It wasn't that Ji Young was in a hurry to go anywhere. He decided to chat a little and asked if the Duke didn't think he should be more careful with those he used. Sitting on the floor, the once most powerful man in the Kingdom of Bordeaux had long since ceased to understand the essence of what was happening. Meanwhile, the main character continued to say that he didn't care about the war, the Duke becoming king, or whether he would benefit from it or not. None of this mattered at all, and the young man could easily turn a blind eye and ignore it. But Bertian definitely shouldn't have gotten on his nerves. With the help of these brainless idiots, it was hardly possible to do anything properly, so the young man advised the old man to achieve more in his next life, even though he did not know if the NPC had one. The Duke's life was coming to an end, and the man began to shout that if his life was spared, he would do as this man wished, do anything. But Yun Jiang was no longer interested in this. He turned to his living dead and ordered them to end it as quickly as possible. The undead headed toward the Duke. In the last seconds of his life, the man suddenly became calm, most likely out of sheer despair, unable to believe that his long-held desire would end this way. The Knight of Death, once Lander, let out a blood-curdling scream and swung his heavy two-handed sword at the man who had once been his master. Duke Bertian's head flew off his shoulders, and with his death, the last plan ceased to exist. A total of 321 related quests were deleted. The additional mission of the main task, created personally for Dex, was completed, and he received a total of 53,000 influence points. He would receive more if he continued to cause chaos. Both familiars simply glowed with happiness when he received this ton of influence, and both felt even greater power emanating from their master, which they wanted to get their hands on. The main character's mood dropped sharply when they spoke. These little scoundrels were definitely good at sniffing out such things. He asked the Demon King if there was any time limit on the skill, and the answer was yes. He could use it as long as he had influence. And that was just fine. A new plan immediately formed in the young man's head. He raised his hand and used his necromancer magic, and his appearance alone frightened Tanchik. Using his skill to resurrect the dead, he decided that if he wanted to ruin everything, he had to do it right. Dark magic lifted the Duke's body into the air. In this virtual world of Arcadia, there were still many places waiting for him and his little familiars to destroy them, and any methods could be used to do so. The main character eagerly awaited the moment when he could not only bring chaos to this world, but also ruin all the plans of the young master of the GM group. On the other side of the continent of Arcadia, the night was much calmer than in the Bordeaux Kingdom. In the Holy Empire, everyone was fast asleep, and even the wind did not disturb the peace. Holy Father Amin was still awake. Sleep had completely eluded him tonight. The old man hoped that not a single lamb had strayed from the path. As he wandered around the palace trying to fall asleep, someone quietly entered, addressing him very politely and courteously. A little girl cautiously entered the room. She had white, almost silver hair and purple eyes like amethyst. It was the Holy Maiden, Sylvia, and from the worried expression on her face, it was immediately clear that something very bad had happened. The Holy Father's terrible premonitions had come true. There were indeed those who had not only strayed from the path that night, but had also committed a great evil, which was revealed to the little saint. Able to see visions and predictions that came from God himself, she could warn of impending danger when it was needed. Now she saw that evil had arisen on the continent of Arcadia. It was Dex who had used the power of Lich, but they did not know this yet, and the Holy Father's face changed. The situation was much more serious than Amin had thought. He wanted to find out at least some clues about the location, anything that could help them find and destroy this evil. In Saint Sylvia's vision, one of the unfortunate souls cried out the name of Duke Bershan before his death, and as she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. This spoke volumes. Even here in the Holy Empire, the true face of the Duke was known. The man knew that he was the force behind the Crimson Kingdom. The young girl burst into tears, covering her face with her hands. She was both frightened and grieved for those unfortunate souls who had died such a terrible and undeserved death. It was hard to see the girl crying, so Amin hugged her and put his hand on her head, reassuring her that God was only conveying a message through her, and that all those visions were not real and she was safe. A few minutes later, the Holy Knight Egudiel entered the room, and the young man knelt on one knee, greeting the Holy Father and the Holy Maiden. As a Holy Knight of the highest rank, he was almost the only one to whom Amin could entrust this task before it was too late, and the entire continent was plunged into darkness. Since young Lady Sylvia had received a vision from God, her father wanted Sir Egudiel to thoroughly investigate what had happened to Duke Bershan and find any traces of darkness. Meanwhile, Knights of Death roamed freely throughout the duchy. The undead brought chaos to the settlement, and the entire place was plunged into turmoil. All the townspeople who were still alive, overcome with fear, began to leave the territory, and the productivity and military strength of the duchy were greatly reduced. This was the end not only of all of Bershan's plans, but also of his protected fortress. Yunjie Yang had a great time while doing all this, but now it was time to finish. With a wave of his hand, the guy sent a magic arrow and burned the flag flying on the roof of the Duke's mansion to the ground. For conquering the Duke's territory single-handedly, he received the title of Cruel Necromancer. The secret plans were completely destroyed, and the hero received 14,000 influence points. Dozens of undead soldiers walked below. The sight was magnificent. The main character sincerely enjoyed what was happening and even regretted a little that he had not chosen the necromancer from the beginning. The fallen and resurrected knights slowly moved through the streets of the duchy, searching for new meaning or a new victim, but there was no one around except for other skeletons. Yes, becoming a necromancer because of such powerful strength was indeed very tempting, but seeing corpses every day was surely quite a difficult task. Lich Argheimer's army of the dead was definitely a very powerful force that would certainly come in handy, and since he had gathered more than 60,000 influence, it could be considered a huge profit. Still, there was nothing good about the situation dragging on. Dex was not eager for anyone to find out about what had happened, and it was very expensive to use the skill for any longer. It was still a borrowed power that he could use with the help of divine descent, and the longer he used it, the more influence it would consume. The young man had a feeling that he would give away more influence than he had earned, so he asked Tan how much influence had already been spent. Taking out his huge calculator, the little demon began to calculate the points he wanted to get in his paws, counting the number of people who had died from the power of the Lich. After a long and clearly unfair calculation, The demon declared that the user owed him 42,284 influence points and even called him a weakling, but immediately corrected himself. This did not go unnoticed, and Dex was very upset to hear all this. But the Demon King chose to pretend that he did not remember ever saying anything like that. In addition to the insult, he also owed a whole bunch of points, which he really didn't want to give up, so he started demanding a discount because it was too expensive. This request was like a bolt from the blue. Tanchik clearly did not expect such insolence and hoped that his cunning and dishonesty would go smoothly and work. In a panic, he began to tell the expensive customer that they used a fixed price system and that he had to pay the corresponding amount. But the guy didn't care. He considered himself a VIP customer. And since he was a VIP client, he believed he was entitled to a discount, if not a coupon. Being treated like a department store infuriated the little demon, but what could he do? Seeing that the familiar was not going to agree to do as he wanted, the young man declared that if there were no discounts, he would only deal with Ellie. These words made an incredible impression on the angel, and she began to shine brighter than the full moon in the sky, rejoicing that they would indeed cooperate with her. This statement greatly frightened Tanchik. Unlike Ellie, he was not so happy and obediently began to look for discounts, initially offering only 40,000 influence. But this was too small a discount. Practically nothing had changed, and it was not acceptable. Jae-young continued to insist and said that he would only agree to 35,000. Their argument continued. The King of Hell kept trying to trick him and offered first 39,990, then 39,980 points, which only annoyed the main character even more. He had no choice but to give in and offer 36,500 influence points, a sum that astonished the Archangel. Even she could see how humiliating it was for her enemy. It was the last amount. He wouldn't give any more discounts, and fortunately it was enough, and his master agreed. The deal was done, and the descent skill ended. Even the system emphasized that the discount was huge, after which the points were removed. The negotiations with the devil were successfully completed. An achievement appeared. He became the first person who was able to fool the King of Demons, and his negotiation skill increased sevenfold. Perhaps for the game, it was an amazing achievement to deceive Satan. But for Dex, it was Tank, whom it was not difficult or complicated to outsmart. While the little demon lamented and cried about his unfortunate fate, Yoon Jae-young thought about his future plans. In any case, in the Crimson Kingdom, this territory which was once a duchy is now in complete disarray, and the network is surely in chaos as well. The time had come to put his plan into action. The young man warned his familiars that he would be gone for a short time. The little ones were very curious as to why he was leaving, because without him, they would not be able to do anything. The young man had no intention of letting them in on his plan. All he said was that he needed to finish something, and it was directly related to what had happened to the Duke the night before. As for the Archangel Michael and the Demon King Satan, they would find out everything in time. They just had to wait a little while for the true madman to finish. After this brief conversation, the main character logged out of the game and left the Dreamer's capsule, sitting down at the computer and turning it on. He went to a forum created by fans of the game Arcadia, where a discussion was in full swing about what had happened in the duchy. Someone had posted a screenshot of the necromancer who was behind it all. Some had even managed to die from the undead that now roamed the area that once belonged to Duke Bergen, just as Jae-young had expected. It was interesting to read the comments, but he didn't go any further, spending only a few minutes on it before returning to his original plan, having already gathered everything he needed. Now he was completely ready to ruin the life of the young gentleman from the GM group, a smile shining on his face and excitement in his eyes. For as long as he could remember, Yoon Jae-young had always loved playing MMORPGs. He enjoyed leveling up, defeating strong players and powerful bosses. And of course, when playing such games, it was impossible to avoid encountering people like Choi Jae-gyu in the GM group. Over the years, he had dealt with people like them quite a bit, and using his previous experience as a basis, he had found the perfect method to deal with people who abused their power. From the moment Dex decided to mess with this rich jerk, he slowly began to prepare for this perfect method. His computer contained numerous video files with everything he would need in this little cunning battle against the rich upstart. One of these files showed the youngest son of the Choi family talking to Duke Bershen and discussing something unrelated to the plot. He had all this on his computer because he asked Tanchik and Ellie to track down and observe Jegu, and then everything was very simple. All that remained was to delete all the parts in which Jae-young himself was involved in any way. to make it seem like something was going on, leaving only the fragments where the Duke discusses profits from the war. And not with just anyone, but directly with the adventurer who is the head of the GM trade union, who was going to help him in this war. He also left a fragment in which the young gentleman himself in his office ponders that if the Duke keeps his word, his trading enterprise will be able to dominate the entire continent. The profits they would make from monopolizing grain production would be just the tip of the iceberg. Choi Jae-gyu planned to make several hundred times more profit, all thanks to the idiots playing in Arcadia. There was no special work left for Dex to do. This guy did everything for him, told everything himself, and set himself up. All that remained was to assemble these pieces into a single canvas. What the King of Hell and the Archangels had obtained for him was enough to destroy Jae-gyu's life, and the rest was a mere formality. Yoon Jae-young, a natural-born sour of chaos, couldn't wait for people's reactions to the video he posted with the loud title that it was made not by a monster, but by a player. In a relatively short amount of time, the video posted by an unknown YouTuber was viewed more than 1 million times, with everyone discussing it in the comments and cursing the GM group. Of course, Choi Jae-gyu also watched it, and now sat in complete horror in front of the monitor, realizing that his end had come. The executive director approached him from behind, but he had little to say, mostly just listening as his young master shouted and asked who had leaked their conversation. All the personal conversations in this video took place together, which even the hired mercenaries didn't know about, so there shouldn't have been any users there. The young master's patience ran out very quickly. The young man easily lost his temper, and after such a disgrace, it was not surprising that he flew off the handle and smashed the monitor with his fist. He became obsessed with the idea of revenge, of killing the person behind it all and revealing his plans, completely forgetting about the problems this video could cause him. Then the executive director intervened, saying that although he understood how the young man felt, finding the culprit was not the most important thing to do right now. The most important thing was to delete the video before it spread even further. Otherwise, the work of the GM group would be destroyed. But they were too late, as the company chairman called at that very moment. It was too late to do anything, to try to hide or delete it somehow. His father knew about it, and he was clearly very angry. Anger gave way to panic, rolling in waves, everything blurred before his eyes. The young man was sweating profusely, afraid to even look at the phone, let alone pick it up. That same evening, the news reported on an incident that had occurred in the popular game Arcadia, showing a video in which a user was abusing the game's economic system. It was now known that the culprit behind the incident was the GM Group, as discovered by Agent Electronics, a subsidiary of Arcadia's Korean branch. Currently, the Fair Trade Commission and the prosecutor's office are expected to announce their position on the incident, as the amount of money poured into this madness was enormous. Lee Mi-yeon, the CEO, the very girl who has a connection with the creators of Arcadia, was following this report. It was interesting to watch the chaos caused by virtual reality. Director Kwon Myung-han came to her to discuss what was happening, as he was unsure whether it was appropriate to let the public know about everything. To his surprise, the girl thought it was a good chance for them to make an example of GM for other corporations that had taken notice of Arcadia online. Still, the man had his doubts, as he was sure that the corporation would not sit idly by. Then the CEO smiled and said she wanted to see it through to the end. It didn't matter to her what she had to do. She just wanted to achieve the biggest and most spectacular finale for this case. However, she did not think that the GM groups were so stupid. After all, who would lose more if this incident came to light? In fact, it was better for their branch, as they could teach them that they could screw up if they tried to get involved in some funny business in the world with the conscious Ajin group. This young lady clearly had guts. She didn't care at all what would happen to the GM group. The most important thing was the user who uploaded the video, the same mysterious and anonymous player who had already posted similar videos, luring players into the mines, the slime invasion incident, the iron ore slave incident, and now the Duchy of Bershan. All of this user's actions had a huge impact on the entire world of Arcadia. Thinking about this, Lee Mi-yeon laughed quietly. There was a pattern to it all, which boiled down to one single person. While she and Director Kwon were discussing the mysterious unknown user, this very mysterious and cunning madman was struggling to stay awake in the middle of the couple. Fortunately, he had an assistant who would never let him fall asleep. The same friend who was obsessed with Arcadia and was now talking incessantly about the GM Group incident. He recounted everything that had happened in the game over the past day in one breath. And the sleepy Jae Young pretended not to know and asked why such a large corporation was involved in something like games. Then the guy said that the games economy was big enough that a large corporation in real life would want to get its hands dirty in it. It was no longer just a game. After its release, Arcadia became something much bigger than just a simple game. Now it was a whole world that existed on its own. The guy had no idea how right he was. The main character smiled faintly as he looked at him, and all he could say in response was that it was true. Fortunately, everything was going strictly according to plan. It wasn't just Jaeg's reaction to being carried away by Arcadia. The whole world was acting as the hero had predicted. Everyone, even the students, reacted according to his plan. All he had to do was throw a single bone, and everyone, like dogs, would rush to bark at the place he pointed to. The perfect crime, the perfect opportunity, everything was just perfect. The young man picked up his phone and went to the news to see how things were going with his young master. The news had just published an article with his photo, the son of the chairman of the GM group, and a dispute over the use of virtual reality to create speculative savings. In this photo, the guy looked very unhappy, surely made a scapegoat, but Dex still managed to teach him a good lesson. While he was watching the news, someone entered the auditorium, and a voice that the guy had never heard before sounded. A young man in a white suit stood at the lectern, and all the students' attention was immediately focused on him. They were very curious to know who had come to see them. It turned out to be one of the members of Arcadia's research and development team, Kang Pil-jun, as well as their senior, who would be giving a special lecture today. Before starting the lecture, the guy began to talk nonsense, saying that he hoped they would listen carefully to what the teacher was saying, and the students already didn't like it. Yoon Jae-young, who was sitting in the room, became interested in this person, as he did not expect to meet an Arcadia employee here. Meanwhile, the Demon King and the Archangel, who remained in the same place where they had said goodbye to their master, were bored while waiting for his return. Suddenly, while the Demon King was waiting, he felt a huge and rather powerful stream of holy magic approaching the Duke's mansion. Judging by the vile and scorching power, which he immediately disliked, it was a completely unusual person. The amount of power this person possessed was simply enormous. It was the very same Holy Knight Egudiel, sent by the Holy Father to investigate the Duke's death. Things were getting more and more tense, and Tan thought he needed to get out of the area as quickly as possible before he was discovered, but he couldn't find Ellie anywhere nearby. It was hard to believe that these sanctimonious people had appeared here just when their master Dex was offline, and King Hades didn't know what to do. The army of the undead surrounded the army of light, which had come here to cleanse the area and investigate the situation. The knight waved his hand, using his power. One strike was enough for the holy light to envelop all the knights of death who were nearby, destroying them. These unfortunate souls were dying for the second time, and for the second time, their master whom they served was not there to help or protect them. After Egudiel's attack, only armor, weapons, and some clothing remained of the undead, and the Knight of Light stood silently and looked at the items. Then he knelt on one knee and wished his former comrades to rest in peace with regret. He sincerely regretted their death and mourned them. For those on the side of good, the sight was truly horrific, the situation corresponding to the prophecy of Saint Sylvia. Along with regret, the knight also felt anger. He was angry at himself for not finding out about this earlier, because if he had come earlier, he could have saved his comrades. At this point, they had to end their investigation, because the undead they had just cleared were above average rank, and this was only the entrance, which meant that further on they would be stronger. If the knights went in now, they would suffer heavy losses, because few of Egudiel's companions could handle such a level of power. Nevertheless, this was enough. The man turned around and ordered that the Holy Father be informed that a lich capable of leaving a mark on history had appeared. The lecture with the Arcadia employee began. The young man had come there to take a certain test to become the world's first virtual reality engineer. Virtual reality technology is directly connected to the human brain, and this connection is the main technology that allows us to interact with the virtual world in any way. Everyone has different faces, and the same applies to the brain. Each brain has its own way of using signals to communicate with the machine. In other words, there are deviations. All this meant that a unique talent for virtual reality really does exist. The speed at which the brain and the machine receive and send electrical signals will depend on the presence of this talent, which is called the synchronization speed. Today, Kang Pil-jun planned to measure the synchronization speed of the students, which would be a good experience for those who were serious about studying computer engineering. But when he asked who wanted to volunteer, almost no one responded except for Kang Tai-soo, a freshman who raised his hand. The situation was becoming more and more interesting for those sitting in the auditorium, especially for the female half, because the young man was very handsome. Only Yoon Jae-yang's new friend sat dejectedly. All he could do was sigh in despair. In principle, if you think about it, it immediately becomes clear why the guy was so sad, because the classmate who volunteered had once studied in the same high school class with him. Moreover, Tae-soo was the leader of a group of cool guys that included a girl whom Lim Jae-yong really liked. Be that as it may, Jae-yong wasn't particularly interested in any of this. He sighed quietly when he didn't get a response from his friend and stared ahead. But as soon as he relaxed and forgot about it, Kang Tae-soo, who was passing by, introduced himself and personally greeted the main character, even though they had never met before. The guy not only greeted him, but also declared his desire to work together with his friend, which was practically a direct challenge. After these words, he finally approached the teacher and apologized for walking a little longer than he had originally intended and being late. Meanwhile, a crazy smile appeared on Yoon Jae-young's face, and excitement ignited in the classroom. The true madman in him did not fall asleep for a second. In front of the students stood a capsule that measured synchronization speed. In fact, there was another machine that did this, but since the test was unofficial, it didn't matter. The degree of accuracy might not be that high, but there shouldn't be any problems with measuring speed, and of course, it was completely safe. The volunteer who had volunteered to be the first test subject had already entered the capsule and was waiting for the experiment to begin. A bright light from inside the capsule illuminated the room. The percentage countdown began, and everyone was curious to see what level of connection to virtual reality one of the coolest guys had. Tae-soo himself was sure that there was no point in measuring him. He would never get low numbers and was going to use this chance to show the others the difference between them. He especially wanted to take revenge on Jae-yoon, the gopher, and the guy in the hoodie who was always with him. He didn't like either of them. He hated most the eyes that were interested in nothing but himself. This indifferent, cold-looking guy just drove him crazy. Kang Tae-soo wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to measure his level in order to completely crush him once and for all in front of the others. His compatibility percentage was 21 3/500ths, and the auditorium was silent until Pil-jun spoke. It was quite surprising because on average people score in the mid-20s, and this was a very high score. The young man almost broke the record. The highest score ever recorded was 26%. It was a great start to the experiment and a great result, and the happy man asked if anyone else wanted to be the next volunteer. Before anyone could answer, Tae-soo pointed at Ji Yang and said it would be good to examine that guy. Sitting in the middle of the audience, the main character smiled wildly, as if he had been waiting for this moment his whole life. He was one of those people who loved to take on challenges and leave nothing behind for his opponents. Now he smiled even wider, and at one glance it seemed as if this had been his plan all along, as if everyone in this world acted as they pleased. Lin Jae-yong, who was standing nearby, hastened to apologize to his friend, but it was pointless to apologize to someone who was eager for this confrontation. Finally, the young man's eyes lit up, not only with anger towards himself, but also towards the situation as a whole. He smiled smugly and kept his burning eyes fixed on his classmate. Kang Tae-soo also smiled, enjoying his future victory and completely confident that he would crush this smug sucker and humiliate him in front of everyone. A few minutes later, Jae-young entered the capsule and the measurement began, the bluish light once again flooding the auditorium. Lying inside and feeling the soft electrical impulses, Jae smiled, knowing that today he would be the winner in their little silent competition. The numbers grew exponentially, and even the students felt the pressure coming from the capsule, and then the measurement exceeded 40. A smile appeared on Jae-yoon's face, his eyes wide with surprise, and with every passing second, he admired his friend more and more. The synchronization speed seemed abnormal, as they had never encountered anything like it before, and Kang Pil-jun's assistant asked for permission to turn off the machine. But the man refused and asked them to wait, saying that it was not a mistake. The meter was showing the true number, and there was no system failure. Only after a minute of tense waiting did the capsule stop and settle down. The measurement was complete, and everyone in the office saw a real miracle. Young Jae-yang's virtual reality alignment percentage was 92.89. Upon seeing the number, Kang Tae-soo, who had previously wanted to humiliate and laugh at the young man, turned pale and nearly fainted from surprise. The auditorium was deathly silent, and only Pil-jun was talking to the young man, convincing him that he absolutely had to play Arcadia. Moreover, he was convinced that the guy had a real natural talent for computer games. Jae-young climbed out of the capsule with a smile, thanking him for the compliment. It was all really interesting, and he had fun and enjoyed himself while putting Kang Tae-soo and everyone who doubted him in their place without much effort. After the couple started lunch, the main character bought himself a kimbap, one of the cheapest snacks for poor Korean students, and went to the courtyard behind the university. Today was a wonderful day, with many people apologizing to him, including the wealthy young gentleman Choi Jae-gyu. All this made the guy incredibly happy. It was truly a wonderful day, and it was unlikely that anything could spoil it. After the news spread throughout the media, the number of views increased exponentially, not only in Korea, but also from people all over the world. Thanks to such popularity on the internet, he won't have to worry about money for a long time. Although the income turned out to be less than he expected, apparently the website employees received mere pennies. Still, he no longer needs to worry so much about rent and capsule rental debt, and if he also exchanges the items he receives for influence, the profits will be sky high. It is quite possible that this was the last time Jae-young ate kimbap as a university student. While he was sitting and scrolling through the news, Lim Jae-young found him. The guy had been bothering the entire university until he was able to find out where his friends' lunches were. Gasping for breath from his long run, the guy started babbling non-stop about how Ji-young was just incredible. Who would have thought he would have more than 90% synchronization speed? The young man himself had only 15%, although it didn't matter that much. Even the professors were talking about the hero, but he wasn't interested. Instead of reacting, he simply shared with his friend that the new type of kimbap was very tasty and offered him a piece, but Ji-young wasn't hungry. Although he was not interested in any of this, his friend felt it was his duty to tell him everything. For example, that everyone had a good impression of Yoon Jae-young. His words sounded subdued and sad. The guy lowered his head, speaking more quietly than usual, saying that everything his friend did was simply incredible. Deciding to change the subject from what was clearly upsetting him to something else, the student asked out of curiosity what would happen if Jae-young played the arcade game. Despite the fact that he had told everyone he had ever met that he didn't play that game, for some reason he told this person the truth. Perhaps it was because everything had gone according to plan that day. The spoiled son of the GM group apologized, and his smug classmate got what he deserved. Or maybe it was because the new kimbap he ate without thinking turned out to be very tasty. It is quite possible that the reason was that the weather was good. No one knows why it happened that way. But still, he told someone else for the first time that he had been playing the arcade game since the open beta version, and even revealed his nickname. For a while after such an epic and unexpected confession, the young people looked at each other in complete silence. A minute later, Lim Jae-young seemed to realize that he had just heard something impossible, and even asked again what exactly he had just been told. Sweat dripped down his face, bringing him to a state between horror and intense excitement as a fan. He couldn't believe that Dex was standing in front of him. Of course, he knew him. All gamers in Korea knew this person, or rather, this nickname. No one knew anything about the person behind the nickname. Known by the nickname Dex, he was #1 in all kinds of games of different genres, but that could hardly be true. Jae-young was sure that Jae-young was just a fan, and yet it was really him. The hero spoke with great confidence, even though he knew that, unfortunately, he had no proof, because he had deleted all his accounts. Remembering the match percentage calculated for his friend, such figures literally spoke for themselves. It was the most compelling evidence. Realizing that this was indeed Dex in person, the real #1 Korean gamer, the young man fell sharply to his knees, bowing at his feet. This reaction frightened Yoon Jae-young, and he stood up, looking at his friend with concern. Instead of answering, the guy suddenly yelled, asking for an autograph, because he was Dex's biggest fan. The young man's jaw dropped. He was genuinely worried, and thought that something had happened. But it turned out that his friend was just an idiot, after which he had to suffer to calm Jae-young down. Meanwhile, in Arcadia, in the distant Coldheart Valley, the players were on a small hunt. It's a pretty tough area since the recommended level for it is 85. The group of adventurers was surrounded by a fairly large crowd of monsters, and even a mini-boss in the form of a huge snake had its eye on them. There were far more enemies than they had expected, but the friends did not panic, because if they died, they would receive an additional penalty for death. They had originally come here with a powerful necromancer, but she had disappeared somewhere, leaving them alone with powerful enemies. At these words, a blonde girl appeared from a dark magic circle, summoning the dark swarm, her special skill. A multitude of magical creatures resembling toads appeared and immediately rushed at the monsters, inflicting a great deal of damage. In an instant, the mini-boss was defeated. The dark mages truly had high damage, and the girl took down the monsters with a single swing. The high-ranking girl with the nickname Black Dragon of Darkness was the strongest, #1 among the dark mages in Arcadia. After she dealt with the enemies, she turned her attention to her companions and thanked them for their help in this battle. Even though they knew their companion was very cool, they had no idea she would turn out to be a ranker, so it was a pleasant surprise. Despite her high level and great power, the Black Dragon was very kind to her assistants, praising them and thanking them for their help. After that, she asked her friends to help her a little more. But before that, the guy asked if she needed to regain her strength. Maybe they should wait a little longer. To the young man's surprise, her stats should recover by the time they deal with the rest of the monsters, so the girl saw no problem. A skill with ultra-high damage and a short cooldown time is only possible for high-level dark mages who have passed hellish trials. Now he understood why all the other players said that you could level up much faster if you played in a team with a dark mage. After a brief conversation, the Black Dragon rose into the air and activated her magic, and together they began to clear out the remaining monsters nearby. When it was all over, they thanked each other for their help in this little hunt. The young players gained a lot of experience by working with such a powerful and high-level girl. They said goodbye to her, feeling only satisfaction and peace of mind. It is rare to meet such kind and responsive players these days. The girl was completely sincere in her communication with them. She waved at them with a smile and remained in the valley for a while longer. Entering the cave, she sat down on a ledge and yawned. These monsters were quite weak, and the battle was boring, even despite the good company. All this time, she was looking through the quest and information inside the game network, hoping to find something interesting to do at her high level. So she found a quest related to the death of Duke Bershin. She had to verify whether he had indeed died at the hands of a dark mage and reveal the identity of the killer. Although it was interesting, because even the people from the most intelligent community in Arfandia could not find the culprit, unfortunately, she could not do anything alone and simply left everything as it was. Nevertheless, she was very curious to know who could be responsible for this crime. If the developers of Arcadia themselves were not involved, and one of the many users was to blame, then it would be truly insane. This was practically impossible, because even a ranker like her couldn't pull off something like this and remain completely unnoticed. At that very moment, she received a new task from the game, which was created automatically due to events happening on the other side of the continent. All the conditions for unlocking the quest Awakening of the Forgotten Darkness had been met, the witch hunt had begun, and the Black Dragon of Darkness had been chosen as the main player. A little later, Yoon Jae-young returned to Arcadia, appearing in the very place where he had originally left the game, in the Duchy of Bershin, where a little demon and a little angel were already waiting for him. They began almost simultaneously as usual to shout and talk, managing to swear and insult each other along the way. The main point was that Tan Sheik was in a hurry to tell his master that the Empire of Light was now aware that Lich Argymer had been resurrected and was unlikely to let it go. It was a very rare occasion when the Archangel partially agreed with the demon, a creature whose powers Dex had summoned. Even in heaven they were called enemies. She did not recommend using them. Hearing the demon realm being insulted as a cursed tribe, the King of Hell flared up again and started yelling at the heavenly chicken. The words Ellie used to respond to her opponent finally pushed Tan over the edge, and he moved from words to action, challenging her to a fight. The girl's eyes burned with determination. She was confident in her abilities, even if they were limited, and was only too happy to kick the demon bat's ass. In the next second, they clashed in a battle between good and evil, kicking each other and tumbling through the air, while a morally exhausted Yoon Jae-young watched. Nevertheless, judging by what the little familiars had told him, everything was going according to plan, and the guy was glad he had used some of his influence to leave the undead behind. In honor of the great villain of antiquity, known to history as Lich Argymer, who still holds the continent in terror, the world must be informed of his awakening. Revealing the cause of death and the arrival of the Holy Empire was part of Yoon Jae-young's plan, and now he eagerly awaited the reaction of these good heroes. After his investigation, Knight Agudiel arrived at the Empire, kneeling before his father and the Holy One to report his findings. After carefully examining the evidence and the Duchy of Bershin itself, it was determined that the culprit was definitely Lich Argymer. Hearing this terrible news, St. Sylvia trembled, covering her face with her hands. She was still too young for such things. The Holy Father's head ached from the news, but unlike the girl, he was able to remain calm, though that did not mean he was indifferent. The Holy Empire stayed out of the continent's political affairs to allow those who were ignorant to find enlightenment and repent on their own. But in the end, the forces of evil once again brought chaos to this peaceful world, which meant that death would return to these lands and a new era of fear would begin. There was only one thing left to do. As a representative of God, the Holy Father gave an order to Egudiel, the Knight of the Heavenly Sword. As the priest of the Holy Empire, the man wanted the warrior to condemn and expel all evil that existed in these lands. It was imperative to inform other empires and kingdoms of this in order to warn them of the existence of a powerful and cruel enemy. It was terrible. The war that had lasted for centuries in the past had begun again, a terrible war between good and evil. It was then that the quest, Awakening of the Forgotten Darkness, appeared, and the users of Arcadia were divided into factions of good and evil, with the Black Dragon as a dark necromancer belonging to the latter. The girl's eyes were filled with excitement. She was confused and even a little scared that she was being hunted and that everyone who was supposedly good would try to kill her. Only one player in the entire game was happy. Yoon Jae-young smiled contentedly, his eyes burning with excitement. Everything was going exactly according to his cunning plan. During the last great Holy Demonic War, Arcadia was divided into two factions, which affected not only angels and demons, but also the ordinary inhabitants of kingdoms and empires. The faction of good included all the heavenly forces, the Holy Empire, the Knights of Light, as well as adventurers who had chosen traditionally good professions. The evil faction included the kingdom of demons, monsters and beasts living in hell and on earth, as well as adventurers who became witches and necromancers. Both sides are on bad terms with each other. They dislike each other and consider the other side to be worse and unworthy. This turned into a role-playing game, with each side enjoying the process and organizing competitions. But there are moments when players kill someone for no reason. It is quite normal that small conflicts and skirmishes never escalated into total war, because there was a rule prohibiting murder in cities, and if someone violated it, they would be declared wanted. But now, due to the appearance of a new quest, which was caused by an order from the Pope of the Holy Empire, this rule has been abolished. But the worst thing is that the balance of power has been disrupted. It all seemed like a silly joke. The dark mage Black Dragon slowly walked through the snow-covered wastelands, rereading the announcement about the witch hunt over and over again. A total of 50 million villains were identified, which was almost the entire population of South Korea. The fact that they were going to kill everyone in the evil faction was madness. To avoid dying for no reason, the girl decided to wait out the war in the city, not yet knowing that it was now dangerous in the cities as well. As soon as she crossed the border between the hunting grounds and the once safe territory, a warning appeared that this was now a killing zone. For all those who did not want to fight, it was better to leave. The ranker gasped in surprise, freezing in place at the entrance to the city. Gradually, the dark mages began to realize what a nightmare awaited them in the near future. The ban within the city had disappeared, and now places where people gathered were dangerous. Not far from her, someone delivered a holy strike, killing a player who was a dark mage with a single attack. It was the first sentence handed down to a villain. The Order of Saints was grateful for this, and after the trial, the user would now be able to receive a special reward depending on how many villains they had managed to deal with. Greed and avarice ruled people's minds. As soon as they found out that there was a reward for this, the user literally went crazy. Noticing another dark mage nearby who had just entered the city, the man's gaze became more like that of a crazed wild beast. The Black Dragon was greatly frightened by this sight, and she backed away, genuinely not understanding what was happening. It turned out that she still could not fully comprehend the fact that it had begun. City guards and players who wanted to get even with her began to gather in front of her in increasing numbers. Not all of them surrounded her, but their eyes sparkled with bloodlust. Previously, in order to prevent NPCs from killing you, you could start a dialogue with them and try to convince them to retreat. The girl resorted to this method as soon as she realized she was in danger. But it didn't work. The game character immediately shouted that an evil dark mage had entered the city, calling on his comrades to seize her. Talking to any of the guards was no longer helpful and was unlikely to help in the future. Now any confrontation with anyone who was not a dark mage would lead to death. She had to act very quickly, otherwise she would die and receive an additional 24-hour ban. But in her current state, it was almost impossible to think clearly. Realizing she had no other choice, the Black Dragon of Darkness used her most powerful skill, Dark Swarm, and attacked the guards surrounding her. After the user killed the guards, all NPCs in the world became hostile towards her, and her initially green nickname turned red. Panic and adrenaline made her breathing irregular and her heartbeat rapid. The girl didn't want this, but she had no other choice. It was the only way to survive. This did not go unnoticed. Other users and characters saw what dark magic was capable of, and their hatred for the evil faction grew even stronger. Realizing that now they would not let her go, the Black Dragon decided it was time to run. Everyone who was nearby at that moment and saw what she had done set off in pursuit. Not far from Birkin Castle, in the vicinity of the Duchy of Yunjiayang and Tanchik, they noticed the beginning of a witch hunt, and the Demon King became worried, saying that this was why he had asked them not to overdo it. His words elicited a quiet sigh from the main character, who was tired of explaining to everyone that he wasn't doing all this because he wanted to, but simply because he wanted to get as many rewards for the quest as possible. Even for the Demon Lord, this explanation was too much. He looked at his master as if he were a psychopath, someone in their right mind who would start a second war between good and evil for the sake of a reward. His excitement turned to panic, and the little demon began to regret not objecting to the use of Lich's power, because if the damned chickens and angels went crazy, it would be very tiring for him. He had already lived through one war between good and evil, and knew perfectly well what awaited him if things continued this way. In his panic, his brain worked faster, and soon a brilliant idea appeared. It was to try to convince Ellie to return to her original form and reconcile everyone, to ask them to slow down. But the Archangel had no use for that. Indifference caused the Demon King to panic even more. He said, "Does she really want their master to get into trouble because he used their powers to try to pressure this? Moreover, isn't it the duty of angels to prevent bloodshed?" The angel replied that this was a wonderful opportunity to get rid of all evil beings in this world, and she was all for it. In principle, this was exactly what one would expect from an archangel. But for some reason, this answer shocked Satan, who did not expect it to end this way. Soon the game system announced the introduction of martial law, and the Holy Father declared that even if it meant the destruction of an entire continent, the Holy Empire would not stop. After this announcement, the Demon King had a fit and yelled at his master, urging him to take responsibility for everything that was happening now. Soon, everyone on his side would die because he had used Lich Argeimer to create such chaos, and the demon threatened that he would no longer lend his power unless the guy fixed everything. As petty as it sounded, it was hard to deny that the demon was right. The reaction was worse than Dex had expected, which meant he would have to intervene. After thinking for a moment, the hero turned to his guardian angel, asking her to mediate, but she didn't understand what he was talking about, because this decision was made exclusively by humans. In a sense, she was right. It was problematic to intervene and change a decision made by humans, but then the guy pointed to a specific part of the notification. Judging and destroying 50 million players just because they were dark mages was going too far, and he even quoted the saying, "Hate the sin, not the sinner," to convince the angel. But what had the greatest impact on her was that he was willing to share his influence points with her in exchange for her doing him this small favor. The girl's eyes immediately lit up, and she smiled and said that since she was a guardian angel, she couldn't ignore her master's requests and would try to reconcile the two sides. In order not to alienate her, the guy played along and thanked her with a smile, even though he shared the Demon King's opinion that this holy maiden was very calculating for an angel. In order to calm things down a little, the main character sacrificed 1,500 influence points. Upon receiving them, Ellie said she would return soon and immediately set to work. Temporarily returning to her original form as an archangel, Michael went to the Holy Empire to talk to the Holy Father Emi about the situation. The priests, ministers of the temple, were shocked. No one had ever seen God's messenger personally descend to earth to ordinary mortals before. Saint Sylvia looked at her with shining eyes. She was sincerely happy, feeling fanatical delight. The girl had always dreamed of seeing an angel with her own eyes. With a blissful smile, the Archangel Michael spoke, saying that she had a message from the Creator for them, urging the inhabitants of the Holy Empire to listen to her very carefully. A few minutes after their conversation, a notification arrived stating that the conditions for witch hunting and the main quest had been changed. Dex and Tan jerked up, looking at the message window, but what they saw shocked them both. Even the Demon King did not expect this. Asking the angel for help, he was, of course, counting on her, but even so, the guy couldn't believe it was true. In the next second, the Archangel returned in the guise of a little angel, joyfully saying that her followers had promised to do everything as she had asked. While she was proud of herself and extolling her perfection in every way, her two companions were completely devastated, unable even to lift their heads to look at her, as if their strength had left their bodies. Instead of 50 million people, they had to kill 49,999,900 dark magicians. The number had only decreased by 100 points, and even the always calm Je Young was boiling with rage. It felt as if she genuinely did not understand what was wrong, because they could save 100 lives, so they should be happy with everything. The Demon King flew into a rage and rushed at her, shouting accusations and insults. But the angel pretended to be innocent and said that she had already tried everything, but they still didn't like it. While Satan yelled at the winged heavenly chicken, the main character stood aside and looked like the saddest person on the planet who had ever decided to create angels in this game. Not only were they created, but they were also very insolent, doing what they were told, but still doing what they wanted, and they were even allowed to reincarnate. It's good that at least this amount of influence points wasn't spent in vain, even if it wasn't significant, but something did change. Moreover, the guy didn't feel sad for long, because this whole situation with the angel gave him a brilliant idea. This time, everything could really work out the way he wanted it to. Without wasting any time, he called the Demon King, saying that he had an idea and really needed his help, thus interrupting their latest battle between good and evil. Since Tanchik was so concerned about the evil faction and sincerely wanted to help them, he had to do something, and Jaeyoung had an idea of how to do it. These words caused the Demon King considerable concern. He had already seen what all of his master's previous ideas had led to and knew that nothing good would come of this. Meanwhile, the players ran across the snow-covered valley after the one and only Black Dragon of Darkness, eventually pushing her out of a window onto a cliff, cutting off all escape routes. There were too many of them, and while it made sense to fight, it would be very difficult. So the girl ran away from them all this time in the hope of escaping. She didn't want to kill anymore. In the end, she spent too much stamina and strength running away from them, and now she only had enough skill points left for 1 or 2 attacks. The more players died from dark magic, the harsher the death penalty for the dark mage would be, but she had no other choice. Killing everyone was the only way to escape. The reward for killing the black mage, who was in first place among all the others, was sure to be incredible, and all the players who were chasing her were intoxicated by this. They couldn't wait to finish her off, see what would drop from her, and divide all this wealth among themselves. Unfortunately, the girl did not react in time. She was too excited, and so when the holy energy of her opponents was directed at her, she did not have time to attack in response. All she could do was close her eyes and wait for it to end, and tears welled up in her eyes. She felt hurt and scared. Seconds passed, but the girl did not feel death in the virtual world. She stood as she was and continued to stand, no holy energy enveloping her body. Then she decided to open her eyes and see what was happening and who had saved her, because she couldn't hear anyone's footsteps. And who could have made their way through this crowd? In front of her, Satan levitated in the air with a smile, holding all the holy energy that was supposed to fly into the girl and kill her on one little finger. Fear slowly gave way to incomprehension. The black dragon silently stared at the bat-winged creature in front of her, not knowing what to say. This small creature exuded an incredibly strong and powerful aura that seemed familiar to her. This little demon easily dispelled the light force. The knight on the other side also stood silently for a while in confusion, but then spoke. Even from there, he could see that it was hardly a full-fledged demon. Because of his size and appearance, Tana was often mistaken for a little imp, not even a full-fledged demon, but these comparisons still annoyed him. And again, he flew into a rage, just hearing himself called a little devil, and a clot of black magic appeared in front of the knight's chest. The next second, the lump exploded, and dark magic engulfed the player's body, causing intense pain and inflicting great damage. The Demon King looked at him with contempt, his face showing rage and disgust. Even if they were players from the good faction, they were still hypocrites and powerless against him. The adventurer was defeated with just one attack, and the damage from this attack was so powerful that the aura emanating from it hardly resembled anything familiar to them. Stunned, the black dragon stared at the creature in front of her with eyes wide with shock. She still couldn't get over the shock, and all she could think about was who this was. The aura of the little devil standing before her was truly impressive, as if she were looking at the true Lord of Hell, but because of his appearance, the adventuress did not recognize him. While there was time between battles, Tan yawned, bored, because these humans were too weak. Taking advantage of the lull, he turned to the girl. To his even greater surprise, he knew her nickname. The shock slowly turned into excitement bordering on fear, and the girl frowned slightly. The next second, a notification appeared that she had encountered the most ancient darkness and reached an important turning point in the quest chain. A slight tremor ran through her body. The adventuress couldn't believe her eyes, and even more so, she couldn't believe her thoughts. She already guessed who was in front of her. After addressing her, the Demon King asked her to stand quietly behind him while he dealt with the thugs who had been chasing her across the valley for several hours. The players standing aside grimaced. They saw what had happened to their comrade, and even if it was just a pet, they were afraid of repeating his fate. It was a waste of decency, points on trash like them, so Tanchik wanted to finish them off as quickly as possible. After a moment of confusion, the adventurers rushed at them again, wanting to finish off the little creature first and then deal with the dark sorceress. Each of them activated their light attack skills, and a powerful and rapid stream of holy energy rushed toward the two creatures from the evil faction. The insult in the form of a pet annoyed Tan, but he no longer allowed himself to lose his temper as he had when he was called an ordinary imp. He simply stored up his anger so that he could take it out on them later. Using his power, he created a protective barrier around himself and the Black Dragon of Darkness, which not only blocked all forces, but also immediately dissolved any light energy. All the attacks that were launched immediately evaporated into thin air, and the players couldn't believe their eyes and hurled insults. Now the Demon King reached the peak of his rage, gathering all the dark power that lurked within him in this state, gathering it into a small ball. The dark, rotten power enveloped the players' bodies, seeping inside. The divine energy within them resisted, but it was useless. The players could not use this power. Quite quickly, the demon's energy completely engulfed the bodies of all the pursuers, slowly decomposing them from within, and all these notifications poured in without stopping. Using the dark power and influence points allocated by its master, the demon chose the most gruesome way to get rid of the vile, sanctimonious people. Obeying Satan's command, the dark power in the adventurers' bodies enveloped them, as if trapping them in invisible nets. The next second, their characters were completely shattered, as if made of glass, and there was no trace of the players left. Only dust and shards fell on the snow-covered ground, and the Demon King levitated in the air, using only a small part of the powers he could wield in this guise. The battle turned out to be completely uninteresting. They all died from a single blow. In the end, humans really don't understand words at all. When they were safe, the girl standing behind him suddenly fell to her knees and began to fervently thank her Dark Lord for saving her. Among those who had decided to become black magicians, there was no one who did not know about the Lord of Demons, the great and invincible Satan, so she sang his praises. The Black Dragon of Darkness turned out to be one of the biggest fans of the King of Demons and Monsters, and she kept saying how honored she was to meet him in person. Finally, a worthy address to Tanchik, the little demon was embarrassed. He had not felt such pleasure in a long time, listening to the praise of the devoted. Now it was time to talk business. He asked if she was really the strongest dark mage among the adventurers, and it turned out he was right. And yet she did not look strong. The girl was thin and without muscles. These words frightened her slightly. She thought that the Lord was disappointed in her and offered to show her characteristics to prove her strength. But it was pointless, just an unnecessary and insignificant remark. The main thing now was why he was looking for her. The king asked her to listen to him very carefully. According to the plan of his master, Yoon Jae-young, there was a special task for the two of them that could help fix this whole mess. Despite her surprise, the adventuress felt a slight thrill because she had the chance to work with her idol. As he explained the next steps in the plan, the king looked incredibly proud and smug. However, the girl herself did not look so pleased when she heard that she would have to become a symbol of evil, especially in the situation she found herself in. One of the rarest dark mages, Lich Argamer, sold his soul and gained immortality by signing a contract with the devil himself. However, after all his vile deeds, he was imprisoned, and it seemed as if several 100 million years had passed since then. This was done by the then Holy Virgin Mary of the Holy Empire, who struck the Lich with a holy sword for all his sins in the mortal world. Before his fall, the evil mage cried out that he would never bow to the holy power, and that one day they would pay for everything they had done to him. Now, somewhere deep in the demon's realm, Lich Argamer was imprisoned by a dozen chains and holy shackles, unable to break free. Because of all the sins that had so greatly shaken the world, He had to rot in this cage until the end of time, even though he had not been able to carry out all his plans. In Lich's opinion, this was terribly unfair. More than anything else in life, he wanted a second chance to do it all over again, just to get out of there. At the moment when he was once again engaging in self-flagellation and lamenting his unhappy fate, someone appeared who could change that. In his true and majestic form, the Lord of Chaos and ruler of all demons, Satan, appeared. He had come here specifically for Lich. The chained and sealed demon immediately began to fawn and say how happy he was to see his lord. But the king interrupted him, not wanting to listen to all this nonsense now. No matter how much he hated what he was doing now, he still had to follow his master's plan in order to earn the influence points he had been given. This plan required the direct involvement of Lich Argymer, even though the Lord of Hell himself did not like it. The demon mistakenly decided that his master was finally going to get rid of the Holy Empire. He didn't even listen to the Demon King and jumped to conclusions. As soon as he promised to get rid of all living creatures, Tana's patience ran out, and a demonic hand made of darkness grabbed Lich's skull. The evil Satan strangled his ward, saying that he would have to spend an unimaginable amount of points for someone like him to end up in Arcadia, and that he was going to ruin everything again. He was literally boiling with rage, saying that he would not allow the demon to rule so easily and do whatever he wanted, making the situation even worse. Chained and frightened, Lich finally noticed that his master was too nervous and clearly not in the mood, so he quickly fell silent. Dispelling his power, Satan flew closer and said that it would be something like a performance. Now the demon would take possession of one player's body and play his role. After that, he would have to return to Hell, where he belonged, and if he tried to take revenge on the Celestials, death would await him. Moreover, death would not come at the hands of the Lord of Demons, but at the hands of a demon much stronger than him, whom even Tanchik himself feared and respected. These words terrified Lich Argymer. He could not even imagine anyone stronger than Satan, so much so that even he himself was wary of him. He really wanted to see this demon, but he had no idea that it was just an ordinary player who was dying of boredom because the Demon King had taken too long. It was after this conversation with the leader of the Legion of Death that Tan found the Black Dragon, and now the final part of the plan remained. The Demon King created a magic circle under the adventurer's feet so that Lich could possess her body. There was too much at stake, so the demon turned to the girl, speaking sternly and telling her not to let him down under any circumstances. Soon, the huge spirit of Lich Argymer appeared before the alarmed and slightly frightened girl, slowly approaching her body. In the next second, the demon's personality was absorbed by the Black Dragon of Darkness, and she was promoted to Maestro of Death, the highest rank of Dark Mage in the game. Part of the witch hunt quest was changed accordingly. Now the faction of Darkness had to get rid of the High Priest and capture the Crimson Kingdom. The girl's appearance, meanwhile, underwent some changes. Her powers increased significantly, and new skills were added in accordance with Lich's powers. Her equipment became much better. Her appearance did not change much, but the aura around her became much stronger, and even she felt that things had become much better. The player's level was significantly increased. Her powers now became incredibly high, twice or even twice as strong as they were before for a certain amount of time. If before, the level of the strongest Dark Mage on this Korean server was 92, now it had risen to 200, and all characteristics had become higher. Her initial stats as a Necromancer, ranking first on her server, were nothing compared to these, and as a ranker, she couldn't help but feel excited. Thoughts that she would now be able to take first place on all Korean servers took hold of her, and the girl didn't even hear the Demon Lord calling her. Calling someone for a long time greatly annoyed Satan, and he said that if she didn't start responding faster, he would simply kill her right there and then, after which the girl apologized. Nevertheless, everything went strictly according to plan. The demon was afraid that after Lich entered the player's body, she would change too much and others would not recognize her. But her appearance remained the same as the sign, which was quite good, so now it was possible to move on to the next part. After taking another quick look at the girl, the Demon King concluded that everything was just fine and that they could continue for now, no delays. He was getting pretty tired of all this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He took out the scroll that Yun Jiang had prepared in advance and handed it to the girl. She was given a short time to read what was written there and prepare to recite the entire text on tape and play her role. However, the content affected the Black Dragon so much that she did not immediately realize what exactly she would have to say. Meanwhile, Satan was already ready to record. He activated a small magic circle by placing his fingers to his eye, imitating a camera, and pointed the lens at the player. It took a whole day to film everything necessary to carry out the plan, and only towards nightfall was Jae Young able to return to the real world to finish everything. After editing the video, he decided to take a look at how the situation was progressing online, and people's reactions to what was happening were mixed. Of course, the good faction was the most active, constantly looking for people to raid the dark mages. They were getting away with too much, and it wasn't even entirely clear who the evil faction was. Because of all this witch hunting, it didn't even matter if you were a player or a regular NPC. You would still be forgiven if you dug up someone from the faction, and the greater your contribution, the more lucrative the reward. The time was perfect for getting rid of your enemies and collecting their trophies, and those who were unlucky had no choice but to suffer. Now more than ever, a hero was needed. After finishing editing the video that Tanchik had filmed, Dex watched and admired it. The video turned out really well, and all the influence points were well spent. It was time to show this hero to the whole world. Yoon Jae Young posted a video with the Black Dragon on his video channel, which he had created specifically for this purpose. Addressing all those who had died unjustly and to whom these words, seemingly dirty and nasty, were directed, she spoke of how many allies had been killed, how they were still being killed, and how it was continuing. Some time ago, she herself had nearly perished, but she was no longer willing to tolerate this unjust treatment, this imbalance of power. The girl played her part magnificently, calling on all the black mages, murderers, thieves, vagabonds, bandits, and dark merchants of Arcadia to unite to stop this. They would be led on the path of justice and revenge not only by her, the Black Dragon of Darkness, #1 in the rankings, but also by Lich Argamer himself, leader of the Legion of Death. All those who wanted to join her in opposing the vicious Holy Empire had to gather in the Crimson Kingdom and declare themselves. The very next day, there was utter chaos near the walls of the Barony of Mikhail, and the Baroness went out onto the wall to see for herself what was happening there. An incredibly large number of undead and monsters had gathered near the walls of her city, and they were all heading inside. The evil faction had begun to retaliate against the good faction. Before she could recover from the shock, Dex, sitting on the head of one of the incredibly huge monsters, called out to her with a happy smile on his face and waved his hand. The sight made her hair stand on end. Baroness Mikhailova never expected to meet the adventurer who had helped her so much in such a situation and in such a state. The guards standing at the gate froze in shock, silently watching the skeletons and other undead creatures approaching the entrance to the barony. Sir Dex himself, together with the Baroness, entered her castle to talk about what was happening near the walls of her city. The young man drank tea and answered his friend's questions, saying that he wasn't doing anything special, just traveling the world. And so what if he was riding on the head of a monster? The Baroness's patience was running out. She no longer knew whether she was angry or still in shock, and asked what this army of undead was doing there, or whether he was walking around with them. It was very simple. She had probably heard that a war had broken out between the adventurers, and thanks to this small army, he was just trying to protect his property from enemies. The undead who were with him had been ordered not to attack the people of the Mikhail barony, so there was nothing to worry about. The guy just didn't want to lose his precious source of income. In general terms, the girl naturally knew what was going on. Yesterday, a letter arrived from Count Broken, in which he explained everything to her and wished her luck. Speaking of the undead army commanded by Dex, yesterday she was very impressed by the sight of the leader commanding the army, whom she noticed quite by accident. And now she didn't know whether to be happy or angry, because on the one hand, the adventurer had managed to defeat Duke Bershin, but on the other hand, the undead army was at the city walls. Joy outweighed indignation, and the girl once again violated the player's personal space. She was the first person to praise him for anything in this game. Such modest words of praise caused a surge of emotion in the Baroness, because the Duke he had dealt with was more like a worm that did nothing but suck all the juices out of the kingdom's inhabitants. Even if you added it all up, the wealth he had amassed for the war would have been enough to sustain the nation for several years. Besides, he was a greedy scoundrel through and through. This cruel and greedy tyrant even planned a rebellion in the kingdom. If not Dex, then who else should be praised, since it was he who punished this villain? Although she did not know why he did all this, and she was not eager to find out the purpose of creating an army of evil, Looking at all his deeds, he was a hero to her. Moreover, he was a true hero in the eyes of all the people of the Bordeaux Kingdom, something the main character clearly did not expect to hear. These kind words gave him an idea, and he changed the subject, saying that he had noticed that the deposit from the prophets had been a little late lately. Hearing this, the Baroness became slightly alarmed. She began to apologize and promised that this would not happen again, asking her hero not to kill anyone. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, Executive Director Lee Mi-yeon immersed herself in the Dreamer's capsule to try to influence the situation in some way. Because of this quest, Witch Hunt, all players on 2 continents were divided into 2 factions, so that no one would even suspect that something like this could happen. Despite the chance that this event would reflect on Arcadia's ability to play and the existence of complete freedom, given their plans, they couldn't just let it go. So, even though they couldn't completely stop it, because they didn't have the authority to do so, they had to do everything possible to minimize losses. The blonde goddess greeted the executive director as coldly and emotionlessly as ever, asking why she had come to see her in person. Currently, a so-called additional quest is taking place on one of the continents, which is disrupting the balance of power, and Mi-yeon came to make adjustments. In order to at least slightly reduce the negative effect of everything that was happening, she wanted all players belonging to the Law faction to be exempt from death penalties. The question came from the second-rank executive director, and Alice immediately disabled the penalty, but only for players in the ranks of the faction and evil. This news caused a major upheaval, and players on the dark side, who until recently had avoided combat for fear of earning extra punishment, began to fully engage in the quest. And even if one of them died, they would simply be resurrected and continue to fight the forces of good, who had become too conceited. Finally, those who were unjustly killed for no reason as soon as they were spotted could take revenge on their offenders, no matter how many times they were killed. However, the players of the Light faction are not the type to simply endure beatings. They created a special reinforcement squad to help their allies at the most dangerous moment. That very unity, created by numerical superiority, gave rise to systematicity, and it was difficult to say right away whether the forces were equal. And yet, in a sense, a balance was found, a rather harsh balance, but one that gave rise to an endless struggle between good and evil. And so the battles that took place on the lands of the Bordeaux Kingdom never stopped, and soon these lands were flooded with blood. As a result, the battle between good and evil was heated to the limit, and for creating such chaos, the main character received a reward of 61,000 influence points. He did not expect everything to seem so cruel and bloody, but don't worry, for the gaming company, canceling the penalty for death was quite a serious decision. All this time, he seriously thought about the Baroness's words that he was a hero. The guy played in this world as if it were all a game, and perhaps it would continue to seem that way to him. However, the question of whether he was worthy of the words about heroism never left him for a second, and without straying from his goal, he created a real military conflict. This must be the amusing factor that belongs only to Arcadia, because it is a damn well-made game. The suffering Demon King, who had spent all the influence points he had been saving for so long at once, distracted the guy from his sad and gloomy thoughts. He kept whining, saying that he had to spend too much to bring Lich back to this world and put him in a human body. Listening to his whining was exhausting, because he spoke as if Jae-young had done nothing, but he had spent his master's points along with his own, so they were even. After such a statement, Tanshik had nothing to add. He was literally shut up, and the Demon King lost his gift of speech. Thanks to the efforts of the main character, the players of the evil faction are now a little calmer. At least they are able to fight back, and there are many advantages to this. The master's words were so reasonable that Tan swallowed his tongue a second time, still unable to recover from the first blow. It is a talent to make the King of Darkness feel remorse. While the little demon was trying to recover from his total defeat, the angel flew up to Jae-young and asked him not to pay attention, because all demons are like that. She said a few more nasty things about demons, even though angels shouldn't say such things, but none of that mattered anymore. The main thing was that she lent her powers, as they had agreed. This question delighted Ellie, because she was ready to give up everything just to defeat Lich Argymer. She even said that she would pay for the influence points herself, and he wouldn't have to spend anything. It was time for the next stage of the plan. Yoon Jae-young activated his Divine Descent skill and began to choose a spirit from the past whose powers he could use. The choice fell on Cardiel, the Knight of Sorrow and Pilgrimage, a great hero of the past equated with the rank of saints. According to Archangel Michael, his powers would be more than enough to deal with the nasty and vile demon Lich. The exhausted and sad king of demons looked at his master's choice and said that although the skeleton was a fool, he was not so weak. However, after taking a closer look, he was once again overcome with shock and horror, staring at the photograph of the spirit of the past as if it were the most terrible scourge of retribution. It turned out that this holy knight was the owner of the very sword that had defeated Lich Arghymer last time. That was enough for Cardiel to make his final choice. The Holy Spirit took possession of the main character's body, and the sword glowed with a golden light in his hands. This caused Tan to have another hysterical fit, because it was just a lich, and they had put on a whole show and summoned one of the 5 holy swords. The Archangel had to invest quite a bit for this, but as she said, she was ready to give anything to get rid of Lich Arghymer once and for all. The Demon King was speechless again, looking at the little angel as if she were the craziest creature he had ever met in his entire life. Usually the bigger the event, the more influence points, and in this case they should get as many as possible. Enveloped in dark energy, the Black Dragon led an army of adventurers who were part of the evil faction, and they were ready to fight back against the Sanctimonious. In turn, Dex was determined to do whatever it took to get as many rewards as possible from this war between good and evil. It was time to start the show. A crazy smile appeared on the young man's face. He was neither a saintly good guy from the good faction, nor a villain from the evil faction who wanted to destroy the whole world. He was a real troll who did everything for himself and was ready to deceive other players. It was time to punish Lich Arghymer and make him the culprit of this whole war. While our main character was preparing to end all this madness and get as many influence points out of it as possible, fear reigned in the palace of the ruling family of the Burgundy Kingdom. Advisors and ministers gathered in the throne room, where a little boy, the crown prince, sat on the throne, having had to take the throne too early. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. Everyone demanded decisions from him, everyone expected something from him, but he didn't know what to do. All he could think about was how much better it would be if his father were alive. One of the advisors suggested that the little king flee somewhere, for example, to the Holy Empire, wait there, gather strength, and recapture the capital. But the sovereign did not like this idea at all. He could not abandon his subjects and flee like a coward. Besides, he knew perfectly well that his father would never forgive him for such a thing. The old man who had suggested this idea immediately stepped back and apologized. He would never have thought that the boy could be so highly moral. While they were talking, a large number of adventurers lined up in the garrison right in front of the palace. They were not simple people. They returned to life even after death. This was their chance to win. But when the prince decided that he had a chance and that it was too early to be discouraged, a large stream of dark magic penetrated the room, squeezing it, and a rumble was heard outside. At that moment, the doors of the throne room flew open, and a guard entered with a rather frightened expression on his face, shouting that trouble had come. The child had already developed a reflex to flinch when someone approached him. He became alert and looked at his subject, cautiously asking what had happened. A huge army of undead had gathered at the entrance to the palace, led by a single girl, the Black Dragon of Darkness, #1 in the ranking of dark magicians. Playing this little game, she became very excited, even getting too carried away, and her desire to level up and become the best in the entire ranking took her further and further down this path. At the sight of all these terrible monsters and living dead, the underage king burst into tears. He had never experienced such horror in his life. During this time, 48,931,235 dark mages had already been killed. The girl thought it was all because of the idiots who had become so smug after the news of the cancellation of the death penalty. As far as she knew, there was even some moron who died more than 1,000 times just to catch one unfortunate priest. And yet now even the death penalty didn't seem so scary to her. The girl was ready to give everything to try out the powers that the Demon Lord had given her. The guards and adventurers who were on the side of light stood at the entrance to the palace, but even they were not ready to face the Legion of Death of Lich Arghymer. Most of them had never even encountered undead creatures in their lives, let alone the most terrifying demon. But they did not allow fear to get the better of them and continued to do their duty. A smile appeared on the Black Dragon's face. Her eyes burned with a dark glow. She was ready to wipe this entire kingdom off the face of the earth, just to test her skills. Lich, standing next to her, was also happy and excited. He hadn't killed anyone in several millennia and had never felt such freedom as he did now. The girl, who had gotten a taste for it, activated several skills in a row. Field of Death to strengthen the undead that had already been summoned. Festival of Dark Night and Whisper of the Dead. After that, she used Soul Necromancy to summon even more warriors. Then used her final skill, Passionate Desire of the Dead, Hatred of Life. The demon who had been watching her all this time was greatly impressed by her. He couldn't stop admiring her because the girl had been able to unleash his powers to such an extent that now no one could defeat them. The only ones who could defeat them now were those comparable in strength to the apostles themselves, which meant that the people of this kingdom were doomed. No matter how terrifying the words of this dark creature were, the adventuress was very excited. She liked what was happening around her. She ordered her soldiers to go into battle against the guards, and the army of evil rushed into the attack, their bones creaking. The adventurers standing with the guards at the gate were terrified. They did not understand how to fight against such a force, for there was no guidance on how to oppose an army of death. The black dragon's face showed true bliss. She felt this power and strength, enjoying how powerful her skills had become after the demon possessed her. The battle itself lasted no more than a few minutes. The Legion of Death quickly dealt with the guards and everyone who stood in their way, and soon there was not a single living soul left under the moon. When the guards were finished, the girl majestically entered the throne room, slowly walking down the red carpet straight to the throne of the King of the Crimson Kingdom. There was no one in the hall, which was rather annoying. Even if it was an NPC, the girl would never have thought that the king would dare to simply run away while the guards were dying at the gates. Well, it didn't matter anymore. They didn't need a king like that from the start, and now his place would be taken by someone more worthy. Confident that this power would be hers forever, the girl decided to become the self-proclaimed queen and take control into her own hands. As soon as she touched the throne, a notification appeared stating that the Crimson Kingdom recognized her as its new ruler, which meant that the evil faction had fulfilled the conditions for victory in the witch hunt. Immediately after the victory and completion of the task, death penalties were returned to the game, and the adventurer, Black Dragon, officially became queen. After reading all these notifications, she bent over with happiness. She was very happy and could not contain her emotions, because she became the first in the game to conquer an entire state. Moreover, she would be able to get an incredible amount of money as the Queen of the Burgundy Kingdom, and the girl couldn't wait to get started. While she was planning her next steps to conquer the next kingdoms, someone entered the throne room and asked her if she liked being queen. Light shone through the window behind the unknown player, making it impossible to see his face. And even if she could, the Black Dragon would not have known him anyway. All the undead who had come with her to capture the territory were dead. No one was left alive, and it was all the work of one man. Frustration bordering on anxiety, the girl stood up, loudly asking who he was. She felt the power emanating from him, but did not yet fully understand it. Enveloped in the holy power bestowed upon him by the spirit of the past, Dex grinned predatorily, almost baring his teeth, already anticipating how great the reward would be. As soon as the girl realized that all her troops had been destroyed, she was overcome with rage and activated her magic, preparing to pounce on the young man at any moment. There was no point in summoning the dead now, so the dark mage released dark arrows, made entirely of magic, capable of killing anyone with the first strike. Unfortunately, the Black Dragon did not know who she was dealing with. The young man did not even flinch. He activated his defensive skill, Adlin's Steps, with a smile. With a single swing of his sword, he broke all the arrows flying at him, getting rid of the black magic that lingered in the room. No one had ever seen this man in the rankings before, but his skills were truly amazing, worthy of first place, and his insolent expression spoke volumes. Yun Jiayang's face was quite complex. He really looked more like a true madman than an ordinary player, and he wondered if the girl had already had enough fun. She should have been happy that she was able to obtain such a powerful force capable of destroying the balance and capturing an entire country, and she was also able to earn a hidden class. It was true that the achievement and title she had received when Lich possessed her was a hidden character class, but this young man had no way of knowing that. Hearing the question of who he was, the main character smiled. It really sounded very funny to him. Who else could he be but the one who gave her these powers? Pushing off the floor, Dex jumped at the dark mage in front of him, attacking her with his holy sword. He was a moneylender who had come to collect his money for the powers he had received. The sword, which once belonged to Cardiel, glowed gold, exuding the incredibly powerful energy of the holiness of the heavens. Lich Argeimer, sitting inside the adventuress, was frightened. Feeling all this power, it seemed painfully familiar to him, and when he saw the weapon, he panicked. A tremendous divine power imprisoned the player, after which the end of eternity administered justice, engraving a deadly mark on the girl's body. The demon soul inside the girl was struck down, and it was time to remove the Cinderella spell and return Lich and the Black Dragon back to their pumpkins. The sacred sword was a few centimeters away from the girl, a little more, and she would have suffered fatal and final damage. There was time for teasing, and the main character said that it was good that she had not become a necromancer in her time because she could not even use one skill properly. These words greatly offended the Black Dragon, who reminded him that she was first in rank and added that the Lord of Chaos himself had personally chosen her. Activating a dark magic circle beneath her, the girl used dark magic to throw back the adventurer who had attacked her. All this sounded ridiculous, and Dex turned to the Demon King, asking if it was true, but the little demon was clearly uncomfortable talking about it. All this time, the Lich inside the girl was very nervous and panicked, as he had long since recognized the sword that had defeated him in the past. The blade, called the End of Eternity, was one of the holy artifacts, and since it had reappeared in Arcadia, it meant that heaven itself was involved. Now, remembering how nervous his master had been, the demon understood why all this was happening, why he had been warned to be careful. As soon as he realized all this, he immediately told the Black Dragon that it was time for her to run, not even to try to fight this guy, otherwise they would both die. But the foolish and confident girl did not listen to him, because just recently, Lich himself had said that no one could defeat them except the apostles themselves. While they were distracted and talking to each other, the main character activated one of his skills borrowed from the heavens again and jumped on his opponent. To protect herself, the adventuress activated her death field summoning skill so that her army of undead would protect her. In that same second, skeletons and monsters of a fairly high level appeared, which a single ordinary player would not be able to handle. Standing in front of Dex were dark death knights several meters tall, clearly formidable opponents, and summoning them required a great deal of power. It wasn't that the guy couldn't handle them, but he was still unhappy because he wanted to finish quickly, and the girl was only getting in the way. Turning the blade in his hand, the young man activated the divine powers that had descended upon this sword, and the destructive power was now in his hands. The power of his attack against the evil creatures increased by as much as 80%, and no armor or resistance to any kind of magic could cope with it. The girl standing behind the army of death was not the only one who got a real kick out of the enormous power in heavy fighting. Dex was just as crazy. With a single blow of the End of Eternity, the heroes defeated all the monsters that had been summoned by the Dark Sorceress for protection. No one escaped their fate. Holy energy seeped through the armor and took over the bodies of the undead, dissolving them and burning them from within. Very soon they all fell, and the path to the Black Dragon was open. Dex could have pierced her with his blade right away, but the girl put up her shield and dodged. It was so incredible that she couldn't even believe it was possible. The guy was able to deal with high-class undead with just the light of his sword. Even her most powerful shield could barely withstand the pressure. The adventuress asked what kind of sword it was and where he had gotten it. The main character's eyes burned with crazy excitement. He couldn't stop smiling, saying that he didn't really know what kind of sword it was. Maybe sacred, he just borrowed it. It was unlikely that anyone could simply borrow such a powerful item, and who in Arcadia could possibly have such a treasure? The girl's curiosity only grew. But the guy had no intention of continuing this conversation. He said that as a demon, you are like an evil child who constantly gnashes his teeth, once again trying to deceive someone. Only he himself knew that behind him stood two powerful forces, one of which was an archangel, one of the most powerful warriors of heaven. While the surviving knights and adventurers fought the evil forces, two incredibly powerful forces broke through the roof of the royal palace, and even those below could feel the pressure. It was hard to believe that this was really one of the players. One of the guys even wondered if they were playing the same game, because the forces were completely unequal. Through the bright, blinding light, it was possible to see that one of the combatants in this battle was the Black Dragon of Darkness himself. The girl was very tense, struggling to contain the power unleashed upon her by the unknown player who had come to destroy her plans. Although she was known to everyone on the Korean server, the one she was fighting was unknown to anyone, and the guy with the holy sword in his hands aroused much more interest. In order to fight back and get a chance to win this battle, the Dark Mage summoned a high-ranking demon. Dex had used the powers of this creature in the past. He was familiar with it, but that didn't mean he couldn't defeat it. The young man used the shadow silence skill, and the holy light that was already shining from every crack became even brighter, and the pressure even greater. The summoned monster, the Death Knight, was sent to eternal rest with a single blow, and because of this effect, it could not be summoned again. The burning golden light threw the girl back slightly, and the notification that she would not be able to summon this creature again made her very nervous. She had no intention of giving up so easily and activated a new skill, shouting that they shouldn't look down on her because she still had a whole bunch of monsters like this. Then she sent skeleton warriors, another undead creature that she could summon countless times, whenever and however many times she wanted. That was all well and good, of course, but Dex's skill was permanent, so she could summon as many as she wanted, but it wouldn't work anyway. From the reaction of the destructive forces contained in the ball, the summoned monsters, the skeleton warriors, were sent to eternal rest following the Death Knight. The Black Dragon couldn't believe her eyes. The guy had just managed to completely seal her summoning magic, because everyone she summoned was sent to eternal rest and could no longer be resurrected. She finally understood the words that Lich had said to her at the very beginning. This was an unusual opponent, a true predator, a true madman against whom he had no chance. The battle was very good, but it dragged on for quite a while. So gathering all his strength, the main character attacked her with the aim of ending it all once and for all. Looking at the sword filled with holy energy hovering over the player's head, the Black Dragon felt Lich Argamer trembling with fear. Even the game itself advised her to run while she still could. It was too late. The girl could not escape, no matter what she did. The death sentence was passed and her body was enveloped in divine light. The great divine power of the holy sword consumed her body, and not only that, but also the player's spirit, slowly passing on to the demon spirit inside her. The soul of the great demon, Lich Argamer, screamed in pain. He had nowhere to go and could not escape from the body. All that remained was to submit to fate. It was a fatal blow, but fortunately, the adventuress did not die immediately. She and the demon inside her were on the verge of death, and then she asked why he was doing this to her. The witch hunt quest was already complete. Victory was in the hands of the dark mages, so she didn't understand why all this was happening. Only then did the strange, unknown young man reveal his plans, saying that he had been waiting for the moment when the quest would end with the victory of the evil faction. To complete the puzzle, he had to deal with her, the symbol of evil, after she captured the Crimson Kingdom. Holy energy bound her body, inflicting quite severe damage, and the girl looked at her enemy in confusion, listening to him tell her not to be too upset. After all, it didn't matter at all whether it was the faction of saints or the faction of demons. Both sides would only be happy about her death. Even now, on the verge of death, she felt the thrill of fighting a strong opponent when you are full of strength and at the top of the world rankings. Only Lich Argamer's soul did not feel the same emotions as hers. The demon was in complete terror, seeing the holy sword aimed at him, capable of killing him. At the last second, he managed to recognize in the young man the one who had once taken his powers for a certain amount of time, but the next second, he was sentenced to death. The deadly effect in the effect of the hour of judgment overlapped, after which Lich's soul was irreparably wounded, causing the contract to be terminated and the demon to disappear completely. The very essence of the great and ancient demon that had held the entire continent in fear was destroyed, and the main character earned the title of Great Judge. As he said, the girl didn't need to be too upset. All she had to do was understand that they had lost before the battle even began. She lost only because the incredible power she had gained had gone to her head so much that she was unable to assess the situation correctly. Of course, it was quite upsetting to lose after everything the girl had done to win this quest. Still, she had a lot of fun playing this game, summoning great monsters, and in the end getting the chance to fight such an incredibly powerful opponent, which any ranker would chase after. That was the end of it. The divine descent had come to an end, and the main character sighed deeply. He was finally done. Lich Argamer was sent to eternal rest, which meant that the faction had fulfilled all the requirements for victory in the witch hunt mission. Everything was becoming much more interesting. Both sides had won the task, and Dex was curious to see what conclusions Arcadia would draw from these contradictory circumstances. An urgent notification reached Alice, who learned that a conflict had arisen in Arcadia's world, and now it was impossible to determine which of the two factions had won. Taking a piece of the puzzle in her hands, the blonde goddess looked inside the system to figure out for herself what to do in this situation. The percentage of requirements fulfilled for victory was 94 to 50, which meant that the camp of saints prevailed. The most optimal scenario had to be used to resolve this misunderstanding, as both sides had fulfilled the requirements, which meant a draw. After calculating the rewards for achieving a draw in the war between good and evil, the rewards were distributed according to contributions, and the frequency of hidden tasks for the Saints faction increased. But there was another nuance. The player Black Dragon of Darkness had captured the Bordeaux Kingdom, and this issue also had to be resolved. Then Arcadia's artificial intelligence decided that from now on, the Bordeaux Kingdom would be under the supervision of a demonic creature and would become the property of the Dark faction. Now, for a year, no country could wage war against the state, and the Dark Mages had their own base of sorts. After completing this additional task, everything returned to normal, and the mass murder of players was once again prohibited. Observing all these changes, Holy Father Emine came to the conclusion that the entire continent was facing another era of chaos, but it was unclear whether this was really the case. Now, no one even mentioned the balance between good and evil that exists in the basic settings of Arcadia. The main thing now was not that, but the fact that no one even knew what to expect next. But even the creators of this game watched with curiosity and waited for further developments. Jenica, who was watching all this and now trying to understand what was happening, sincerely could not understand how one idiot managed to get himself another hidden class, while Jack was very happy. The situation on the second continent of Arcadia had changed significantly, and the forces of evil had grown stronger. Now, on the Korean server, there was a balance of power between good and evil. As a reward, the main character received 210,000 influence points, which was his biggest reward for the entire time he had been playing in virtual reality. All he had to do was prevent someone from carrying out their plans. Dex was very curious about what the person who created this class wanted from him. While he was putting his plan into action, he even tried to let users know a little bit about his existence, but it didn't work out very well. Everything that had happened over the past week was simply incredible. Such a large number of points, and all the chaos that had arisen there. Now the young man was very curious about what the game had in store for him next, all of which caused incredible excitement and awe. Thanks to the fact that Ji Young was able to complete the second task, he was able to unlock the hidden class Chaotic Wanderer, and now special rewards awaited him. The player's contribution was simply incredible. He was able to judge nearly 50 million Dark Mages, conquer a kingdom, and provoke the disappearance of Lich Argamer. An incredible power took hold of his body, and now he had a new use for influence. He could change causes and effects by giving points to inanimate objects. As usual, very little information was given, and the guy decided to just try out this new skill and figure out how it worked. To do this, he took out his rusty iron beginner's sword, which was given to everyone at the beginning of the game, and at the start of his journey, he had not yet increased his level. Seeing a familiar item, the Demon King decided that its owner wanted to relive the old days and deal with novice adventurers, but he was wrong. While Ellie was worried that what the demon said might be true, the main character held out his weapon and began transferring influence points into it. It was a huge surprise for all three of them when a sudden burst of power struck the sword, blowing away everything in its path. Even the small familiars were almost carried away by the shock wave somewhere very far away. Neither the Demon King nor the Archangel had ever encountered such power before. In order to change the characteristics of the sword, the system looked into the past of this item, renaming it the Bloody Rusty Iron Sword. In order to completely change its characteristics, it was necessary to spend 9,000 points. At first, the main character was hesitant, but then he grinned. He was bursting with curiosity, so he decided, as he had done at the very beginning with the Amulet of Darkness, to spend the points and change the characteristics no matter what. After everything necessary was done, the settings in the Bloody Iron Sword began to change rapidly, and the player's previous actions were visible in its blade. Everything Dex had done since the beginning of the game in this virtual reality was imprinted on this sword, and its characteristics changed to a rank that suited him. Thus, the guy received the Bloodsucker item, the only one of its kind. His attack power increased hundreds of times, and the additional skills were simply mind-boggling. Despite all this, its appearance did not change much, which slightly upset the guy. Perhaps he simply expected too much from an ordinary rusty sword. The greedy little demon angels could clearly see how much power their master now possessed, so they both began to praise him and fawn over him. Jae Young saw right through them, so he reminded them that no matter how nice they were to him, there was no such thing as a free lunch. If these little arrogant, smug creatures wanted to exchange influence points, then everything had to be done through a fair deal. Nevertheless, this new skill was definitely worth investing in because it allowed the guy to strengthen and improve almost everything. After a quick glance at the characteristics, another crazy idea came to him, and Dex wondered what would happen if he sold this sword. The gears in his head began to turn rapidly, while Tanchik and Ellie stood aside, quietly watching their master plot something again. Immediately after thinking about selling it, the thought occurred to him that if he could change a novice's ordinary rusty sword so much, what would happen to an item that was already quite powerful? He took out his drill from his inventory, which had been made for him by the Demon King, the destroyer of caves, and his hands were itching to experiment with it. As soon as the young man began to transfer influence points, the system said that it was unable to look up the past characteristics of the selected item. At the moment, there were absolutely no attributes that could be assigned to the object, which meant that influence points could not be transferred to it. These words gave the main character an idea. The item must have had some additional characteristics from the past that the system could change. It turns out that points cannot be transferred simply because the player has been using the item for a long time, as was the case with the sword and the drill. This means that the only difference between them was how much the item directly influenced the world of Arcadia. While he was thinking, Mikhail and Satan were examining the item enhanced by influence, and they were literally jealous of this sword because it received points and they did not. But the demon did not have time to fully enjoy such a beautiful weapon, soaked in the blood of the slain, because its owner understood how this skill worked and put the items away in his inventory. He immediately rushed towards the man, shouting at him, but received the reply that there was no particular reason to look at it because the king's treasury would be filled with even more valuable items in the future. After that, the player mentioned that he was going to sell the sword, which shocked the imp to the core. He couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible. After all, if the guy just wanted to make money, he would have been better off giving his influence points to those two than spending them on a sword and then selling it, because there was a lot of gold in both heaven and hell. But Dex didn't need the money yet. He was going to earn even more every month anyway, and if he needed it urgently, he could sign a new contract with the Baroness. Now the Demon King was definitely confused, because if he didn't need the money, then why did he need to sell this cleaver? What was the problem with starting to use what he had before? And he was right, it was really very interesting. The first and only item in the whole world with such incredible characteristics, capable of wiping the entire world off the face of the earth with minimal effort. This raised an even more interesting and curious question. What would happen if such an item appeared at an auction in the open world of virtual reality? Both familiars responded with what they were thinking, chaos and peace. But who knows which of them would be right in the end if such an exclusive item ended up in the hands of someone unknown? Their owner was incredibly happy because who knows what would happen if it were put up for auction. They would do it and see what came of it. Very soon, the one-of-a-kind bloodsucker sword was put up for auction for other players across the Korean server. The next day, Yoon Jae-young went to his morning class at the university, but because he had stayed up all night as usual, it turned out to be more difficult than usual. The following year, the guy was thinking about transferring to evening classes so he wouldn't have to suffer so much, when suddenly a loud voice called out to him. His friend Lim Jae-young ran up to him and started yelling at him, asking what he was doing, which shocked the guy. It turns out that you can see the name of the seller at an auction anywhere. So the guy knew that Bloodsucker was being sold by his good friend Dex. This sword was one of a kind, and even someone as crazy as Jae-young had never heard of it before. So he didn't understand how his friend had managed to find it. He even suggested that Jae-young had used some kind of hidden class to get his hands on such a thing, and miraculously turned out to be right. But the main character didn't tell him about it. All the guy could squeeze out was that everyone has their secrets, which was clearly not what Yeon wanted to hear, so he began to beg him to tell him the whole truth. Such an exquisite weapon interested literally everyone who was in any way connected with the game and could get into it. The stakes began to rise gradually. People seemed to have gone mad, even taking out huge loans from banks at interest, trying to get money by any means possible. Very soon, the bet exceeded 3,000 gold coins. Entire guilds were hunting for this ball, and the Korean server really lost its mind. Very soon, the bid exceeded 5,000, and the surge in bids for one particular item was so huge that the game had to suspend trading. At the Korean branch, Arkady and his employees were in shock. No one had ever heard of a single rank before, and what's more, it simply did not exist in the game. Initially, only 8 ranks were created for weapons: common, magical, rare, epic, unique, or legendary. Moreover, only rare items could be sold at auction. A new problem fell on the heads of the people responsible for ensuring smooth gameplay. The man's head was already starting to ache because he didn't know what this was or how to deal with it. After the bid grew to such a huge amount of money, the auction for the item, Bloodsucker, was forcibly suspended by the administration. In addition, the item itself was completely confiscated from the player who owned it and was trying to sell it at auction, and he could no longer use it. This decision caused a lot of discontent among users, and Arcadia's hotline began to receive numerous complaints again. But from the point of view of the Arcadia chairman themselves, they had no choice but to prevent the appearance of items that could upset the balance of the game. Since then, wherever users were, there was constant talk about this item, which suddenly appeared at auction and then just as suddenly disappeared without a trace. Moreover, the nickname of the seller of this item became known, and now everyone was talking about him. Some recognized him and were deeply shocked. Even more surprising were those who knew nothing about Dex, one of the most brilliant players who always played alone, and even real professionals did not stand next to him. Until now, no one knew what he did, because his nickname did not appear in the Arcadia rankings, but now this information had spread throughout virtual reality. The phylactery and the dark hero of the Korean continent had returned, and he had made himself known very loudly as usual, shaking up the gaming world. Some considered him a legend and sincerely admired him. His fans watched with interest every move this guy made and wanted to be like him. Some still knew nothing about this player, looked at the Bloodsucker seller's nickname, and were genuinely surprised at where all the fuss was coming from. There were even those who had hated him for a long time and were eager for revenge. And now that he had made himself known to them, they knew he was in the game and were sure that one day they would find him. That's how Yoon Jae-young made his identity known to everyone in Arcadia without doing anything particularly significant or rising in the ranks. The young man stood on the roof watching it all and smiling as he waited to see what would happen next. For him, it was a real game of chance. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, Kwon Myung-han stood silently in his office, looking at the Bloodsucker sword, the only one of its kind in its characteristics. From the shape of this weapon, he was 100% sure that this was exactly what the whole department had been looking for so long. It was the very same sword held by the true killer in the video, who had been killing thousands of new players. At the time, there was no way to find out who he was, especially with his ordinary administrator privileges, but now he knew who was behind it all. They couldn't allow more items like this to appear because a single sword had already been bid on for more than 5,000 gold. The man assumed that this guy would want to take the sword back, and to do so, he would have to come out into the open and reveal himself for the first time in a long time. From that moment on, the player Dex, also known as the True Madman, found himself trapped by the Korean branch of Arcadia Online. The auction for the item listed by the guy was suspended by the administrators, and the item itself was confiscated. The game asked him to contact the administration. Of course, Jae-young understood that sooner or later the administration would intervene, but he did not suspect that they would do it so directly and rudely. The little demon flew closer to his master, curious about what had happened, and the guy shared with him that their one and only sword had been confiscated. This enraged the demon, who began to scream and rant, threatening that the fortune teller who dared to do this must be found and eliminated immediately. It was incredibly brazen to steal an item that had so many influence points invested in it. Tan promised the man that he was always ready to help him. Of course, he was worried about the points. With a bright smile, Dex said that the Demon King could just give him back what had been stolen, and that another sword like it could be made and sold again. After all, the Demon King still had a lot of influence points, which put the bat in a difficult position because he was not as rich as the man thought. Gradually, everything became clearer to Yoon Jae-young, and he understood perfectly well that the gaming company hated him quite a lot. This hatred was fueled by the fact that they knew absolutely nothing about him. By putting up an item enhanced with influence points for auction, he revealed his nickname. The only thing the Arcadia employees knew about him was his in-game name. If his actions had been beneficial to them, they would have allowed him to sell the goods without any problems. However, the creators took extreme measures, simply taking it away from him. Moreover, they not only did not impose any sanctions on Dex, but did not even try to contact him. This meant only one thing. Even though they now know his nickname, they still don't know who he is or where he lives, and even in the game, it is impossible to track him down. In essence, by learning his name, they learn nothing at all. It is quite possible that this is also the power of the hidden class, the chaotic wanderer. Otherwise, what kind of right would he have to calmly start chaos? And what's more, even the game's management would never interfere with someone who was going to wreak havoc. Thinking about this, a smile involuntarily appeared on the young man's face. And with each passing moment, he wanted more and more to meet the freak who had created this. One way or another, he remained safe for quite a long time, all thanks to the abilities that an unknown person had given him. The guy had no intention of falling into another trap. He wanted to provoke them into even greater emotions by creating even more grandiose chaos. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, Manager Kwon was more like the undead who had recently risen in the game. He walked around the office like a zombie, and the only thing his employees knew was that the information desk had been working overtime lately. Some thought he was acting like a schoolboy who couldn't wait for a message from his sweetheart, except that this schoolboy could overload the entire department with work. Entering the executive director's office, the man reported that they had not been able to find the culprit, but it was clear that the item had been created by a player and that all the events were not part of their plans. To be more precise, it wasn't that it wasn't planned at all. They just couldn't have imagined something like this. But simply watching everything from the sidelines, they had to do something. Unlike the tired zombie-like Kwon Myung-han, Lee Mi-yeon looked quite satisfied as she listened silently to her subordinate, smiling. After his not exactly lively, but very straightforward speech, the girl asked him if he could predict what would happen tomorrow. They were the leaders of the company, not fortune tellers, so it was only natural that they couldn't predict the future actions of users or events. However, as interesting as it all was, it was a shame that the Arcadia branch still tolerated everything that one small player had in store for them. It was time to make a counter-move in this game. It couldn't be that some unknown, chaotic wanderer could do whatever he wanted with impunity. The other day, they prepared a special plan of action, and Mi-yeon asked Kwon Myung-han if he remembered what it was. As soon as the man recalled the last few days, sweat appeared on his forehead. It seemed that even the employees of Arcadia considered this plan unnecessary. No matter how difficult the countries were, it was time to start implementing it. It was a great chance to respond to all the challenges that had been thrown at them. In the next few minutes, an announcement appeared that the first in-game festival, the Bamboo Spear Battle, was about to begin, the first PvP championship since the game's release. Later that evening, Jae Yang was sitting on the game's forum and saw that a raid on a level 20 boss had appeared, and he realized that the growth rate of users was much higher than he had thought. Users above level 100 began to appear, and now a battle with foreign servers for supremacy in the game has begun, so in the future, user leveling will become even faster. In other words, the main character's losses would soon begin to grow even stronger, because now there was no longer any advantage to be gained from the level system. What Dex feared most was happening, but he wasn't nervous, because all he had to do was use Divine Descent or acquire an item. Either way, it was time to leave the players to their own devices. He had interfered with their game for too long and gotten in the way. He needed to give them a little break, especially since an interesting event was coming up very soon. The rules were extremely simple. Just read the title and you already know all the information. It was a large-scale PvP championship in which only bamboo sticks were allowed to be used for attacks. The winner is the last one standing in this bamboo battle. It's even too simple. There are events that are more complicated. You are allowed to use items, abilities, and skills, but you can only deal damage with a stick, which does not depend on physical strength or any other stats. In other words, regardless of class or level, anyone has a chance to win. The main thing is to be the last survivor on the battlefield. The fact that this event has appeared right now suggests that the employees in Arcadia are trying their best to catch Dex. Although the guy didn't plan to participate at first, the reward was too tempting. The right to get an item from the inventory of the users you killed. It was even too interesting, the main character smiled. He would have a chance to earn some nice items from the pockets of stronger opponents. That crazy expression reappeared on his face. It would be foolish of him to turn down such an opportunity to prove himself and receive good rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, Jae Young registered for the championship and re-entered the game through the Dreamer's capsule. A week later, almost all the players on the Korean server gathered on Fantastic Island, a special map for the Bamboo Stick Fights event. Almost everyone had heard that the famous Dex was going to participate in this event, and it was the only thing we talked about all week. It wasn't a team game, but the users agreed that now 99 people would fight against him alone, all for the sake of revenge against the troll. And yet, they said that this Dex was a true PvP god, and there were even rumors that the developers of Arcadia themselves had taken him on. The guy was uncomfortable hearing all this about himself. It had been 2 years since he ended it all, but the players remained the same and followed him around, his every move causing a stir. Thinking about the map, Jae-young didn't expect anything special, but the theme park with its many lights and fireworks exceeded all his expectations. It was hard to believe that here you could eat delicious food without worrying about extra calories and visit all kinds of interesting places without wasting time and money. It is quite possible that these were the very innovations brought about by virtual reality. At this rate, all travel companies will simply go bankrupt. While the main character was walking around the park and looking at everything around him, his familiars were nowhere to be found. But as soon as they arrived at the event location, the Demon King started throwing a tantrum again. Angel was much calmer, looking around at the completely unfamiliar place, while the demon cursed because their master had escaped to another dimension without them. Seeing complete indifference on his master's face, Tanchik continued to rant, saying that they had to suffer so much before finding him. He should have just told them in advance. For them, the most powerful beings in the Arcada universe, it was very strange to see this place. It was surprising that they did not know about the existence of this kind of dimension. Such surprise made the main character smile, and he had already turned to tell them about the location for the event in the game when a stranger called out to him. The next question she asked him shocked him deeply. Somehow the girl had found out that Dex was a hidden class player. Fearing that he might be discovered and his plans revealed, the guy's face changed dramatically, which gave the young lady reason to think that she was right. It was pointless to try to lie or wriggle out of it, so Yoon Jae-young calmly asked how she knew and how she had come to that conclusion. The answer was even more frightening than the questions. It turned out that the girl knew that the angel and the demon had been able to pass through space, almost tearing it apart. Of course, she didn't know that they were an angel and a demon, and I didn't know their true status either, but the fact that she knew of their existence was already surprising. The young man standing right in front of her tensed up a lot. It was hard to believe that anyone other than him could actually see Tanchik and Ellie. Still, the stranger hadn't yet said what creatures she was talking about, so the guy didn't do anything. But in the next second, she clarified that she was talking about those standing behind him. It couldn't be said that they were very visible, but they emanated such a strong and powerful energy, more reminiscent of flames, that the witch couldn't help but notice them. Such power could hardly come from ghosts, which meant that they were most likely familiars, and the player in front of her was one of those capable of summoning helpers. With every word spoken, things got worse and worse. He couldn't let anyone use or learn about Dex's abilities, so the guy decided to run away while he still had time and a chance. At that moment, a multitude of different voices were heard, and the players learned that the Great Star Witch, who was second in the rankings, was also participating in this event. A large crowd of players rushed over, forming a crowd around the unfamiliar girl. Ju-young put on his hood to hide from the user's eyes. Before he could escape, the Star Witch approached and asked for attention, as he was now attracting a lot of attention, which was clearly not what she wanted. The famous sorceress named Stella was attracted by another player's secret class, because she herself played as a hidden class of Star Witch, which no one else had except her. And since her new friend was so afraid of being exposed, she didn't plan to question him any further, only telling him that even with the eyes of truth, it was difficult to see those creatures. It was very kind of Stella, and Dex sincerely thanked her, but he was no less nervous. He couldn't trust her 100%. The Stardust sorceress didn't get very far before her fans surrounded her, asking her about the competition and requesting photos with her. While her personality attracted everyone's attention, the young man with extremely interesting powers and abilities escaped. One of the strongest players on the Korean server watched him go with a sidelong glance. The girl really wanted to see him in battle, and she was sure that they would meet again. Already far away from the huge crowd and danger, the demon and the angel quietly complained that their defenses had been bypassed and they had been seen, which was very unpleasant. Dex was sure that the Stardust sorceress was still clinging to him, which meant they would meet again. Moreover, it could not be ruled out that she had noticed him from the very beginning. While the main character suffered from a premonition that everything would not go as smoothly as he would like, the bamboo stick competition began. A small creature, more reminiscent of a goblin, announced that now that all the users had eaten and had fun, it was time to start the fight. Waving her club, the stern-looking little goblin announced the start of the competition. The arena was open, and now the players could proceed to the main part of the event. Everyone who was going to participate and was at this location received bamboo sticks with the characteristic that the target struck would die instantly. Yong Jae-young smiled as he looked up at the sky full of fireworks, rejoicing that the event he had been waiting for so long had finally begun. But before everyone picked up their sticks and started hitting each other, they had to get rid of all the junk that was at the event location. A small and cute-looking girl swung her baton, which in that same second grew 10 times larger than herself. The next second, this huge weapon struck the ground right under the players' feet, even killing several of them, completely destroying part of the amusement park. Huge cracks began to appear under the users' feet. The whole world around them shook, and the location began to change rapidly, and no one could predict what would happen next. While the rest struggled to stay on their feet due to the earthquake, powerful mages like Stella simply jumped into the air and levitated until the map's restructuring was complete. There were also those who stood calmly aside and felt no discomfort, watching as all the beautiful large attractions were destroyed and disappeared. Slowly, the commotion began to subside. The earth was no longer shaking so violently, and the location was simply illuminated by a bright light. Everyone who came to participate in the event couldn't wait for it to start. They eagerly awaited the battle arena to be ready. After the Park of Destruction was completely destroyed, buildings and gloomy forests gradually began to appear in its place. Some players found themselves on a narrow street, while others were somewhere in the forest. Without bright lights and garlands, it quickly grew dark, and only torches illuminated the surroundings. Once the location was ready, the players were given bamboo sticks long enough to defeat their opponents without letting them get too close. The number of participants reached 3,292,000. Even the Goblin Girl did not expect such a crowd. It was to become one of the most hellish survival games in history. For reference, a window with the number of surviving players would be displayed in the sky, where all participants could see it. When all the rules and nuances had been explained, the map prepared, and the weapons handed out, it was time to truly announce the start of the battles. With a wild smile on her face, the goblin waved her hand and called on all participants to destroy everyone on the map. The users seemed to go mad, raising their sticks above their heads and shouting at the top of their lungs. Less than a second after the start, everyone in the center of the map pounced on each other, sparing no effort. It was quite interesting to watch from the sidelines. The competition had only just begun, but the battle was already quite fierce. Among them were players who did not want to rush into the fray so quickly. One of them tried to reason with the others, saying that at this rate, they would all simply die. But few listened to him. Blinded by the desire to destroy everyone around them as quickly as possible, the players rushed at everyone like mad dogs. One of the newbies killed the player, who was ranked 19th on the Korean server, and he was proud of it, shouting about his feat to the entire location. However, in the next second, he was stabbed in the back with a bamboo spear and was unable to enjoy his victory for long, dying at the hands of a thug just like himself. Even a character created by other people and endowed with artificial intelligence considered them pathetic. The users had wasted all their strength from the very beginning. As many had said, they were just weaklings who didn't even want to take a higher place in the rankings. But fortunately, not all of them were like that. Those who really occupied the leading places in the player rankings waited and did not seek to immediately destroy everyone in a row, studying the situation. Among them was Yoon Jae-young, who stood silently to the side, hidden from prying eyes, and thought about his plan of action for this event. This was not the first time he had encountered such madness, when others went crazy right from the start, arranging a meat grinder just for the sake of killing. Only now, everyone had a certain amount of power, because a bamboo stick could kill anyone with a single blow, so what was happening was quite natural. Despite the fact that he thought he was hiding, his thoughts were interrupted by a running player with a clear desire to destroy anyone who stood in his way. Trained by countless battles throughout his life, Dex easily dodged the blow of the stick, jumping aside. Because the main character was still dressed in beginner's gear, everyone perceived him as such, and the user was delighted that he would have such an easy first victim. After finishing his threats and calls to voluntarily step forward to his death, the player warned Dex that it was time to prepare to meet the bamboo stick. While the guy smiled smugly and shouted self-absorbedly, the main character just sighed quietly and at the end, calmly and without any emotion, asked his enemy to look up. Unfortunately, the guy took this as mockery and did not raise his head, not noticing that a sharpened bamboo stick was flying towards him at high speed. A minute later, the player who had been spouting all kinds of smug nonsense was out of the game, and Jae-young asked the demon if he could use Divine Descent here. This skill could be used anywhere and at any time, as long as you paid with influence points and obeyed the orders of your master. Tanchik summoned the one they had chosen before the competition. Just before the event began, the main character learned something new while trying to figure out the Divine Descent skill. As it turned out, this power could be used to summon not only the souls of people who had once lived, but also creatures such as ghostly mists. When Descent was activated, black smoke enveloped the young man. His cloak changed and became even darker, giving off a purple glow. This ghost did not actually exist in reality. It resembled a black cloud and was ideal for this event. After all, it easily dodges all attacks, and when Dex was struck, the black cloud simply dispersed like liquid, and the bamboo passed right through it. The knight who tried to kill the player in beginner's gear was in deep shock because he stabbed him, but the guy didn't die. With a slight smile on his lips, Jae Yang turned to the user and asked him if he couldn't see what had just happened. It wasn't particularly noticeable that he had pierced him, because the young man in front of him looked more like a spreading liquid than a living being. It was so surprising and unusual, even frightening, that the knight froze in shock and didn't even notice the bamboo stick flying straight into his chest. Having dealt with his second victim, Dex quickly realized what this competition was all about. It was more like the Royal Games, and killing was just an addition. The most important thing here was to survive, and with this skill, it was easier than easy. You just had to avoid being seen by other players. Tankich laughed, thinking it was a great idea to hide well, and then attack strong players from a distance without exposing himself. But he misunderstood his master. Yoon Jae-young had no intention of hiding. On the contrary, it was time to have some fun. That was exactly why he had used Divine Descent. That was what he had been waiting for so long, imagining all week how he would enjoy this event. Taking a bamboo stick in his hands, the true madman smiled at his little familiar, saying that if there were no witnesses, it would be the same as remaining unnoticed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the strongest Star Witch defeated the foolish and rather weak players. They attacked her themselves, but proved to be useless opponents. She didn't even have to do anything. It was enough just to step into her magic circle, and nothing remained of the players except the residual traces of corpses on the ground. As a result, Stella, as always, was right. If she wanted to have fun, she had to find the one who could satisfy her. With a crazy smile and shining possessed eyes, the girl put her hand on her chest, asking where her beloved mouse was, who had previously run away from her. There were many crazy people in this competition, one of whom were the followers of the Great Bamboo Stick, a symbol of equality for all people. They did not particularly hide, staying in a remote part of the map among the bamboo forest and shouting slogans, worshiping and praising the bamboo stick. Confident that they were under the protection of the stick, they wanted to punish those unscrupulous racers who resorted to violence in order to achieve greater greatness. Once formed, they called themselves the Bamboo Stick Revolutionary Organization, something like a martial arts school. Even their outfits from the event were identical. Unfortunately for them, they ran into Yoon Jae-young. It wasn't that they were stronger than him, but he clearly didn't expect to meet such psychos, as dealing with them is usually very tiring. The mentor who headed this self-proclaimed organization sent his followers into battle against an unknown user. Armed with bamboo sticks, the users ran in a large crowd toward a single participant without any support, wanting him to be their first victim. This was exactly what Dex meant when he said that they were a complete pain in the ass. He stood silently and looked at the running crowd with a tired gaze. Several sticks struck in his direction at once, but before they could pierce his body, the guy dodged the blows like slime. No one who had ever played games expected anything like this, because it was simply unheard of. Only ghosts and monsters were capable of such things. A notification appeared stating that they could not attack this object, and the main character smiled broadly, looking at them with a predatory gaze, like a beast looking at its prey. The Ghost Mist's unstable presence skill allowed him to completely avoid any kind of attack, and it was hard to say that it was unfair because the effect was passive. But now it was time for some real unfair play. The young man took his bamboo stick, waved it, and aimed at the cultists. The attack was lightning fast. The players didn't even have time to react when 4 people were struck down in a fraction of a second with a single blow. The master standing behind them was stunned. 4 strikes at once without using any skills to do so meant that compatibility with the capsule must be almost 100%. Having finished off all the followers of the Revolutionary Bamboo Stick Organization, Dex aimed at the man with a crazy smile and rushed at him. Seeing what this man was capable of, the user jumped back, blocking any future blows with the stick he held in front of his chest. Unfortunately, this proved to be completely useless, because in the next second, the main character delivered a decisive and powerful blow, bringing himself another victory. Thus fell the last member of the revolutionary organization, which had not even had time to properly announce itself, having encountered its first and last enemy. The self-proclaimed new organization of bamboo sticks was destroyed, and all this was the work of a single participant who didn't even do anything. All the battles Dex had been in up to that point had been the same, with everyone attacking only with bamboo sticks and no one using their skills, so the guy had even gotten bored. On the other hand, now was clearly not the time to stand out too much. Otherwise, you would simply be torn to shreds as soon as you made yourself known. Soon, notifications began to arrive that he had defeated more than 1,000 people with a stick, embodying the meaning of equality, for which he received the title of revolutionary in the struggle for equality. All these titles had already tired the young man, so he looked up to see how many survivors were left, but the number had barely dropped below 3,000. In the first few hours, more than 100,000 people died, and the number of players decreased rapidly. But now that there were only a few left, their number hardly changed. If Jae Young wanted to end this quickly, it was time to start doing something. The map was too big, so catching each survivor one by one was a pain. As he stood there thinking, he heard a loud female scream from the side, and a pink-haired girl was rushing towards him at full speed. A young man was standing right in front of her on the road, and she was screaming, asking him to move aside. Otherwise, they would collide and she might hurt him. There was too little time, and the surprise was too great. Even with such a high level of synchronization, Jae Young did not have time to react in time. Armed with a stick, the young woman rushed straight at him. She couldn't stop or turn anywhere, so he could only hope that the man in front of her would escape the danger and leave. Realizing that a miracle would not happen, the user closed her eyes, thinking about what to do, because the last thing she wanted was to collide with someone. Due to the passive skill of divine descent that Dex used, the girl literally passed through him, and there was no collision. As a result, the girl fell to the ground, slipping on the spot. It was a very spectacular fall, and the young man turned to her, wondering if she was all right. Coming to her senses, the young lady turned around and screamed, saying that she was afraid they would collide. Then asked what he was, if he was a ghost, to which he replied that it was something like that. Judging by her equipment and appearance, the player looked more like a beginner, but it was surprising that she had managed to survive until now. From the direction she had come running, she heard the familiar voice of the Star Witch, and she smiled happily, rejoicing at her new encounter with the mouse. The confusion grew by the day. Dex turned to the witch, looking at her suspiciously. Of course, he knew they would meet again, but he still hoped it wouldn't happen so soon. Stella, who was in second place in the overall ranking, looked at the guy, who seemed more like a possessed person, and said that she had a feeling that there was something special about him, and, judging by everything, she was right. This meeting, this look, even this smile said a lot about the Star Witch. The young man looked at her silently and sternly, assessing the situation and her intentions. It was obvious that the sorceress was after the pink-haired girl, and the newcomer turned to the player in front of her, asking him to help and protect her. Yoon Jae-young remained silent and continued to look askance at the user on the ground. Even if she weren't the Star Witch, he still wouldn't have agreed to help anyone. The Stardust Witch stood silently to the side, watching her new target intently. She was very curious to hear what the little mouse would say. Of the two, he only knew Stella well, so he didn't think too long about his decision. Everything was obvious. Turning to the girl in the novice's outfit, Dex calmly asked why he should help her, a stranger he was seeing for the first time in his life. The naive and kind user clearly did not expect such a response. She looked confusedly at the person in front of her and could not believe what she had heard. Even at first glance, it was clear that the Stardust Witch was chasing her, so why should he interfere in someone else's business and help? These words made the witch smile. This question was especially acute when the opponent was a difficult player, a poppy with fairly strong witchcraft, who was also in second place in the rankings. Although players can only die from attacks made with a bamboo stick, magic still works one way or another, and that's even more annoying and distracting. Despite his desire to fight one of the top-ranked players as soon as possible, it was still too early for that, so Jae Young said goodbye and turned to leave. With this attitude, he appealed to the Star Witch even more than before, which could not be said about the pink-haired girl, who watched the guy leave with disappointment. However, the young man was unable to go more than a few meters away, as he immediately remembered the task that had arisen from this situation. Meanwhile, Stella had already activated the magic circle and taken out a bamboo stick, approaching her cornered victim, taking her time and enjoying the fear. Dex, who had not left, silently stared at the pop-up screen of the system. He did not even have the words to describe the whole range of emotions he felt when he saw what was written. In his life, he would never have thought that his mission as a chaotic wanderer would be to save someone's life. There was almost no time left to think. The sharp end of the bamboo stick was already flying towards the young girl, who closed her eyes and had almost resigned herself to her fate. He had no other choice, and he had to act quickly if he wanted to complete the task and not ruin his secret class. The next moment, he stood between the two girls, deftly fending off the Star Witch's attack and saving the newcomer's life. This not only surprised Stella, but also slightly angered her. She looked at the mouse in confusion, asking what he was doing. The whole situation had already infuriated the main character, and then there were these stupid questions, the answers to which were so obvious. He himself didn't really understand what he was doing or why, but it was obvious that he was trying to save the stupid girl. The pink-haired girl sitting on the ground had completely lost track of the story. She looked confusedly at the man in front of her, not understanding why he had returned. The game was infuriating the young man more and more. He swung his bamboo stick and, in essence, literally challenged the strongest mage on the Korean server to a fight. The Stardust Witch looked at him with a slight smile. Let him ruin her plans, but now everything was becoming much more interesting and fun. According to the task, those who were to be used as allies had certain marks, and the main character had to find them and protect them if necessary. When the young lady with pink hair first found herself in this virtual reality of the mysterious world of Arcady, she wondered if it was really a game. This world was so special, so realistic and cool, that the girl decided that she definitely did not belong here. Because of this, it seemed to her that someone like her, a girl who lived a very ordinary and boring life, no different from the rest, would hardly be useful in such a colorful world. Just when she was at the point of complete despair, ready to quit the game and never return, someone appeared who agreed to teach her everything. This person turned out to be an NPC, a beautiful older woman, unlike the other characters, who was willing to take her on as her student. All this was very unexpected and surprising, because the young lady never considered herself someone special, worthy of learning magic. The training began with the basics of magic, and the most important part of this process was to expand her mind and start looking at the world differently, devoting herself to broader ideas and concepts. The gaze of this amazing lady was always fixed on the night sky, the majestic full moon that illuminated the world even on the darkest night. Unlike the others, as an archmage, she was most captivated by nothing other than the ever-shining stars and the majestic moon. The woman taught two of her loyal and devoted students the magic of two different but similar types, which she had created herself. The first was the great and powerful Stella, the Witch of Starlight. That's right, she also studied under this mentor, and it was thanks to the quest that she was able to obtain her hidden class. The second student was Angelica, the Moonlight Sorceress. The girl received her hidden abilities at the same time as her friend, but she did not know what this would lead to. She gave the two books, which contained her greatest secrets, to her two pupils before setting off on a long journey. The day when these two magical books merge together will be special, because then it will be possible to obtain power far greater than that which they possess separately. One of the great wizards will appear, whose abilities go beyond human knowledge and exceed any limitations. Great Magic, The Secrets of Sorcery, and a book that gave young Angelica the chance to become a great wizard. And even though the girl considered herself unremarkable and ordinary, she was the one who was given this opportunity and received the secret grimoire. However, her great teacher did not know that along with this gift, she would bring a curse upon her pupil. Stella was obsessed with power and authority, and as soon as she learned that combining these two books would give her even greater power, she began to hunt for Angelica. That is how she found herself in the situation she was in, with a golden lantern shining brightly above her head, visible only to Dex, thanks to which he decided to protect her. Now she sat with her back to a young man she didn't know, who was protecting her from death at the hands of Stella, who was possessed by power. If it had been any other player, perhaps the Witch of Starlight would have backed down, or at least not been so angry. But now she frowned, reminding him that he himself had said he would not interfere. The situation was becoming more complicated, and if it weren't for the event restriction, the main character would never have been able to stand up to her. But now he was saved and reassured by the fact that he couldn't die here. To end it quickly and not drag it out, he suggested that she simply let the silly little girl go, which enraged the sorceress. Seeing the excitement and desire to destroy everything in her path in his opponent's eyes, Ji-young felt a fire ignite within himself. Even though he didn't have any level system to help strengthen his abilities and was armed only with a bamboo stick, the ranker's excitement hadn't disappeared. With a smile, he swung his stick at the girl. Since she refused to let Angelica go, there was nothing left to do but get rid of her. But it wasn't that simple. With her other hand, Stella took out a magic staff, preparing for battle. The girl attacked too quickly, and in such a situation, even a defensive stance would not have saved him. A chain lightning struck the young man's body. Such a powerful blow caused his stamina to drop sharply, and then his body was paralyzed, leaving Dex unable to move for a while. Following the chain lightning, while her enemy was paralyzed, the witch cast several magic spells one after another: a fireball, a magic grab, and a star spear. The last one was a wind cut, the only circular magic that could be used at that moment. Apparently, she wanted to finish him off as quickly as possible. Before the final attack reached the young man, Angelica shouted, warning him of the danger and advising him to get out of the way. But it was too late. Fear and disappointment were visible in the girl's eyes. She already thought that the boy was dead, that she was to blame for the death of an innocent person. In a sense, she was right, because the main character was on the verge of death. But the event did not allow him to die from anything other than a bamboo spear. It was no coincidence that equality was the main theme of this event. When you gradually lost focus, he looked ahead, and everything floated before his eyes. Clenching his jaw, Jae-young used his last ounce of strength to stay on his feet so as not to fall. If it weren't for the events, he would never have survived the entire attack. In the end, he still fell to his knees. The Star Witch looked at him with regret, considering him special, but in reality, he was no different from the other newcomers. Swinging her bamboo stick, she told him not to be offended by her, because he had started it, and nothing would have happened if he hadn't meddled in her affairs. With a slight smile, the main character looked at the witch and said that there was no reason to be offended, because it was just a normal event. His burning eyes and smile aroused the witch's interest, and she smiled, realizing that he was very interesting after all, despite his low level. However, this did not stop her from wanting to get rid of the jerk who had prevented her from getting the second book. But when she hit him with a bamboo stick, nothing happened. The next minute, something happened that she never expected in her life. And because of the shock and hurt, she didn't even feel the pain. The great and powerful Star Witch, ranked second in the ratings, slowly lowered her eyes to something that pierced her torso. A bamboo stick pierced through her body, thrust by a young man kneeling on the ground with his last ounce of strength, delivering the final decisive blow. With a smile and through gasps of pain, Dex told her not to be upset about losing, as they had agreed, because it was just an event. The girl's face contorted with rage before her character disappeared from the game world, and she screamed loudly, insulting him. Finally, the serious opponent was finished, and they were both safe now. The young man got to his feet, lucky that the rules of the event had not allowed him to die. The stick that Angelica had been holding fell to the ground with a crash. The girl's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe that anyone could defeat Stella. The protagonist was far from perfect. He could barely stand. His head was spinning, and recovery from such a great deal of damage was very slow. The frightened pink-haired girl ran closer, asking if he was okay, and the guy said that overall, yes, except that he had almost died. Getting close enough, the witch bowed very low and thanked her savior, because it was only thanks to him that she was still alive. Now that they could calmly recover and talk, Dex decided to find out what such a powerful witch wanted from a girl like her. In short, she told him that before leaving, her mentor had given them books. Stella had gone mad and, obsessed with the idea of power, had pursued her to take the grimoire. It was all very interesting, of course, but what interested the guy most now was what the girl was going to do about this madness. She was by no means an easy opponent. The Stardust Witch was ranked second, and it would be impossible to run away from her for long, especially if you didn't know how to hunt. The question stumped Angelica. She hadn't thought about it and had simply run away to survive somehow, having no idea what to do next. The user was currently at level 43, which said a lot about her as a person and as a player. And yet it was a rather vague answer. This level could not be called either low or high, and yet there was something much more serious than rank. Angelica was wearing a school uniform worn at level 20, and the accessory she was wearing was given as a reward at level 15. The whole point was that because the girl was only busy running away from Stella, she didn't have money for other clothes, and then the hero had a brilliant idea. He joyfully grabbed her by the arms, getting too close and too rough, and demanded that she give him all the items she had so that he could transfer the influence points to them. Very soon, all of Angelica's equipment and magic staff were lying on the ground in front of the hero. The girl did everything as she was asked. She felt extremely uncomfortable, as she still couldn't fully trust the young man and doubted his honesty. So she was even slightly frightened by the fact that she had to take everything off. But, to her surprise, the guy didn't even look at her. All his attention was focused exclusively on the items, and he asked her to step away so he could concentrate. Only then did Angelica calm down and exhale. She had been worrying like an idiot, and he hadn't even looked at her. She was becoming more and more inclined to believe that she could trust the stranger. If she was to believe the new acquaintance's story, the items she was wearing had been used for a very long time, which meant they could indeed be improved with influence points. It was the perfect opportunity to experiment and test her new skills. The chaotic wanderer reached for his equipment and transferred the points to the items. It was very strange. The Moon Witch had never heard of such a thing as influence in her life, and she looked at the young man with incomprehension and interest. A bright beam of light struck the ground, filling the dress and staff with influence points, increasing their characteristics. All items changed and became one of a kind. The staff now had skills to reduce damage in the third and second circles, increase damage in the first circle, and apply it instantly. The Cloak of Poverty now increased the recovery time for third and second circle magic, but reduced the time for first circle magic. If you equipped the shoes, your movement speed increased when using the first and second circles of magic, but decreased in the third circle. Now all the characteristics of the items had been increased, so it turned out that the effect of transferring influence points was determined by how the item was used. Soon the girl put on her clothes and looked back, surprised at the new color of her robe and the updated staff. It was hard for her to believe that all of this was her equipment. Although they had not become many times stronger, it was still not bad for a start. Angelica was grateful, but she could not fully enjoy the moment because she doubted why someone would help someone like her. All these doubts bothered her, and then the girl, without looking up, asked who this guy was, since he had saved her so easily and then helped her become stronger. A broad grin appeared on the main character's face, and he put his hood up. Of course, he wasn't going to tell the truth, but nothing prevented him from telling a half-truth. Dex leaned toward Angelica again, smiling and saying that he was her partner, and now they would go through this event together, and then see how things turned out. There was still a lot ahead of them. The guy reached out his hand to the girl, simultaneously sending her a friend request, and the game sent her a notification about this proposal. Along with this request, the girl also saw his nickname, and now his identity was fully revealed, and at least one person knew him personally within the game, but she accepted the friendship request anyway. As they walked along the path of the location, Angelica talked incessantly about how she was very wary at first, especially when he changed her items, but now all her doubts had been dispelled. The naive, sincere young lady still couldn't believe that Dex, the most famous star in all of Korea, was friends with her. It was simply beyond comprehension. It was all very good, of course, but now the question was how to keep it a secret. Angelica promised that she would not tell anyone. Tanchik appeared from under his hood and asked if his owner was sure he wanted to be friends with this little girl, because not long ago he didn't want anyone to know who he was. Because of the recent incident with the auction, everyone knew that he, Dex, played arcade games, so now there was no point in hiding his nickname, especially from those he trusted. The most important thing now was something else: how exactly he should present himself to people, on the side of good or on the side of evil. This worried the main character much more. As they walked, Angelica noticed the number of surviving players displayed and was amazed at how much everything had changed in such a short time. There were fewer and fewer of them left, only 2 people, and they would soon reach the 1,000 mark. It was unclear who was behind it, but it was clearly the work of some scumbags. As soon as she thought about who was behind it, 2 players appeared in front of them, blocking their path and mocking her friends with nasty smirks. Seeing these scary people, Angelica hid behind Star User's back, while Jae Young looked with contempt at the 2 idiots who sincerely believed that they could kill them and complete the first stage. Paying absolutely no attention to anything, the 2 idiots continued to mock them, ridiculing their appearance and discussing how no one had finished them off yet, even though it didn't really matter anymore. The main character agreed these 2 would be the perfect end to the first stage of the event, as well as a great opportunity to test his skills. Turning around, he asked Angelica if she could handle these 2 idiots, although it was hardly a question, more of a polite clarification that she had no choice. The girl hesitated, looking very frightened. but Dex was adamant. Now was the time to test the capabilities of the new items. His face and smile made it clear that this was more of an order. The user was so shocked that she even started to cry. She was scared to death and couldn't imagine how she would be able to defeat two such terrifying and powerful opponents. The guys standing on the sidelines were very annoyed. Not only were they being ignored, but they were also being discussed right in front of them, along with who would supposedly deal with them. Simultaneously pushing off the ground, the two idiots jumped into the air and, swinging their bamboo sticks, attacked Angelica. Everything that happened next was on autopilot. The girl didn't even seem to realize that she had taken out the staff. Now the entire poverty set was assembled, and the staff's additional power was activated. The effects of all the items were enhanced because the entire set had been collected. Stretching her arm forward, she summoned a shield to somehow block the blows and at least withstand the first attack. All of this was purely instinctive. A bright green shield appeared above the fragile girl, holding back the stronger opponent at the very last moment, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow. Although the block was only a first-level spell, it was able to repel two powerful attacks. One of the attackers laughed and did not despair, because very soon it would break, and she would be left without protection. He was right. Very soon the translucent surface began to crack, slowly crumbling under the warrior's onslaught. Time was running out. Angelica was getting more and more scared, and at the very last moment, she remembered what Dex had explained before and decided to use it. After that, the sorceress put her other hand forward with her staff and shouted the word, "Shield, activate," several times in a row, pushing her opponent aside with force, about 5 or 6 blocks at a time. The more powerful and muscular warrior fell to the ground with a crash, sliding several more meters, while his friend landed on his feet, managing to coordinate his movements so that he was not hit as hard by the shield. These items were, of course, still completely incomprehensible, but she certainly would not have been able to defeat a high-ranking monster, and that should not be forgotten either. But the most important thing in all this was that if all these items were gathered together, their combined characteristics allowed Angelica to use first-level magic to her heart's content. This was what was happening now. The girl easily activated more than a dozen beads at a time, then immediately created a huge number of magic spheres that hung in the air, preparing for the next attack. Shock and fear brought tears to the eyes of one of the idiots. He looked at this huge wall of magic rockets and couldn't believe that someone like her was capable of such magic. The next second, an incredibly powerful and thick stream of magic struck the two friends, who were attacking everyone in sight and killing them, inflicting very heavy damage. So the girl defeated her two opponents, completing the first stage of the event. These two probably didn't know it, but today was a difficult day, a very important one in the history of Arcadia, because it marked the birth of an incredible monster. A great mage of the first circle of magic, a real PvP psychopath, a psychic beaten to the bone who will finish you off until your brains spill out, the day when the real Angelica appeared. Meanwhile, the candidate for the assistant position had reached the level of trust, and now she could earn him influence points depending on the game. She had now earned him 242 points. It all sounded as if the guy had become a king. He looked at the girl in front of him and sincerely believed that one day she would turn into a real monster and bring him much more. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, the developers were watching the events unfold in order to calculate the so-called decks. They noticed Angelica with her artifacts, which were now in a single exclusive quantity, and the amazing abilities she displayed made them realize that they had found him. The very same mysterious player, whose information no one in this branch had the authority to view, whom Director Kwon had been chasing for days and had practically gone mad over. Even though he didn't know what this player was up to this time, Kwon Myung-han was determined not to let it go and teach this scoundrel, who had ruined every one of his plans, a lesson once and for all. In the game, the battle was already over. No one was attacking anyone, because there was no need to, as the second stage of the event was about to begin any minute. Something unexpected happened, because the little goblin girl had expected that many high-level players would remain at the end. But in the end, most of the survivors were of medium and even low levels. Moreover, there was even a level 43 player among them. It was simply amazing that there was still someone who had not passed the level 50 threshold. It was quite possible that it was all about skill, or maybe luck. The whole truth would have to come out in the second stage anyway. The cunning little NPC seemed to laugh, keeping her predatory gaze on Angelica. However, despite her malice, she still had work to do. So the girl announced with a smile that she had something important to tell them before the start of the second stage. The important changes concerned the weapons they carried, bamboo sticks that glowed bright purple in the hands of the survivors. There was nothing to worry about. Everything remained the same, just a slight improvement in skills, as they seemed too childish for the second stage. Now the bamboo spear could be evaluated not only by physical attacks, but also by magical attacks. In other words, tricks such as ignoring physical attacks or absolute protection no longer worked. The little demon king came out of his hiding place, looking at his master with doubt. This improvement affected him directly, and now the demon was curious about what the guy was going to do. It was all becoming more and more interesting. The young man grinned, burning with excitement and rejoicing that something so fun had finally appeared in Arcadia. Dex was extremely careful not to avoid himself. He had everything under control and there was nothing to worry about, because who else but him could handle this seemingly difficult situation? The other participants were in complete shock. None of them knew that such a skill as ignoring physical attacks and absolute protection existed. It was real cheating, and who could even use it? Also, due to some items, there was a serious imbalance at a time when the festival was a war for equality, and such items contradicted the principles. So, in the upcoming second and third stages, players would not be able to use any gadgets or equipment effects. Only regular weapons would be available, which greatly disappointed Angelica. When all the updates were explained, the troll girl asked if everyone was satisfied, but even if they weren't, she hardly cared, so it was unclear why she asked. A deadly poisonous gas surrounded the map, which would slowly spread across the entire map as quickly as a person could run, so users would have to run around a bit. With that, the introductory moment was over, and with the predatory smile of a true madman, MPC announced the start of the event, urging players to prepare. The emergency changes made by Director Kwan were successfully activated by Alice, and some of the festival restrictions on bamboo sticks were changed. Because they did not meet the criteria of Alice's system, there were some penalties for this, which seriously alarmed the head of the script department. Chairwoman Lee advised avoiding penalties as much as possible, so the man was nervous, but his boss was adamant and promised to take full responsibility for the consequences. He was completely distraught because of the player Dex, who created the bloodsucker sword and caused many problems for their work, and he was willing to give anything to catch him. This festival they had organized was a kind of trump card played by our Korean branch to resolve all the complaints and dissatisfaction of the players. And such a problematic kid, who was the source of most of their complaints, had to be gotten rid of in the second stage so that he would not go any further and never create any obstacles for them again. Meanwhile, having gone a short distance into the forest, the main character suggested to his newfound friend that they part ways for a while and, if possible, meet again in the third stage. Tears welled up in Angelica's eyes. She was sure that now that she could no longer use her equipment and its features, the guy just wanted to get rid of her. This was simply absurd, as it was Je Young who had created this set for her. And if he had wanted to use someone else, he would have gotten rid of her long ago. This was evident. It was all because after she got involved with that Stardust Witch, he didn't gain anything good from it. All this was said calmly, emotionlessly, and in a rather sarcastic manner. This affected the girl quite strongly. On the one hand, it calmed her down, but on the other hand, she was already quite confident in herself. But after that, her friend said he was just joking and smiled. He gently stroked her head and said that he wasn't sure if he could protect her during this stage, because his own opportunities had been severely curtailed. Besides, he had a plan that he could carry out on his own. But if someone else was with him, it would be too dangerous for him, and who knows how things would turn out. Right now, Angelica could still use her weapon. The main thing was not to mess with any jerks, and then everything would go smoothly. The girl wished him luck in return. Even though she wasn't sure of herself, she still wanted to get to the third stage. And now she had hope that everything would work out, so she waved to her friend and shouted that they would meet there. Dex, who was going deeper into the forest, waved to her from behind, and they turned around and moved on to use the next skill and pass the second stage of the event without any problems. The girl remembered the passive skill her friend had mentioned. According to him, it only protected against excessive attacks, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it. And she was sure that even a player like Dex would never cheat and deceive the game with some extra tricks and gimmicks. How wrong she was. After moving a sufficient distance away, the young man reactivated the Divine Descent skill to summon another spirit. He wanted to transform into the Dark King, Azarak, an ancient demon who wore a mask and protective plague doctor's suit and was covered with small skulls on his cloak. Now he had access to powers such as resistance to poisons, immunity to poisons, the ability to use poisons, as well as blood poison, and a phantom green plague doctor's mask appeared on his face. Finally, the Archangel Michael appeared. She looked at her master with contempt and said resentfully that she was extremely disappointed in him because he was again using the powers of the demon world, to which the young man replied that only there could he find the skills he needed. After that, the young man turned to the Demon King, asking if everything would go according to his plan, to which he received approval and questions about whether he would be punished for wanting to cheat in the competition again. Such suspicions only made the young man smile, and he honestly told Tanshik that sometimes he seemed too naive to be a devil. These words hurt the little demon deeply, and he cried out, looking at his master in complete bewilderment. He would never have thought that anyone would say such a thing to him. Of course, the rules were already included in the card, and to be more precise, they should be designed specifically to benefit the situation, as in his case. That's why Yoon Jae-young was going to act cunningly, not like the others, but without breaking the rules. It was the perfect plan. Because of the poisonous gas, everyone would eventually gather in the center of the map, and then a fierce battle would begin, with all the users who were lucky enough to survive facing each other. Many players had fallen in the first stage, and now that there was nothing that could be done against the bamboo sticks, the second stage could be passed quite calmly. The only way was to be wary of the others, avoid clashes with other users until all 1,000 people, except for him, suffocate from the poisonous gas. To do this, the main character entered an area that was already completely filled with poisonous gas, but he couldn't do anything because his skills had already been activated, and the weight was absorbed into his blood and simply didn't work. Yoon Jae-young planned to sit here until the victorious end, until all the other participants died, and no matter how long he had to wait, he had already passed this stage anyway. Meanwhile, the other participants were fighting fiercely, which was much more interesting to watch than the previous stage. Only the strongest could survive here, and everyone had different character levels and skills, but in any group, there is always a special person. That very benchmark, which goes beyond the standards, turned out to be a girl who has long considered Dex her mortal enemy and longs to get even with him. 4 players gathered against her, all of them deciding to temporarily join forces to simply deal with her because it was obvious that the girl was much stronger than they were. But unfortunately, they underestimated their enemy. Cassia swung her bamboo stick as if it were a real spear and rushed towards them. A single skill was enough for her to defeat all 4 with one blow, stopping only when she found herself behind the fallen warriors. That's how she dealt with the 4 remaining players at once, and the number of survivors was rapidly falling. Then from his hiding place, the archer took aim, planning to get rid of Casillas with a hidden attack. But the girl, like a wild beast, sensed the threat and looked in the direction from which the arrow was supposed to be fired. She deftly dodged, jumping to the side, and the attack, seasoned with magical fire, passed a few centimeters from her head. The projectile landed behind her, and the user turned her gaze to where the shot had come from, for that was where her last enemy was. The archer was in deep shock, although it would be more accurate to say that he was scared to death, because no one could dodge a shot from such a great distance. Like a hawk, Casillas spotted her next victim, who stood between her and the final step on the way to the 3rd stage and victory in this competition. Hiding high on the roof, the participant did not even notice how the girl jumped up and was already hanging over him, swinging her bamboo spear. Finally, he saw her, but it was too late. These were the last minutes of his life and the last question he managed to ask in an attempt to find out who she was and how she had managed to avoid the attack. Before the girl struck him with her bamboo stick, the guy managed to guess that she most likely possessed a hidden character class that was unavailable to most other players. It felt as if Cassia saw no one but Dex, because even now, all she could think about was that while everyone was fighting, this guy was hiding somewhere. Frowning, she looked around, asking the void where her worst enemy was hiding. She had hoped so much to meet him at this event and get even for everything. With that, the second stage of the bamboo stick fighting event was successfully completed, with only 2 people left alive. One of the strongest participants, Casillas, and the most cunning of them all, Dex. During this stage, the girl exterminated the players one by one. No one could withstand her attacks. No one could even make a single attack. Almost all of the 1,000 survivors, more than 8, died at her hands, and so many, almost 8 people at once. It was some kind of incomprehensible combo attack of hidden skills that was almost impossible to see clearly. The guy on his last breath looked at her with fury. It was supposed to be a fight with bamboo sticks, the fairest fight. But what fairness are we talking about if there is no way to defeat a monster like Casillas? The girl spent 3 minutes on everything. She counted it on purpose. It wasn't enough, because in this sense, nothing here was different from the game she had played before, which meant she could do it faster. 20 years ago, an RPG game was released, an online game with an open world, which was so popular that it was called the national game of Korea. Although it required the most precise control and good physical skills, the game engine was old, and the game quietly faded into the past, all because of outdated graphics and gameplay. Casillas was once one of the game's biggest fans. The girl played it until the very end. Icarus was not just a game for her, it was 20 years of her life, filled with achievements and incredible memories. That's why no one could take away her first place in the game's rankings. No one ever, until an unknown mysterious player with the nickname Dex appeared. She had never seen him before, and when she encountered him for the first time, she immediately lost to him in their very first and last duel. It happened so quickly that she didn't even have time to react. The guy attacked 3 seconds after the rage strike effect, using a server lag trick to win. It was a real blow to her pride, because Casillas was sure that no one knew this game better than her, that she was the one and only, that she was the biggest fan of Icarus. But it turned out that this guy not only knew the game better than her, but also knew how to exploit its weaknesses to win. She watched him for a while after her defeat, until she noticed a message he was writing, saying that it wasn't bad for someone who was so bad at the game. And after he took first place in the rankings, Dex laughed and said it was time to pack up and quit the game for good. As a result, Casillas was completely destroyed. This jerk trampled on her pride and the pride of the game Irako, and then simply left. Over time, the game was shut down, which was an even bigger blow to the girl. Now she has come to Arcadia and opened a hidden fighter class that can fight with any weapon that comes to hand. Thanks to the special skill Quick Selection, she could engage in combat similar in style to Icarus. It felt as if this character class had been created especially for her, and it was hardly a coincidence. Obsessed with revenge, Casillas was sure that she had been given another chance, and she was going to use it to find Dex and destroy him just as he had destroyed her. While she was dealing with everyone else, that monster sat quietly in his house in the middle of a toxic gas zone, calmly waiting for the second stage to end. The developers from the Korean branch of Arcadia were watching this, and they could clearly see that the player was sitting calmly in the middle of the poisonous and very strong gas and was not taking any damage. Director Kwon was in a terrible mood. He was very angry and coldly asked the head of the script department how exactly he had set up this poisonous fog. The damage it inflicted was level 200 at the time, while the highest level on the server was only 60, but this guy survived 30 minutes in this fog. Then the head of the department suggested that it was probably some kind of skill, but this suggestion completely enraged Kwon Myung-han. He glared fiercely at his subordinate, literally hissing the question through his teeth. Seeing his boss's anger, the man immediately rushed to say that it was impossible and that the basic resistance to poisons must be no lower than the 3rd level, and that he had said something stupid. If he continued in the same vein, the guy would definitely withstand the poisonous fog, and in the end it would be a scenario in which this freak would win. This upset him so much that there was nothing left to do but go to Alice and ask for help again in changing the next characteristics. As a result, the poisonous mist was adjusted to the highest level, and a setting was added that ignored the resistance skill. But because the effect was aimed at a specific player, it was an illegal change. Alice warned that if additional unauthorized settings were applied, the request for application could be rejected and the administrator's privileges revoked, resulting in double penalties for the man. But he was willing to go for it, and as a result, all the players who were still alive received a notification that the poison gas had been raised to the highest level and that any resistance was no longer effective. No matter how poisonous Azekar was, it was impossible to block someone of my level. Even the Demon King was alarmed and asked his master what they should do, but the guy himself was calm. It no longer made any sense, and he was going to end it all properly. These words greatly surprised Satan. After quite a long time, an opponent finally appeared with whom Dex had once fought. The guy no longer wanted to hide. Now he wanted to satisfy his ego and fight her. Now he was curious to see if anything would change in Casillas' fighting technique. It was not bad for that game, ancient, but here he was practically a god. The third stage was about to begin, and the girl looked at the scoreboard in the sky with hatred, her gaze burning into the young man's printed nickname. The master of familiars made a rather strange and atypical decision for him. He decided to fight, and the Demon King asked if he should summon someone more suitable for PvP combat. But this time, Yoon Jae-young already had something in mind, so he refused Tanchik's help, having relied on him for too long. As he ran, the guy turned to the angel flying nearby and asked her to lend him some strength. It was time to use the divine descent of heaven. The girl was genuinely happy to hear this request. She hadn't helped her master in a long time, but now she perked up and was ready to give him the power of any saint. Seeing such happiness, Dex smiled faintly and mentally apologized to Ellie for ignoring her throughout all the stick fights. After all, it was his fault that his abilities were insufficient. As a result, the master of combat and all weapons in this world, Calypso, an ancient and incredibly strong warrior who had subjugated all weapons that existed and still exist, was summoned. The skill of the king of all weapons was similar to the quick change skill that Cassius possessed before going into battle. So the young man decided to see what he was capable of. A multitude of weapons appeared in his hand, one replacing another, and it was so fast that it resembled magic. The familiars watching were shocked. The Demon King, because he had never seen such magic in his life, and the angel because even Calypso could not change weapons as quickly as Dex did. After spending only a few minutes practicing, the young man was ready for the final battle with his oldest enemy from the past. Activating his winner's instinct skill, he rushed towards Cassius. It was time to start the battle that would bring this contest to a worthy conclusion. With the help of his fighter's eye, he spotted the girl and quickly, like lightning and unnoticed, rushed at her. This was completely unlike how the players had behaved before. If before Cassius could notice when a weapon was pointed at her or someone was running towards her, now she only noticed it when the guy got close, which said a lot. And yet she managed to block the blow with bamboo sticks, preventing the enemy from striking immediately. The two best fighters clashed again in combat, but this time it was more serious. The girl's face was filled with hatred and rage. She gritted her teeth and clenched her jaw so hard that she finally met the one she had wanted to take revenge on for years. Feeling all this, the young man's emotions boiled over, and he began to mock her with a smile, saying that it was obvious she had come from a collective farm game that had been shut down because there were no players. Of course, he knew that she had a hidden class. Cassius couldn't help but have a hidden one. With such mockery and harsh words, he provoked her to demonstrate her abilities as soon as possible. Boiling with rage at the insult to her favorite game and pleasant memories, the girl began to hit everything in sight, changing weapons faster than seconds could pass. Changing weapons at incredible speed. When you see it up close, it really looks like real magic, and Dex felt an increasingly intense rush. The guy easily blocked all the blows, but on the last one, he activated his borrowed skill and blocked his opponent's attack with the sword in his other hand. It was time to show his hidden abilities. The smile never left his face. This was why Yoon Jae-young played online games. In addition to rage, resentment flashed in the girl's eyes. She couldn't understand how the guy was able to change weapons so quickly and why it was so similar to her own skill. They sparkled like flashes of magic in the night sky, quickly changing weapons one after another, matching each other in strength and speed. But Dex clearly had better control of his virtual character. Thanks to an asymmetrical combo attack, the young man broke through the girl's defense, and after the final blow, she flew at high speed and crashed into the roof of the building with her back. He did everything exactly the same way she did, and that made Cassius even angrier, her hatred for this freak growing more and more with every passing minute. Landing on the ground, the guy said that it would be very embarrassing if she lost again, so she should try her best not to disgrace herself even more. Recovering from the fall, the girl got to her feet and drew her sword. She was breathing heavily, and Jae-young's provocations deprived her of the ability to think clearly, causing only blinding rage. Giving in to her anger, the girl rushed at her opponent, striking her with a series of random blows, switching between the weapons she had in her arsenal. They were practically equal. All she could think about was how unfair it all was. That then, as now, she had practically no chance, even though she had come much further now. No matter what her opponent said, it wasn't the same. Back then, she had disgraced herself by allowing herself to be humiliated so badly, but now everything was completely different. Quick selection was a skill that allowed her to quickly change and equip items. But the weapon in Dex's hands transformed, albeit not significantly, but it was still different from Cassius's abilities. It felt like both powers came from the same root, but they were completely different in their capabilities, which is why the girl couldn't keep up with him using quick selection. The longer they fought, the more she realized that she would not be able to win this way. To clear her honor and regain her pride, she would have to resort to the most extreme option. Stopping, the player looked up at the guy in front of her, quietly asking what skill he was using. Her anger cooled a little, but her hatred did not go away. It wasn't that the main character was trying to hide it, so he directly stated the name of his ability, Master of All Weapons, saying that it was indeed very useful. Being a class user, the fighter, Casillas, of course knew about this skill. At least she had heard of it and couldn't deny that her enemy was lucky to have obtained such a powerful thing. While the guy laughed quietly, saying that luck was also a skill, the terrifyingly calm girl continued to mutter under her breath, saying that then, as now, it always confused her. It was time to show what she could really achieve by playing arcade games, because the skill of quick change was not the only one the girl had managed to acquire. Throwing the bamboo stick aside, Cassia stretched out her arm and concentrated. She was much calmer than at the beginning and was determined to completely destroy the one who had trampled on her pride. All this time, she thought it was impossible to fight Dex with a weapon she wasn't used to, no matter how powerful it was. If it was impossible to fight with, it was useless. And even though the only way to kill someone here was with bamboo, the girl was determined to completely destroy him with her sword first. The aura of the sword that the girl had drawn was very strange. It seemed dangerous to Jie Yang, and he began to think quickly about what weapon to use against it, but it was too late. He didn't even have time to switch his sword for a shield when a bright cut pierced his body, causing intense pain. This cut was unlike any previous ones. No weapon could compare to it. The girl's speed increased significantly, and she covered a large distance in a single leap, ending up behind the young man. The critical damage inflicted by this weapon was so severe that the guy suffered fractures, bleeding, and serious internal injuries, limiting his movement until he healed. Almost no one expected this. The Demon King flew closer to his master, excitedly asking if he was okay, while Ellie looked at the sword in surprise as if she recognized it. The blade was indeed quite unusual, and the Archangel could have sworn that she knew it long before it fell into the hands of this determined girl with a thirst for revenge. The protagonist managed to block her next quick attack with his shield. They were very lucky, otherwise the guy would have suffered even more serious damage and injuries. Casilla's eyes burned with determination. She smiled and mocked him in response to his previous insults, saying that he should continue to block her blows unless he had decided to give up. Even though it was very serious, and even though he could do practically nothing, the young man still felt incredible joy and a rush of adrenaline. It was sad, but Dex could really only use the shield, even though it wasn't his fault. Ever since the girl had drawn her sword, she had become faster and stronger. At such a tense moment, when every second was precious, Calypso, the divine soul whose powers the young man was using, asked for dialogue. Ellie, flying nearby, was struck as if by lightning when the divine soul of the King of Weapons spoke. Apparently, it was something incredibly serious. The Archangel flew closer to his master, pointing to the ancient sword in the hands of his opponent. The young man thought it was just a strange object, but his premonition did not fail him again. According to a message from Calypso, the master of all weapons, this sword originally belonged to him, and he had prepared it for his successor, who would continue his work. However, in addition to the ancient blade, which grants a class upgrade, there is also a necklace that transfers skills as the user becomes stronger. But now the old master felt no trace of the medallion he had created, so he was angry that something was wrong, and the situation was such that Calypso demanded dialogue. It was all untimely and very difficult. Even the Archangel was not particularly happy with how the situation was unfolding, especially since the ancient hero was angry, and she now had to deal with all of this. No wonder Dex thought that Casilla's skills were similar to the power of the Heavenly Warriors. Apparently, she didn't just have abilities similar to theirs, she had the same ones. The atmosphere around them suddenly changed, and it did not go unnoticed. The girl tensed, gripping the hilt of the ancient weapon more tightly in her hands. Apparently, it was time to stop and chat a little. Although he didn't really want to, he still asked if she had obtained this sword by completing a quest for peace. It wasn't the most appropriate time for such questions, so the girl decided that he wanted to kill time. Then the guy said that she could just answer briefly and quickly. After confirming, the user said that she had received the sword after completing a quest from a strange vagrant whom she had met completely by accident. This answer greatly excited the master of all weapons, And at his request, the young man asked if there was a strange necklace that came with the sword. The question surprised the girl very much. She did not understand how her enemy knew such details, but that was not important now. What was more important was whether there really was a medallion. It was true, in addition to the sword, she also got a pendant. But unlike the blade, it was an unidentified item whose characteristics could not even be viewed. However, the owner of the shop in the village where she was at the time said that he did not have the skills to check such items and that she needed to buy an appraisal scroll to check its functions. But was there any need to spend so much money on buying an appraisal scroll? Casillas decided it was completely useless and sold the necklace along with other items. She received about 15 bronze coins for it. The price was the same as the appearance of the item, absolutely nothing. This made Calypso incredibly angry. He literally screamed, but only inside Dex's head, saying that he renounced the lineage that had sold off all its heritage. It was very hard to bear. The young man's head was splitting. It wasn't a scream as we understand it, but it still sounded inside his head and was deafening. The only question was what the weaponsmith was going to do next. The next notification struck both the hero and the angel. The divine soul wanted to temporarily take complete control of the young man's body, saying that it would take all the costs and consequences upon itself. It was very difficult for Ellie because she herself was not sure whether it was allowed or not. According to the rules, it was not, but if he was willing to bear the potential costs himself, then perhaps it was possible. But since the warrior was so determined and it concerned a teacher and a student, it could serve as a basis for intervention in the world, and the archangel allowed him to do so. In the name of the great archangel Michael, warrior of the heavens, master of all weapons, Calypso was allowed to enter the body of a human, and at that moment a powerful pillar of light struck the ground. Jae Yang himself was put into observation mode, watching from the sidelines as the divine soul in his body smiled maliciously, asking the girl if she had really sold the necklace. It was a pity that the heir could not understand the deep love of his teacher, who had prepared so diligently and treated him as a trifle, handing him over to a greedy merchant. Standing in complete bewilderment, Casillas sincerely did not understand what was happening here and what her enemy was talking about. But the warrior did not listen to her, summoning all his power to punish her. She couldn't believe her eyes. It really was the embodiment of all weapons. But did such a skill really exist in? If so, it was cheating and upset the balance. The god of weapons, who had taken over the body of a young man, didn't care at all. He was overwhelmed with emotion, and all he wanted now was revenge, so he immediately swung his arm. The heavy sword, woven with holy magic and embodying all weapons, fell heavily on the girl, who had no way to defend herself against this attack. The damage was so severe that not only was the character close to death, but even her physical condition was in danger. The system advised her to take good care of herself. Casillas was only standing thanks to the sword she still held in her hands, but her wounds were simply incompatible with life. Feeling the powerful force of its owner, the ancient sword, whose name had been lost, began to vibrate and tremble in the girl's hand. Of course, she felt that the blade was reacting to something, but she couldn't understand what it was, because she didn't know that Dex could summon divine souls. Calypso, standing in the same place, considered her pathetic, and was even more annoyed that she still had no idea what was going on, continuing to mutter something to herself. Finally, he moved and approached the girl, surrounded by all the weapons the master had ever created, and then named the skill she possessed, surprising her even more. Quick selection was not just a skill created for the purpose of quickly changing equipment, it was created out of a passionate desire to possess all the weapons in the world. Powers created from blood and sweat to master weapons, both physical and immaterial, through willpower. After all the hard training and improvement of this ability, it was possible to achieve mastery of all weapons. The girl listened to all this, not believing her own ears. She had a chance to gain much greater power. The more Calypso spoke, the angrier he became, for he had spent his entire life bringing all this to fruition, to give his successor the opportunity to also passionately love weapons. But the girl, his only successor, took this opportunity and threw it away. She had every chance to gain the highest power she could have attained by following his teachings. It seemed that Casillas finally realized what she had done and who she had angered. She no longer looked at her enemy, rather she no longer saw Dex in him. She finally realized that it was someone else, someone much stronger and higher than ordinary people. And she asked directly who he was. And even though the girl still didn't know what was happening, and whether it was really possession of another body, she understood perfectly well that the one who knew her skill and to whom the sword reacted so strongly was definitely not her old enemy. The great master of all weapons did not answer her question, saying only that the sword's strange reaction was sadness, that the weapon was crying because its mate had been lost. Hearing these words, Caecilius slowly began to realize that he was referring to the very medallion that came with the sword when she completed her task and received her reward. Meanwhile, the old master regretted that he had not had enough time to find someone truly worthy to be his successor. In the end, he could only be grateful that he had met a noble person who had lent him his body so that he could meet again with the one he had long lost. The nameless old sword continued to shake. He was unbearably sad, and if he were human, he would definitely have cried. He responded to the words of the stranger, Caecilius. And yet, despite the fact that this girl was not very quick-witted and a little silly, she was not without common sense. In a sense, it was fate that he had fallen into her hands. All this time, the badly wounded lady stood in complete shock and watched them silently. Of course, she understood that he was talking to the ball, but she still couldn't believe it. Realizing that the end was near, Calypso turned to his old friend and asked him to take care of this dimwit, because staying with Caecilius was the only option they had left. After these words, the nameless sword, despite its dissatisfaction, decided to understand the situation and recognize the girl as its owner. And immediately after that, its hidden name and abilities were unlocked. Holding it in her hands, Caecilius felt the blade screaming, felt its soul, and at the same time, a secret mission to find the soul medallion was unlocked. The longer she held the hilt, the more clearly she felt the longing and despair, the deep and unshakable determination, similar to human hearts. Finally, she saw the light, and the girl began to understand the true meaning of this hidden class. The reason why this skill was created and passed on to her along with this blade. The insight and smile on his student's face made the master smile, and he exhaled with relief, saying how much it reminded him of the old days when he was still young. The maximum permissible intervention had been made, and it was time to end it. He had already had to go to great lengths for one bad student who had slipped up. Finally, the divine soul left the player's body, Dex finally regained control of his own body, and observer mode was disabled. Everything happened as he had thought it would. Such a level of intervention was unacceptable for someone like Calypso. But thanks to this hero, he saw something truly worthwhile, for which he was grateful. The forces that had kept Caecilius on his feet until now finally ran out completely. Realizing that she had just seen a true master who had given her this opportunity to change weapons, the girl burst into tears. When she realized that the king of all weapons was definitely gone, she finally allowed herself to fall to the ground, the sword falling beside her, no longer expressing any emotions or sounds, as if it had fallen asleep. Due to her near-death state, her body must have been so numb that she could barely stand on her feet, but held out for so long that the more the main character looked at her, the more poisonous she seemed to him. There might not be another chance for such a conversation in the future, so the guy decided to wait for her a little and chat, sitting down next to her and saying that she was really stupid for selling the necklace. At first glance, it was clear that this was a hidden quest, practically a cliché of all RPG games. Who would even think of selling a necklace that comes with a sword? This hurt the girl, but she remained silent, accepting the blow, because it was all true. Since she had only ever played Icarus, she didn't know that such quests existed and that they were important. These words sent a chill down Yoon Jae-young's spine. He would probably never understand people from the old school. It was all a generation gap. After that, he advised her to return to the village as soon as possible and return the pendant. When the conversation was over, Caecilius brought up the subject of Dex's class, because the man who had just fought her was clearly not him, which meant he had some unusual abilities. It felt as if someone had possessed him for a while, which was basically true, but the guy avoided answering, limiting himself to saying that he simply had a hidden class. Immediately after that, the young man returned to his usual state of ecstasy from fighting and winning, pointing to the bamboo stick and telling the girl that it was time for them to resolve one small issue. These words made the girl laugh. It must have been the first time in their lives that they had spoken so long and so calmly with each other. Moreover, it was the first time Caecilius had laughed because of him. The laughter that came from the girl was hardly laughter of joy, but rather laughter of hopelessness. Because there was basically nothing to talk about here, the outcome was already obvious. For starters, the girl would need at least 3 more minutes to come out of the death-like state that had completely paralyzed her body and prevented her from moving even a finger. In addition, the poisonous fog had already reached them, thickening and practically engulfing their bodies, which meant that the fighting was over and the old enemy's question was essentially meaningless from the outset. The badly wounded girl lay on the ground, and her worst enemy sat above her. She wanted revenge so badly, but in the end, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Who would have thought it would end like this? The situation was downright unfair. Even Jae-young felt sad. He was sorry that it had ended this way. It would have been nice to fight properly, because that was what he had been waiting for. A broad smile appeared on the fighter's face. She said that she just needed to wait a little, and in the next meeting she would definitely emerge victorious and kick Dex's ass. As expected, without any sarcasm or irony, the main character smiled gently and said quite sincerely that he felt like he would just give up the next time they met. After that, he pierced his opponent with a bamboo stick in one swift motion, winning the competition between the players and promising her that they would meet again in this world of Arcadia. As a result, a golden crown lit up above his head, and the game officially declared him the final winner of the bamboo stick fighting event. All the main battles in the bamboo stick fights were broadcast in real time, with numerous candidates nominated for victory. The highest rating was, of course, given to the Star Witch Stella, which is not surprising since she was ranked second on the Korean server, and if she had not encountered Dex, she would have surely won. In addition to the usual players, some rather strange characters took part in this event, such as a revolutionary group of bamboo sticks that called for universal equality. Another crowd favorite was Casillas, who played brilliantly and made it to the third round, destroying her enemies one by one with incredible determination and speed. However, she was defeated by a player named Dex, who appeared suddenly and whose victory seems quite unusual despite the fact that he is known throughout Korea. The mere name of this man lent credibility to all the events. Even Black Dragon, who was watching the broadcast, knew this player and finally understood what had happened to her when they met. The girl was glad that she did not take part in the bamboo stick fights, because she almost met the person she would never want to meet again in this life. At that moment, a little goblin girl appeared with her huge spiked bat, laughing and congratulating the winner, saying that it was time to hand out the long-awaited prize. With a mighty swing of her club, the little girl summoned a strange box, which fell right into the hands of the main character. This mysterious box contained the prize. Inside were all the items belonging to the players whom Yoon Jae-young had defeated in all three stages of the competition. As mentioned at the beginning, one of them could become his gift. According to the rules, the little troll girl could choose only one item from all of them and replicate it exactly, after which she would give it to the guy and the item would become his forever. Inside were unique equipment, epic swords, and many other treasures that even made the little goblin NPC drool. But for Dex, who silently examined all these items, they were crap. The difficulty of finding them was not even 10,000. He was looking for something normal that could satisfy him. Suddenly, another brilliant idea struck him, too absurd and crazy for anyone else but him to come up with. Before announcing his choice, the guy asked the girl if he could really choose any item from the defeated users, no matter what it was. After she confirmed that this was the case, the host flew over to see what powerful treasure the main character had chosen. But as soon as the girl saw what the winners wanted, her face contorted with fear and shock. The creators had not prepared her for such a request. All her courage and boldness suddenly vanished, and the little troll began to stutter, not even knowing what to say, because this was, in principle, the loser's prize. Dex looked at her with a smile and a grim expression, reminding her that she had promised to give him any item he chose. Such persistence and pressure brought tears to Takabi's eyes. She cowered, flying back a little. She had no choice but to fulfill the winner's wish. All the players on the server watched this unfold. The little girl had been very arrogant before, but now she looked worried. No one understood what was going on. Deciding not to delay any longer, the goblin girl conjured a bamboo stick whose characteristics remained the same, capable of killing any player with the first blow. Now the main character had a weapon that bypassed any block and magical defense, worked on players of any level, and killed anyone who stood in his way. At the sight of such audacity, the executive director nearly lost his mind from shock. All his efforts to catch the monster and restrain him had come to nothing. Immediately after that, he called an emergency meeting of all the directors, despite their very busy schedule. But this issue required an immediate solution. The bamboo stick fights, for which they had prepared so diligently, had ended a couple of hours ago. And, as could be seen from the monitoring, The problem had arisen during the process of issuing rewards. Most of those present, due to their busy schedules, had not been able to observe and did not know what was going on. So Kwon Myung-han and his assistant decided to explain everything briefly. As soon as they saw that the player had obtained the bamboo stick, most of the people simply jumped out of their seats, unable to believe that they had not foreseen this. The biggest problem was the special characteristic of the bamboo stick. The claim of instant death was a global problem because specific targets were not specified. It turned out that this applied not only to monster bosses in high-difficulty raids, but also to targets that were currently considered invulnerable to players. While this has not been confirmed, there is a possibility that if Dex attacks characters such as the Guardian of Arcadia or the Dragon Lord Goldrian with this stick, he will kill them. But even if it's not Goldrian, but just an important NPC, it could still cause the entire main scenario to collapse, all because of Kwon Myung-han's mistake. CEO Lee Mi-yeon was also present at this meeting. The situation was very serious and most likely required direct intervention. To do this, she took out her tablet and addressed Alice directly from there. The blonde goddess could communicate with them directly, which was somewhat reminiscent of voice chat. After briefly explaining the essence of the request, the girl waited for the artificial intelligence to review the application, but then they received an unexpected refusal. This was so unexpected that the CEO was very confused, as she had never encountered this before, and asked for an explanation. It turned out that 2 unjustified patches had already been applied to the user, and a promise had been made that nothing similar would be imposed on him again. Alice also provided evidence. It was a recording of their conversation with Director Kwon, where the man promised that this would be the last patch related to this specific event. Despite the girl's smiling and calm expression, she exuded such a deadly aura that everyone in the office felt a chill run down their spine. Speaking in a soft voice, she politely demanded that her subordinate explain what had happened and how he had been able to violate her request to avoid resorting to this, if possible. While Myung-han tried to justify himself and explain everything, in the game, Jae-young took his newly acquired bamboo stick out of his inventory and waved it. It was a beautiful item, and what's more, it was infinite. The guy smiled as he looked at the spear, already quietly thinking about what he could do with it. The Demon King flying nearby was terrified, looking fearfully at the bamboo and saying that the energy of this item gave him goosebumps. Using it in that unusual dimension and using it here were completely different things. Even the angel agreed with her enemy that the stick had enormous potential here. So great that with a single swing, this piece of wood could wipe out an entire continent, turning the world of Arcadia upside down. The mere fact that his little familiars, some of the most powerful beings in this world, reacted this way convinced the guy that his decision was the right one. At that moment, something very unusual happened. So much so that he couldn't even predict it. The administrator personally requested permission to talk to him. It was curious and unusual, of course, and an avid gamer like Yoon Jae-young simply couldn't refuse. After he answered the call, he was transported to a secret subspace of the world, where the female administrator was waiting for him in the guise of an elf. Introducing herself as Helene, the girl greeted him with a warm smile, expressing her hope that their dialogue would be understanding and lead to satisfactory results. Actually, the elven race is not yet available in the game, but since he was an admin, he could do anything. So the guy decided not to waste time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. It was obvious that the conversation would be about bamboo sticks. This item was not intended as a reward, but if used in Arcadia, it would have a significant impact on its course. Initially, the young man thought that the developers would simply take the stick away from him, but since the spear had been obtained honestly, no one was going to take it away because of an administrative error. Therefore, they initially planned to obtain his agreement and then submit a request for adjustments, or the fake asked with a smile if he wanted to know what these changes were. In total, the management put forward 3 plans: to limit the number of times the bamboo stick could be used, to limit its scope of application, or to return and replace it with a suitable item. This was a risky decision that acknowledged the danger of the bamboo stick and solved the problem in advance. In other words, it was a decision that only Lee Mi-yeon could make. But there were no plans that Dex would like, which meant that these were very well thought out measures. So the guy decided to find out what would happen if he agreed to all of this. Initially, the girl expected an aggressive stance from the young man, given his playing style, but he turned out to be much calmer, which was a pleasant surprise. This was to be decided by the user reward program, artificial intelligence, And since it was their fault, the girl showed him what he would get. When he saw what compensation awaited him, the guy was stunned. His eyes popped out of his head. It was even better than any plan they could have given him. He looked through what he would receive as compensation, but everything was real. Whatever was there, he would really get it, the Arcadia administration promised. After that, the CEO, hiding behind the face of an elf, came closer to him and said that perhaps it was a personal decision, but she had something else to say. If the young man helped them with this matter, the management would never harm him again, and the Korean branch promised not to apply additional unreasonable patches to him. Winking, the girl smiled and looked into the young man's eyes and asked if he liked such a personal offer. A smile appeared on Dex's face. He looked at her and doubted the truthfulness of her words, asking if the elf had enough authority to accept him. The red-haired girl calmly looked him in the eyes, looked away, and confidently stated that she had enough authority to do so. And then the girl revealed her identity, saying that she was making this promise on her own behalf as the CEO of the Korean branch of Arcadia. The young man was in shock. He couldn't believe that he was standing before Lee Mi-yeon, the director who had achieved tremendous success at a young age. It was hard to believe that the person standing in front of him was really the one he had heard so much about. But the girl smiled and nodded at him, thanking him for the conversation. Yoon Jae-young stood in complete silence, unable to utter a word, looking incredulously at the elf in front of him. After expressing her gratitude and winking, the girl expressed her hope that they would be able to work well together in the future. Sometime later, a technology fair for the development of the virtual reality industry took place. And of course, there was a booth from Arcadia. Participation in this fair was the perfect advertisement for their game, and the Dreamer capsule, and the Korean branch simply could not pass up such an ideal opportunity to promote themselves. The device they presented today was very similar to the Dreamer, which can be used to connect to the game, but it was a virtual reality integration system. It was called Lucid Dream. If you lie down in it and select an image, a unique program analyzes the image, renders it graphically, and applies the appropriate programming. In short, this fantastic device is capable of creating an entire world using only your imagination and the images you already have. Among the interested crowd were two friends, engineering students Yoon Jae-young and Lim Jae-young, who were naturally interested in trying it out. One of them decided to try out this new technology for himself and immersed himself in the capsule after being told all the step-by-step instructions. After trying it out, Dex concluded that this thing was much more stressful than he thought, and the picture wasn't that good. It limited the imagination. Along with fatigue, the guy also felt sleepy, most likely because he plays arcade all night long. If it weren't for the assignment, he wouldn't have come here and would have continued sleeping. The guy didn't get very far before he heard a noise behind him. Everyone was in complete shock that some guy was able to record a 10-minute video, while it takes developers months to do so. Turning around, he saw that all the noise was because Lucid Dream had decided to try it out with his friend from university, Jae-young. One of the directors of the Korean branch of Arcadia approached him, asking his name because his compatibility with this capsule was incredibly high. The fact that his friend had found his talent brought a slight smile to Dex's face. He may have been the one bringing chaos to Arcadia, but he was still a young man with emotions. As a result, he was offered a contract with the Korean branch, but Lim Jae-young planned to refuse, responding that it was too early for those who were not yet 20. The conversation quickly turned to Yoon Jae-young, because the guy was extremely curious to know if he really received a bamboo stick as a reward for the event. During the broadcast, he thought he would die of disappointment because he couldn't hear anything, only see, so the student really wanted to hear what had happened there. With an incredibly bright smile, Dex happily refused his friend, and when he logged into the game the next time, he received a notification that the stick could now only be used once. As compensation, he was given 1 million influence points, 10,000 gold coins, and a note from Helene with her phone number, and a request to contact her if he had any difficulties. After some time, unknown people on the internet held a meeting, and the leader, who had called everyone together, announced that what they had been waiting for so long had finally happened. Pursuing Dex, the most famous and top player in all of Korea, they couldn't miss the fact that he had finally shown up, which meant it was time to gather in Arcadia. In the game, after the recent events, everything was pretty quiet. Everything had finally settled down, and players could calmly complete quests, walk around cities, and enjoy the process. Unlike the real world, the world of Arcadia was always warm. In reality, it was raining, but inside the game, they could bask in the sunshine. Not much time had passed since the bamboo stick event ended, So many were discussing Dex's game. Of course, it was easy to talk now. So one of the guys said that he had also thought about choosing the bamboo stick, but he just didn't win. But his friend didn't believe it. He was almost 100% sure that the young man would have chosen something expensive to sell later. While they were talking to each other, a young man walked past the cafe where they were sitting, immediately attracting everyone's attention. It was none other than Dex himself. He was now in the same city as many players, but he didn't want to gather a crowd around him. Everyone who was on that shopping street at that moment froze, their eyes fixed on the hero who had been on everyone's lips lately. The only one who didn't like what was happening was Yoon Jae-young. He sincerely hated the streaming system, because of which everyone saw him fight and because of which everyone knew about him. All his attempts to remain unnoticed had come to nothing. Now, no matter what he did, all eyes would be on him alone in all the cities of Arcadia. Feeling the stares of those around him, the young man felt like an animal in a zoo. So he used the power of an angel and teleported away. These were the abilities of the already familiar Knight Capellus, which were unavailable to other players, so everyone was very surprised when he simply disappeared. The host's reaction to all this commotion surprised the King of Hell, because being a ruler, he was accustomed to universal attention and considered it a good thing. In his eyes, it was very foolish to use a heavenly being to escape. Even the archangel felt fear emanating from the young man. It was all because of something that even his family didn't know about. Dex had been hiding practically all the time since he became a famous gamer. It was all because of the crazy stalkers who had been following him for years, showing up sooner or later in almost every game he played. He didn't have time to tell the whole truth because a strange approaching sound was heard, which alerted all three of them hiding away from the city. A wooden chair flew headlong into the middle of the street. Someone had clearly come here to cause trouble and disturb the peace that the users had been waiting for so long. A rather massive tall man and a witch stood over one of the players, looking for Dex, checking each person and staring into their faces. They looked very stern, and the girl stood up and shouted so that everyone on the street could hear her, telling them to cooperate and show their faces. If everyone voluntarily and calmly showed their faces, these crazed Dex fans, who were as famous as he was, would not cause any bloodshed. All these guys were part of a recently created but already infamous guild, which consisted only of fans, and their name was no less provocative. Of all those who were there, the only one who could understand the main character was Tanchik. He frowned and said sympathetically that his master was experiencing the same thing. When the heavenly chicken asked what he meant, the demon replied that an ugly creature like her would not understand that those who are truly outstanding will always be persecuted. As a result, the two got into another loud argument. Ellie accused the demon of humiliating her, while Tan claimed that he was just telling the truth. Judging by Dex's past experience, these freaks would persecute him even if he killed them. He didn't know what to do and was almost desperate. It was the sadness in his master's voice that caught the attention of the two familiars. The Demon King finally broke away from the fight and began to tell the story of how he had experienced something similar in his youth. Immediately after he became the Demon King, strife began, and some jerks attacked him to take away his share and part of his power. At that moment, he solved the problem by killing them, but of course, he did not expect that this problem would be so easily solved in the future. That is why the devil spent a lot of time creating a mask of deception, behind which he could hide his true self and show others only what the owner wanted. At first glance, the thing was very simple, and it was not even suitable for battle, but its rank was mythical. These words hurt Satan deeply, and he shouted that he had killed many great monsters for it. He could guarantee that this thing was incredibly powerful, that no powers or skills could penetrate it and reveal the true identity of its owner. In short, if you don't want to, no one can reveal you. The Demon King was ready to lend it to his master. It was obvious that it wasn't free, so the main character hurried to ask how many influence points the little trickster wanted just because it was a mythical item. The little imp immediately began to explain that this thing was very important, because without it, he would be easily exposed, and then demanded 100,000 for lending it until his death. Such an amount was quite stressful, but there was nothing he could do about it. Besides, not so long ago, he had received compensation in the form of 1 million influence points. This mask was the only way to escape. It was best suited to this situation, so the guy had no choice anyway. Putting on the mythical item, the mask of deception, he immediately felt the powers of deception and disguise envelop his entire body, gradually hiding the player's identity completely. Meanwhile, members of the fan guild searched the inn and the weapon shop, but found no one resembling Dex. The leader standing next to them was furious, as they had received a notification that the wanted man had been here just 30 minutes ago, which meant he couldn't have gone far. The witch standing next to him looked quite sad. She was sure that Dex could no longer escape them, but the fact that he was still hiding was very upsetting. Dex, meanwhile, calmly went out into the city, looking around, wanting to check out the situation in disguise. His appearance had indeed changed. Now he was a white-haired young man with reddish eyes and pointed ears, and hardly anyone would be able to recognize him. Now being completely hidden, he could calmly assess the situation in the market, because previously the guy could not track information about the items being sold and the price of gold. One unique item cost about 10,000 influence, which meant that this mask cost 10 billion. Its real price greatly impressed the young man. As he walked back, he was noticed by the witch and the head of the Dex fan guild, who turned to look at the suspicious user, staring intently at his face. The white-haired stranger with a rather striking appearance walked right past them, but he was not the one they had been looking for several years. At one point, the young man's face and hair began to fade away, as if on a broken TV, and his real features shone through a little, which seemed very strange. The tall, burly man found this very strange and couldn't take his eyes off the suspicious young man. For a moment, he really thought he saw his idol in front of him, but it was a completely different person. Both agreed that they had mistaken this random passerby for Dex, while the young man's face, meanwhile, was covered with a mask created by dark magic with a broad smile. With a satisfied smile, the main character turned around, saying that the mask really worked as it should, and his compliment greatly pleased the King of Hell. With a broad smile, the demon boasted that this was the appearance of a vampire who had opposed him in the past and then paid for his mistake with his life. Now, looking at his master's red eyes, he remembered that the vampire had pale skin, which was different from his own and simply perfect for him. Such self-love was astonishing. Over time, this appearance began to become a problem, as it attracted no less attention than Dex's appearance. Seeing his master's dissatisfaction, the demon was slightly taken aback and said that he could always change his appearance if he didn't like a particular one. As soon as he opened the tab with the appearance options, the guy saw people he already knew. It turned out that he could disguise himself as those he had already killed. This information made him incredibly happy because Jae Young loves to have fun, and with this feature, he would be able to entertain himself properly. With this new and incredibly interesting item that could give him any appearance, the guy could have fun while completing his mission. This was the last task he had recently received, which was to find suitable assistants, one of whom was Casillas. The second assistant was someone unknown, but his current location was in the barony of Mikhail, in the mines of Mount Fian. Shortly after the young man began the quest, he decided to meet with the Moonlight Witch, Angelica, first. The girl was angry because her new friend had not responded to her messages all this time, and the excuse that he was busy no longer worked. All these complaints went over Dex's head, and he immediately changed the subject to what he had come for, namely the conversation about the Star Witch Stella, who was pursuing the girl. After all, nothing had changed, and she was still determined to do everything she could to kill Angelica and take the grimoire of moon magic from her. It was impossible to survive with the items Ji Young had given her. Stella was too strong and too smart. What's more, the girl couldn't even survive the second stage. The young man had a brilliant idea. He suggested that his friend give him the book for safekeeping while she continued to develop her skills. For the sake of this brilliant idea, the young man prepared something special. A familiar figure approached from behind, towering over them. It was none other than Casillas, the invincible warrior who single-handedly cleared most of the map during the bamboo stick fights. Approaching the young witch, the girl ignored her greeting, saying that she had good skills but little experience. Not long ago, Jae Young asked to train this little girl, and she was willing to agree only if she could meet Calypso again in the future. Hugging his friend by the shoulder, the happy and cunning guy promised that even though it was difficult now, it would be possible in the future. However, first she had to find the necklace, and Dex kept reminding his former enemy of her foolish mistakes. The constant lectures annoyed Casillas, she grumbled, and then the ancient sword trembled, which she pushed with her elbow to silence it. Noticing this, the guy laughed. He was no longer the only one with someone constantly nagging him, but the girl didn't understand him, looking stupidly at her friend. With a broad smile, the young man dropped the subject, saying that he could only rely on her, the expert in disgusting games, Casillas. These words hurt the girl deeply, but she remained silent, simply staring at her former enemy, who still didn't annoy her much. However, she did not hide her desire to turn Angelica into an invincible warrior, speaking directly about it, but it sounded more like a threat. And so Yoon Jae-young left the Moon Witch in Casila's care, not even imagining what would come of it. No one could have imagined how the fragile and modest girl under her wing would change, not even in their worst nightmares. PvP psychopath Angelica, known as the madwoman who beats her opponents to a pulp, began her journey in just this way. After Casillas was registered as an assistant, Dex headed to the barony of Mikhail to find a second candidate. The guy had no idea who it could be because he didn't remember being connected to anyone from the Fian mines, and therefore didn't understand why he would need someone he wasn't even connected to. The young man did not have time to enter the city. He was stopped at the entrance by a guard, just like the first time he arrived at this place. Because Jae-young didn't look like a native of these lands, he was mistaken for a new guest of the Baroness every time, and it was very tiring to explain anything. He was so tired of explaining that the guy was just pretending to be a first-time visitor that he smiled brightly at the man in uniform. As soon as the guards heard this, they smiled slyly and pointed to the girl at the entrance, to whom he had to give the necessary documents and sign something. The girl standing there introduced herself as a guide and asked him to sign some documents in case he was visiting Baroness Mikhail's lands for the first time. The reason everyone had to sign these documents was that the barony's territory was an important source of iron ore in the kingdom, in other words, a scam. They said that after signing, it would be possible to enter without any problems, but the contract contained a whole bunch of pitfalls, and even Dex, who was far from being a legal expert, noticed this. Not long ago, this city was chosen as one of the 10 most unfavorable for players, and now he finally understood what they were talking about. When the main character gave advice to his friend, the Baroness, he didn't say to cross the line like that. All this slowly drove Jae-young out of his mind, and he slammed his palm on the tabletop. The young man did not shout or make a scene, but simply demanded in a stern and firm voice to meet with Baroness Mikhail in person. By that moment, the girl had already realized who he was. A few minutes later, the young man was brought to the governor's palace. Seeing her benefactor, the girl laughed and greeted him happily, telling him how worried she had been after he left. There were large piles of gold on the table right in front of her. Although the Baroness said she had been very worried, it was not apparent from her appearance. She literally glowed from within and smelled wonderful. Immediately after the greeting, the main character came to his senses and asked how much everything had changed here during that time. Mikhail proudly told him how she had tried to squeeze all this money out of the adventurers. Carried away by stories of how skillfully they milked money from the mine slaves and the occasional adventurers, the girl did not even hear what her dear guest was saying to her. This became suspicious, and Dex reminded her that if they continued to exploit adventurers in this way, it could backfire, because the Crimson Kingdom was in the hands of an adventuress. But Mikhail wasn't worried about that. The Black Dragon had shown mercy to the previous royal family, and according to rumors, she was very honest. Moreover, the barony was giving her a huge amount of money. All these stories slowly led Jae-young to believe that the Baroness had gone mad. But then they brought out a cart full of gold that belonged to him, and all his worries disappeared. There were a total of 734 gold coins, 32 silver coins, and 21 bronze coins, all in 3 months. Business was clearly going well, and now he was rich. There were so many things the girl wanted to consult him about, such as inviting high-level craftsmen, but she decided to ask him why he had come first. Everything that Baron Mikhail now possessed was thanks to Dex, so she was prepared to do anything he asked, even if it was illegal. It was just perfect, exactly what the young man had hoped for when he agreed to help. Now he could calmly request a personal meeting with someone from the mines of Mount Fian. The little green goblin led the honored guest inside, shouting at the other players who worked there and whipping those who tried to slack off despite their low level. Deep inside the mine, a familiar schoolboy was working. He wanted to make some quick money after watching a video by an unknown user on the internet, but he was still stuck there and couldn't get out. A mark shone above his head, indicating those who could become Jae-young's assistants, and even though they hadn't spoken yet, it was already clear that he was unusual because he dug much faster than the others. Intrigued, the young man asked who he was, and was told that he had a keen eye and that Choi Hyun-tan was the official slave number 1. The guy became the first adventurer who agreed to work in their mine and dared to escape to other lands. But they caught him again, after which they squeezed the maximum out of him. The speed at which this guy mined ore was so high that it clearly exceeded level 5. It was simply amazing that someone could achieve such results. Despite the fact that it was an extremely unusual request, The goblin did not object and called the young man over, saying that he was on a break, although the slaves of Mount Fian never had such a luxury. Putting his pickaxe aside, the young man approached the manager, looking very guilty. Apparently, they were only taken away from their work when they needed to be scolded. But when he approached, he was greeted by a completely unexpected person whom he did not even know, or rather, he knew Dex, but was not aware that it was him standing in front of him. Yoon Jae-young sat in a chair like a count, giving the impression of a rather high-ranking person, which greatly unsettled the schoolboy and frightened him even more. The aura that surrounded him was not oppressive. On the contrary, it encouraged dialogue and trust in this person. Hyun-tan quietly asked who he was. With a satisfied smile, the main character said that he was the one who could get the boy out of there, but he still preferred not to give his name. In a few minutes, the schoolboy told his whole story, and in response to the logical question of how he could have signed this contract, he replied that he had not read it at all. After hearing this story, Dex became curious about how old his child was, and it turned out that he was only 15 years old. Now he finally realized what his advice had led to. It was just a game, but now children were being exploited in the mines because of him. Suddenly, Ellie appeared nearby, which meant that something important was happening, as familiars preferred not to show themselves in front of strangers. The man standing in front of her gave off a strong smell of fire, and an unusual one at that, which was what caught the Archangel's attention. Such a smell usually comes from fire spirits or those closely connected with the properties of the element. Such people usually have an innate talent for blacksmithing. This was getting interesting. With the right approach, the guy could be very useful. Dex said he was ready to release him right now. Hearing this, Choi Hyun-tan almost went crazy with happiness. He was ready to do anything to get out of there and back to the surface. He didn't wait, immediately agreeing to the stranger's offer without listening to the conditions or asking for details. Such eagerness surprised Jo-young because the guy had not learned from his mistakes at all. This was the second time he had agreed to something suspicious without even asking for more details. After a brief lecture, the schoolboy fell to his knees and began to cry, begging to be taken away, anywhere but the iron mine. Shortly thereafter, the contract with the Fian Mountain mine was terminated, and the invisible chains that bound the boy's hands were broken. The player was immediately registered as the main character's assistant, and now Dex could view his level and skills. Something written in the boy's characteristics interested Yoon Jae-yang, who turned out to be the first closed beta tester of the game. From the very beginning, Arcadia was developed in great secrecy until its release, which meant that access to the closed beta test was very limited. It was very suspicious that some schoolboy had access to it even before the release. Who was he, since he was able to get permission to test it? It was clear that he didn't want to answer, but he did admit that his friend had given him access, which made Dex even more interested. All assumptions that he might be a secret developer of the game turned out to be false, but Hyun-tan could not reveal the true role of his friend. The more questions were asked, the more reserved the guy became, and in the end, the main character stopped, and it was clear that he was not lying. That was the end of the idle chatter. Jae-young smiled and eagerly suggested that the guy take a little test of his abilities. Choi Hyun-tan looked confused. He was at a very low level and could hardly do anything, but he didn't dare refuse because this was his chance to escape from the mines. Soon, one of the relatively strong and dangerous monsters, resembling an anthropomorphic wolf, was slain in the thicket of the forest. These creatures were called kobolds, and the level 24 schoolboy was able to defeat one of them single-handedly. It was almost the first mob he had ever killed with his own hands, and the boy couldn't help but be proud and brag about it to his new friend. In order not to upset the child, Jae-young played along and praised him, but in reality, his combat skills were completely useless. And it wasn't even worth mentioning his item crafting skills, but in Hyun's defense, crafting was very difficult here. It was quite upsetting that he had ended up with such a guy as his assistant. He had been here since the beta test, but was still at a low level. Dex took it as a punishment. Hearing such sad words, Archangel Michael came out of hiding and asked her master if he really thought so. A blacksmith needs not only talent, but also creative abilities to put spirit into his creations. All of this was very important, but in Ellie's opinion, it was not the most important thing that a true master of his craft should have. Standing in front of the furnace, blazing with the heat of fire, striking the metal with a heavy hammer, what they need most is perseverance, to never give up. Only through hundreds, even thousands of hammer blows with unyielding willpower can a weapon of great power be born. This, according to the angel, is how a blacksmith should work. The child who now stood before them covered in abrasions from hard work that was beyond his years, had coped with a difficult situation and did not give up. Therefore, it seemed to her that Choi Hyun-tan had much more potential than anyone else in this world of Arcadia. This was a little out of character for Ellie, and the main character asked why she was so knowledgeable about blacksmiths and why she thought so highly of the boy. But the Archangel couldn't say, because unlike the rest, if such information leaked out, it could have a major impact on the entire continent. If she allowed this to happen now, she would disrupt the order. In other words, if there was enough influence, then she could tell. Even though the hero understood what was needed to reveal the secret, the angel was still very confused, and it was clear that she did not want to share this information under any circumstances. In response to her hesitation, the guy smiled and said that he would pay any price, as information that could have a major impact on the continent should not pass him by. His determination surprised the Archangel quite a bit. It was the first time she had seen someone so curious that they were willing to spend such a huge amount of money. But Jae-young did not back down and gave 150,000 influence for the angel to reveal the secrets of her past from the time before the war between angels and demons. In that era, a mythical era, there were gods who possessed various powers and authority, such as the god of hunting. In those days, there were countless gods: the god of music and entertainment, the god of war, the god of justice and balance, the god of time, and so on. And as befits humanity, there were countless cults that worshiped this infinite number of gods. However, peace and tranquility could not last forever, and one of these cults decided that it was superior to the others and completely destroyed the entire era of gods. As befits the main character, Yoon Jae-young was very quick-witted and quickly realized that he was familiar with the very same insane sect that killed everyone and declared that their god was the only one. It was none other than the Holy Empire, which glorified justice but had actually flooded the entire continent with blood in the past. If this fact became known, the world of Arcadia would once again plunge into chaos, which was why the heavens carefully concealed the past of their followers. Contrary to expectations, the Archangel believed that heaven had acted very wrongly at that time, and now all the gods had lost their followers and become those whose names no one remembers. Hearing this, Dex suddenly realized what the old fire seeker who had turned his gaze on Hyun might have been referring to. The one who first illuminated the darkness, the father of all blacksmiths, the creator of Muspelheim, the strongest weapon of the heavens, the god Vulcan, watches over this child. This was the reason why the main character had to make the boy his assistant. He had to help him grow and develop, become the best, and gain recognition as a great master. This raises a second question: how to do this, since the young man is not even a master blacksmith and has never tried to create anything in this way. Then the angel flew up to him again, saying that Choi Hyun-tae could be taken to the dwarves, secret creatures who were masters of blacksmithing. Apparently, the Archangel did not know how things stood, so the young man had to explain to her that at the moment, users had not even discovered other species, so he could not take him anywhere. Only then did Ellie realize that her plan would fail at the very first stage, because she also did not know where the dwarves were. But then Tanchik intervened in the conversation and said that he knew. With a satisfied smile and a proud look, the demon declared that he was well aware of where these creatures were and how to get to them. After the angel yelled at him, accusing him of lying, the demon nervously explained that his subordinates periodically encounter dwarves underground, where they wander here and there. It was a bit far from the barony of Mikhail, under the desert, which could be reached by flying south for about 5 days on a winged creature called a wyvern. Such a great distance could only mean one thing. It was one of the 5 forbidden zones where one could die from environmental debuffs, the Great Rumor Desert. It was a great chance to earn some influence points, so both the angel and the demon offered their help in getting to the desert as quickly as possible. A secret closed zone where most would die if they entered. Mysterious creatures of another race that no player had discovered before. A mysterious god who patronized the new assistant. Of course, Yoon Jae-young, the strongest troll ranker, couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Naturally, he would go there, even if nothing came of it. He simply had to visit this place. Soon, the main character and his new friend arrived at the border of the Rumor Desert. The caravan driver who accompanied them advised me not to go in because even the inhabitants of the desert did not dare to go further. In his 60 years, the man had never seen anyone go in there and come back alive, so he didn't know what awaited the travelers ahead. There was nothing left to do but find out for themselves what lay ahead. So Dex called her younger companion, and together they crossed the border into the Rumor Desert. When they had gone far enough away from the guide that no one could hear them, Hyun turned to his elder and said he had something he wanted to share. It was about the things his new friend had given him, most of which were rare equipment. For the boy, these were very valuable items, and he wasn't sure he could take them. For Dex, these were nothing more than cheap items he had bought at auction for pennies. But for Hyun Tan, they were very expensive. When he heard that the items had been bought at auction, he wanted to return them when he was done wearing them. But the hero politely refused, saying he didn't need such rags, especially worn ones. Besides, he was partly to blame for the fact that this guy was stuck in the mines. But the young man could never say that out loud. For the naive Choi Hyun Tan, who had never received anything for free in the arcade, this became a symbolic moment, and he vowed to follow his senior forever. However, Yoon Jae-yang only felt more uncomfortable with such devotion. Where did this kid get his guilt from, if he just threw away cheap items? After several days of non-stop walking through the rumor desert, Hun was left with a mummy, and the hellish heat that reigned in this area increased his stamina consumption all the time. The guy once again asked for a break and rest, even though they had rested just recently. He had run out of stamina and was practically dying. This was precisely why the rumor desert was notorious among adventurers. But how Dex managed to hold on so well and for so long remained a mystery. Only the protagonist himself knew that it was all thanks to the abilities of the enchantress, the Witch of Cold, whose powers he had borrowed for influence points. But he had no intention of revealing his trump cards to his junior, so he simply said that he had a skill of resistance to heat without giving any details. All this useless wandering was beginning to wear him out, and he doubted whether there was any point in continuing since they still hadn't found anything. If there really were dwarves in this desert, finding them in such a large area was unrealistic. Perhaps the information was wrong, and it was all nonsense. But unlike his friend, the protagonist was sure that the information was accurate. And instead of talking nonsense, it was better to take a few more steps forward. No matter how confident Dex was, Hyun Tan sincerely doubted it, considering it all a lie and wanting to know who had told his elder about it, while the Demon King, meanwhile, enjoyed the sun. Everything was just perfect. The heat, the sunshine, the only thing that spoiled it was the human screams. But suddenly the ground beneath him began to shake. Suddenly, two huge scorpions emerged from the sand, frightening and almost touching Tanchik with their tails, who immediately jumped aside. They were a pair of dangerous monsters from the rumored desert, which appeared here quite often and always in pairs. Their level was 160. Passing by them, the main character didn't even turn his head. He continued walking forward and only quietly activated the ice explosion skill, directing it at the scorpions. The snow wave immediately swept away the two monsters, covering them with a crust of ice and immobilizing them. The creatures couldn't even understand what had just happened. The huge, terrifying monsters remained standing where they had appeared, looking more like ice sculptures, and the main character let his friend finish them off. One blow with the pickaxe was enough for each of the scorpions to be completely defeated by the schoolboy, and the monsters scattered into pieces and dispersed. Despite the fact that the amount of experience he earned was penalized due to his low contribution to the battle, the boy was able to obtain a new title and increase his level. This was already the second strange title he had received in the entire game, the first being Mindslave No. 1, and now Raw Freerider. They paused for a moment to check Hyun Tan's current level. Over the past 3 days, he had reached level 72. That was pretty good, considering he had started at level 24. It was a kind of legal game bug that had to be exploited while there was still a chance. And since that was the case, the boys should continue to follow their elder, rather than standing around chatting idly in the middle of the desert, because influence points disappear into thin air. Seeing his friend's stern gaze and the cold aura around him, Hyun Tan realized that there was no way out, and continued on his way. And yet, it was becoming ridiculous. They had been walking for 3 days with almost no breaks, but they hadn't found anything, and the influence points kept being spent. As if reading his master's thoughts, the Demon King, basking in the sun, remembered something very important that could help them. He immediately sat down and turned to Yoon Jae-young, telling him that he had a wonderful idea that would solve all their problems. There was a dwarf who secretly collaborated with the inhabitants of the demon world and was well known among them. Despite his dealings with monsters, he was truly talented. The point was that if the main character released the demon and gave him time to control his body, he would be able to summon this dwarf here to ask him questions. Dex was annoyed that he was asking for this again, but the familiar was tied to him every day, despite the fact that he also had to watch over the demon world. The same applied to angels. They were forcibly bound to humans while continuing to perform their duties in other spaces. There was no reason to refuse such a generous offer, because otherwise they would continue to wander the desert and find nothing. Over time, Tang, the head breaker, or rather his soul, appeared in the mortal world before Yunjia Yang. A powerful wave of dark energy struck the place where the main character was standing, and the wind picked up, which slightly alarmed Choi Hun-tan. Soon the dwarf himself appeared, his powerful bass voice ringing in their ears as he laughed loudly and uncontrollably. He did not hold back his emotions, immediately shouting about how long it had been since he had felt the heat of the desert, the dry winds, and the golden sands. This noise woke up the Archangel Michael, and the girl demanded with displeasure that he stop his empty chatter and tell her what he had to say. The fact that the Archangel and the King of Demons were working together surprised the old man quite a bit, and after a moment of astonishment, he began to search for his homeland. Glancing at the desert, Tane realized a rather shocking fact, cried out, and looked down at the place where the young man was standing. It turned out that his hometown where the dwarves lived was right under their feet in the very place where they were now talking. He was absolutely certain that it was the energy of the Sandforge, the last refuge of the dwarves for the protection of which he had sacrificed himself to the very end. The fact that the city seemed to be right in front of him, or rather under his feet, greatly angered Dex, but there was no point in saying anything, so he simply asked how to get there. The suggestion to dig until he reached his goal greatly surprised the old man, because there was a much easier way to get down there. They literally read each other's minds, and being a true madman, Dex understood perfectly well what Tane meant. Before putting the plan into action, they had to take care of their little companion, so the hero asked the schoolboy to step aside. It was better to move as far away as possible and not come back until everything was over. With a broad smile on his face, the guy took out a huge dwarf hammer. The young man watching this was in complete shock. He looked at his elder and couldn't understand where he had gotten the hammer or what he was going to do with it. It was a brilliant idea, not a long process, but quick and easy. With a crazy smile, the guy swung the hammer. Using a secret skill, the young man struck the ground beneath his feet with great force, breaking the sand like stone. The ground beneath their feet began to crack and crumble, sinking deep down and taking not only Dex, but also Choi Hyun-tan with it. Together with his younger partner, they flew down, where there was no bottom in sight, only the bright light of magical energy emanating from the forge. This light was reflected in the eyes of the main character, sparkling with gold, a smile shining on his face. He could not be happier that he was actually the first to discover another dimension. The ancient spirit of the blacksmith fell with them, and the man was incredibly happy, feeling nostalgic because he could see his hometown again. Finally, the ancient dwarf city hidden behind the sands, which they had been searching for several days in the hot desert, appeared before them. Along with the discovery of the new location, a new quest was also opened, and if friendly contact is established, the Sand Forge will become an open location, and if hostile, it will close forever. No sooner had they landed than the underground warriors grabbed their weapons, sounding the alarm because a human had invaded their territory. Who knew that dwarves were aggressive towards humans? The young man raised his eyes and asked with a smile what all the commotion was about. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, the scenario department staff were discussing innovations in the game world. According to the prepared plot, there would be an interracial war between elves and dwarves, and users would have to choose a side and fight. But there was one problem. The young man was afraid that this would upset the balance on the continent. The dwarves had a deep-seated hatred for other races, and in the past, humans had formed an alliance with the elves, but ultimately betrayed the underground dwellers. Because of this, players who choose the side of the dwarves will have to establish relations with them, and the attitude towards those who chose the elves will become biased. There was certainly sense in this, but the head of the department held a slightly different opinion from his subordinate. The blacksmiths would have their own unique driving force that would contribute to this conflict. No matter how explosive someone's temperament may be, there are times in life when you have to force yourself to get closer to others in order to achieve a common goal. There were also high-level items created by the dwarves, and if they entered the game, the production of items existing in Arcadia would be thrown out of balance. In other words, even if it is very difficult, if we manage to establish relations with them, it will mean that a force will emerge that will take the game's economy to a new level. On the other hand, tensions were rising, and Choi Hyun-tan landed behind his senior, immediately receiving the same task of establishing contact with the new race. This mission could be very difficult due to the interracial war in the past, which the dwarves lost and now hate humans even more than ever. That was why the underground dwellers here were so aggressive towards them. Another headache for Yunjiang. Gathering in a large crowd, the dwarves rushed at the uninvited guests with weapons, wanting to destroy them on the spot. One of them began to ring a large bell to summon everyone who had not yet come to the main square, all in order to get rid of the hated humans. The squad that reacted so quickly to the invasion was called the Hammer. It was as if they had been waiting all their free time for an intruder to fall into their hands. It was simply amazing that this was not a military unit, but a separate rapid response reserve group, and only Tain was proud that they followed his leadership. Hyun Tan, standing behind him, was almost crying. He didn't know what to do, because it was clearly not worth quarreling with these creatures, considering the task at hand. Dex had no intention of tolerating those who wanted to destroy them for no reason, so he allowed the ancient spirit to use his body. So Tain possessed the young man, raised his huge hammer, swung it, and was ready to strike the reserve squad right then and there. The assembled dwarves stood in deep shock. Of course, they recognized the weapon used by Tain, the Headbreaker, who had died in the war with the elves. The fact that this little man was holding this hammer was outrageous and, at the same time, surprising, because it was unclear where he could have gotten it. At that moment, the old warrior in the body of a young man, with a mad gleam in his eyes, shouted that he was Tain, which was why he was holding his creation in his hands. It was hard to believe that their leader could really be in the body of a human, but the gleam in his eyes and his manner of speech were unmistakable. This changed everything. The warriors dropped their hammers on the floor and looked with respect and sorrow at the soul of Taiyin before them. After so many years, they were able to see their hero again, who had saved their race and their home at the cost of his own life, leaving behind only a set of recommendations. At the base of the statue of the great Tain, the dwarves placed their fists over their hearts and knelt before the ancient soul in the body of a young human boy. Pressing the left fist to the chest was a sign of the greatest respect for this people of small craftsmen and warriors, and Ellie recognized it immediately. In his last seconds in human form, Tain, the Headbreaker, followed the example of his brothers and pressed his left hand to his chest, smiling. Thus, the task of establishing friendly relations with the dwarves was completed, the Forge of the Sands was safely opened, and the old warrior laughed joyfully. After the body was back in Dex's control, the reception became much warmer, with the gnomes laughing and joyfully welcoming their master's messenger. One of them, Baal, had been saved by Tainoff during the war, and the man wanted to talk to him again, but unfortunately, it was more difficult than it might seem. Next, a little boy approached, asking where Tain's soul was. He was sure that his hero must be in the gnome paradise, in Dorado. It was difficult to answer the question right away, because the old pervert who enjoyed smashing his enemies' heads with a hammer hardly deserved paradise. Even the archangel agreed that he was a twisted egoist, despite the fact that the war was noble and the dwarves were defending their race. Smashing heads was a major flaw that prevented him from being reborn as a heavenly soul, and Tain himself was very reluctant to talk about it with his descendants. All this time, a happy little boy with shining eyes was looking at Jaeyang, and even a demon could not destroy such sincere faith in a hero. Giving up, the guy sighed wearily and confirmed the boy's words, saying that Tain was indeed in Dorado. Then the younger asked him to pass on a message. He promised to become a fierce warrior when he grew up, join the Hammer Squad, and smash elven skulls, just like his ancestor. In that case, they would surely meet in paradise, and only Dex knew that this meeting would most likely take place in Hell. After their conversation, the dwarves graciously gave their guests a short tour of their city. Thanks to the help of the ancient soul, no one threatened them anymore. Every inhabitant of this place was a blacksmith, engineer, and architect, and the houses were amazing. The dwarf race was truly full of talent. The Hellion Forge, one of the 3 best workshops, was run by Bale's father, who was a member of the Council of Elders, where the direction of the clan's development was discussed. The elderly blacksmith's name was Byron, and it was he who was asked to take Choi Hyun-tan under his wing, but he was not happy about this request. The dwarves did not have a very good attitude towards humans, but the main character tried to persuade him to take the stubborn boy under his wing. They did not dare to refuse Tain's apostle outright, so the old man decided to have the man compete with a student who had just arrived. After spending some time at the forge, the young man from the dwarf clan produced a crude magic-level dagger, which was quite good for a beginner. Hyun-tan, on the other hand, produced a standard dagger. Unremarkable, rough and sharp, nothing impressive that could change the master's mind. The elderly blacksmith came closer and took the blade in his hands, silently looking at it for several minutes. It was just awful. He didn't even know how to comment on it properly. Even though the human race was weak and not very agile compared to other people's, this was still too much. It was so bad that it wasn't even worth expecting anything special. But Byron agreed anyway. The opportunity to learn was more than enough. After the young man was settled in, Dex went to the exit, where he wanted to say goodbye to his new friend. Choi Hyun-tan looked very sad. It was clear that he didn't want to let his elder go, but he couldn't say directly what the matter was, continuing to fidget and stamp his feet. Only after a couple of minutes did he finally say that he hoped they would travel together a little longer. As for him, it had been the most colorful time spent in Arcadia. All these words touched Jae-young, but he had no intention of staying. Instead, he decided to give him a small gift and asked to borrow his blacksmith's hammer for a moment. It was a very ordinary, low-level hammer, covered in scratches from use, which he had been using throughout the beta test. When the main character tried to transfer influence to the instrument, a notification popped up saying that this item had very high potential and could cost a lot of points. A total of 350,000 points were required, which was the largest amount he had ever spent on something like this. And it wasn't even for himself. Seeing the required amount of blood and influence earned, Yoon Jae-young calmly turned to the younger man, looking up at him. He asked him to try his best in the future so that it would not all go to waste, after which he began the transfer, and a bright golden light illuminated the underground cave. The oldest fire, which had been watching the schoolboy all this time, also received influence, because it was connected to this hammer like no other, and the characteristics of the tool slowly changed. The small flame grew into a huge raging fire, and the voice of the ancient soul spoke to Hyun, guiding him on a path full of effort and difficulties. There was still a long way to go before this child could glorify the name of the ancient god of blacksmiths, but Volcanus sincerely believed in him. When it was all over, the young man found himself holding a completely transformed hammer of mythical power, the Hammer of Volcanus. As soon as this item appeared in the world, Alice, the artificial intelligence behind Arcadia, received an error notification. The warning referred to Act 9 of the Forgotten Myths quest, in which the player, Choi Hyun-tan, was given an item containing the divine power of Volcanus. As a result, there were errors in Acts 3 through 8, which was the highest level of danger, and there was a possibility of a complete rebalancing of all scenarios. To solve this problem, Alice's independent artificial intelligence was activated, and the powers of the main scenario administrators were revoked. Holding an incredibly beautiful and powerful hammer in his hands, the schoolboy looked up at his elder and asked if he had really done it. The item was not unique or mystical, which meant that if the influence points and the object's characteristics were combined, synergy would arise between them. Ellie and Tan, standing aside, were very surprised, because they did not understand how someone like Volcanus, a forgotten god, could transfer his power if he had lost all his divinity. He may have been better known than others, as there were races that still remembered him, but even for him, simply maintaining his existence was a difficult task. So it was all because their master had so many influence points left that were enough for such things. And both looked at the young man with resentment and anger. The conversation between Jae-young and Hyun-tan continued. The schoolboy asked about the task that appeared with his new item, as well as their connection to the title of the oldest fire. Nowadays, everyone on the continent believed in one god, so the main character advised his assistant not to complete this quest for the time being, so as not to anger the Holy Empire. Despite its value, the guy left the hammer with the schoolboy because no one else could use the item anyway, and success in his studies would be payment enough. Determination flashed in the boy's eyes, and he decided that he would succeed in blacksmithing at all costs in order to repay his elder. In the future, he wanted to use all his strength to help the man who had pulled him out of the mine and given him such a valuable gift. After these words, the final registration of the assistant was completed, and the task of finding allies was accomplished. As a reward, the assistant system was opened, from which it was possible to obtain influence points created by minions. That's how Jae-young got 3 accomplices, the first of whom was the moonlight battle sorceress Angelica. She was followed by his former enemy, the man who wanted revenge on him more than anything else in the world, the master of all weapons, Cassius. And last was the apostle of the god Volcanus, once great and powerful, the master blacksmith Choi Hyun-tan. Over time, they would become famous throughout Arcadia as the most vicious and cruel players on the Korean server. When all the so-called homework was finished, the main character finally came to the surface, looking at the rising sun in the desert. Now that all obstacles had been removed, it was time to put into action the plan he had been hatching for several days. A few hours later, Black Dragon sat in her room at her computer, scrolling through her internet feed, looking for something to watch tonight. The list mainly consisted of streamers playing arcade games, whose numbers had grown significantly recently, but that was understandable, since they were watched all over the world. There were so many people recording such videos that the girl herself was already thinking about joining them. But then she saw a strange video. One girl, who was among those recording such videos, decided to go into the slime territory and hunt them, which was a crazy decision because these creatures are still very dangerous. The streamer's name was Tina, and she often recorded live streams, sometimes collaborating with other players. Today, she was going to record with Bruce, a warrior of the 134th rank, and they also wanted to find someone with a low level to go hunting together. The difficulty of hunting slimes was that they could easily detect you, and then it would be all over, even if you were high level, which is what the commentators were talking about. After that, people said that the last time they took a newbie with them, he died and Tina and her partner ran away. These comments really upset the girl. The main content of the streamer's video was that she took low-level users with her and went hunting for difficult monsters with them. This content was suggested by her multi-channel company, GM Group, which is still investing in Arcadia despite the incident with Duke Bergen. Since they determined the composition of the main content in advance, they have created a system that allows them to avoid competition between streamers from their company. The other day, GM Entertainment and Tina had a conversation about how she abandoned a player who was in her group, and if this continues, her contract will be in question. If the girl does not restore her image, she will have problems, but fortunately, the company has already developed a plan to restore it. It was extremely simple. They needed to create a situation where her team would once again be surrounded by monsters, but this time, the girl would have to take responsibility for a low-level player. As support, the company provided her with a player of the 34th rank. Tina was sure that this time everything would go smoothly. A few meters away from them stood an unknown player with long hair. Noticing him, the girl immediately decided that she had to offer him to become the third member of the team. Without wasting any time, Tina rushed over to the stranger, hastily apologizing for the disturbance and getting his attention. Putting on a very sweet and innocent face, the girl asked if he wanted to join her in hunting slimes, while everyone in the comments laughed at the idea of him becoming today's victim. Before he could answer, she immediately explained that she was a streamer and that her content involved low-level users. To reassure the player, the girl told him that she was ranked 100th and her friend was ranked 134th. While the guy was thinking about the offer, the streamer continued to talk loudly, promising that they would defeat the boss and that the newbie had nothing to worry about. With a familiar sly smile on her face, the young man agreed to their plan, and his new team had no idea who they were dealing with. A satisfied smile appeared on the stranger's face. He was just passing by, planning to do something before starting his plan. Hiding his identity, Dex didn't even think he would stumble upon something as interesting as a broadcast from a territory teeming with slimes. The angel and demon flying above him agreed that it was not a wise decision to get involved with them, and Ellie strongly recommended staying away from them. Being creatures from another world, they sensed the threat and understood perfectly well what it could lead to. But to their surprise, their master knew it too. There was no particular reason to go with them. Jae-young just wanted to check on the slimes and test the effectiveness of one item. It was the very mask of deception that the Demon King had given him, and the guy was thinking about the possibilities that this item might have. It was a great opportunity to test all the mask's options. Tina asked for his ID so she could send him an invitation to join the team. He couldn't reveal his identity at that moment, so as an experiment, the young man gave a completely different nickname, Chocolate Cake Joa. It was a kind of attempt to find out if this mask could be used to hide information, such as his name, ID, and so on. And it worked. The invitation to join the team came to Dex, even though he had given completely different information, and a broad smile appeared on his face. As Jae-young had suspected, the Deceiver's mask not only changes one's appearance, but also helps to hide information in Arcadia and register in the system as a completely different person. After that, they discussed Byron's shield, which he received after defeating the monster during the Argeimer incident. While the star of the broadcast and her friend discussed his level and other stronger players, the main character stood aside and watched them silently. The only one who was annoyed by the behavior of these smug, stupid people was Satan, the king of hell. He was so dissatisfied that he suggested to his master that they kill them. Jae-young didn't see any particular problem with this, as they also needed to earn a living. Soon they remembered him, and Tina apologized for talking too much about personal matters. His response that it didn't bother him much made the girl think that he was just pretending to be cool, but was actually excited about hunting celebrities. Before setting off, she checked his level, and because it was low, they concluded that he had never killed a slime before. This was already a victory. The streamer didn't think about any problems or possible nuances, because with such a level, she would definitely be able to regain her popularity. After that, they went deeper into the forest on the slimes' territory, hiding behind trees so that the monsters jumping around nearby wouldn't spot them. There were both large and small ones, but that wasn't the main problem. The main problem was that there were too many of them in one place. Usually, slime doesn't accumulate in such large numbers. Watching them, even Byron, who had been invited by the agency, was slightly nervous, thinking that they would not be able to cope with such a large number. And of course, Tina also saw that there were more than she had expected, but she turned a blind eye to it, thinking only about how many views she would get if she filmed everything correctly. Behind them stood a smiling Dex. He understood that the slimes were probably very happy to meet him, which is why they had gathered in such large numbers. They were still as cute as ever. After assessing the situation, they finally began their hunt, all three of them coming out of their hiding place, while the commentators continued to mock them and place bets on when the girl would run away again. The confrontation was quite intense, and the friends struggled to hold back the slimes, splitting them into two groups to make it easier to deal with their enemies. In a sense, this was the first time the main character had seen someone fight in Arcadia. Usually, he either killed or seduced other players. The slimes were quite strong, each of them between levels 80 and 90, and they had a collective consciousness for attack and a high spirit of camaraderie, which made them difficult to defeat. There was a way to defeat them, to attack them all at once, but before they could do so, the slime jumped on Yunjia Yang. Noticing this, the streamer was very happy because it was the perfect chance for her to save a low-ranked player and prove to everyone how cool she was. Jumping right in front of him, the sorceress activated her most powerful spell, directing it at all the enemies at once. Powerful tongues of flame struck the purple creatures, dealing them quite a lot of damage but not killing them. The victory raised the girl's level a little, but the attack drained her last points of stamina, and now she was completely useless until she regained her strength. There weren't many slimes left, so Byron asked her to rest while he dealt with them alone. He could easily defeat that many. Covering his companions with his back, the man pushed the monsters back with his shield, defeating them and saving the whole group. The commentators were happy because this time the girl didn't run away. While she sat on the ground and restored her mana, the girl read the comments and rejoiced as she had managed to regain her popularity. After observing, the angel still couldn't understand what exactly was wrong here, but the demon explained to her that they had taken a player worse than themselves and used him for their own benefit. All this time, they continued to push their master into danger, pretending to protect him. Satan was more concerned that the young man really didn't notice this. Of course, everyone needs to earn a living, but everyone has their limits, especially a troll like Dex. It was time for him to finally intervene. So that his little familiars wouldn't get too scared and worried, he warned them that he was going to talk nonsense to himself for a while. Since the streamers had gathered here today, he wanted to film something interesting and impressive, and for that he would have to talk to the camera. After all the slimes in the area had been defeated, Byron suggested taking a 10-minute break before continuing the hunt. Tina decided to read the comments for a while and saw people discussing how they had never noticed their guest level increasing even slightly, which was very suspicious. Turning to the young man, the girl asked what his current experience percentage was, but he was in no hurry to answer the question. As an excuse, he said he wasn't sure, but most likely it was because he had only recently increased his rank, which, surprisingly, was enough for the streamer. She was about to say goodbye and suggested that he subscribe to her channel and like her videos if he was interested, when she heard the question of whether they were constantly hunting slimes. It looked as if the girl was recording a live broadcast, but surely killing slimes over and over again must have gotten pretty boring pretty quickly. To improve the content, the guy suggested they go hunting for something more challenging to make the video much more interesting. With an innocent smile, Dex suggested that Tina go hunting for a pack of orcs, sincerely believing that this would be more suitable for the two of them. Orcs were quite difficult enemies to defeat, even for 100 rangers, so everyone decided that as a novice, he simply didn't know this. Slimes were already top-tier content, so Byron believed that they should only go after the orcs once they had become a little stronger, to which he received a mocking response that they lacked confidence. Turning around, the guy smiled and said that since they didn't want to go with him, he would go monster hunting alone. Leaving the team, he suggested that they subscribe to his channel if they were interested in hunting orcs, as he had just started recording a live stream. With a satisfied look, Jae Young named his channel The Destroyer's Daily Life, which he had created quite some time ago to help the Baroness, and left. People in the comments went crazy. It was almost the most famous channel in Korea on Arcadia, but it only had 2 videos and no one knew who the owner was. Quite quickly, people left Tina's stream and switched to the Destroyer's channel to watch the blogger who had finally revealed his identity. As soon as the video started, people immediately began writing comments, mostly interested in how he would hunt orcs with his level 52 character. With a smile, Dex said that rank didn't matter and that his friends would help him, then equipped the title Savior of Slime and called his little companions. The effect of the title immediately began to work, and all the slimes in the area heard him, even the queen herself. With broad smiles, the monsters and their leader rushed towards their old friend. Although from the outside it looked rather creepy, the horror of how quickly they rushed toward the newcomer quickly passed when the Queen of Slime threw herself into the young man's arms, making a joyful sound. With a broad smile, the main character greeted them, telling them that there were some guys called orcs that he wanted to deal with, and he needed their help. While Byron was struggling to calm Tina, who was practically depressed because all the viewers had left her stream, something frightening happened. She couldn't see what was happening behind her friend's back, so she thought it was just an earthquake. But the warrior's face made it clear that it was much worse. The Slime Queen had once again taken on her terrifying form, merging with all the slimes into a huge boss as tall as a multi-story building. Standing on her shoulder was the familiar Chocolate Cake Joa, a newbie with a rank of 52, who had somehow managed to befriend this race of monsters. Smiling broadly, the guy called on his friend to go hunting for orcs, all the while continuing to record a live broadcast. A whole horde of slimes, all those who were in the territory of the former newbie city, headed towards the orc camp, commanded by a single player, which drove everyone crazy. The scariest part of it all was that once the slimes openly opposed the orc race, everyone was very curious to see where it would lead. Seeing their home being attacked, the green monsters growled, shouting in their language that this was their territory and the slime had no right to be there. But the little round babies were not bothered by this at all. They boldly rushed forward, attacking the orcs and ignoring their threats. Even the Demon King couldn't understand what the monsters were saying, so he assumed they were just saying something like that their territory had been invaded. On the other hand, who cared what the orcs were saying, especially when the main character took matters into his own hands, interested only in what he himself was doing. What was happening now in the monster camp could hardly be called a battle. It was just a regular slaughter, where one race was destroying another, giving them no chance. But this was only the beginning. Seeing that the orcs were being mocked, a red and frightening monster, superior in strength to his brethren, emerged from hiding. The level 120 orc commander roared, swinging his weapon and preparing to rush at the leader of the slimes that had invaded their camp. His level, stamina, attack power, and even health points were much higher than the queen's, and commentators said it was a sure defeat. Unlike them, the girl was not so smart, at least not yet. She attacked because that was her goal and did not think about the possibility of losing. Taking advantage of his wild strike, the orc leader, who was small compared to the queen, attacked the slimes, taking away quite a lot of health. This blow tore off her wrist and hand, causing her severe pain. The girl was very surprised and bent back in pain. Dex, sitting on her shoulder, smiled and said that everything was fine, because he was with her now, which meant there was nothing to fear, and they would definitely win. Using his skill, he transferred 3,000 influence points to the Slime Queen to help her deal with the enemy and strengthen herself. The strengthening effect lasted 5 minutes, during which time all characteristics were increased by 30%, so now there was nothing to worry about. The queen did not keep them waiting long, immediately counterattacking the orc leader, and even his block did not save him from considerable damage. Bypassing his defenses, the slime completely engulfed the monster, leaving him completely bewildered and helpless. This one blow was enough to kill the leader, bringing automatic victory to the slime race. It all ended much faster than the main character had hoped, but that wasn't such a big problem. It was quite possible that this was the charm of live broadcasts. The remaining orc military forces in the territory barely reached 1%, which meant that the minimum conditions for preserving the camp's territory were not met. At the same time, the percentage of slimes in this territory reached 99%, which meant that they had now completely captured the orc camp and made it their own. The reconstruction of the field took place live in front of thousands of viewers. It was so crazy that hardly anyone could believe it wasn't a dream. This is how the second habitat of the slimes appeared. Now, this fluffy, cute race owned not only the city of newcomers, but also a huge orc camp. Returning to her human form, the slime queen rushed into Dex's arms, thanking him for his help. Now she had even more friends. Moreover, they now had a new home, much more spacious than their previous lands, and the leader was very happy and couldn't stop smiling. They had just won a victory that went far beyond their race, leading to a brilliant revival that no other species could ignore. Thanks to this, changes were made to their people, slime gained new additional characteristics, and the queen changed her appearance again. Named slimes with abilities were added, such as the guardian slime, whose level reached 150. The rest reached the 20th rank, rising 40 levels at once, so now the main character could not worry about their safety for some time. But the most important thing was that the slime queen, who had led the race to prosperity, continued to grow thanks to her brilliant deeds and evolved into a new entity. She was taking on a more and more human form, and now her appearance was more suited to her new title, the 200th level Slime Lord. It was the highest level on the Korean server that could possibly exist at the moment. None of the players could even survive near her. It was just insane. All these historical events took place on a live broadcast, in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers. There is hardly anyone who will not know about the achievements of the slimes after today. The queen's incredibly loud scream echoed throughout the area, reaching even Tina and Byron, who were far from the orc settlement. Notifications poured in that they had fallen under the sway of the slime queen, causing their stats to decrease by 30%. Their level was too low to overcome this domination, and instinctive fear paralyzed their bodies in virtual reality, significantly reducing their movement speed. While they suffered from the oppressive power of the new monster, the slime queen sincerely thanked the player for once again helping her people become stronger and make a name for themselves. The players who saved and revived an entire race were recognized as benefactors of the entire race. So Dex's title was changed to Saint of Slimes, and now all these little creatures would follow him everywhere. Unable to contain his curiosity, the Demon King intervened again and asked why his master cared so much about these little creatures, and if there was a reason for it. His master smiled sincerely, looked at him, and said that there was no particular reason for it. It was just that they were incredibly cute. Who in their right mind would do all this for such a silly reason? Tanchik was stunned and stood silently to the side, not taking his eyes off his crazy master. Soon after, rumors spread that slimes had invaded the orc camp, and the Korean branches of Arcadia held an emergency meeting, but they couldn't do anything. After that, several curious players tried to attack the orc camp, or more precisely, the slime lair, but they were helpless against the endless army of slime. The naive users were completely destroyed by enemies with incredible physical strength of level 20, but that wasn't the really scary part. What frightened them was their number, 123,215 heads. No matter how many times they were defeated, the endless number of them was enough to completely remove all health points. Born as the weakest monsters in Arcadia, the slimes had become a force capable of devouring an entire continent if they so desired. And so, the users' burning curiosity, fixed on the slime, naturally and inevitably turned to their host, the owner of the channel Everyday Life of a Destroyer. Very quickly, the number of subscribers reached 36 million, which was much more than the young man had expected. But considering that there are channels with more than 100 million subscribers, it was not a great achievement. In addition, he began to receive many messages with offers to meet up. The world had changed, and now many people wanted to make money from the game. Initially, the guy started streaming to make money from the game, but now he thought it was worth continuing to film because with the mask of a deceiver, no one would know his true identity. After reviewing several messages, the guy chose the company I+, as he thought they offered the best conditions, and copied their number. He immediately called them and said that he was calling after seeing a job offer, and they asked him for the name of his channel. As soon as he said that he was the owner of the channel, The Destroyer's Everyday Life, the CEO himself came to the phone to discuss all the details. The next day, the protagonist arrived at the company's building, but it turned out to be much smaller than expected, and he even wondered if he had come to the wrong place. CEO Cho So-wook explained with an awkward smile that he had rushed to secure the location because his employees lived nearby and the neighborhood was quite nice. Even though it was Jae-young's first time signing a contract, he wasn't stupid and asked if there were any other streamers who worked with them and whose examples he could look at. Hearing this request, the director hesitated. It turned out that his company had not yet signed a single contract, which was not surprising given that they were in such a small office. Nevertheless, the employees here were people with many years of experience in the marketing and communications department and with the GM Group's public relations, so the man insisted that the young man give them a chance. As soon as Yoon Jae-young heard which company the people here had previously worked for, his interest was immediately piqued and then he asked for more details. He couldn't pass up this opportunity, so Cho So-wook immediately explained that he and the other employees had been dismissed due to the recent incident with Bershin, which had been triggered by Dex's audio recording. It all started after the uploaded video spread across the internet, exposing the GM Group to the whole country. The team applied to Arcadia's new department to be in charge of promoting GM Group, but in the end, they couldn't get anything done, so they took responsibility for what happened. That's how they were laid off. But they weren't going to give up and organize their own company to embark on their last big journey. So-won was ready for anything to make this project a success. Of course, such a small company was met with skepticism, but he continued to insist that they continue to believe in their strengths. The man did not believe in himself at all. If he were in the young man's place, he himself would not have cooperated with a company whose CEO acted solely on emotions. But to his surprise, the young man sitting across from him agreed to try working with them, which greatly surprised the already desperate So-won. Of course, nothing happened just like that. Dex was not a completely desperate fool and set one condition. Under no circumstances should I+ provide anyone with his personal information, and the same applies to what will be shown in the video. This request surprised the man greatly, as it was self-evident, but he did not have time to finish his sentence, as the young man continued. It didn't matter if it was family or friends. No excuses were acceptable. In a cold and stern voice, he insisted that they maintain absolute confidentiality. His voice became increasingly frightening. If the company could not keep everything secret, the contract would be terminated. But there was a chance that he would go much further in his actions. Cho So-wook's opponent was a mysterious player who had shaken up the GM Group, and he was about to reveal his identity. It was not mistrust, but a direct threat. In case of failure, it was unknown how it would backfire. The only thing the man could do was to put everything he had now on the contract. There was no other way out, and he promised to do everything possible to keep his client's secret until the very end. Only then did Yoon Jae-young dare to remove the mask and glasses from his face, revealing his appearance, and officially agree to sign the contract. After that, he handed over his video to their team so they could start working. After this conversation, the director looked as if he had been through a war. The footage captured in this video was from the protagonist's recent journey to the underground dwellers in the Rumor Desert. Since no one had ever seen this location before, the team couldn't understand what exactly the tunnels in front of them were. It looked like a video about exploring the underground. But the more they watched, the more incredible the content became, and soon the CEO's eyes popped out of his head. It was a city of dwarves, creatures that had disappeared after the war with the elves and had not been seen since. Moreover, no one had yet discovered other races like this one. Exclusive maps of new locations, closed to most. It was truly an imagination-boggling video, which was soon posted on the channel. Very soon, everyone saw how the owner of the channel, Budni Raznica, opened a new city and established contact with its inhabitants. The main character's face was not visible, but everyone could see the dwarves and listen to them talk about their workshops, smithies, and homes. Soon, one of the blacksmiths appeared and complained that he didn't have enough workers, and if the protagonist could recommend some skilled craftsmen, he wouldn't even care that they were humans. Viewers noticed that it looked as if there were a lot of deleted scenes, because it was unclear how the author of the video befriended these creatures or discovered the Sandforge. In just one day, the video spread all over the internet. The number of subscribers reached 37 million, and there were already more than 10,000 comments. The CEO knew that the ripple effect would be serious, but he did not expect everything to be so amazing, and the company also received many requests. It was scary to think about the commotion that was now taking place at Arcadia's headquarters. Dex looked young, but he had a huge influence on virtual reality. A sudden cell phone call in the middle of the night greatly frightened Cho So-won. The man flinched. Due to recent events, his nerves were completely shot. It was Jae-yang. The guy wanted to praise the work of his new colleagues. Even though he hadn't made any additional requests, the video had turned out flawless. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the young man said that he had just sent another video that needed to be processed and uploaded. This time he had a request. The information about the items that would appear in the recording should not be hidden. The CEO was very interested in what this was about, even though he believed that after the discovery of a new race, hardly any object would be of interest to anyone. He and his assistant had been working on one video for almost a day, and now a new one had appeared. The young man brought his boss some coffee to perk him up. After thanking him for the drink and his concern, the man turned on the video before working on it. Surprisingly, it turned out to be short. As soon as the first minute passed, all the coffee in Soen's mouth went back up and ended up on the monitor. It felt as if his life had flashed before his eyes. The director did not yet fully realize what he had gotten himself into, but he already understood that this kid would change the world. The video showed a mythical object, the very hammer of Vulcan, the great ancient god, patron of all blacksmiths, as well as all of its incredible characteristics. The video, uploaded to the Destroyer's Daily Life channel, as usual, began to bring about huge changes among users. This sensation instantly reached the Korean branch of Arcadia, and following the previous meeting, they convened another one, but still could not do anything. Numerous players abandoned their daily lives and began flocking to the rumored desert to find dwarves and incredible rewards. Among them were many representatives of large guilds that operated on a corporate basis, such as the infamous Dex Fan Guild. The priority of the benefits that could be obtained from the city of underground dwellers became the main concern of Arcadia users at that time. While everyone else was going crazy and testing themselves in the vastness of the desert, Yoon Jae-young enjoyed the sun, fresh air, and peaceful atmosphere in a deserted place. Ellie sat silently beside him, thinking about strengthening the slime, removing the key growth point of the adventurers, and deliberately revealing information about the dwarves. After all this, his master's next step would definitely be to find another hidden race, the elves. This excited the angel. She could finally go where the remnants of the ancient and long war between demons and heavenly beings remained. The situation was slowly spiraling out of the creator's control, and Alice watched from her side, analyzing everything that was happening. There was a surge in keywords related to the dwarves' storyline, causing a 42% leak of information on the subject. The blonde goddess had to deactivate all existing tasks related to this topic and switch to real-time task creation mode. The next day, Dex looked at the quest window, which had changed as soon as friendly relations with the dwarves had been established. Now it was necessary to establish communication between the two races. It was possible to persuade the thunder gods to negotiate with the elves, albeit with great difficulty. But now the problem was to persuade the other side of the conflict to do the same. While the guy was preoccupied with thoughts of how to find the elven settlement, Satan sensed something strange coming from the demon kingdom. This did not go unnoticed, and when Jae-young asked what had happened, the demon replied that he needed to leave for a short time to go to the underworld. According to him, a difficult situation had arisen that was troubling him greatly. While Ellie, meanwhile, gloated. Covering her mouth with her hand, she laughed and said that she had heard that one of the demons had rebelled, and at this rate, Tanchik could lose his place as king. The devil did not want to quarrel with the heavenly chicken, so before leaving, he simply warned his master not to succumb to the archangel's influence and to wait for him. Of course, he was primarily concerned about influence points, but somewhere deep in the demon's heart, there were sincere feelings. He said goodbye and promised to return soon. Dex sighed heavily and saw off his little familiar, mentally noting the demon's greed for influence points, which was not surprising since there were only 300,000 left. When he and the angel were left alone, the boy allowed her to go to heaven, and then it turned out that she had deliberately arranged everything so that she could stay alone with him. The young man did not immediately understand the meaning of Michael's words. He looked at her as if he had seen a ghost. The treacherous demons needed only a little push to start dancing to their tune. Ellie honestly told him that she had done everything possible to keep Tanchik away for as long as possible. She deliberately provoked a coup in the underworld and at the same time sent angels there, ordering them to cause a commotion. All this was done so that the flying rat would descend into the kingdom of demons on his own. The archangel was sincerely proud of her actions. It was truly impressive. Dex was speechless, wondering why all this was necessary. He really didn't understand what kind of madness had started again. To explain the reason for her actions, the angel started from afar and reminded the man of the incident that had occurred in the sanctuary inside Mount Fian. All the sins that had been committed there were attributed to Tanchik, so Ellie did not blame her master for the destruction of the tomb. It seemed that she did not even guess who was really behind it. Even knowing the background, the guy still didn't understand what exactly the angel wanted from him, because so far everything looked very, very vague. Since the girl had gone so far as to get rid of Satan, she clearly had something to say, and the angel paused for a moment. The fiery speech that the main character was expecting did not happen right away. The reason was much more concise. Archangel Michael wanted justice. Thanks to her observation skills and quick wit, she was 100% sure that her master's next stop was the hidden village of the elves. This alarmed the young man. He couldn't understand how Ellie had found out about it, since he had personally negotiated with the dwarves while his familiars were busy with other matters. The settlement of the secretive race held a sacred object belonging to the Lord of Chaos and King of Demons, Satan, and the demons under his command. It was intriguing to wonder what this remarkable item was, since she referred to it as Tanchik's treasured possession, but it was preferable for the individual to see everything with their own eyes. Finally, they got to the main point. Ellie wanted her owner to destroy this object with particular care so that not a speck of dust remained. This made Yoon Jae-young feel a headache coming on. He stared blankly at the angel in front of him and mulled over what she had said over and over again. She said nothing more, and they silently set off for the elf village. Even though it was a game, it took just as long to get there as it would in reality. All this time, Dex couldn't stop thinking about what Ellie had told him and about the sanctuary inside Mount Fian, which he had mercilessly destroyed. There lay an object that allowed him to make a contract with the Archangel, the very same holy medallion. Apparently, it was a very important place for the heavens. Despite this, Ellie, who had never dealt with what happened there before, suddenly remembered the incident, which was unlike her. Naively, the guy thought that the object in the village was incredibly important, and as if hearing his thoughts, the angel stopped. Turning to the owner, she apologized for not telling him much, saying that she had only thought of a specific plan a short time ago, but the decision to destroy the object had been made centuries ago. After that, the girl asked if he knew why angels and demons worked so hard to make contracts and influence the people of Arcadia. It was all about influence. The more they influenced the virtual world through human contracts, the more points they earned. But there was another reason. And it was much more important than the power to change and rebuild an entire reality. It was simply done to rub salt in the wound of the enemy. In this case, the angel considered it her duty to take revenge on the demon for destroying the sanctuary of heaven. The path led precisely to where the valuable item of the flying rat was located, which seemed like a fateful coincidence for the girl. Dex immediately realized that he was wrong. Those eyes, that obsession with revenge, that manner of speech, which gave the impression that the devil and the angel had switched places. This was the real Ellie. All this was, of course, interesting, but the Archangel should not have forgotten that the main character was not going there for this reason at all. It was an extremely important mission for the young man, and the girl laughed quietly, saying that she did not want to stand in the way of her master. By nightfall, they had reached the Great Amul Forest, which, along with the rumored desert, was one of the 5 largest regions of Arcadia, and it was somewhere here that the elven settlement was located. Fortunately, Jae-young managed to reach his destination without incident, even though several variables did arise. The thing was, there wasn't a single elf in heaven, which meant Ellie couldn't help him summon someone who could take him to the right place. When an elf dies, they go to the spirit world, not to heaven or the underworld, so Tan would most likely have faced the same situation. This was difficult, because Dex had planned to summon the soul of a forest dweller and ask for guidance. But fortunately, Ellie had a good idea. Although there were no elf souls in heaven, there were people who had a close connection with them during their lifetime. Using divine descent, Jae-young summoned the soul of Amelia, a female archer who knew the Amul Forest well. Now they were quietly making their way through the thickets. Amelia warned the young man that fierce tree spirits lived in these old forests, so they had to be extra careful. While they were discussing possible routes to the elf village, one of these evil spirits regained consciousness and opened its eyes. These creatures had excellent hearing, and as soon as they heard someone nearby talking about them, the tree immediately reacted and became angry at the named guest. A few seconds later, the spirit of the old tree appeared. It was incredibly tall and large, reaching 140 game levels. Without the support of the heavens, Dex would not have been able to withstand it. The monster of the Amul Forest roared, moving surprisingly quickly for its size, but this did not frighten the young man. Without any excitement, he stood still as a huge wooden palm flew towards him, threatening to crush him in the next second. With a crash, the hand fell to the ground, raising dust and knocking down nearby trees. It was difficult to see what was really happening there because of the wall of earth and sand. When the smoke cleared, one could see the unharmed Yunjia Yang, his eyes shining with a heavenly glow belonging to a heroic soul. With his help, it was possible to dodge any threat without making unnecessary movements. But it seemed that this giant possessed only physical strength. Noticing that the attack had failed and the intruder was alive, the forest spirit was surprised if these wooden monsters could experience surprise and other emotions besides anger. Roaring so loudly that it would make anyone's heart skip a beat, the large stump tried again to swing the arm on which a living, healthy man was standing. With calmness, Dex used one of Amelia's skills, Magnum Arrow, and slowly drew the bowstring of the ghostly bow, glowing with gold. Ignoring the enemy's defense, the strike dealt heavy damage to the enemy's weak spot. With the archer's eye, it was possible not only to avoid threats, but also to find vulnerable points. Still standing on the monster's arm, the young man continued to aim at the wooden spirit in front of him, arrows of divine energy burning brightly in his hands. With a mad smile, he activated Mad Rain, which was to be the final blow to the high-ranking enemy. The sight was quite beautiful, breathtaking. A golden whirlwind struck right where the spirit of the ancient tree of the Emil Forest stood, illuminating the entire area for several dozen kilometers. The attack skills were simply amazing. Dex was very pleased, but it was difficult to regulate the power, which meant that the consumption of influence points was quite serious. When all threats and obstacles were eliminated, the main character moved forward, making his way through the thicket, while two figures of unknown creatures silently watched him. The sharp-eared girls with burning eyes watched closely as the man invaded their territory and tried to find the village. But only they knew their intentions. Soon the main character and Amalia reached the place from where he could continue on his own without much difficulty. Ahead lay the territory of the elves, and there should be no monsters there. After listening to the man's gratitude, the heroic soul turned to him and asked him to fulfill one request when he met the elves in person. The girl's face looked very desperate, and Dex understood that it was something serious, so he did not rush to refuse, asking what exactly she wanted him to do. First, he needed to find out whether an elf named Pale was alive or dead. In the warrior's memories, he was a rather handsome man with long hair. The sad face changed to one full of anger and disgust, and Amelia shouted that if he was alive, the guy should kill him as ruthlessly and cruelly as possible. Initially, this elf's fate was quite tragic. He was supposed to die from a dwarf attack, but at the very last moment, the warrior saved him, and they swore to love each other forever. But as soon as they returned to the elven settlement, Pale immediately betrayed her and began spending time with other elves, not just one, but several at once. Remembering the past and the harm her beloved had caused her, the girl burst into tears and begged him to grant her request and kill the traitor. It all sounded crazy, but the main character had no choice but to promise to think about it, while Ellie, standing nearby, sighed heavily, looking tired. Because of situations like this, she didn't like to get involved with lost souls, and she had to explain to the girl that concepts such as love and marriage did not exist for elves. Amelia, as someone who had earned the title of honorary elf, should have known this well. They couldn't criticize elves when they acted in an elven manner. After the angel's words, the girl realized that her request was too complicated, but she couldn't meet the elves face to face either, so she asked to be returned to heaven. After Amelia returned to heaven, Michael explained that she was good if you didn't pay attention to her obsession, but Jae Young disagreed with him, period. All this talk about killing the unfaithful Peel still gave him the creeps, and at that moment, a sharp arrow flew past. It landed right in front of the main character's feet, as if warning him not to go any further if he valued his life. Lowering his gaze, the young man looked at the weapon below, which made him wary and realized that they were not alone here. All this time, they had been watching him closely and finally began to act. Without leaving their hiding place, the elves shouted, ordering him not to move. At first, Ellie kept saying that the elves had made a deal with humans, but now she suddenly admitted that it was a desperate move and that they actually hated humanity. At that time, they were desperately short of manpower during the war, so they had to enter into such an alliance and turn a blind eye to their original enmity. Finally, the forest rangers emerged from the shadows of the Emil Forest, pointing their weapons at the man. They couldn't let their guard down with an intruder at their doorstep. Now, Dex understood what Mikhail meant when she said that this enmity was due to human appearance. The average elf looked like a human supermodel. The archers tied the uninvited guest's hands and blindfolded him so that he would not learn the way to the settlement. Because of this, Jae Young walked slower than he could have, but his greatest regret was that he would never be able to see the way. These guys turned out to be much more cautious than he had hoped, and only after about an hour did they open his eyes when they stopped in front of the entrance. He had to wait a few seconds before his eyes adjusted to the bright light again, and he looked around and was very surprised when he realized where he was. They were standing where the world tree slept, in the very center of the Emil forest, in front of the entrance to the hidden village of the elves. The whole place was imbued with life energy and magic. One of the forest rangers approached the roots of the tree and touched them with her palm. Speaking in a mysterious language unknown to any living soul, the elf seemed to be conversing directly with the world tree. Soon, responding to her call, the roots opened a passage to a dimension hidden from the eyes of strangers. In this bright light, I could see a colorful city built among the trees, secluded from nature. Magical particles flew everywhere, and the main character looked at the scene before him with excitement, holding his breath. Indeed, this place was impossible to find. As an achievement and reward for seeing the world tree, the root that supports all of Arcadia with his own eyes, Dex's closeness to spirits and nature increased many times over. Now, if he told the whole continent about it, he would be considered a true hero. But something bothered him, and that was the sword sticking out of the tree. He simply couldn't wrap his head around how Tanshik managed to stick his sword into the world tree. And only Ellie looked happy, now that her master would truly destroy the enemy's treasures. At the sight of a human in the village, some elves were so shocked that they dropped the things they were holding, while a child who had never seen humans before stared silently at the guest's face. This reaction was not so much because he had appeared here in principle, but because of his appearance. Everyone who looked at the young man considered him ugly. Almost immediately, the Queen of the Elves, Melissa, came out and addressed the intruder, saying that she had been informed that he had been wandering through the forest in search of their territory. For the townspeople, as well as for Jae-young, it was surprising that Her Majesty had personally come here to meet with a representative of another race. A little angel peeked out from under her hood, saying that everything indicated that this woman had been watching him through the spirits of the forest from the very beginning. Ignoring the fact that Ellie had not seen fit to mention this immediately, the young man kept his eyes fixed on the majestic figure, listening to the questions she asked. And the first question was, of course, how he had mastered the art of archery, with which he had fought monsters in the Emil forest. As soon as the queen heard the name of Amelia, from whom he had learned this skill, the girl immediately looked frightened and concerned. Whispers spread through the crowd that had gathered there. Everyone was in complete shock and even horror at the mention of Amelia. But Melissa ignored it and asked the rangers to release the man. She understood perfectly well why her subjects were worried, but did not consider it necessary to follow suit or worry so much. This reaction surprised the main character. Neither he nor Ellie knew about Amelia's past, so they had no choice but to obediently follow the queen for a conversation. The look that the Queen of the Elves had just given them could not be called friendly. On the contrary, it revealed a strong sense of fear. They entered the Elven Palace together, sat down at the table, and only then began to talk about how Melissa had never heard of Amelia having a human student. To avoid further questions, Dex said that he had never met her personally, that he had learned all his skills from Amelia's unique school, and after that, the queen had no more questions. The hero asked the next question, wondering what kind of person the warrior was, since everyone reacted to her name with detachment, even though she had been given the status of an honorary elf. It was clear how uncomfortable the woman was answering this question. Her Majesty hesitated before saying what she had not dared to say for many years. Although it was very awkward to say this, especially to a representative of the same race, Amelia was truly insane. As soon as she considered an elf handsome, she immediately stuck to him like glue, and she went crazy over the elves she considered her rivals. In particular, she was obsessed with Peel. The truth was that the queen also had a difficult time for 40 years, while she waited for Amelia's death so she could be with her beloved Peel. That is why she was frightened when she saw the archery technique, because he could have been a student who had come to take revenge, but fortunately, that was not the case. The conversation then turned to the reason why the man was so fiercely cutting his way to the village through the centuries-old trees that had previously protected them. On the other hand, if the guy hadn't done that, the trees would have simply killed him, but he didn't dare to answer that and just took out the scroll and handed it to the queen. It was an agreement to open a regular trade route, but that wasn't all the scroll contained. The more Melissa read, the more surprised she looked. With every word, she was overcome by a strange feeling of déjà vu that was impossible to ignore, because those who had the trading goods made her tremble. Finally, when the Queen of the Elves saw the signature at the bottom of the scroll, she realized who this trade agreement belonged to. It was their worst enemies, the dwarves. Only then did Dex reveal his identity as a representative of the peaceful delegation of humanity that had visited the Forge of the Sands. As far as was known, the war that had been going on for hundreds of years did not end with a truce. After a period of calm, at some point both sides broke off contact and moved into their current state. Enough time had passed, and the operation had been cut off from contact with the outside world for too long. Now it was time for a new era. The scroll announced the end of the war between the clans of dwarves and elves, prohibiting any offensive words of discrimination, a true peace agreement. No matter how much Queen Melissa thought about it, she could not detect a single lie in the words of the messenger of peace representing humanity. And yet it was very difficult for her to believe that the dwarves, fierce supporters of racial superiority, had made such an offer voluntarily. As the main character expected, the elves were not so simple-minded. Their obsession with appearance and contemptuous attitude were at a higher level than that of the dwarves. The queen chose to ignore what the man had said and asked whether wine and branches from the world tree were the only items available for trade. They asked to add spirit stones and fairy wing powder to the list, if possible, of course, but the girl's expression suggested that this would be more difficult than it seemed. After thinking briefly about what she had just read and heard, Her Highness sincerely apologized and said that she could not accept the dwarves' offer. At first, the guy thought she was refusing because she wanted to make some changes to certain points, but Melissa still did not agree. The problem was that the elves did not have the resources, and the queen did not want to share this with a representative of a lower human race. Rising from the table, she said that if there was nothing else to discuss, it would be best for the man to return, and she would graciously escort him back to where he had met the Rangers. At the same time, the task of the peace treaty had failed, and the game left him no room for conversation or action, ending everything immediately. He didn't know what to do because he didn't want to just retreat. Dex hated nothing more in life than stopping halfway, especially when the path became more difficult. At that moment, Ellie appeared, saying that she had warned him in advance that he would have no choice but to fulfill her request and destroy Tanchik's treasure. The young man looked at his companion with caution and distrust, unable to believe that she had known from the beginning that everything would turn out this way. The angel's face looked even more cunning than the demon's, and with a smile she suggested that he listen to her proposal again, as it was quite possible that he would find it beneficial. And then the archangel began her story from distant times, when the war between light and darkness suddenly flooded Arcadia with blood, the battle between hellish creatures and heavenly beings. In a terrible war in which angels and demons fought fiercely, it was the World Tree, not any of the races, that saved countless lives that were bleeding to death. Thanks to its ability to establish boundaries around its territory, the tree made it impossible for any living creature within range to use offensive skills, thus becoming a refuge. However, the war between demons and heavenly beings could not end so easily, and in the end, an incident occurred that can still be observed to this day. The sort of divine energy from the demonic world, which brings death, consumes everything, and corrupts with darkness, for some reason became stuck in the bark of the world tree. Since then, the elves have been busy protecting their progenitor, and the coordinates of the tree's location are kept a closely guarded secret, making trade impossible. After listening to the story, Dex understood a lot for himself. It was the archangel's wish and the minimum condition for the elves to accept his proposal for a peace treaty. Seeing that her master had finally agreed to her request, Ellie flew closer and whispered in his ear the plan of action that needed to be carried out to destroy the sword. All this time, they had been following the queen, and now the man finally spoke up, calling out to the girl. Melissa turned around and said she had nothing more to add. The guy said he had one last request, and if she followed him, he would quietly leave the settlement and never return. Together, they reached the roots of the World Tree, which was located in the territory of the Elven City. Her Highness did not understand why they had come here. Anxiety raged in the girl's heart. She did not trust people and could not understand what this young man was going to do. She could not read his actions. All she could do was stand there and watch Yunjiang's back, waiting for him to make a move. The truth was that the young man himself did not know what to do, because an object with the divine energy of the demonic world was hardly something that could be easily destroyed. Ellie had an idea. She used her divine energy and, as if from her pocket, took out a heavenly weapon, a golden shining sword. It was the end of eternity, a heavenly miracle with an extremely powerful destructive nature. More detailed information about this weapon of the heavens was encrypted. A divine object can only be destroyed by another divine object, And the angel was also going to give her master a special discount on influence points. The main character was speechless. His little familiars were getting items left and right that were simply impossible to obtain in the real world. But the girl didn't see anything wrong with that. As soon as he took the sword in his hand, the quest, the world tree infected with evil, appeared, and divine energy enveloped his body, warming him. All this happened before the eyes of the elf queen, Melissa. She couldn't help but notice the divine weapon. Moreover, she couldn't help but know what kind of weapon it was. Meanwhile, the blonde goddess Alice watched closely what was happening in the elven settlement. She artificially created a quest, the emergence of new races. Coming a little closer, Her Highness folded her arms across her chest and said in a quiet, soft voice that, as she had thought, this man was extremely unusual. She was very concerned about what the end of eternity was doing on this continent, and even more so, what this weapon was doing in the hands of an ordinary human peace envoy. It was extremely difficult to explain, and moreover, the young man did not want to do so. He turned to the queen with a smile and said that he simply had some connection to the heavens. Hearing this, the girl cried out that it made no sense, because this sacred sword was mentioned in elven legends, and it couldn't just appear in the hands of a human. Then the young man turned to her again and, sighing, repeated her words verbatim, saying that this was not information he wanted to share with the elves. At that moment, Melissa was speechless. She silently looked at the man in front of her, sincerely unable to believe that someone could have such a repulsive character. What was more important was that the main character wanted to continue the conversation he had started about the truce and propose a slight change to the terms. He didn't even ask, but rather politely inquired about the reason related to the world tree, which was why the elves were now hiding their existence. The fact that a human had learned their great secret greatly frightened the elf queen, but he continued to speak, demanding that they sign a peace treaty with the dwarves. If the elves do this, he will destroy the Demon King's treasure right now and free the world tree from the ever-approaching darkness once and for all. Business negotiations began with a character named Melissa. She was offered exactly what she wanted, and the tree itself was interested in this. This was what the forest dwellers had dreamed of for centuries. If a human could truly eliminate the source of evil that was devouring the world tree, it would change everything. If the elf mother could be freed from eternal torment and returned, then in the name of Queen Melissa de Artemis, leader of the Greenleaf clan, she swore to accept all offers. Nearby, Archangel Michael screamed in a fit of madness. This was more than enough for her master. Now it was time to destroy the weapon of the accursed demons. The blade, glowing with darkness, still stuck in the bark of the tree, poisoning what supported the entire world of Arcadia with its roots. A sly smile appeared on the main character's face. He took out the mask of the deceiver and asked his familiar to wait a moment. The destruction of an artifact with divine energy belonging to demons? Could there be anything more interesting to watch in the evening? It simply had to be filmed, so Dex immediately started a live broadcast on his channel, The Destroyer's Daily Life, instantly gathering viewers. Changing his appearance to that of the player Chocolate Cake Joa, he greeted everyone and said that today he would save the world tree live on air. Many of those who had just joined didn't understand what he was talking about and had never heard of such a thing. But there were also those who were well aware of the existence of this tree. The end of eternity, the great heavenly blade, I feel the presence of evil, trembling in the hands of man with impatience. The time has come, the main character swung, and the energy of destruction began to concentrate on the blade. It was time to destroy the darkness. I really wanted to end it all with a single blow, because I needed to save my influence points, which are not infinite and gradually run out. As if sensing the impending threat and danger, the bringer of death used his dark power to form a kind of protective barrier around himself. Energy gushed from the heavenly weapon, and the young man bent his knees slightly, pushing off from the ground and aiming right at the center of the bringer. Approaching the weapon stuck in the bark of the world tree, he was almost 100% sure that he would succeed in one go. He felt omnipotent, sensing the approaching mortal threat. The weapon of the underworld used its powers to defend itself. It possessed its own mind and could act even without Satan. As a defensive measure, the sword released black magic that burned everything in its path, rushing as fast as lightning, and almost nothing could stop it. Another blade pierced the bark of a tree. If Dex hadn't done that, he would most likely have crashed to his death on the ground, but he managed to hold on. The attack of the sinister weapon was so powerful that the young man really thought he would die here today. It was a miracle that he dodged it in time. When he landed on a branch, an angel flew up to him, asking if everything was okay. The boy responded with a question of his own, asking what had just happened and how the object could use its skills. Before Ellie could explain anything, the Deathbringer soared into the air, as if looking around for a place to hide. Soaring higher into the air, he flew away from the clearing, setting off in search of a vessel he could possess and use to attack his enemies. Nearby was a giant ogre of the great forest, Emil, level 130. Who knows what he was looking for, but it was him that the sword spotted. Taking aim, the bringer of death rushed towards the monster, considering him the most suitable host. Standing on the branches of the world tree, the main character and the archangel watched in complete shock as the weapon fled the battlefield. Ellie did not expect such an outcome. After the weapon entered the ogre, there was a real burst of black energy, more like an explosion, and a dark purple beam struck the sky. Before the eyes of the elf defenders, a boss monster was created, the wicked warrior of the demonic sword. He grew even larger in size, and in his hands was a huge, heavy weapon. The rangers who were nearby immediately began to attack him, continuing to defend the world tree. No matter how big and scary the enemy was, they would not retreat. Being forest dwellers and children of nature, the elves possessed various elemental magic, and magical attacks and techniques flew at the ogre from all sides. When the smoke and dust from the magical explosion settled, the elves saw a monster that was alive and unharmed, which had not moved even an inch to the side. There was not a single scratch on it, and the rangers looked at it in horror. Now they were truly afraid, but they could not retreat, for behind them stood the world tree. Anger boiled up inside the Deathbringer. He had been stuck in the bark for several hundred years and no one had touched him, but now everyone was trying to destroy everything, and it was infuriating him. Swinging his heavy sword, the ogre, enslaved by a weapon with divine energy, struck toward where the elves stood, and dark magic burst forth, knocking them off their feet. Those who were hit turned to ash in an instant, and the rangers rushed back to the tree, retreating to what was still safe ground. Who would have thought that a simple desire to help would cause such a commotion? Even Mikhail did not think that things would go so far, although she believed that the sword would act as expected. To be completely honest, even a ranker like Yoon Jae-young couldn't handle such power, and the angel wondered what could be done in this situation. Her first thought was to call Tan Cheek, since he was the owner of this sword. But Ellie considered this unacceptable, because the loss of this item was the only reason why the demons weren't getting cocky. The only thing that could help them now was to fully unlock the power of the end of eternity. But how to do that remained a mystery until the girl came up with something. Flying closer, she whispered the plan that had come to her mind into his ear, but it was beyond reasonable. Even Dex was shocked, looking at her as if she were crazy, but the angel was not joking. She looked at her master with a sly smile and waited for him to agree, because there was no other way out anyway. At the same time, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, Executive Director Kwon went out into the courtyard to smoke a cigarette and calm down a little. There he ran into Manager Kwon, the director of the script department, whom he hadn't really seen much lately due to their heavy workload. They used to have enough time to discuss not only work issues, but also just chat. But now, for the first time in 3 days, they were having a normal conversation. After a short silence, the director asked why such accidents were happening on their continent, why everything was calm and going according to plan in other countries. After all, they had tried their best, and the director and the team had done everything possible to make Arcadia successful in Korea. But now there was a new problem in the World Tree area. Fortunately, at least for their departments, this situation was not one they had to deal with, but the customer response team was clearly suffering greatly. As they rode the elevator up to their floor, they discussed what work awaited the script department in the future, but it was still too early to say anything. On the floor, everyone was crowded around the monitors and looked really excited, not taking their eyes off some video. Noticing Myung-han, a girl said he should take a look at it. Of course, the executive director was aware of the problem with the World Tree, but he believed that it was not worth paying much attention to, as there was nothing they could do about it anyway. But when he came closer and watched the live broadcast, he literally went mad, and it seemed as if his hair had turned gray. On the monitors, everyone could see a real angel, a girl with golden hair and 6 wings holding the weapon of heaven, the end of eternity, in her hand. It was Michael, the archangel in her true original form, a beautiful warrior staring resolutely at the enemy before her and ready for battle. Shortly before, when they were discussing the angel's crazy plan, Ellie asked her host to lend her his body for a short time, as her arrival would be the best solution in the current situation. If she actually took her true form, the number of points spent would be simply incredible, so the guy thought it would be better to call on Satan in this situation. Of the million he had received, very little influence remained, barely 300,000, so Dex could hardly fulfill his familiar's request. For a while the girl looked at the man silently, then asked if he really thought she was going to use her influence points now. How could she descend from heaven with the points he had? Even summoning her spirit would be difficult with such a small amount, let alone summoning her. With a smile, the girl asked him not to worry, that this had been her plan all along, and she was ready to take full responsibility for what had happened. The only thing he could do was lend her his body. Since that was all that was needed, the young man was willing to take the risk, just to deal with this threat and return everything to a more or less peaceful state. A second after he agreed, Her Brilliant Holiness, Archangel Michael, descended upon the player. His game mode switched to observer mode, and the entire area was flooded with divine light. Taking on his original form, the angel flew up into the sky, addressing the bringer of death, saying that he should have immediately obediently allowed himself to be destroyed, but he dared to rebel against fate. The live broadcast was still going on, and viewers across the network saw the angel in the sky bravely challenging the terrifying monster. Taking the sword, End of Eternity, in her hands, Ellie set about her plan, using her power, and her halo grew larger, rising into the sky. In the girl's eyes, blue as the sky, there was a terrifying determination and cruelty of the heavens. She gathered strength in the blade, commanding it to destroy all evil. The essence of death within the fence sensed the approaching mortal danger. Looking at the angel above him, now there was nowhere for him to run. With a swing of her blade, she unleashed all the power contained within the weapon of the heavens, and a golden divine light struck the place where evil stood, exploding everything in its path. The true destructive power of the End of Eternity was both terrifying and beautiful. The dazzling light from the powerful energy explosion, turning night into day. It was simply incredible. The main character, who was watching all this, was completely enthralled. He couldn't take his eyes off it and wondered if they were using the same weapon. Under the onslaught of divine power, the ogre howled in pain. The power of the sword burned and inflicted incredibly high lethal damage, but the bringer of death stood firm. Heavenly holy justice was reborn, bringing with it hymns of exalted honor that deafened all evil. The justice of the supreme sacrifice activated an unquenchable flame, burning a large area. The heavenly warrior flying in the clouds was surrounded by divine radiance, silently watching the enemy below in the middle of the scorched territory, waiting. The commentators went crazy. For the first time in the entire game, they saw an angel with their own eyes, a real heavenly creature, and they were curious about what the channel's author was doing. It was pure madness, a literal descent of an angel to earth. Dex was even afraid to think about what Ellie had been doing during the war between demons and angels. Meanwhile, the bringer of death did not want to give up and accept his own death. He took a defensive stance, as if challenging Michael. To increase his strength and survive a new attack, he absorbed the remaining life force of the carrier, drying the ogre's body to a mummy-like state. When the monster was dead, the sword glowed with dark magic again, soaring into the air. It was his last chance for survival. A familiar protective barrier appeared around the blade, changing its appearance to what it originally looked like, surrounding itself with black magic. Archangel Michael sighed quietly, staring sternly at the piece of iron in front of her, and marveling at how it still continued to resist so boldly. They say that there is no demonic sword that would not break after 10 blows from a divine weapon. It was this theory that the girl was about to test, swinging the End of Eternity again and gathering new heavenly powers in her hands. She didn't care if she burned down the entire forest. Rushing forward, the heavenly warrior cut through space with a single swing, delivering another deadly blow to the weapon of the Demon King and Lord of the Underworld. This blow caused a new explosion of energy. The more blows there were, the more powerful the bursts were, the brighter the sparks were, and the greater the shockwave was. This battle was completely different from the skills used by the users. These were objects of the gods, a battle of things with divine energy and their own will. The bringer of death continued to stand firm despite the blows dealt to him by the End of Eternity, but how long would this last? The sword in the archangel's hands received an endless supply of divine power from the heavens. It would never stop attacking, its power would never run out. The obvious outcome was only a matter of time. The blade of the demonic object began to crack and fall apart, barely holding together. The absolute vessel, the energy of demonic destruction, was corroding the sword. A new and final blow was struck, and the end of eternity unleashed all its destructive power. Before it was all over, the Archangel Michael appeared before the main character, Jia Yang, sincerely thanking him for his help in fulfilling her long-held dream. It was so important to her that she swore by her name that she would never forget the service rendered to heaven. Dex held his breath, silently watching her, feeling something warm spread through his chest from the divine grace that emanated from the girl. Finally, the bringer of death split into 3 pieces, destroying itself completely. It was the end he had been pursuing ever since Ellie crossed the threshold of the Emil Forest. It was a truly mythical feat. The influence of the demonic world decreased by a whole 4%. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, the Holy Empire now began to keep an eye on Dex. While the favor of the elves in the heavens grew toward the young man, in the underground world of demons, Tanchik experienced pain when his weapon was destroyed. Even from such a great distance, he still felt what had happened. The Demon King knew perfectly well who was behind what had happened to his precious treasure. Resembling more of a terrifying monster than a ruler, he howled in rage, cursing the winged chicken. When it was all over, the angel smiled as she gathered the fragments of the blade into a bag. She felt a little burdened, but otherwise the amount of influence she had spent did not particularly affect her. To be honest, her actions were still relatively lenient, considering that she had borrowed a human body, which the young man found difficult to believe. The shards were objects imbued with divine energy, and they had to be taken care of before they fell into the hands of someone with evil intentions. To prevent the emergence of evil, the girl collected them, and besides, she had a suitable use for them. At that moment, Satan appeared, furious, his eyes burning with hatred, and all of it directed at one angel. Destroying the bringer of death in his absence could be seen as a declaration of war, but Ellie continued to mock him, saying that he would not be able to hold on to victory. Interrupting his outburst of rage and hatred, the girl held out the bag as if giving a gift, and the demon was confused, asking what was inside. With a satisfied smirk, the angel asked if he really didn't recognize his own item with divine energy, then opened the bag. Before Tanchik's eyes, the fragments of his beloved sword, which still contained remnants of darkness, fell to the ground. The Demon King's patience was not elastic, and he yelled at the top of his lungs, insulting the heavenly chicken with every word possible. Meanwhile, the customer service department of the Korean branch of Arcadia was in complete chaos, with endless calls from players asking endless questions about the scenario, the world tree, and the elves. As Kwon Myung-han had expected, it was a real madhouse. But he thought that all the problems would come from Dex again. But what happened was beyond all expectations. There was a real boom on the internet, with information related to this incident flooding various gaming sites, leading to the spread of fake news. Naturally, this led to an increase in complaints. The customer service department was overwhelmed, and the CEO went to the branch manager to find out if it was right to do nothing. Lee Mi-yun clarified whether she understood correctly that the subject of the dispute was a request for the authority to arbitrarily regulate the favor of elves and dwarves. That was exactly the case. With these powers, it would be possible to speed up the timing of interracial wars or peace agreements that would appear in future scenarios. The man was right. Improving relations between elves and gnomes was the most effective solution, but they could not choose this option. Because there was not enough justification for such a change, even though it was just a setting in the game. But the two races had fought each other hundreds of years ago, and their survival was at stake. If they suddenly started being friendly with each other for no reason, would players be able to understand what was going on in the game world? It would only raise more questions and arguments. Unlimited freedom and unlimited possibilities. This repetition is not just a play on words, it is the basis of their project. More importantly, this scenario is extremely rare. A situation where one user changes the settings twice at will, something that the Arcadia staff failed to achieve. Just one person was able to change everything so much that it threw everything into chaos and caused a whole commotion among users. Because of all this commotion, more and more offers and requests came to I+, which was not surprising since the channel owner does not reveal anything about himself. An employee approached the CEO and told him that the Korean branch had sent requests for cooperation, asking him to share at least some information about the user. The proposal to disclose at least some of the information infuriated Cho So-un. He loomed menacingly over the young man, sternly stating that all customer information was strictly confidential. There were no exceptions, no matter who requested this information, and no matter what happened, even if it was God or Buddha. And yet, no matter how you look at it, measures must be taken, because even the Korean branch of Arkady personally contacted them, and the man was thinking about whether to call Chocolate Cake Joa. At that moment, Chocolate Cake himself called him, as if he had read the thoughts of the CEO of I+. Due to his nerves, the man confused his position and addressed the young man as director, which surprised the man. Thinking that the latest buzz on the internet could cause some difficulties for his partner, the guy decided to ask how they were doing and found out that everything was just great. After reading the comments, he noticed that many people were interested in the location of the elf and dwarf villages, which was to be expected, as this would be of great benefit to users. Moreover, if he put it up for sale for hundreds of millions of dollars, there would be those who would want to buy it, and since that was the case, Dex simply offered to disclose this information to them. It sounded so crazy that the man shouted back, asking if he had heard correctly that the young man wanted them to disclose all the information about the coordinates to users. Not just information about what happened there, not just information that these creatures really exist somewhere, but also information about the settlements of elves and dwarves. He tried to reason with his employer, explaining how much more content could be filmed in these locations. Based on the current reaction, even a simple video about what objects were there would get a lot of views. But the young man did not want to do something as boring as the man suggested, and said that, from the point of view of popularity and profit, it would be more profitable to shoot videos with different content in each location. Any fool can do that. So even if people find out the coordinates of this settlement, it will be extremely difficult for them to get what they want, as both races have explosive personalities. After this conversation, he re-entered virtual reality, where he met a little elf girl in the village who asked him a question. These little girls always said that if she communicated with freaks, she would become a bad elf, but would everything be all right if she communicated with dwarves and turned out to be bad? This question was not only very awkward, but also veiledly insulting to the peacemaker himself. The guy tensed up and cautiously asked who had taught her this. As you might guess, it was her mother who told her this story. That was how elves were raised in this place. These creatures had many distorted values, but the young man tried to remain calm and explained in simple terms that if she interacted with dwarves, she would grow up to be a good elf. Turning to the queen, he asked her not to teach children such things in the future, as education that destroys character should not be prioritized. In any case, a peace agreement was signed, meaning that the elves and dwarves would continue to interact according to the deal. With slight embarrassment, the queen of the elves, Melissa, asked Jae Young if she should be kind to the humans who had recently been wandering around the Amil forest. Ignoring the fact that these were again veiled words about humans being ugly, the guy advised her to do as she pleased, as he didn't care either way. This news made the girl very happy because she had been deeply depressed, wondering whether she should let ugly people like humans into her village. But heroes, of course, were an exception. The next day, Dex went to the virtual reality engineering department's laboratory, where the professor again asked him to take a test to synchronize with the Dreamer capsule. His results were still incredible, and, as annoying as it was, the student couldn't refuse the professor, so he had to put up with it. Today's test consisted of a request for cooperation from the Korean branch of Arkady in Asian Electronics, and if he agreed, he would receive a 5. Being greedy and mercenary by nature, the young man couldn't pass up the chance to get an A+ for the year, even if it meant missing this professor's class. To be honest, he didn't particularly want to cross paths with people from Arcadia, but the conditions were too tempting, and he could only hope that his identity would not be revealed. However, the simulation using the capsule was a simple intermittent action, like dodging a sword, and the young man doubted its effectiveness, but the employee was convinced that he had helped them a lot. Judging by what they had already learned from the test with the young man, the level of synchronization was literally an intertwining of the brain and the capsule. But so far, a lot remained unclear. Only one thing could be said for sure: if Yoon Jae-young played arcade games, he would achieve the best results in the entire history of virtual reality. After a bunch of boring tests, the main character went back to the game, appearing in the same location where he had been spending the last few days, near the World Tree. And again, he plunged into the chaos of his routine. After returning from the underworld, the Demon King did nothing but scream hysterically because of what the angel had done. Unlike him, Ellie didn't scream, but she added fuel to the fire, continuing to tease him and provoke him emotionally. In fact, it remained unclear which of them was more of a demon. And again, they got into a fight. Dex looked at them with a tired gaze, unable to believe that this was all they had been doing in his absence. As soon as the demon saw his master, he yelled at him, asking how he could have so easily fallen for the heavenly chicken and destroyed the Deathbringer. And again they began to yell at each other. Ellie said that the Avengers had lit up, and Tan asked how one could compare just one sarcophagus with an object full of divine energy. While they were arguing and yelling at each other, Jae-young received a request for dialogue from the World Tree itself, which actually had its own consciousness, which was surprising and interesting. After agreeing, a mark in the shape of a tree lit up under their feet, and the channel for conversation was activated. The pressure from this symbol was so strong that it almost knocked the young man off his feet. It was difficult to even stand. The World Tree did not have the strength for a face-to-face meeting at that moment, so it invited the travelers to a dream space where they could talk, and it appeared in the form of a girl. While his consciousness was in another world and engaged in dialogue with the tree, his body remained in the same place where he had been standing before. This creature had many different names, but most living beings in this world know her as the World Tree. First and foremost, she wanted to thank her savior, who had helped her free herself from the demonic dark forces, but that was not the main reason she had called him. In addition to gratitude, the centuries-old creature in the form of a little girl was interested in one more thing. Moving even closer, the girl leaned cautiously toward the young man, as if trying to see something inside his soul. As she expected, nothing was visible. At first, she thought he was unusual, since he was surrounded by the leaders of heaven and demons, but he was even more grandiose than she had imagined. It was very curious what the true essence of this person was. He was not an angel or a demon, not a spirit or a dragon. He had a simple human body, so where did the power to save the World Tree come from? As expected, this girl, like everyone else in this world, started talking about influence points, which could turn the whole world upside down. Dex said that he periodically receives tasks similar to missions, for which he receives a reward called influence. Surprisingly, the tree understood him. Despite the fact that she had matured at the very root, she was confused and very curious about who had such great power that they were able to give him these missions. As interesting as it was, even the main character himself did not know whose brain generated all the tasks he received. Sometimes he thought that this person was sick. With its usual level of divinity, the World Tree would not have been able to understand this, in which case everything would have been much more complicated. The guy noticed her excitement and hastened to say that he had told the truth. The girl immediately moved on from this topic because there was no answer anyway. More importantly, she had to pay extra for the answer to her question and brought him a golden fruit as a gift. After the gift was presented, she spoke about the elves and dwarves, whom he had helped take the first steps toward reconciliation between the tribes. Overcoming her awkwardness, the girl asked if she could ask for one more favor, but the main character clearly and sharply refused. This reaction greatly surprised the World Tree because she was not even listened to. Dex explained that it would be extremely difficult for him to fulfill this request because he was just a simple, worthless person. In reality, he was worried about his influence, as he had very little left, only 100,000, so he didn't want to get involved in any huge adventure. This response greatly surprised the 1,000-year-old creature because she clearly saw all his brilliant achievements and was sure that he could handle it. Killer of newbies, destroyer of relics, noble assassin, cruel necromancer, diplomat who could negotiate with the devil himself, saint of slimes. She could see all these titles. There were many strange achievements, but she believed that this man could do her a favor, and if he couldn't, then probably no one could. Noble judge, seeker of neutrality, revolutionary of equality, for the World Tree, Dex was like an open book. She saw his essence as the Bard of Anarchy. She continued to list his titles, addressing him as politely as possible. Friend of the dwarves, hero of the elves, and simply a respected wanderer, while the green vines continued to entangle the young man. With all due respect, the girl asked for a favor once more, in the name of the World Tree, sincerely hoping that he would listen to her request. A task appeared. Scattered continents. Arcadia, once a single continent, was now divided into several, and the World Tree wanted to reunite them. To complete this task, the heart of a dragon was needed. At the sight of this material, everything inside the young adventurer trembled. This was a new challenge and a new unknown creature. At the dawn of Arcadia, the world was originally a single entity, one huge continent called Pangea. The tail of a dragon, white as snow, hiding in the harsh, snowy mountains, was one of the most crucial, as important as all the others. For example, tales such as the one about dwarves creating things like gold and silver treasures deep underground, or the tale of a mysterious and beautiful fairy who lives in the forest in harmony with nature and all living things, about the children who inhabit these forests. The continent is so vast that its scale is impossible to imagine. In the past, Arcadia represented all of this, but when the World Tree fell asleep, much changed. As a result, it could no longer continue its mission to maintain the integrity of this world with its roots, and the continent gradually split apart. All this information would be impossible to find in a library. Arcadia was the second continent, the official name of the server on which the main character was now playing. Gradually, he began to realize how impressive and large-scale the request of the World Tree was. Literally the size of not only the virtual world, but also the real world. Meanwhile, the girl continued to talk. The problem was that she had not recovered enough to demonstrate this power of unity. Recalling the girl's words that it would not be so difficult, the guy felt himself losing touch with reality. It seemed to him that the tree was all-powerful, so how could an ordinary person help? These words sounded extremely sarcastic, but the young lady took them positively and laughed quietly. She said that her request was not urgent and would take a long time to fulfill. He just needed to do it when he had free time. And when he realized that he could do it, he had to bring her an item that she really needed. The guy didn't immediately understand what she was talking about, but the World Tree quickly clarified everything. She needed a dragon's heart. At that moment, Dexa was struck as if by lightning, and he could hardly understand anything, staring in shock at the girl in front of him. Ideally, she needed the heart of an ancient dragon or higher to achieve the effect she wanted. It had to be of that level. The main character's head began to ache, and he finally lost his temper and shouted, "How could anyone ask for such an absurd and difficult favor with a smile?" But he never got an answer, because after his words, the World Tree immediately broke contact with him, returning him to the real world, where the guy saw the elves as soon as he opened his eyes. He found himself in a strange place on a bed, surrounded by girls from the forest people, and while the young man was coming to his senses, one of them called Queen Melissa. The recently created task appeared again. Dex silently stared at the mission window and thought that it was simply insane to bring the heart of the strongest creature in Arcadia. While he was muttering curses under his breath, the Queen of the Elves ran into the room, heading straight for him and rejoicing that the man had regained consciousness. Seeing the girl, the young man immediately asked what was going on, but the elves standing nearby scolded the intruder for being in the queen's bed and behaving disrespectfully. Their words fell on deaf ears, both for Dex and their mistress, Melissa, who grabbed the hero's hand, unable to contain her emotions. Tears of happiness welled up in the elf's eyes, and she cried out emotionally, saying that the World Tree had finally come to life. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, magical essence added radiance to the tree's crown, and fairies and little forest spirits flew among the branches. All the elves who lived in this forest were very happy and could not hold back their tears. Their mother, the tree that had given them life and protected them for many years, had finally awakened. Leaving the royal chambers, the main character held the golden fruit that the girl had given him in his hands and thought that it was not a dream after all. Approaching the balcony where Melissa was watching the awakened World Tree, Jae-young politely addressed her with a question. He was extremely curious whether, perhaps by pure chance, the elves had somehow managed to obtain the dragon's heart, or perhaps had once possessed it. A short time passed, and a whole bunch of false news stories appeared on the internet about the location of the elven and dwarven settlements, while the creators refused to comment in an official statement. Users were literally obsessed with searching for traces of these two races, and the refusal to disclose information from the head office caused a lot of discontent and anger. The goal, full of romance, with wealth and glory promised in case of success, was too tempting for most people to resist. Inside the game, there was also real madness, with those seeking easy money selling information and hiring people who could find the location of the elves and dwarves. There was also commotion in the forest dwellers' settlement. Queen Melissa gathered her subjects to announce her decision in the coming changes. For a long time, they had lived in isolation and had no contact with the ugly creatures, but this could not go on forever. Very soon, people would begin to come to this village. Thanks to the fact that the savior of their mother, the World Tree, was none other than a representative of the human race, Mr. Dex, they were now known to the ugly creatures. To repay the kindness this man had shown them, the elves must open the door to establishing diplomatic relations. Surprisingly, this was not the worst news. One of her subjects asked if it would be possible to discriminate against the ugliest people. A blush appeared on the queen's face, and she said with a happy smile that in that case it would be difficult to do otherwise. The next day, news spread throughout the GM trade union that a person had been found who knew the exact location of the elf village in the dwarf settlement. Unfortunately, this news did not please the head of the union, Choi Jae-gyu, as this was already the fifth genius who had tried to deceive them and get easy money. His assistant was sure that this time the information might be true, because this person was a tracker class user who specialized in adventures. Not long ago, this person had discovered a hidden ancient dungeon, managed to identify the most likely hiding places of the dwarves, and obtained related manuscripts. This time, they had every chance of being the first users to reach the settlement and conclude a lucrative contract, but the amount requested was too high. Information leads directly to money and power, especially in this game. So even if money is asked for in return, it is worth paying a certain amount to make it all worthwhile. The amount that their negotiator managed to agree on was 100 million, while the guy originally wanted 500 million. It's hard to imagine how they managed to knock down such a huge number. After thinking for a short time, they came to the conclusion that they were willing to pay that amount, and if it turned out to be a lie, the deal would be automatically terminated. Now that this problem had been solved, the lazy young man patted the stack of papers and asked if he really had to do all this, or if it would be easier to just say that he had looked through everything. As a result, he missed the chance to find out the location of the dwarves for free, as Jegu's head was filled with excitement at finally playing for big money in Arcadia. While he was fixated on big money, investments, and profits, a free video about revealing the coordinates of the elves and dwarves was released on the Destroyer's Weekdays channel. There are many different classes of players in Arcadia, which users divide into combat and non-combat classes. In detail, each class has its own characteristics and strengths, but balance is mainly taken into account so that there is no superiority or inferiority among all ranks. However, as in all games, there is a division between the more popular and the boring. People remain people even in virtual reality. If there is a class that seems useless to most, they begin to belittle it, and those who have chosen such an occupation are insulted and ridiculed. In Arcadia, the Explorer became such a class. They had absolutely no combat or trading skills. All users with this class did was wander around the world and hope for luck. One such unfortunate soul was the Explosive Adventurer, a guy who was genuinely happy with his situation, but after playing for a long time, he got tired of hearing ridicule and humiliation from all sides. He knew that many looked down on him just because he had become an explorer, and perhaps this attitude would never change for the better, because even his friends couldn't understand him. Now he wandered the world of Arcadia in complete solitude, searching for ancient ruins and artifacts, and now the guy was on his way to the Rumor Desert. The words spoken to him by friends and strangers weighed heavily on his shoulders. All the advice to switch to a combat class and just enjoy the hunt. It was annoying to constantly hear all kinds of advice, but was it really so strange to chase romance in games? On the contrary, the Explosive Adventurer couldn't understand why even in games everyone was so fixated on efficiency and high levels. Full of determination and resentment for all the unpleasant words, the guy kept moving forward, confident that one day he would prove everyone wrong. After many long hours of traveling through vast and dangerous deserts, the young man found a huge gate in the ground, leading deep underground. He was sure that this was the entrance to the dwarves' settlement. It was probably the happiest moment of his life. Putting the puzzle pieces together to open the entrance turned out to be easier than the adventurer had imagined. Just a few minutes after he first discovered them, he managed to open the gates, and a path leading deep underground appeared before him. Finally, one of the users, without the help of the author of the channel, The Destroyer's Daily Life, found the dwarf city, the Forge of Sands. As the Explosive Adventurer ran down the stairs in joy, a suspicious red net was thrown at him from the side, trapping him. It was a special catching net, and due to his lack of basic characteristics, the young man could not resist and was easily subdued, blocking his path. 3 stern-looking gnomes appeared before him, bearded men holding weapons and speaking sternly to the intruder, asking how he had found their secret passage and for what purpose he had come here. Their first thought was that the human had come here to steal their treasures and artifacts, but the young man shouted that he was just a regular explorer and had no suspicious intentions. But no one listened to him anymore. The dwarves were sure that if they let him go, he would immediately run to his friends and tell them about it, so it was better to lock him up here. A chill ran down his spine. These gnomes clearly intended to lock him up here forever, and the adventurer was very frightened that he might end up here for good. Suddenly, the gnomes approaching with weapons stopped. One of them, Kane, seemed to see something that prevented him from harming this man. An incredible insight washed over him, and the man was greatly surprised, looking at the adventurer as if he were a ghost. In the next few minutes, they all stood in complete silence, looking at each other with fear and distrust, no one knowing what was going on in Kane's mind. Gathering in a small circle, the dwarves began to whisper, discussing something among themselves so quietly that the human boy could not hear them. After a brief discussion, the three gnomes turned to the young man under the net, silently staring at him for a while, after which the binding effect was lifted. After removing the nets, the dwarves apologized to the traveler, saying that if they had known in advance that he was their kin, they would never have attacked him. They were sure that the guy was half gnome, because there simply couldn't be a human of the same height as the dwarves, and they were always happy to see half-breeds who returned to the city. Thus, the adventurer fulfilled the requirements for entering the Forge of Sands, and from now on he will be able to move freely around the city, coming and going as he pleases. At the same time, a man known to the CEO came to I+ to discuss cooperation. It was Lim Yong-go, the CEO of GM Group, the company where Cho So-woon and his people had previously worked and from which they had effectively had to flee. Being addressed as a manager greatly angered the already dissatisfied man. He was annoyed that people still saw him as an employee, but even if that were the case, he demanded basic courtesy towards himself. Two young men watched from behind the door. They had left with their boss after management demanded absurd productivity and constantly tormented the entire team. Cho So-woon listed everything that GM Group management had done to them before, and Lim Yong-go looked confused. He did not expect this fat man to be so bold. According to him, he did it all for the prestige of the company, but So-woon could clearly see that the man was squeezing out these dry apologies instead of stating the reason for his visit. Realizing that they would not be shown any more mercy, Director Lim fell silent and placed an envelope with papers on the table, pushing it closer to his former colleague. GM Group wanted to take over the management of I+, and the envelope contained a merger proposal. They had been able to easily manage these idiots before, and the man believed that this would still work. The agreement stated that there would be continuity in hiring for all employees, and special bonuses were provided for existing employees. There were also incentives for the CEO, Cho So-woon. His former employer was sure that these were excellent conditions and that they would definitely agree. With a smug smile, Lim continued to talk about how wonderful it would be when they merged the companies. But the man had already guessed that it was all because of Joa's chocolate cake. When he asked about it directly, the CEO of GM Group faltered, looking taken aback and staring in surprise at the man in front of him, remaining silent. As expected, everyone tried to find out details about the I+ client, and GM, who loved dirty games, couldn't stay away. It's their style. Tearing up the merger contract in front of Lim Yong-go, So-woon said that he would never hand over the client's data even at gunpoint and demanded that the man leave. It was a very bold and serious move, akin to a declaration of war, and the employees who witnessed it were both delighted and surprised at the same time. This behavior greatly angered the smug CEO, who left the room shouting at his former employee and threatening that they would quickly go bankrupt on just one video. The situation was becoming increasingly absurd. Cho So-woon wanted to laugh, but the sound that came out was more like gnashing teeth. After that, he laughed out loud, and his reaction and laughter frightened the man. It was just ridiculous to hear that the GM Group believed that their content would not bring them anything. Apparently, they had not even checked the videos properly. If the company was as good as they say, they would have known that a video revealing the secret locations of two races that had long lived in isolation had already been released. After the location of the dwarves and elves was revealed, users began to enter the settlements one after another, resulting in huge disputes. However, the forest dwellers were obsessed with appearance, and the gnomes were fixated on height, which led to a culture of verification among players. In this unexpected situation, when the game company was not involved at all, those who managed to infiltrate the cities began to publish videos about what they found there. High-quality items created by the dwarves and magic spirits passed down from the elves gradually began to reveal methods for obtaining unique classes. The distinctive features of the two camps contrasted sharply with each other, but the conditions for entry were limited. Users had no choice, and everything depended on appearance. As the information began to spread actively among adventurers, a wind of change began to blow across the continent of Arcadia, and even the NPS discussed the latest news. The Black Dragon, who held the position of the royal family, sent delegations to establish friendly relations and trade routes with the two races. In fact, she really wanted to go in person as a regular player, but she was busy with royal duties, which greatly limited her options. The situation became so acute that Arcadia was discussed on the news channel, with the host talking about discrimination against users based on their appearance and height. The number of people offended by this was too large, and the situation became more interesting with each passing day. Jae-young watched the report with interest and was amazed at how much the world had changed. 6 months ago, no one would have seriously considered discussing the game on the country's main television channel, but now he was watching how virtual reality was influencing the real world. After this report, the guy sat for a long time looking at the announcements of everything he had managed to do in the game since its release, starting with the destruction of the newbie village with slimes. Everything that had ever happened led to one person: the city of newbies, the slime queen, the witch hunt, the slaves in the Fian mines, and, in the end, the bamboo spear as a reward. Now, as he read all these messages and discussions about what had happened, he finally realized that almost everything that had ever happened in Arcadia was directly related to him. There was no point in the young man reading all this. He only got upset and felt guilty for no reason, but he didn't sit around procrastinating for long and immediately went to the game. After connecting, notifications started pouring in. The task was completed, the world tree awoke and watched over the world again, and relations between the three races were getting better and better. Along with the reward from the tree, the fruit of the world tree, Dex also received 738,591 influence points for everything he had managed to do over the past week. It was nice to get the influence back, but questions remained about the mythical item, which also gave a crazy boost to his stats. It was also said that this apple was created from the Philosopher's Stone, a material the main character had never heard of in Arcadia, but it suggested that alchemy existed here. Several minutes had passed, and there was no noise from outside. The annoying demon angels seemed to have disappeared into the ground. They were nowhere to be seen. As soon as Dex thought about it, a loud, piercing scream rang out nearby. It wasn't his familiars. The voice belonged to a human. Some unknown young man had tried to sneak into the city of the elves, but had been caught by the forest rangers. The little demon king and the archangel of heaven sat in a tree and watched the situation, discussing how ugly he was, considering that he was human. Surprisingly, they were chatting quite nicely and giggling, saying that he was too ugly for both demons and angels, and that by any standards, he barely scored 4 points. The only times they got along well were when they discussed and humiliated the appearance of others. When the elves took the intruder away and things calmed down a bit, the familiars returned to their master, and Tan poured the remains of his treasure with divine energy out of the bag. As he had thought, it would not be possible to simply repair the sword. The demon was no longer so angry, and he planned to take the fragments to the underworld first and look for a way to restore them there. Now that his assistants had returned, the main character was finally able to ask if the king knew anything about the dragon's heart. He said that the world tree had asked him to find the dragon's heart, and if there was something similar in heaven or in the demon world, he wanted to acquire it. It turned out that such things were very difficult to obtain, even for the most powerful beings, and they agreed that it was practically impossible to obtain. They did not know about other organs, but when it came to the heart, the situation changed radically, as it was an organ that generated magical power on its own. The efficiency of magical power generation was enormous. But the most interesting thing was that there was no limit to how this energy could be stored and accumulated. In addition, when dragons realize that their lives are coming to an end, they have a habit of returning the mana accumulated in their hearts back to nature after death. In other words, if a dragon dies a natural death, his heart dissipates back into nature and cannot be obtained by any means. It slowly dawned on the young man that the only way he could get the heart was the most difficult and time-consuming one. He would have to raid the nest, cut off the dragon's head, and tear the heart out of its chest with his own hands. Otherwise, nothing would work. Before the master could say anything, the demon warned that even if it was a matter of divine descent, even if he summoned the strongest spirit, it would be too difficult to accomplish this task. Even the angel confirmed that no soul in heaven could help him, and since they had brought up the subject, Jae-young asked if there was a way to catch the ancient dragon. It was becoming very interesting to calculate how much influence would be needed to solve his master's problem, so Tanchik took out a calculator. Since it was an ancient dragon, it was at least 8,000 years old. Let's say the Demon King entered his master's body and took a couple of items with divine energy with him. After calculating everything he would have to take with him and how much power he would have to expend, the demon came up with a number equal to 123,114,444 influence points. When the devil heard the commotion, he became dissatisfied and said that killing the dragon would have too great an impact on the entire continent and could not cost less. Even the archangel supported him, saying that if she entered the battle, it would require at least 150 million influence points, but heaven cannot participate in the killing of dragons. There was logic in their words, and the young man did not dare to protest further. He fell silent and thought deeply about everything he had just heard. Even if you took all the continents into account, there were no more than a few dozen dragons, and what's more, he was planning to hunt a creature of lord rank. Although the body was not complicated, the young man still planned to think about how to accomplish it, and hoped to one day catch an ancient winged lizard in the future. Now that the main task was completed and the guy was relatively free, he planned to return to the village of Rumor, which was located in the territory of the dwarves. There was a friend there whom Yoon Jae-young had agreed to meet, and although he was not happy about it, he had already promised and could not simply ignore it. It was all about his classmate Jae-young, who kept asking where he was playing and what he was doing so they could meet up in the game. Whether it was during a break or a couple of hours, the guy kept asking if he was busy, if he had completed all his tasks, or if he was doing something secret. After class, he even offered to collect a rare item for his friend, which he had received but, unfortunately, was not suitable for himself. But for Dex, it was probably junk. The questions and requests to help at least once came nonstop, and over time, the main character got so tired of it that he was ready to explode at any moment. And this explosion happened very soon. The student covered his friend's mouth with his hand and shouted that he would help, but only if he stopped asking questions. To get the guy to stop whining, Jae-young promised to take him to the dwarf village, where he had probably never been before. These words greatly surprised Jae-young. His friend didn't look too happy. It turned out that he wanted to go see the elves because he had heard that they were incredibly beautiful. But Dex understood perfectly well that his friend would never be accepted by the elves. So he advised him to listen to himself and said that he was clearly one of the dwarves. With that, they finished their conversation and agreed to meet in a village not far from the Rumor Desert, from where they would head to the underground settlement. After hearing their master's story, the little familiars were very surprised. They did not expect that someone like him could have friends. Even knowing people, Tanchik still did not understand how someone like Dex could maintain close and adequate relationships with anyone. But what was most striking was that the guy apparently really didn't understand what his assistants were talking about. Tan explained that the hero had deceived too many people. According to the demon, the reason Dex wore a mask and hid his identity was because he was afraid of being caught and killed by other people. And since they were heading to the Rumor Desert, Ellie asked if they could visit the boy who was currently learning the art of blacksmithing from the gnomes. This was a boy who had encountered the remnants of the god Volcanus' soul and now carried out his will. Since Dex was also curious to see how he was doing, he promised the angel that they would definitely stop by after meeting his friend. The village had changed a lot in recent days, with many more people, merchants, and even locals eager to make as much money as possible from adventurers. Protection from desert scorpions, dwarf weapons at low prices. Now you could find anything there. It was no longer the rumor that Ji-young knew. Despite the fact that a proper strategy had emerged due to the large number of users who had gathered here, there was still a lot of sand and dust. The angel and demon flying nearby were excited, sincerely hoping that their master's friend was also an unusual person with a large number of influence points. The young man was increasingly struck by how much these points mattered to them, but he didn't comment on it because he saw the person he was looking for ahead of him. Jae-young stood to the side in a novice's cloak, the only thing that distinguished him from his everyday appearance being the absence of points. Yoon Jae-young slowly approached his friend, asking if it was him, which greatly surprised the young man, who did not expect anyone in Arcadia to know his real name. After thinking for a moment, the young man realized that it was Dex and began to shout with joy, and the main character had to cover his mouth so that they would not be heard and his identity would not be revealed. It was because of his great surprise. The student did not expect his friend to actually come to the meeting place, so he could not contain himself but immediately apologized. Realizing that Jae-young would hardly be able to restrain himself any longer, Jae-young sighed heavily. He had to come up with something to protect himself from unwanted attention. He took out his deceiver mask and put it on, changing his appearance beyond recognition, and asked his friend to call him Restio from now on. The young man's eyes sparkled as he looked at the boy in front of him with the enthusiasm of a crazy fan, calling him again by his loud and famous nickname, Dex. It was incredible. The face and name of the game character suddenly changed before his eyes. Emotion simply tore the guy apart from the inside. He had never seen anything like this before. Full of joy, he approached his friend, but was immediately stopped. Dex really didn't like it when people invaded his personal space, especially men. To end the discussion of his secrets and appearance, the hero changed the subject to the fact that it was time to get going. And his friend said that while he was waiting, he found out how to get to the dwarves. The method he chose was directly related to the GM Guild. If they followed their caravan, they would be able to reach their destination in the fastest way possible. Without waiting or consulting anyone, the guy had already requested 2 guides and bought tickets, and this news gave Dex a bad feeling. His friend was a real fool. He had to choose the very guild whose leader he had had a major falling out with. The main character had a very bad relationship with this GM trading corporation back at Duke Bershan's residence, so he didn't want to get involved with these people again. One of the most compelling reasons was that they were annoying idiots who had a huge amount of influence in real life. Noticing his friend's slight irritation and thoughtfulness, Jaehyun asked if everything was okay, but he didn't expect to hear the question in response. Are there any other groups leaving at this time? There was one small group of people who, like the GM, were going to the dwarf settlement, but they were so small that they didn't inspire confidence. There was no other option, so the best decision was to go with that small guild. In the worst case, Jaehyun would use divine descent. Surprisingly, this decision pleased the student, because the guild of rich idiots charged 1 gold coin per person for escort, and the small company of people only charged 20 silver coins. When he walked away, the angel and the demon appeared and complained that his friend looked weak and could not be used for their purposes. The name of the group was Pi, and it was led by the head of the guild, Yablotko, and his assistant, the vice head, Limonchik. With a polite smile, the main character shook hands with his new acquaintances, introducing himself as Restio. Because their guild was small, it was extremely difficult to find people who wanted an escort, but the guys had stocked up on provisions and were ready to do everything they could to support the journey. The story of what they had prepared and how long the journey would take was really interesting and important, but Dexa was concerned about something else. The outfits and nicknames of the leaders of the Pi Guild were too perfectly matched, as if they knew each other in real life and had deliberately chosen everything in the same style. The atmosphere immediately changed to a rosy vanilla one. It turned out that they were newlyweds and had gotten married just a month ago, yet they tried not to stand out too much. It was indeed quite reckless, but Jaehyun remained silent, while his friend became envious, wishing he could play like that with his girlfriend one day. But it was time to leave, and to get to the dwarf city, the Sandforge, they would have to cross the rumored desert, one of the 5 forbidden zones of Arcadia. In addition to extremely high temperatures during the day and piercing cold at night, the endless sands caused many adventurers to lose their way. There was an even more serious problem than these things. An incredibly powerful monster, level 160, the giant desert scorpion. A direct confrontation with such a monster meant certain death for anyone, so the higher guilds crossing the rumored desert chose to avoid it. The caravan always included an explorer who could sense the threat from the scorpions and find detours. There are also mages who specialize in freezing to hinder the movement of monsters encountered during combat. In addition, there is an experienced warrior who buys time for the caravan to escape and pushes the enemy's endurance to the limit. This combination has become the minimum requirement for any guild currently crossing the rumored desert. For the 3rd time, fairly strong scorpions appeared in the hero's path, and the mage, who was supposed to hold them back and give them a chance to escape, had not yet restored his mana and could not cast spells. Situation looked serious. In case of death, the penalties would be simply colossal. But Dex decided to just watch the situation from the sidelines for now. Everything was as he had expected, except for this married couple. Most of the guild members were ordinary NPCs. At this rate, they were facing complete destruction and huge penalties for dying in the game, and the situation was getting worse by the minute. Having dealt with the warriors, one of the monsters rushed towards the members of the caravan, and then Yablotko ordered everyone else to retreat to a safe place while he drew his sword. There were too many things they were transporting. They would never have time to carry everything away. The scorpions were too fast and they would have to leave most of it here. It was just awful. Without all this, they wouldn't be able to trade and would lose a lot of money. The shock paralyzed the young man for a second. He couldn't believe such a terrible outcome. It seemed that the desert was a place they should not have ventured into. If only there was a way to deliver at least some of the valuable items they had requested, the guild leader couldn't just back down and abandon everything. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the young man stepped forward. Even Yoon Jae-young, standing to the side, could sense his determination, and it moved him. Even knowing what the penalty for death would be, Yablochko still stood up to the monsters, determined to do everything possible, even give away his last money, to save his order and see the job through to the end. Lemonchick understood what her husband was up to and screamed, calling him to come back and not take such a risk, because for her, the life of her beloved was more valuable than some game. But the young man did not listen to her. He had already made his decision and was not going to back down. At that moment, the scorpion raised one of its claws, preparing to crush the man. The blow did not follow, and in a second, the atmosphere on the battlefield changed, and the girl's eyes reflected the falling, magical snowflakes. The guy known as Restio stood between the monster and the guild leader, freezing the claw with ice magic and saving his new acquaintance. He didn't expect much from this journey, but he considered what Yablochko was about to do to be an extremely rude and reckless act. The sudden appearance and push knocked the young man to the ground. He looked at the person in front of him in surprise, unable to believe that someone could possess such powers. The frozen claw fell to the sand and the scorpion screeched, feeling his limb go numb and slowly lose sensation. The monster had no intention of giving up so easily. It roared and swung its tail, planning to finish off the intruder in front of it with a single blow. Unfortunately for him, the wild beast had picked the wrong fight. Dex managed to use the power of divine descent and summon the enchantress, the Great Witch of Cold. In addition to her resistance to heat, endless mana reserves, and considerable power, she had a powerful skill, Frost Gaze. From just one glance from the main character, the monster was covered in ice and could no longer move, turning into an ice sculpture. For a while, the danger was eliminated, and the young man smiled at the guild leader and thanked him for holding on and not giving up until the very end. And yet later, they would have to pay Jae-young for using his powers and saving their lives. But Yablochko was just happy. It was just wonderful, and no one had anything against the payment. But another problem arose. A new group of scorpions appeared. Despite their high level, these creatures' attacks were laughable. It seemed as if the monster had been created to be avoided. It was funny to see those who should have been running for their lives instead calling their comrades for help. But since they wanted to die so badly, Dex wasn't going to disappoint them. Summoning the ice spear, a rather powerful weapon of an ancient soul from the demon world, the guy rushed at the three monsters alone. The collision lit up the battlefield with a bright light, and the shockwave blew away anyone who was standing too close. For the spectators, it was unbelievable that in a desert as hot as Rumor, no ice spear could withstand the heat. Apparently, this was the very hero who had been able to get rid of the scorpions. The power that Yoon Jae-young used to save himself and his companions from the monsters belonged to Jack Frost, the warrior of cold. After the victory, the guy immediately ended the divine descent skill so as not to rack up points, but the influences still took a lot from him, as much as 28,000. Tanchek, who had come out of hiding, immediately started shouting that the summoned heroes were among the strongest and that the price was commensurate with their status, although they had not yet had a chance to say anything. Ellie looked at him suspiciously and asked if he was inflating the price so much because of the Deathbringer, which needed to be repaired somehow, which only angered the demon even more. Another noisy quarrel began, and Dex looked at them and thought about how much money he could make if he filmed the fight between the devil and the archangel. When it was all over and the monsters were no longer a threat, the guild leader sincerely thanked Mr. Restio for saving them and preventing all their work from being destroyed. Being very grateful, Yablochko promised that they would refund all the travel fees they had paid. But there was one thing that interested the main character much more. Their guild clearly lacked power. It turned out that, being a small guild, they had no choice but to replace their entire staff with non-player characters for financial reasons. Due to a lack of capital, it was difficult to pay even the minimum wage to mercenary users. They tried to make as much profit as possible, but the loss rate was too high. Still, the leader hoped that they would stick with them until the end, because turning back now would be a huge loss, and they were even willing to offer a reward as a companion. It was a very important and significant offer from the guild leader himself. Their small squad was counting on Restio, and the young people wanted to reach Kuznia Peskov at all costs. The main character thought about it. From here it was a stone's throw to the dwarves' city, and these people did not make a bad impression, so he would lose nothing by keeping them company. In any case, it was strange to offer protection in the current situation. It was strange that they expected him to accept this offer without any benefit to himself. It all seemed more like a gamble, and in that case, Dex didn't want to back down. He smiled slyly, feeling the excitement of this interesting encounter rise again. The journey was becoming more and more interesting. The young man held out his hand and said with a smile that he would gladly accept their offer and accompany them to Kuznia Peskov. This news made Yablochko very happy. The guy smiled broadly and finally felt relieved after the last few hours of long wanderings through the desert. The handshake that followed meant a lot to their guild. They would be able to deliver the remaining 46% of the goods and get their money. Very soon they arrived at the main gate of Kuznia Peskov, a majestic structure that rivaled the ancient civilizations of our world in height and craftsmanship. The heroes did not encounter a single scorpion on the rest of their journey. They covered the distance safely and were now happy to have finally arrived at their destination. The most unexpected discovery for them was that Mr. Restio was familiar with the geography of the Rumor Desert. It was surprising that they had never heard his name before. The guys from the Pie Guild had barely caught their breath after the difficult journey when they heard shouts. People were watching the GM Guild enter the suburbs of the dwarf settlement. The members of the GM Trade Association caravan were as smug as their leader, shouting loudly and smugly, pushing everyone aside to be the first to pass through the checkpoint. Most of those present did not want to get involved with these jerks. They were hated wherever they went, so everyone obediently stepped aside and looked away. Passing by the gathered players and NPCs from the Pie Guild, the GM's cold mage noticed them. Immediately, nasty laughter rang out, and the man began to mock them, calling them a third-rate guild. His friends joined in, all of them ridiculing the married couple. Noticing that their entire staff consisted of game characters, the arrogant jerks from GM only laughed louder, discussing their companions at the top of their voices for all to hear. Noticing that there were 2 players among them, the men began to say that choosing such a guild had caused them a lot of trouble, and if they had used their services, they would have had a lot of fun. Immediately after that, one of the members of the GM caravan laughed loudly, saying that since they had used such a third-rate company, they were probably pathetic bums without money. The Archangel Michael and the Devil Satan, flying nearby, were seething with rage. They couldn't believe that any of these pathetic mortals would dare to say such a thing about their master. Ellie was very unhappy with how rude they were, but Dex shushed them, telling them to be quiet. The little demon didn't listen to him, continuing to shout that this couldn't be let go and that it would be better to just kill them all. So the guy repeated himself and asked them to be quiet while he thought. Simply kicking them out or killing them would be too boring. So a much more cunning and sophisticated plan was born in the mind of the cunning and devious protagonist. Since it had come to this, the perfect revenge would be to put them in their place. Dex's face contorted into a crazy grin. It had been so long since he had had such amusing toys in his hands. While he was thinking, his friend listened to the conversations of the characters in the market. Many were curious about what such a high-class guild was doing here. There was a reason why there were so many trading companies in the Rumor Desert. As the number of visiting dwarves increased, the hidden conditions for entry were gradually revealed. If a person accompanied a merchant or joined the guild's caravans, they would be allowed in regardless of their appearance or height, but they should not expect to be treated kindly once they were in the city. This was the case with the heroes from the Pie Guild. They were only allowed in because they had many bottles of alcohol, which the gnomes loved so much. They had already seen the dwarves' territory on video, but this was their first time here in person, and they were amazed by the grandeur and scale of the architectural creations. When they reached the fork in the road, Jay Young turned to his friends and thanked them for their hard work on the road and suggested that they go their separate ways. Before saying goodbye, he expressed his hope that the Pie Guild would soon be revived, and immediately after these words, Lemon called out loudly to the guy. The reward for the deal between them had not yet been paid, and the leader asked for a little time to exchange the goods. But Dex interrupted him, saying he was not interested in that. Soon he would be able to receive compensation in another form, and then they would finally be able to repay him for his help in the desert. Leaving his new companions completely baffled, the main character said goodbye and turned to go about his business. The newlyweds did not hear the answer to their question. They stared at the young man's receding figure for a long time, wondering what his true identity was. Dex's actions were not a simple gesture of goodwill, given Pirog's financial situation. Even if they had paid something, it would have been only a few dozen gold coins. The young man had quite a lot of gold in his account, and what he needed now was not coins, but sincere workers who would work hard to enrich him. After removing his deceiver's mask, the young man approached Altair, the smiling elderly leader of the dwarves. Shocked, Jiang watched their friendly, warm greeting. He did not expect his classmate to have such connections among the underground dwellers. After exchanging a few words, the king of the gnomes asked his human friend how the meeting with the elves had gone. It must have been difficult for them to make a decision. With a broad smile, Dex took a document from his inventory, an agreement on trade and peace between the peoples, signed personally by the elf queen Melissa. The seal affixed to the sheet of paper bore the crest of the elven race and the symbol of the world tree, mother of all forest dwellers. The elderly dwarf leader took the scroll in his hands, noting that the seal was genuine, meaning that the day when the two races would finally live in peace had arrived. Who would have thought that such a proud and beauty-obsessed nation would sign a treaty? Now that the agreement was in Altair's hands, it immediately came into force. In the future, these creatures would have to regularly send ambassadors for cultural exchange and trade, as well as actively cooperate with each other. Before the old man went to the Council of Elders, Dex said that he had slightly modified some of the elves' goods using his skills, and everything was spelled out in the agreement. The dwarf leader hastily unfolded the paper and began to skim through the agreement, extremely curious to see what these arrogant forest dwellers were willing to offer in exchange. The old man's expectations were shattered. Their enemies offered not only branches of the world tree, but also leaves, tubers, and sap. This agreement was not only an example of good trade, but also reconciled the two races. The Lord of the Courts was deeply shocked. He did not understand how the young man had managed to conclude such a deal. As a piece of advice, Jiang asked him to establish close relations. Dex raised his negotiation skill to the 5th rank, received a legendary achievement, and achieved a significant improvement in the functionality of the items produced by the dwarves. After shaking hands and saying goodbye to the leader of the gnome nation, the friends headed towards the smithies. On the way, Jiang asked the elves about what they had been discussing recently. The young man secretly told his friend that he had concluded a peace treaty between the dwarves and the elves, and then said that they needed to visit someone else. The fact that they had to see this person after meeting with the leader of the gnomes greatly confused Jiang. In the student's imagination, this person was someone very majestic and important. So important that they had come here just for him, even more important than the leader of the dwarves. In a way, he was right. In a normal situation, it really should have been a secret genius capable of changing the entire continent. But he couldn't even imagine that this mysterious younger brother would turn out to be an ordinary schoolboy, distinguished from others only by the fact that the god Vulcanus had set his sights on him. In Hellion's Forge, there was an entire workshop dedicated to novices practicing their skills and learning to forge the best weapons worthy of the dwarves. The instructor walked between the tables and anvils, scolding everyone for various mistakes. Some were striking too weakly, others were not adjusting their strength enough. In his opinion, they were all unworthy. After that, he picked up a dagger made by a human and turned to his youngest and most useless student, asking how many more times he needed to explain the basics. Choi Hyun-tan was practically crying as he listened to his teacher's scolding and begged for forgiveness, starting to redo everything from scratch. For him, it was too much. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he jumped out of his pants, the dwarves were still dissatisfied with him. If it weren't for Dex's request, the man would have thrown him out of his forge long ago. The cruel and unfair treatment pushed the student to his limit. He wasn't the type to give up halfway, but now he really thought he was doing something wrong. Very soon, he created a dagger for beginners of impeccable quality, and his weapon-making skill rose to rank A. But that was still not enough. He needed to do even better. The young man was twirling the blade he had crafted himself, looking disappointed, when he heard a familiar voice behind him and turned around. Standing before him was his brother Dex himself, who had finally come to visit the young man after bringing him here and leaving him in the care of the gnomes. With a broad smile, the main character greeted his acquaintance, asked how he was doing, and said that he had come to see how much his manufacturing skills had improved. Lowering his head to the floor, the student said that forging a dagger was the first step in his training, and the dwarves he started with had already moved on to the second step, but he had no idea how he could move forward. This was hard to believe because the blade was of epic quality and had incredible power for a beginner's item. Such things sell for millions of won at auctions. In other words, this young man could already seriously shake up the entire economy of Arcadia, but he still considered himself an unworthy failure. It was just perfect. The main character was delighted that he had an eye for finding such skilled and useful players as this guy. Jaehyun came closer and looked at the blade. He was completely delighted. It was equivalent to a 20th level magic item. So powerful and high quality was it. But more importantly, it revealed the enemy's weak spots, which was only possible for archers. And yet the teachers were dissatisfied with this work. In order to move on to the next stage of training, the dagger had to be at least exceptional. But no matter how much the boy forged, he could not achieve a higher rank. Other dwarves said that he worked intuitively, and soon an angel and a demon appeared. Even they began to praise the item, saying that it was quite good for something made by a human. Discussing the blade, Ellie and Tanshik thought that he had done something wrong, perhaps not spending enough time on its production, because the product was too low ranked for an item created with divine energy. Then Zhou Yang remembered something. The hammer he had improved did indeed have something to do with Volcanus's divine energy, and he asked his friend to take another look at the characteristics. After talking to the demon and the archangel, something bothered him, and now, after rereading the weapon's characteristics, he finally understood what was wrong. To understand what exactly was wrong, the main character asked Hyun-tan what he thought about when he was forging his daggers. The boy was unable to answer this question. He was confused. And then the elder asked him a leading question. Did he really put his heart into his creations? Perhaps he simply thought of it as a training process, rather than an object that he forged with all his desire and trepidation. Seeing that the young man was beginning to realize this, the older man asked him very seriously to listen to him, because the schoolboy also felt it. Arcady was not just a game. He advised him to try forging the dagger again, but this time not to be distracted by any extraneous thoughts, to think only about the fact that soon he would make the best object in the world. Only after these words did it dawn on the schoolboy that he had to put his heart into the object he was creating with his hands, and only then would everything work out. Then he began forging, but this time he was completely focused on what he was doing, thinking only about the blade, about how it should turn out, putting his whole soul into the metal. Hyuntan's eyes burned with a flame comparable only to Vulcan's passion. Jaehyun thought that this would not end in the coming days and suggested leaving this place for a while. All this time, the main character did not take his eyes off the young man. He was sure that he was on the verge of discovering the greatest talent. Apologizing to his friend, he said he would have to leave first. Dex had no plans to leave the forge until he saw the result. The young man believed the words spoken to him by his elder and had been stubbornly pursuing his path to becoming a blacksmith. Now he also raised his hammer, trusting Jaehyun. This reason was enough for the main character to want to stay here, at least until the new creation was completely ready. It was the least he could do. Never before had the schoolboy had such enthusiasm. He was sure that he had absolutely no talent, skills, technique, or artistic sense. Neither in reality nor in this world did he have anything at all. The student had lived his entire life obeying the atmosphere around him. At least that was how it used to be. But now everything was different. For the first time in his life, he had found someone who believed in him and supported his aspirations. Even knowing that Hyun-tan was nothing special, his brother Dex continued to insist that he believed in him until the very end. No one had ever supported him so much or done so much for him before, so he simply had to repay that trust. Volcanus's hammer responded to the player's persistence, which was enough to significantly reduce the creation time and the rate of stamina loss. Even Alice noticed when this item was created, the first time in the history of Arcadia that something like this had happened. This equipment was capable of surprising the entire continent. The young man had created a unique item for the first time. His weapon crafting skill had risen to level 8, and the oldest fire deity was proud of his follower. This was the first time Hyun-tan had felt such a surge of energy and joy. He had finally succeeded and created an incredible blade of high quality. The loud cry woke the king of hell, and his eardrums nearly burst from the noise. Even Dex found it difficult to hold back a smile. He rushed over to the younger man and ruffled his hair, saying that he was a great guy for being able to accomplish this goal. After that, Alice turned to Jack and told him that a unique item had been created, which was supposed to happen in at least a year. After checking the data, the man made sure that the rank had been assigned, since all the criteria had been met, and it had taken the player a whole month to make it. Since we were talking about such a passionate love for his work, the creator was ready to believe it, but still, there were doubts as to how the young man had figured out so quickly how to use the hammer with divine energy. Alice, standing nearby, calmly said that she had concluded that the reason was a variable called Bard of Anarchy. Once again, all paths led back to Dex, the player who was changing their plans for the umpteenth time and completely turning the game upside down. Despite the fact that the entire system had been turned upside down in a very short time, Jack was pleased with this guy. He was well versed in games, and this profession went to the one who was most suited for it. Moreover, in addition to evil, this young man managed to completely heal the world tree and reconcile two warring camps, which was amazing. He asked Alice what the chances were that the Pangea scenario would be launched because of him. Based on the calculations of artificial intelligence, it turned out that it would be activated in a year. This time was approaching much faster than they had expected, so it was necessary to implement a real-time oral and written translation system as soon as possible before it was too late. The unique blade had an unusual shape, and its characteristics surpassed all of Hyun Tan's previous attempts to create a weapon. For this, the main character received 150,000 influence points, and he was proud of his assistant. Unexpectedly, the boy asked his older brother to take the blade for himself as a gift and compensation for everything he had done for him. It didn't matter whether he kept it for himself, used it, gave it away, or sold it. The schoolboy simply wanted to thank Yoonja Yang for all the good he had done for him. Feeling that it was impossible to refuse in such a situation, the young man sighed and accepted the gift, thanking his younger brother for his generosity. Now that he had managed to create a blade of the required level, the young man planned to stay here, learn, and create even more unique and incredible weapons. It was time for Dex to move on. He said with a smile that he would visit his junior from time to time, and if he wanted to meet, he could just send him a message. The fire burned in the young man's eyes again. He was full of confidence and determination to move forward in what he loved so much. He thanked his elder and said goodbye, wishing him luck. He promised to try to become even better, to continue training until he could be useful to his older brother, and with that, they parted ways. On the way out of the dwarf city, the Demon King asked his master what had come over him, as such behavior was extremely uncharacteristic of the true madman. The kindness with which he treated the boy made one think that there was something human in him, because he usually deceived people, resembling the devil more than Tan himself. Such words greatly surprised the young man. He adjusted the hood in which the angel was sleeping so that she would not fall out and looked at Satan with doubt. Perhaps he had never really looked at his actions from the outside. It was hard to say whether the demon considered this a good or bad thing, but in this short time, he had gotten to know his master from a different side, that he could build human relationships without any benefit to himself. Dex explained that they were his friends, and if there was something good, he wanted to share it with them, even though he himself had never thought about having that side to him. The more he played this game, the more he learned about himself as a person. Arcadia was not just an ordinary virtual world, it was something more. After a moment's thought, the young man turned to his familiars, waking Ellie, and wanted to discuss with them the previous plan, which it was time to put into action. Taking the deceiver's mask from his inventory, the hero put it on. It was time to see how kind a person like him could be to more or less adequate guys. Behind the column stood two men, hidden in the shadows, watching the young man intently, the perfect target to cool their ardor. The appearance of creatures such as elves and dwarves on the scene brought many changes to users playing Arcadia online. But the most interesting thing was that the changes affected not only users, but also ordinary NPCs. Rumors spread throughout the cities that after the peace treaty, the continent would plunge into chaos. And these rumors turned out to be true. It didn't take long before the powerful nations began competing to be the first to make a deal with the two incredible races. Some of them wanted to strengthen their power and get their hands on the dwarves' weapons, while others wanted to obtain their jewelry, which was now in vogue, and were willing to give up their entire fortune for it. There were also those who did not want to lag behind progress, who wanted to continue their research and reach a new level. They needed the tools created by the gnomes. Due to the influx of NPS gold coins from the nobility, a real revolution began in the economic system of Arcadia, better known as the Gold Rush. All this spilled over into the real world, and the GM Guild made a statement that they view the game as another reality in which they learn from their mistakes and create a reliable market system. As part of their new business ideas, they even created new jobs for people who would work specifically for the GM Trade Guild within Arcadia, exploring the world and concluding contracts. Very quickly, the atmosphere at the entrance to the dwarf city changed significantly from what it had been before. Dex silently wandered the streets and watched as the guild guide systems took shape. Moreover, the time was slowly approaching when it would be time to show his teeth. The plan was ready and just waiting for the right moment. An unfamiliar girl dressed as a desert mercenary slowly approached the young man who was about to leave the dwarf city and asked if he had already bought a guild ticket. If he intended to buy a GM ticket, he should hurry, because sales would end very soon. She was the head of the GM guild caravan herself. Dex recognized her immediately, because he had seen her walking at the head of the caravan before. And no matter how you looked at it, she was clearly the leader. The young man, who looked like Restio, said that he planned to use the services of a completely different guild and was not interested in their help. Then the girl said that the fact that he had spent a whole month here indicated that he probably had a lot of spare cash. And of course, she remembered perfectly well that last time he had used the help of Pirog, a tiny company that had neither the strength nor the manpower. From these words, the guy concluded that he was absolutely right when he decided that those who were following him were people from the GM guild. She continued to speak, surprised that even after all the difficulties he had gone through, the guy still seemed unable to draw a reasonable conclusion, since he continued to make the same mistakes. Waving her hand, the girl left, saying in parting that she really hoped he would be lucky enough to cross the rumor desert safely this time. Returning to her people, she answered the question of why she wanted to lure this man to her so much, saying that she had received some very interesting information about him. They say he came out of a forge that users are not allowed to enter, and he clearly had more than one secret up his sleeve. If it turned out that he had made a special deal with the dwarves that no one else in the world had, the GM guild's monopoly could vanish into thin air. Since none of their minions had any other information, this remained only a guess, but that was even better for the girl. In the near future, they planned to kill Restio, and then they would immediately find out the whole truth about who he was and what he was doing in the closed zone of the gnomes. The whole time they were discussing their plans, Yoon Jae-young was watching them. The guy stood silently, not taking his eyes off them, while inside he was boiling with rage. These people had become so insolent that even an angel's patience had run out. Ellie and Tan offered their help to get rid of them. But now it was too early. Dex planned to wait a little longer. First, he wanted to carry out his original plan. Recently, managing guilds had become a very popular task, and the young man wanted to get his own. Nearby, the head and co-head of the Pie Guild were looking for people who would agree to buy tickets from them and travel together through the desert to the nearest village. An old acquaintance approached them, and Yablochko was surprised to see the kind gentleman again, thanks to whom they had reached the dwarves alive and saved half of their goods. Rezdio greeted his friends with a smile, asking if there were any tickets for sale, as traveling with them was also part of his plan. Of course, there were tickets. Yablochko was ready to give him one right away, and Lemonchick wondered why such a strong player would travel with such a small guild as Pirog. There were no confusing explanations. Jae-young simply said that he wanted to have someone with him on the road, as traveling alone was too boring. They had to wait a little longer for more people to gather, and then they set off on the long journey through the rumor desert. Along the way, they discussed how the road to Kuznia Sands was now called the Golden Road, and how dwarven equipment was bringing in quite a lot of money and had become very popular. Being a small guild, they couldn't earn much, but this time they had to be careful with the goods they were carrying because they would have to keep some of it as extra capital. To make a large profit from such trade, you need to have a lot of items that can be transported during the round trip. The more people, the more you can transport. This was the main problem, because a large number of people need a large guild that can mobilize this workforce, such as the GM group. Currently, trade with the dwarves is completely monopolized by merchants from this company, and it has become difficult to even find human resources, let alone conclude a deal. They opened a recruitment company to hire researchers and mages, and as if that weren't enough, they hired other human resources for a sum that was almost twice the average salary. Having monopolized the labor force, they are trying to eliminate competing guilds one by one, but even if large corporations want to take control, such despicable methods are out of the question. As usual, the little demon who flew alongside the main character all the time was struck by human evil and cunning, which was something the demon could learn from humans. As they talked and slowly made their way through the desert, a cry rang out, and one of the mercenaries turned to the guild leader, saying that they were in big trouble. Someone was rapidly approaching them from behind, and Yablochko's first thought was that monsters were attacking them again. But it turned out that those who were pursuing them were a fairly large team of people. They were using earth dragons, which could move much faster through the desert than anyone else, and that was a big problem. In this area, it was absolutely impossible to move at such a high speed, as this greatly irritated the scorpions. It was indeed very dangerous and frightening, but what worried them most was the fact that these guys were heading straight for the Pi Guild's caravan. It was unclear what motives the people approaching them had, although it was easy to guess that they were unlikely to be offering them tea. A painfully familiar girl sat astride the desert lizards, her face hidden under a scarf. These were the very people from the GM Guild. They were quite far away, and the main character did not recognize them immediately, so he asked if there were any bandit groups in this desert. But until that day, there had never been any such cases. When the strangers approached, Dex was able to confirm that this group was from the GM Guild, which everyone feared so much that no one dared to steal in the rumored desert. The motives of these people were already well known to the young man, and he understood perfectly well that they were riding here with the intention of attacking their caravan. Surprise was followed by fear, which momentarily paralyzed his mind, but he quickly regained his composure. The penalty for death in this zone was much more important now, because then all rights to the transported items would be lost. If they died here, not only would the guild be lost, but the man himself would be in serious debt and go bankrupt. When the enemies approached, Yablotchko shielded his friends, shouting that GM corporations were not allowed to do whatever they wanted, that they could not trample on the weak without consequences. The man who played the role of a warrior also hid his face and identity. They said they were just bandits and had nothing to do with the GM Guild. These words did not convince anyone, and the young man continued to shout that he would never fall for a cheap trick, and that apart from their organization, no one else would risk traveling through the desert. Getting off her dragon, the girl said that this phenomenon was very dangerous and serious, because it was suspicion towards one of the largest companies in their country. In the end, she hinted at legal proceedings that would threaten the guild leader with a fine if his statement offended the GM group, and laughed. The third member of the team began to humiliate those who had joined this low-class guild, comparing it to stepping in mud. All these words were addressed to a specific person, Mr. Resdio, who gave him one last chance to join a normal guild, implying his employers. The guy didn't answer them. He smiled and turned to his friend, asking Yablotchko if they really couldn't fight back against these jerks. Receiving the expected answer to his question, the young man put his hand on his friend's shoulder, turning to him and looking into his eyes. With a look burning with rage, bloodlust, and impatience, he offered their guild a good investment opportunity. This did not calm him down, but only increased the mistrust and doubt in Yablotchko's heart. He could not understand what his benefactor was talking about. Dex did not want to explain his plan now. He simply used divine descent and summoned the Knight of Honor, Farhan. The bright divine light struck the ground with a powerful stream, frightening the camels and alarming all those present, whether players or NPCs. The energy was so strong that the shock wave from it almost knocked the riders off their seats. Along with the excitement in her heart, the girl from the GM Guild felt impatience. She knew that this guy was unusual and couldn't wait for him to show his true colors. Turning to his friend from the Pi Guild, the main character asked if he hadn't said that it was the corporation that was abusing its power. He suggested that they stand firm with their investments, removing the mask of deceit from their faces in front of everyone. The young man wanted to make them the strongest guild in Arcadia. A few seconds later, the Ranker, known to almost the entire server, stood before his comrades and enemies, enveloped in divine light. The short nickname Dex was displayed above his head. The hero smiled and looked coldly at the people from GM who were pretending to be bandits. He had waited a whole month to finally get rid of them. With the golden sword and shield of an ancient hero, the young man walked forward, not taking his eyes off the three warriors from the enemy organization he hated so much. Seeing the name that appeared above the character's head, the trio became nervous, remembering him from the battle with bamboo sticks. Swinging his sword, the main character smiled. It was time to teach these idiots a lesson, to show them in practice what kind of people are better not to mess with. The girl was extremely dissatisfied. She had carefully checked the information and was sure that neither she nor her people could have been mistaken. The situation was heating up. Through their own stupidity, they had stumbled upon a very serious figure whom, under normal circumstances, they would never have provoked. And yet the warrior did not want to retreat. There was only one enemy, and now the situation was radically different from the battle with bamboo sticks. She was not going to retreat. She was not going to run away. All she wanted was to finish him off once and for all. The girl was confident in the victory of her people, because there were many of them, and he was alone. Pointing her blade at Dex, the The leader of the GM Guild caravan shouted, urging her companions to destroy the young man standing before them. There was no emotion in the main character's eyes, only cold calculation. He stood in one place with a smile, as if waiting for them to attack first. The mages in the team pointed their staffs at him, casting weakening and restraining spells. A single large stream of speed reduction, slowdown, and endless panic fell upon Jaeyoung. In a normal situation and with a normal player, all these debuffs would have worked. Immediately after that, the warrior cast buffs, haste, divine blessing, and careful healing on his own team. The adventurous' eyes burned with rage. Now that they had cast binding spells on their enemy and buffs on themselves, they could rush into the attack. The three friends, who were essentially the leaders of this caravan, and the mercenaries who accompanied them, simultaneously jumped on the most famous player in all of Korea. Their joint attack bore no fruit. Even after a powerful explosion, Dex remained unharmed, smiling as he praised the GM's buff and debuff skills. But despite their strength and skills, Farhan was a crusader who specialized specifically in defense. Any damage he might have suffered was negated by the ancient hero's shield, and the user's body achieved maximum resistance to magic. Even though the debuffs were applied properly, he still managed to block and remove them all, stunning his enemies. The Paladin and Crusader classes specialize in defense, so if they wanted to kill him with one blow, they would have had to bring at least 100 people with them. The warrior's eyes filled with blood. She was determined to destroy the man in front of her. It was no longer about the guild, it was personal hatred. Using her assassin skills, she quickly approached the young man, appeared behind him, and swung her dagger. People who use assassin classes can easily appear behind their opponents or simply move quickly across the battlefield, because this was the rank of an assassin. Activating her shadow capture skill, the girl stuck the dagger into the shadow on the sand that belonged to Dex. The user's body resisted, but complete suppression was not possible, and for a while the guy lost the ability to move. Even the passive skill of the spirit summoned from the heavens could not block this skill. The guy did not expect this, but he did not show any fear. Responding to their leader's call, the warriors rushed into the attack. Now that the guy was immobilized, they were sure that victory was theirs. The eyes of the most powerful fighter among them, who apparently belonged to the class of knights, burned with insane fury. He called Dex a cheater before delivering the decisive blow. There was no excitement because this was just a small variable in his plan that made the battle even more fun. The main character asked with a smile if they really thought he was a cheater. With Farhan's help, the young man was able to parry all the blows aimed at him. His heart, which never stops, was activated, and his recovery speed increased. Swords, arrows, and spears were all thrown at the young man and hit their target, but he did not die, standing in place and asking if they were finished. The personality of a true madman burst out, and in a frightening voice the young man said that, since they were going to fight, they should do it with full force. Now that they had started a serious fight, the GM people needed to demonstrate a clear difference so that there would be no backlash. The resistance was finally successfully overcome, and the blade with which the girl was holding back her enemy flew to the side. Now he could move freely. Now they finally understood how great the difference was between them and the top player in the history of many games before Arcadia. The caravan leader's companions had already lost the ability to think clearly. They wanted to flee right now, but the girl did not understand how it was even possible to escape while fighting such a monster. No matter how you looked at it, it was a complete checkmate in their game. They couldn't deal any damage to the enemy, and they had already exhausted their mana. Dex decided that since they had attacked, it was his turn. He activated his paladin skills, switching from a defensive class to a warrior, and a huge sword lit up in his hands with a bright light. As expected, he enjoyed killing idiots more than anything else in the world. And at the moment of attack, the true madman's face began to resemble that of a demon more and more. The blow from the divine weapon caused irreparable damage, its powerful energy creating a large explosion that destroyed all living things within its range. The group of thieves was eliminated, no penalty was imposed on the main character, and only 9,000 influence points were taken for using Farhan's powers. Ellie flew closer and asked how much she would take from him, confirming the theory that the cost of points varies depending on who your opponent is. Then she admitted that, in addition to weak enemies, she also gave him a small discount because, as an archangel, she could not remain silent in the noble cause of fighting the wicked and saving the weak. When the lights went out and the situation gradually calmed down, the guild leader Pirog, standing behind him, cautiously addressed his savior. It was simply incredible. They had avoided serious losses for the second time thanks to this man, so the newlyweds thanked him profusely for his help. In fact, Dex had already forgotten that they were here, so immersed was he in the battle. He already had a plan for what to do with these naive spouses, and with a smile, the guy turned to them to share his ideas. Whether other users benefited from the deals resulting from the peace agreement between the dwarves and the elves did not particularly concern Jae-young, but he could not tolerate the arrogance of the GM group. It was already a personal animosity stemming from the conflict with the young master of the Choi family. The guy turned to the guild leaders, reminding them of the investment proposals. To annoy his enemies, the young man planned to help them become stronger and bigger, so he suggested discussing the proposal in more detail along the way. While the caravan was crossing the desert, Yablochko and Limonchik talked about how they came to manage a business in virtual reality. In short, the two were an office couple who met at work, and immediately after they got married, their company went bankrupt. And at the same time, Arcadia was released. They put all their assets on the line to form a guild, and that's how they ended up here, transporting goods through one of the most dangerous locations in the world. After hearing their story, Dex concluded that they had been fired and decided to become dark players who prey on other users within the game. At first glance, this might seem strange, but she and her husband took the matter very seriously and started their own business within the virtual world. As it turned out, Arcadia became both their job and their family business, the only thing that brought in money for their livelihood. Everything was going perfectly for Yoon Jae-young. He planned to make a large investment in this guild in order to carry out his plan against the GM group. Yablochko, who had already heard the promise to sponsor their work 3 times, was amazed that his new friend was not joking and was extremely serious. Finally, since they were talking about it, the young man was able to ask a question, asking for an explanation of what exactly the main character meant. With a very serious expression, Dex stated that he would give their guild the right to monopolize all trade routes related to dwarves and elves. This would also help put an end to the GM guild's machinations. So they needed outside help, which is why the guy asked them to send him some gameplay videos later. While he was saying this, his companions were still digesting what he had told them, unable to understand how these routes could be monopolized. Confirming his own words, the young man repeated that their small family business would receive the exclusive right to transport and sell goods traded between the two races. It was hard for the head sitting opposite him to believe this, because the GM guild would never agree to stand by and watch as all opportunities were taken away from them. There was no need to worry about that, as from now on, the dwarves and elves would not make a single deal with anyone associated with the rival guild. Yablochko still couldn't understand what his new friend was talking about, how it was possible to get everyone around him to ignore such a huge giant corporation. Still in a daze, the guy quietly asked why, without context, Dex had to clarify what exactly he meant by this question. Nothing he said made sense in his head. Dwarves and elves would only do business with small traders like themselves. It simply didn't make sense and upset the balance of the game. This situation defied common sense, and questions about why the two races would act in such a way made the main character smile. With the sweetest and most welcoming smile in the world, Dex said that they would do so because he told them to, and it was clear from his expression that the young man was not joking. Soon they reached the first base camp at the entrance to the Great Rumor Desert, where, in one of the tents set up by the heads of the Pie Guild, they discussed the details of the deal. Without hesitation, Yablochko and Limonchik signed a contract with the famous hero, because if it weren't for him, their business would have gone under long ago. In the situation they found themselves in, the only right thing to do was to agree and trust their new partner. Within a second, an investment contract was signed, according to which Dex received 50% of the net profit of the Pie Guild. With a smile, the young man assured them that the newlyweds had made the right choice and promised that he would make sure they never regretted their decision. A bag full of gold coins worth 10,000 fell heavily on the table, and Jae-young calmly gave this play money to his new friends. They would surely need a lot of money for various expenses to expand and improve their business, so this was a kind of prepayment. Remembering something important, the guy asked the couple to take his friend with them when they went to the dwarf city. He would introduce them to a user named Hyun Tan. The young man was sure that this acquaintance would be very useful. Seeing that their partner was about to leave the tent, Yablochko got up and asked if he really wasn't going with them to keep an eye on the money he had entrusted to them.